number of people, 10, who are doing beautiful stuff in their communities. On Monday, we had a conversation in an area that didn't have water and even a school. That was the Amansia South District. And the teachers were running away. They didn't want to be in that area.
You know, we keep talking about this,
34 communities without teachers. And we also understand that the cost of living there was very high, and that is why the teachers were running away. Yesterday, we had a conversation from Bule in the Upper West region. This had to be doing the Wa East district, and they don't have water, they don't have better healthcare system, they do not have education, and even the students would have to cross a river or a water body before they move to the next part to access education. So it tells us that we have a number of issues within the various communities, but there are some individuals who have taken it upon themselves to change the narrative. So these individuals, we would want to
are the ones we're celebrating.
Exactly, and acknowledge them and recognize them a little, because sometimes you need somebody to tap you at the back and tell you that you are doing well.
You're doing well.
And you want
that
to continue.
We actually see you,
and you want to continue. And that also sort of encourages somebody who is sitting close to you to say that, oh, once you've been able to tap this person at the back and saying that he or she is doing well, I would also want to add my quota to the development in that community.
Yeah, I think that's the only way we can actually be each other's keepers. Do you understand? Not just talkers, but also doers. Because if you can actually change someone's life, the little way you can, there's a blessing that comes along with it. And these people that have given out their time, their resources to contribute in bettering the lives of everyone are actually worth celebrating. And it's a good step in the right direction that Channel One has taken to celebrate this once, right? And that's where we would keep on, pushing people out there and also encouraging everyone else that you can also be these people that we are talking about. But before we get into that conversation, we're forgetting that we've not talked about the trends.
You know why I didn't want to talk about the trends?
I know why. You're trying to run away from the football. We will talk
That's
about
why I didn't want to talk
it,
about the trends.
We will talk about it.
But funny how Black Star is trending, Baba Man is trending. Tell us what we have in trends.
All right. In case you're just joining us for the first time and don't understand what the trends are about, the trends are basically all the topics that are hot on social media that's got everybody buzzing and want to contribute into the threads. And we get this news from all social media platforms: Instagram, X, which is formerly called Twitter, or people like me still call it Twitter, Snapchat, TikTok, and so on. So on the issue of Black Stars drawing 1-1 in a friendlies against Wales. In Carlos Queiroz' first match with the Black Stars, a pre-World Cup friendly against Wales ended 1-1 after Urenchi scored in the first half, and 18-year-old Louis Kuma headed home in stoppage time off a cross with Rahman and failing to stop it.
He failed to stop the thing.
And fans heavily criticized Rahman for switching off on the flank, reviving debates about his recall after 3 years away and past injury issues. While some defended him by pointing to team defending flaws, his spot in the 26-man World Cup squad now looks shaky ahead of games against Panama, England, and Croatia. So that actually brings me to this question. If his spot is looking shaky, although they have already announced the 26-man, if the people are against it, will it actually push Queiroz to remove him?
Well,
since it has been finally announced as the last list.
The funny thing was, when he was getting onto the pitch, the commentator actually said that he's one of the most experienced footballers on the pitch as of the time they were playing the match yesterday. So we're thinking that, senior man Charlie no team no he make a speak gun. Senior man no he did zuku.
Some days are like that. You just need to accept it. You
Oh,
know that.
I thought senior man was coming to do so. I was so excited. I was like, oh, at the end of the day, we are ending with 1-0. And you see, Wales, England, as soon as we deal with Wales, England will be scared of us.
That's what a lot of the comments said. That's what a lot of the fans or people that were watching yesterday said, because they all actually compared Wales to England. Yes. Everybody was like, if Ghana can beat this Wales team, then England wouldn't be a problem. But see, unfortunately...
Truth be told, I don't watch football. I'm not a football person.
But no. If you watch football, no, you don't even need to watch. But the English team,
I'm not a football fan. But yesterday, I was like, oh, Charlie, the boys. You see, when they started the game, Wales actually took over and it's not actually, they did the entire period. The possession was theirs.
Yeah.
Like they took charge of the game and all that. So thinking that, so the men have been able to secure some 1-0 in there, just for us to be given extra time. 5 minutes, 3 minutes into the extra time, Charlie, 1-1. It was sad. Quickly, I put off the television station.
It was sad, but it's well.
I put it off. I just hope they do better, because if this is what they are taking to World Cup, I'll stop fasting.
No, but you see, I think
I'll stop fasting. I'll stop the fasting and the prayers.
I think this is what the friendlies are all about, to actually test their pulse and also test their performance. So if they're not doing well now, definitely they know where they are, and they're just going to put a lot more work in it. That's what friendlies are for. Well,
friendlies are for that, but when you also play the friendlies, what I'm also thinking is that test your capabilities, what you can do. Like you're going to write on exams. You need to write mock exams.
So these are the
mock exams.
But you see, that's the thing. The mock is also to help you
to
get better.
To position yourself well. Anyway.
It's to let you know where you are and what I can actually do. You understand?
And let's hope and pray that things are going to get better.
All right. So while we pray for you to also, feel better.
But the fasting there, I'll think about it.
Well, let's check out some comments. I've learned that Baba Rahman should be on his way to Ghana by dawn. Okay, the way I have been blasted for telling people that you guys are my favorite football team. If you guys mess up the World Cup, I will still support you. All the best. Now I need to get the jersey, and
loyalty.
This is for I am a KZA
_1.
Loyalty. So Alfred issue for 6777. It is hard to see. It's hard to see. We don't have Kudus. Well, yeah. Jiku and Salisu. Nanka, the team make complete.
Well, true though.
For the first time in a very long time, we've seen some difference. This is by Chris Agla. Naziri Tijani 249. The younger ones are better than the older ones, and more to say. But let's give everyone the benefit of doubt and pray for the best, because we can't do anything. Actually, it's true, you can't do anything. You have to make do of what you have. Jeff _Buzz. Can we go with 25 players and just drop Baba Rahman at home? It will help us all.
And you know what? Baba Rahman actually took over the captain band. Right when he came. Charlie, now we're captain band. The captain by Facebook is still. But anyway, that's interesting. I'm speaking about this because it's interesting that Ghanaians are following whatever is happening. So with this one that has been done, they have to check how well they are going to get the team on, so that they do not disappoint us.
No, but I really like the fact that a lot of Ghanaians are following. And like we discussed the other day in sports. Okay, you were not there. Like we discussed the other day in sports, we are all stakeholders to the Black Stars. Do you understand? Because they are also paid with taxpayers' money. So we are all concerned about a lot of things that goes on when it comes to football, and expect the best from them.
Yes, because
and it's no hate.
This is the job you have chosen to do. I am very sure that if we are sitting here we are not doing our work well, somebody would have switched off the television right now.
They would have texted us and said,
who are these people? Get off the TV, get off the distance. But the fact that you've chosen to be in the 26-man squad to represent the country at a bigger stage, please do us the honors by representing us well, so that we wouldn't have broken hearts. I've started having mine already, but maybe
you're already palpitating.
I would have to protect my hearts in the coming days. Let's move to the next one. A man caught stealing street lights, batteries in Sunyani University campus. I think, why would you want to do this to yourself? This incident happened early Tuesday at the Ghana University of Energy and Natural Resources in Sunyani, where a suspect was filmed attempting to cut away a battery from a solar-powered street light. So you see why...
I think he even did.
You see why street lights are off in the cities and other places. No, so you steal it, and where do you take it to? You steal it, and where do you take it to? Anyway. Students expressed deep frustration over ongoing thefts that leave campus paths dark and unsafe at night, despite recent light installation. Online reports claimed up to 56 lights were hit, with calls for better security and quick arrest to fix the problem and rebuild trust. And I can tell you for a fact that I have seen street lights being fixed in Accra. Like, they fix it today, the next 2, 3, 4 days, it's off. It's off. And we are blaming the authorities for not doing their part.
We're blaming everyone else.
But you see,
apart from the citizens.
You go and steal a component of the street light. You steal a component of the traffic light. Then there will be road crashes. The visibility will be very poor. Theft issues will be on. We will have issues with people being knocked down by vehicles in the night and all that. And you're blaming the government.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you are a citizen. Look at what you're doing.
Does the video have like audio? If it does, it would be actually very nice to hear what they're saying. Okay, but it doesn't have.
But this is sad. Anyway, let's play the video if it has the audio.
What? Wow! Street are yes, you on street lamp. What be battery? What they call aqua weapon? Ah! Wow! Masa you battery na count. You battery na swat count. You swat na police station count. Oh, street lamp is you on no man na jo. You benyan kania no. I am also swat count maso swat ni enko.
And there you have it. I'm actually very excited that he was caught, but obviously we don't condone the violence. We don't really condone the violence. So if you catch a thief out there, just take him straight to the police station.
The violence there, we don't condole it. What you see, the people don't let their hand touch you some more, because you're also going to touch the battery. So once you've gone to touch the battery,
hand go touch it.
Hand for touch you small. So I don't know why you should go and steal a component of a street light. I saw one. A gentleman went to remove a signage.
Oh, well,
somewhere around Christian Village. And Fauzu actually saw the guy. Fauzu Masawudu.
To do what?
I don't know. And Fauzu saw him, filmed him.
Signage.
Yes, and told him to take it back. All because it was a metallic something, and why would you want to do this to yourself? Anyway, if you have comments on this, let's bring these comments in there.
All right, this is the reason why the street lights are always off, and this is by at Elikem.
Yes.
Tampa Mercy, hungry day outside. Milan _Lee says.
So how much are you going to sell the battery for?
Well, they know. The same person will be somewhere complaining that our country
is not good.
And this is by Phil Stunner. Fizzled the Chill says, find the buyer and arrest him too. I think that makes sense. Emmanuel Art, make he carry around the whole country.
Yeah, I think that would have been okay. I don't know, some sanction, because you would have to, you carry it, you jog around the campus like 5 or 6 times, and later we take it to the police station.
What's the delay? These small hands I thought
make hands touch them.
And it didn't.
Yeah, they shouldn't have done that. You're not supposed to lynch. It's not supposed to be done. So I think that, and I like the fact that the students saw it, the security man saw it. So when you see something, you say something, because the rate at which these street lights are going off. See the components. I remember very well. There was an issue at Banyard. The traffic lights went off. I had a chance to speak to urban roads. The engineers there told me that they were already owing the contractor who should have fixed that traffic light, coupled with the fact that a component has been stolen and they needed to cough up about 60,000 Ghana cedis to fix that component before the street light or the traffic lights will be on. So when we see something, we should say something. I've tried it before on the Pokwase interchange. I saw some guys tampering with the traffic, the street lights. Quickly, I called one of the engineers, asked him. So I parked and I called one of the engineers. I said, that's one. I've seen this people so and so doing A, B, C, D, and he said, yeah, it's something we've sanctioned them to go and do. Before I drove off, because I don't know whether they are tampering with the street light, and eventually when I'm driving on that stretch again, the lights will not be on, and it's going to cause some sort of visibility issues, and we wouldn't be able to have our country for ourselves. So I think that when you see something, say something. This is a very, very sad one.
All right,
that has to be dealt with.
Well, the next one is actually a topic that has been trending on Facebook for about 4 days now, and it has to do with the NSMQ, the National Science and Maths Quiz. And I'm sure you're all wondering, why are we talking about this? Well, a debate actually erupted when one of the former contestants, that is Francisca Lamini from Ketasco, 2021 NSMQ participant, graduated from Harvard with honors, and everybody congratulated her, everybody was proud of her, but the neurosurgeon Dr. Elizabeth Opoku and others actually trolled Rich Love for actually saying things against the NSMQ. Mm-hmm. But Rich Love has come out to say that I never said anything about NSMQ, and this issue is actually ongoing with debates of are some jobs better than some jobs. I
think Rich Love said that it says that the science and maths quiz is as a show, really. That's what she said, and I think that from what the doctor. Okay, we have the videos.
So if you're wondering who Rich Love Oduro is, Rich Love Oduro actually is a student that had an interview some years ago with Gushers.
Yeah, and that's where she spoke about the
issues concerning schools. Talking about the different grades in schools and the different classes in schools and all that, and the intelligence of students. And she even talked about people being more gifted than others, and how the government should also focus on some schools. Rather than calling them, since it's a grade this school, there shouldn't be any focus on it.
Sometimes the focus goes more on the grade A schools.
The grade A schools. So that's how the whole conversation actually started out. And now people are, going back and forth about creativity, about STEM, about should everyone be a doctor, a lawyer, an astronaut or a neurologist.
We have the video. Let's listen or watch what Rich Love said, and maybe
that sparked this conversation.
Aftermath of whatever she said.
To correct what?
The mistakes.
That's what are doing.
That those science and maths quiz, the people, they are doing, the harm they are creating to their country.
The schools.
Yeah.
They are creating harm with science and maths. Why do you say that?
Let me explain so that you understand. You see, in such schools, they have students that are biologically good. In terms of academics, they are biologically endowed with the knowledge. It's their field.
Those people that go for the science and math.
Yes, it's not like the teachers that make them. They are bringing the mind. They are like, it's in their blood, it's in their genes. So it's not somebody that forces them to do it, but then it's with them. They are born with it.
No, but so why don't you have?
No. They won't come to this school because in this very country, we have institutions that were built by colonial minds that have all the required facilities
What
for learning.
institutions?
Institutions like Presec, Prempeh, those big institutions, those big names. But then, if
They were built by colonial minds.
Yes.
As in what?
you see, they were not built by a black man who will not sow a seed that he will not live to reap. The black man will never waste his time on a project that he will not gain benefits from.
How do you prove that?
You see, look at those new institutions that are being established.
They
Take
don't have
a good
enough
look.
They are not.
You wait and compare them to those colonial schools. You see a vast difference. The school has been built all right, but look at the infrastructure. Let me ask you, if you were to be an academically good student, and then you are told to choose a school, which school you choose? You automatically go in for those colonial schools because they have everything you can dream of. I'm not talking about those that paid to go there, but rather I'm talking about those that genuinely deserve to be there.
So there are people who pay to be there.
That's what we don't talk plenty about that one. I say we know that there are people who.
All right, so that was the Rich Love Oduro having a conversation with Gotches, and that was when she was in secondary school. But right now, she's in UCC, the University of Cape Coast, and on the side, she's actually a photographer. But because she's a photographer, that's why the neurosurgeon actually trolled her that if she didn't see the importance of the NSMQ, do you understand? Maybe by now she would have been also graduating from Harvard, instead of carrying cameras around and taking pictures in funerals and also in weddings.
Let's bring you that of the neurosurgeon so that you hear what the neurosurgeon also said.
All right, so people who walk around with cameras into people's faces like they have made it in life, so they spoke ill of the program that creates opportunities for potential intellectuals. And apparently, no, this one, she was not directing to the girl alone. She was actually directing to Wodemaya and Goshes, because Wodemaya and Goshes were, also against the phrase or whatever she spoke against the girl.
But the video of the doctor, do we have it?
No, she didn't say it via a video.
Okay.
She made a post. When the whole conversation started, she had to delete it. She had to delete that post and now started, going back and forth with Gushers, Wodemaya, and every other person that does not stand against.
Interesting.
What she
anyway,
say?
we were having a conversation on the community legends, right? And unfortunately, we have the head of programs production here at ChannelOne TV, 97.3 FM.
Who also doubles as
teacher Chonlo. You they say Chonlo.
No.
Yeah, you don't know Chonlo. Yeah. So Apioko, she's been in the space for a very long time. She's a teacher. She understands how these things work. So you definitely speak to her briefly on that before we delve into the issue of the community.
Yeah.
legend.
So Abby, let's get straight into it. What are your thoughts on what the neurosurgeon said?
Well, I'm no longer a full-time teacher,
Yeah.
but I have been in the classroom before. And don't forget, I'm also a very big advocate for culture and for the creative and cultural industries, what we call the CCIs, right? Now, I think that a lot of people misunderstand the fact that there are different kinds of intelligences. You've heard the adage or the idiom or the story that goes that you judge a fish for not being able to climb a tree.
Right.
But the fish wasn't made to climb the tree.
Swim.
And it doesn't mean you can't learn different things. But when you enter a classroom, I think I've spoken about this here before, there's something called differentiation. And we do differentiation for a few reasons. The first thing is, off the top of your head, you should know who your average learners are, right? And average doesn't necessarily mean in terms of grades, but how they take
Absorb
in information,
yeah.
absorb information. And then you have your above average, and then you have those who are below average. Now, what it means is those who are below average are very often dealing with neurodiversity issues. They could be dyslexic, which means they have problems reading and perceiving numbers and letters. These are the people who, if they're spelling couch, C-O-U-C-H, but sitting on one, so that's the example that comes to mind. They may switch the O and the U in the middle. Not because they don't know how to spell, but their mind is perceiving the letters and they're moving around in a way that they can't control.
Oh, wow.
I remember I had a student who had something we call agraphia. Her handwriting, terrible. And what didn't people do? My first copybook, my second copybook, all of that. You're lazy. But then we realized that when she is writing, in her mind, she's writing beautiful cursive. And she just couldn't perceive that her mind wasn't connecting what the outputs from her hands was. So we started introducing her examinations digitally. And this girl is now a super high flyer doing gaming and coding, you know, somewhere in the world. But if we hadn't caught that, that wouldn't have happened.
You would have said she's a lazy girl.
Wow.
Absolutely.
But
And we have experts in Ghana who work on these things. Professor Mate Kole is one.
Oh, beautiful.
We now have Roselinate, who is the founder of the Africa Dyslexia Organization.
Yeah.
They talk about all these things. But bottom line, you have people learning differently. Some are kinesthetic. They need activity. So that student who you call hyper, who can't sit down for more than 5 minutes at a go, and then you say, oh, you dear, you can't keep your bum on the seat, you're stubborn, you're this. No, they need activity to absorb the information. You can't just come and talk at them. There are those who are auditory. So you can write and write and write and write on the board. If you're not speaking to them, talking to them, they're not going to absorb. There are those who are very visual. They need colors. They need all sorts of things before everything is activated.
So it's not a raw thing that we see in there.
It's not. And you see, our class sizes tend to be large. So if you have 150 students in a class, really, how are you going to do that top of mind, knowing your students down to their detail?
And also the argument I'm also picking from this is the comparison, because the fact that she's also into photography now.
It's comparing apples to oranges.
And the NSMAQ is going to turn out to doctors.
Ask our camera operators here what it takes to produce an image. You need to understand photo, what we call photo electronics, how light works, how you, Philip, as a subject, all that you are wearing. The directors down there together with their camera operators have calibrated you, Chris, to make sure that you stand out, you are not dark, we can see your face, it's not your lips looking like they're in a shadow while you're sitting
Takes a lot.
here. It does, it's very technical.
Wow.
And so you say, oh, a photographer, but what has gone into producing a beautiful photo?
Picture,
If that were the case, all of us have phones, then why do we still ask some people to take our pictures because we want them to look nice? Why do you still go to a studio or get people who know how to handle a camera to take even your passport photo? Why do you get upset when you see your ID and the photo doesn't look nice? Because you know the difference between a nice picture.
So we must respect everybody's
Absolutely.
Yeah, and ironically, on the lady's Facebook profile, the neurosurgeon, I respect their job. It's not very easy. She has a picture of herself.
There you go.
She has a picture,
right?
Of herself.
And
a very beautiful
a beautiful
picture.
one, smiling with her coat and everything. I was like,
So let's get out of this business of comparing apples to oranges.
Everybody must be a lawyer, everybody must be a doctor and all that.
No, rather, let's look at what our young people are interested in. Now all over the world, and that includes Ghana, there's evidence that young people, who by the way are the majority of our population, are interested in things that they have to use their hands for creativity.
And that's what it's paying, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, it is paying. You know, I don't want to go into my own numbers. It is
It's paying.
It is. You know, and a lot of the time, we tend to think of these things as extracurricular activities. It's just for fun. It's just for entertainment. But if there's passion there, and you groom that passion, you hone it, you invest in it, there's no way why they can't feed themselves and their families and their communities.
True, because I've seen people who do 8 to 5 or so, they do 9 to 5, who have actually left this job or their jobs they are doing into full-time emceeing or full-time DJing or full-time photography or something, and that's paid.
And they're taking care of themselves and their families. And
anyway, so on that note, as we are all building ourselves with all that, there are people in our various communities who are also building, they are also doing well for us.
They are there.
They are the legends we are seeing in our various communities, the community legends. The next phase of Apioko, she's wearing so many hats. The next hat, we removed the first one. The next hat we're actually going to give her is the fact that she's going to talk about the community legends here on the show, the more reason why she came. So you're welcome once again, Apioko.
Thank you.
Now let's delve into it. Community legends.
The Channel One community legends. Over the last several months, I've come here at different points in time to talk about this. Now, somewhere in late December, towards the end of last year, we put out a call and we said, look, people from across Ghana, when we talk about building community and development, it shouldn't just be about the government, especially in a democratic country. There's a very famous saying that democracy is governance, for the people, by the people, and with the people. a quote from Abraham Lincoln. And he made this, ironically, we're about to play.
Lincoln.
Well, that's his
Lincoln.
name. The 16th president of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. He made this statement at a very famous talk that he gave in Gettysburg. Gettysburg is in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania also is the home of Philadelphia, where Ghana is going to be playing a match very soon in the World Cup, right? Now, several centuries later, this statement still rings true. Now, if we are governing with the people and it's by the people, then we can't wait for the government to do everything. And there are certain people who have understood that in Ghana, and they are doing it. So people nominated them. We got several hundreds of entries, and now we have a top 10 cohort, or final 10 cohort. Now, these people are from various backgrounds. Speaking of backgrounds, some of them, yes, work in medicine. We have an immigration officer turned entrepreneur who is also now doing youth development, using different cultural activities to encourage young people to build something for themselves, even though they live in parts of Ghana that may not be seen as developed, right? Helping the elderly in the community. We have teachers who are doing, there's one teacher who is painting her classroom to make sure that it's welcoming and conducive for learning. All sorts of different kinds of things that people are doing. But the bottom line is we wanted to identify people who are here in Ghana with us who find opportunity to give back to their communities. Not because they have $1 million, not because they themselves have figured life out and they are successful in what people would term to be success, but because they've just seen that living for just yourself is not the way to go. Once you have capacity to even give back just a little, you should. And these people are not looking for awards or recognition. Nobody is giving them money to do what they do. They are really just dedicating their time and effort to making their corners brighter. I'll tell you something. When we were trying to fashion out the kind of person we're looking for, there's an example that I keep using because it's my favorite example. There's a watch seller I once came across, and she has decided that every morning, I even have goosebumps anytime I think about it. Every morning, you know the little children who walk on the street, their big bags that are bigger than them, and we are wondering what's inside. She's decided that she'll pick out 15 of them and give them a hot breakfast. Because in her mind, I have children. I can't provide them with everything. But I'm cooking. I mean, whether I sell the food or not, I've cooked it. So let me support a mother who I don't know, a father who I don't know, to feed their child so that they can go and learn in school and come and give back to the society. You know, raising a responsible citizen. That's the kind of person we're looking for. Some of the things are also bigger. Somebody who decides that, you know what, every day I see children learning under trees. When it rains, lessons stop. I can't take this anymore because I know what education did for me. And if 20, 25, 30 years ago, I was also learning under a tree, why are the next generation of children still learning under trees? So I'm going to use my small money and build maybe a 6 classroom block. There are also those examples. So we're looking for people like this who just find, you know, difficulty around them, things that are wrong and shouldn't be, and then they fix them. And now we have the 10 who we believe, not just us at Channel, but we've also run it by, you know, different people who've been involved in this, who we believe that these people are the shining examples of what Ghanaians should do so that we can all grow together.
So when is it hitting our screens? As in, we seeing the conversation or whatever the discussion has been like with these 10?
I'm happy you pointed that out. So it's not just about the campaign, but there's a TV series.
Oh, beautiful.
So we have a 10-part series. As Bernard would say, one video to one man, or one video to one woman, right? 1-to-1. So each of these 10 people has like a mini documentary that introduces you to them and shows you the work that they've been doing. We'll start airing these videos or these episodes next week, Wednesday, exactly a week from today. Yes, the 10th of June. Oh. Yes, and these people are from all over Ghana, all over the country. And you'll be very interested to hear the things they're doing. So we'll start airing it Wednesday, 10th June, 7:30 p.m. And so from then on, for the following 10 weeks, every Wednesday at 7:30 p.m., please do make a date and go and meet one of our Channel One Community Legends.
you've
We'll
been
have
working hard.
repeats as well. Oh, yes, yes,
And
yes.
so for instance, you show it on Wednesday. Maybe I'm at work. I'm not able to get a chance to watch
There are
it.
lots
Repeats,
of
yeah.
repeats.
Wow.
And also do pay attention to our digital channels, so our social media pages across all the different platforms, and ChannelOneNewsOnline.com as well, because you also get to learn about them through, it's a digital world, so definitely you can meet them there too. But I just think there's something so beautiful about getting home or encouraging your children, because this is very child-friendly content. In fact, we want young people to be inspired.
So to be
Learn.
inspired and learn.
Yes, that this is the kind of human
being I want you to
we should
be.
So 7:30 p.m. on a Wednesday, maybe they finish eating dinner, they've bathed, you've powdered their face just before they go to bed. Catch it.
Right. But how was it choosing the top 10?
It was difficult. It was challenging. And I'll tell you why. It's not until you do something like this that you realize that actually people are working.
Yeah.
People are quietly doing
Their own
things.
thing.
And because of the world that we're in now, where everything is amplified by social, there's a tendency to want to pay attention to what has a lot of likes,
to
what
the
is
one
trending.
that is trending.
Yes, but people are doing things quietly. And like I said, they're not asking for anything. Many of them haven't even received a peswa before.
From anyone.
From anyone for the investments that they make. It's just them telling themselves, and some of them they haven't registered any NGO. There are those who have, because now they want to go on and scale up the impact. So they want to be able to partner with and get grants and all that. But many of them, no, it's just them say, okay, this is the amount of money I earn, or you have young people, the pocket money I get, or the stipend I have. I'm going to divide it into 1, 2, 3, 4 parts, and I'll use one part every month towards this, giving back to this, this person or this community or this, whatever you want to call it. So it was very uplifting, very eye-opening. I mean, these things, but sometimes when you encounter the reality, then it's always a veil that's lifted from your eyes. But very fulfilling.
Right.
No, I keep saying, and we say here a lot, our tagline here at Channel One TV is telling your story, empowering change. And all that was going through our minds is, when we're telling these 10 stories, the 10 people who we choose for this cohort, if we tell each of these stories, what kind of change will it empower? What kind of ripple effect will it have? How can we enlarge and scale up the impact that they're already making? And many of them had the capacity to do that just by what they're doing already, and so it's difficult.
Right. Yeah. So the last time you also came to talk about this, you also talked about the youngest among them.
Yes.
How was it choosing her?
Ina, it's funny because, so sometimes when we do these things, I remove myself from the choosing. So the independence, because we also have our biases, right? So the independence body who was going through these things, sifting through them, all that, they have their briefing. Of course, I've seen all these entries and I left it. But I hadn't seen Ina's. And Ina, I had met her before.
Oh.
The first time I met her, I think, was sometime last year at a conference. And this young lady, 13 years old at the time, just walked up to me and came to pitch out of nowhere. And I was standing with a couple of diplomats, confident. And it wasn't until she told us that she was 13 that we actually realized how young she was. So, how are you? Where's your mother? Why are you here? But that's what she does. She's so passionate about sustainability. Yeah. She's going around rallying through her spoken word, because spoken word and poetry has become a thing again amongst young people. So working with her fellow peers, and then using the poetry to talk about why you shouldn't litter, why a sachet shouldn't go into the gutter when you finish drinking the water, why you shouldn't do open defecation, how it affects you, how it affects your health, all of that. And I mean, this young lady is now 14 years old. And she's already managed to get even some funding to desilt some gutters and whatnot. She's reaching, I'm telling you, like her drive is that of somebody far beyond her years. And you see, going back to what we were even speaking about earlier, she's using her skill and her passion to drive the change. And that is a typical example of why we should encourage people's passions to grow. True. Because when you're passionate about something, inadvertently, it comes back to benefit the individual, the community, the country, and then the globe if we push hard enough.
Beautiful, beautiful. So next week Wednesday, we should expect it on our screen.
That's right, 7:30 p.m.
7:30 p.m.
7:30 p.m.
This is
and I want people to really, the way we've produced the series with the team, you know, we want you to feel like you're meeting somebody and you're able to also have a conversation, even though you can't ask them questions directly, but we're asking the questions for you, right, through our hosts, Umaru Sanda, Amadou, and Akosia Otri, right? We also have some of our regional correspondents because we wanted to be very culturally sensitive. Remember, Ghana is not a monolith. There are several hundred different kinds of cultures
and
in
languages.
Ghana, I'm telling you. So we also wanted to be very sensitive to that. That it's not these Accra people coming to
interview them.
And coming to look down upon you and pity you. No. We wanted to tell the story authentically and with dignity.
With the right
so
people,
you see all of that coming through. But I want you, when you watch them, to interact with them through the screen. Meet them, learn something from them, see them as human beings, and anything that you yourself you've been wanting to do that you've been holding off because say I don't have the money, I can't do it alone, I don't have the strength, be inspired to do it.
Abigail, thank you so much for your time.
I like the way you ended it. Be inspired to do
it.
Yeah.
Abigail, thank you so much for your time, and next week Wednesday is the time you would have to watch on your screen, 7:30 p.m. After you are done with all the things you need to do, you sit behind your television station, or your television set rather, and you watch ChannelOne TV, which is a television station, and you will be able to enjoy what we have for you. Abigail, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
She's the head of programs production here at ChannelOne TV and City 97.3 FM. But as we are talking about communities, last Friday there was a community that held a demonstration asking that they should get water. They should get water in the area. That was a shaman. But today we are going to Gas South Municipality, and we understand that communities there are also asking that the authority will give them potable water. Let's cross over and bring you this feed now, or this story that was filed by our correspondent, the Central Regional Correspondent, or Akwesi Ado, who visited the place.
In communities such as Domiabra, Dantra and Ashalaja in the Domiabra Ubum constituency, taps stopped flowing just a few days after pipelines were laid more than 3 decades ago. Residents have since relied on water tankers, sachet water and streams for their daily needs. However, rapid development has led to the destruction of several streams, worsening the situation.
Maybe a tremono. Now, so no, you I free wager. I baha. Some population no a no so. Road na ye no so. Ye fi kaso be twem ko amasama no. E ma omututu pipes na wo form ni na omututu ni na. Besi na me no kase ye nya nsu.
So far bon hope na etimi nya kakra kan nkula no sel na nsu ye the dust sen no. Ye say nya e become na etimi ye okay.
Both domestic and commercial activities are being affected by the water shortage.
As a community whereby we have a school, yet me who say school no lucky issue pa 50 kg up to DHS. Omba schools issue na ya omunum no eswa. Nti mostly no omuba obo wa class kura na say ye kira dia na adwi na ebia you should come deal oh say me ko no musuo ni ade nti due to that no and also ade adichire any ade no eba form
ha cars ni the free car na ediba na yato ebi so ha etimi ko densu nim ni yakoto ebi ana cars ni bi etimi ko so free on ma but cars ni na edibre ye ene yeto.
In communities such as Hobo and Obom, a significant number of residents still rely on streams as their main source of water. The assembly member for Hobo, Peter Adonu, fears the situation could trigger a health crisis.
Water has no substitute, and the more people have been coming to the community, the more the demand is high, and we don't have water. We don't have enough water in the community. We are using streams and in some areas borehole, but it's not enough for us. And this is affecting everybody in the community so far as potable water is concerned. I am pleading with Ghana Water to come to our aid with immediate effect.
Some traditional leaders in the area have intensified calls for government intervention.
No, big challenge. Wow, ni kuman ye water me ni river desu ebenke wo pipe water water disease son wona be waka china ke ko le ven wonu e kume oba pafa ke government na bare ba kwawo bona fe na kwawo emene water situation ha wo beka bi no na na fe aya far away na ya no na ba ju na ba school oba pafa ko na fe no go ya wo.
The Member of Parliament for the Domiabra-Wubom constituency says boreholes are being drilled as an interim measure while residents await a long-term government solution.
Sometimes I feel like crying if I see some of my constituents, they drink the same water with animals. If you go to Magbo right now, if they drink the water, if you see, so most of them have skin diseases at Magbo in Dumaswaba electoral area, which is very sad. So me, assuming my office, I'm able to drill about 20 boreholes now. I wrote to the Accra West people. They came to the constituency, but then we are having a challenge. They said I should give them 1 plot so that they can build a reservoir. But we are having challenge with the land at where they've choose.
The Gas South Municipal Chief Executive, Moses Kabukubi Wakanse, has assured residents that efforts are underway to resolve the water crisis.
Even though we have some existing boreholes that we dug, we are also now drilling mechanized boreholes for 10 communities in Ghana South. We are also in talks with community water and sanitation so that at least they can come and station one of the stations within the municipality to be able to serve our communities with good drinking water. We are also in talks with Ghana Water so that the pipes that they lay from Kasua through Domiabra to Dantra and the one from Amasuma to Ashalaja will also see water flowing through.
So the water situation in those communities, and that report was filed by Akwesi Ado. He's joining us live via phone for us to talk details of this particular issue. Akwesi, good morning.
Good morning, Philip.
I trust you're doing well.
Doing well by grace.
Good. You mentioned some communities. If you can give us all the communities that are affected, that are not having water in these areas, and for how many years, if you were told that you've not had water.
So let me mention the most notable communities that are facing this ordeal in the Obom Domiabra constituency. So we have Domiabra, we have Tantra, we have Ashalaja, we have Ohobo, and then we have Obom itself. There are other communities like Kwame Anu and the rest, and they are all facing the same ordeal. And it's been over 30 years.
Over 30 years?
Yes, since some of these communities received water through their taps. So, for example, Domiabra. I was in Domiabra community about 9 years ago and reported on this water situation, but for a different media house. And then I'm back there this time again, telling the same story. And what I was told by the traditional leader of the community is that a few months after the Wager Dam was commissioned, they received water through their taps for about a week, and then it ceased flowing. Since then, they haven't received water through the pipeline.
Wow.
Well, so for the whole 30 years, how have they been accessing water?
So for some of the communities that are fortunate to be situated in close proximity to the Denso River, they rely on raw water from the Denso River. Some of them would boil and then they would, drink. Others rely on sachet water, bottled water and the others. And there are some communities that have benefited from local government interventions like boreholes. There has been some intervention from NGOs, so they rely on some of these boreholes. And let me also mention that in a community like Ohobo, even though some boreholes were drilled in the community under the previous administration, the water stays gushing out from the borehole just a few years after. And so they are back to their usual mode, and now they are relying on streams in the area. And this area we're speaking about, the Domia-Bravo constituency, it is a very fast developing area because, for now, places like Amasaman and Kaswa and the Nuguleti Amalfium are now fully developed. So if someone wants to own their own land, build their own house, and then live there, the next available option now is that particular enclave. And so development is very rapid in the area. And this is also causing the distraction of some of these water bodies that in the recent past people relied on it. And so it's really been a very difficult time for the people living in that particular area.
All right, so have they, especially people that buy water, have they ever reported, a hike in price of the water that they buy, or it's just the same amount every time?
The issue has been reported to the Ghana Water Limited and authorities on countless times, but the usual response has been an assurance, reassurance, and another assurance. But the people see no action being taken. And they are really worried because if you are having a main supply line running through your community, yet you are not receiving water, then people should be worried. And so they are extremely worried and disappointed at the same time that nothing is being done about their problem.
Right. But has the Ghana Water Limited ever talked about what exactly is their problem?
I don't remember the Ghana Water Limited ever responding officially to some of these issues that are coming from the Domia-Bravo constituency, except that recently I interacted with the MP for the area, Mr. Ibo, who told me that on a personal level, he's trying to feel about 20 boreholes or so for some communities, while they still keep pushing for the Ghana Water Limited to ensure that the area receives pipe-borne water.
Wow. So they're not staying with water for over 30 years. Has it forced some of the people who stay there to relocate, or you weren't told of that?
I weren't told of that. Neither do I have any statistics, but I'm sure that people who can no longer, bear the situation and are not owning the properties themselves might have relocated by now. Because people cannot continually rely on water supplied by tankers. This comes at a very huge cost because you look at the distance from where these tankers would source the water and then bring to you. It's quite far, and they are not going to charge you less. And imagine you are buying a tank for about 450 cedis for every 2 weeks in a month. Look at the kind of amount you are running into. You multiply that by a year, and you see that you might have spent more than necessary on water. So really puts the people in a very tight economic situation as well.
We'll speak to the assembly member of the area, one of the assembly members for one of the areas, but I still want to ask you this. I think Chris also made mention of anything that they have been told. Isn't there a fault with maybe their lines, or maybe something choked somewhere? Haven't they been told of anything? Maybe you've been able to pick an information on that.
And no one has ever spoken to me on that, but I think this should be the work of the engineers at the Ghana Water Limited to really conduct an assessment of the whole situation and then find a lasting solution to this problem.
And you made mention that Amasaman, Kaswa, these areas are becoming full, so people are moving to those places like the Hobo, Ashalaja, and all these places. I want to find out from you, is it a developing community, or is a community that sort of you're seeing that people are building? If you look at the buildings or the structures people are putting up there, you can tell that a number of people are moving to these places who are sort of well-to-do.
Obom is a traditional community. Hobo is also a traditional community. In fact, there used to be a very booming night market in Hobo in days of old. Ashalaja is a traditional community. Domia Bradantra. these are all communities that have existed for several decades, if not centuries. Do you get it? But people, that place has not become a destination for some people who want to own properties. And so the place has now developed from Ashalaja through to Hobo to Kwamianu, Tebibiano, and then joins the central region at around Papasi. There are houses being built in all these areas.
Well, thank you, Akwesi, and grateful that he joined us with this report, because these places he mentioned are all Ga villages, and they are in the Greater Accra region.
I know.
When you go to Amasaman, there are places like Dedeman, Afiaman, Achiaman, and those places, they are also facing similar situations. You already go to Dedeman, you see hut like buildings put up with dust or mud, clay, and you ask yourself, these are all areas in the Greater Accra region. Anyway, let's speak to the Assembly member for Hobo electoral area, Peter. I don't know who is joining us for us to have a conversation on that. Peter, good morning.
Good morning, my good friend. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. I trust you are doing well.
I am not doing well at all.
Okay, why are you not well?
Why?
Yeah, as you know, water has no substitute. So if you have a challenge, you need water to drink and you don't have water. Meanwhile, when it rains, you see flood all over and you don't have water to drink. How can you find yourself in this situation and think you are well?
Right.
So that's the reason of not being well.
Right. So, Peter, but how have you been managing for all these years?
Yeah, but before I will continue my continue the discussion, I would like to take this opportunity to greet all your viewers and even yourself and those who are working with you, your team. Thank you for this opportunity given. Because without you people, some of us, our voice may not be heard outside over there. So I thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, so back to your question, it's very terrible. It's very terrible. So we get water from rivers and streams. And we also have this pipe, but it's far from most of the people. It's not many in the community. So just imagine about 20 minutes to 30 minutes walk before you can go to pipe and fresh water. Even that oneself is not potable. We cannot classify these waters under potable water. So even though we are managing, but the challenge is very high, please.
Right. And do people personally have like boreholes in their houses?
Not much. About 1%. About 1%.
Right. So the rest of the 99% either have to go to that one tap or the river.
Yes. So we rely on streets and rivers and the pond, and so even some of people in my community drink ponds where they have been the sand, and if it rains, at times we get water there. So so far as you have no other option, that's the only option for you to drink. So at times you see that where they have been the sand, you go there and fresh water, and at times too you go and you meet animals drinking the same water. That's the current situation within Hobo electoral area.
All right, so has this actually trickled down to the health of the people? Does it affect the health? Like, do you have reported cases of, say, typhoid, cholera, and so much more that have to do with probably dirty water?
Yes, so most of our problems here when it comes to health issues is all about not getting potable water. We are always using polluted water for drinking and cooking. And just imagine, as a domestic uses, we are using polluted water, and it means you cannot do away with diseases. So we are suffering.
Yeah. So are there hospitals there too?
Come again, please.
Do you have hospitals in the area too?
We have a chief compound, but the hospital is far from us. That's Amasamai.
Yeah. And the chief's compound is able to, treat all these people that come with these problems?
Not at all.
Wow.
Not at all. And if we are talking about chief compound, just imagine they can do something, especially the first aid.
Right,
and they transfer you
right.
either to
Kwamianu
or Amasamai.
Right.
We normally go to Amasamai. And if your family member is sick, looking at the nature of the road, and you have been asked to go to Amasamai, then it is better you go and buy coffin down before you head towards Amasamai, because there is no way you reach unless God
forbid. Yeah.
Yes, because from my electoral area to Amasamai, because of the nature of the road, you will spend even more than 2 hours before getting Amasamai. And just imagine.
Yeah. So what about the school children? Are there schools around there? And if there are schools around there, doesn't it affect the school children, say, having to be in school early and all that, or even having to leave school early just to help their moms and dads or family members fetch water?
Thank you very much. Anytime we talk about water, it affects children and women. That group faces the challenge most. So here you will see that for children to get to school on time, they delayed. And if you ask them, they will tell you that they don't have water. So they went and queue somewhere before it comes to your turn. You spend your time there before getting home. And just imagine, so far as you wasted much time at the pipe or the river side or the pipe side, or at times you don't get water at all, it will definitely affect all your activities for the day.
Right. So that means school children are definitely affected in different ways.
Highly affected.
Wow. Peter, but have you had any official communication from the Ghana Water Limited as to why you've not been able to get water flowing through your pipes, and why this has taken a very long time, per the report we had from our correspondent?
Yes, sir. I quite remember that during the COVID time, you see, this is my second time of being in the office. And I quite remember that during the COVID time, we engaged these people. They even provided poly tanks and stand that they will be supplying water. You can't believe that even once they failed to fulfill their promise. And through our MP, he did very well by bringing them to the community. When they came, they promised that they are going back and come back soon. They also asked from the MP to get them one plot of land that they can store their reservoir and machines so that they can supply the community. My brother and sister, we are yet to see them. I don't know when they'll come back.
But haven't you done follow-ups?
We have been calling them, going to them. At times, we invite them to the assembly meeting, and it's like they are also relying on the government to give them go ahead. You know, our this government system, they will tell you they are thinking about it. The money is not there, so always the language is the same. But they said they are working around the clock to come to our aid. So it is our prayer that by and by, they also come to our aid.
Do some of your people still pay water bills?
Hobo here, we don't have anything called water bill. We don't have the pipe. So we don't pay water bill.
But I can see on the screen some of the homes having pipes. Is it the boreholes that have been connected? So it doesn't mean that you are totally not connected to connected by Ghana Water Limited?
Yeah, so that is the nearby communities, Ashalaja. And even that one, the water is not coming because they said from the water station to Ashalaja is far. So if they pump the water, it doesn't come down to Ashalaja. So it's like even though they have laid the pipe, but the water is not flowing. So the pipe is there empty. So that's what you can see.
Wow. Interesting. So as it speaks now, or as we are having a conversation now, what is the next line of action by residents of Hobo, Ashalaja, and these communities? Because last week, there was a demonstration that was held by people of Gbichili, actually asking that the Ghana Water Limited should fix their problem. And we understand that they received water after the demonstration. What is the next line of action from your side?
Yeah, so as we speak, the people within my electoral area are not happy about the situation. But one thing is that if it is raining, currently we are in a rainy season. So it's like we are managing. If it's about to rain, we manage to harvest water. But even that one, by 1 or 2 days, it got finished. So comparing this season to dry season, this season is better. But as we all know, we need more water than everything. So the next action is to organize ourselves and go to water company, because I personally have followed the MP to the some offices with some letters and requests to come to our aid. When I resumed office, that was 2019. I've tried my possible best up to today. So as assembly member, mine is to visit the offices and continue pleading with the authorities for water to be supplied.
Right. So Peter, do you buy water? You personally?
Yes. Personally, I buy water from these three type people, Aboboya people.
Yeah. So how much does it cost?
Yeah. So that's quite the white tank that they put in cars.
Yeah.
So it depends on the water. If it is this pipe water, for that one, 120.
Okay.
And if it is this river, it's 100 Ghana.
Oh, okay. So they tell you what water it is.
Yes. So you have to be specific. The type of water you need.
Right.
The type of water you need. Yes.
And has the price always been the same thing for this long, or it just keeps increasing every year or every 6 months?
Oh, previously it wasn't like that. Even about a year ago, it was 1,005, 1,003. But when they have reduced certain things, the change has come and it has reduced small. So I can say that even now is better than before.
Oh, okay. That's different.
Okay. Peter, thank you so much for your time. Peter Adonu is the assembly member for Hobo electoral area, and he has said he has spoken at length, tried to tell us what the issues are and how the people in that area are actually battling with water in these communities. And it's sad because you are compelled to buy the water, and it's in the Greater Accra region, keep asking yourself why the situation will persist. But maybe the Ghana Water Company also, or Limited, has an issue. We wish we spoke to Stanley Mate, who is the head of public relations for the Ghana Water Limited, at least to tell us what the issues are. But they've also actually mentioned that there are issues with distribution of water in the region, because people keep putting up structures, and it looks like it keeps widening. It keeps widening. The demand is very, 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 very high. So we'll still be keeping our eyes on this and be seeing what the Ghana Water Limited will do about this. But sometimes I'm like, you would have to go a step further to get decisions made, because if I saw the kind of demonstration that the people of Bichile
I should be afraid that something else will happen.
staged last Friday, when the gentleman was like, "Oh, you just open the gates. You just open the gates. Just allow me in so that I can hear what the authorities will say." Tells you that maybe as residents we have spoken to you, but some action would have to be taken so that you'll be able to get water into your homes. The distribution would also be a problem, because now even the Ghana Water Limited is doing rationing. They give water to communities. Some communities receive it once a day, or once a week, or twice a week. Some not at all.
Yeah. So this is the not at all group, because this has been 3 decades.
Yeah.
30 years.
30 years.
It's actually a stretch.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
And also this whole conversation just brings me to question myself. Is it that the Ghana Water Company did not forecast, or does not forecast? Because if you actually forecast, you would know that in the future, in 5 years, this is what is going to happen. The city actually forecasts to know that, look, in some certain years, the country is going to be full of people. Accra is going to be filled with a number of people.
That's we planning ahead. And sometimes we fail to do.
You see, and every
there are challenges though.
Every industry that actually serves people should be able to forecast, whether we like it or not.
But there are challenges though, because I've also heard the Ghana Water Limited talk about obsolete equipment, outdated equipment. We've spoken about the effect of galamsey actually having on their operations
on water.
And they've also spoken about the fact that sanitation is also having another issue on their on their operations. So it's a bigger problem than we are seeing. But like I said, these are communities that are not far away from us. Hobo is just close to us. Ashalaja is close to us.
The minute he mentioned Amansama, I was like, oh my God, it's right here.
Yeah, Amansama is just close to us.
Like,
Amansama
is
right Ashalaja is just behind Amansama. It's not far. It's from Amansama to Kaswa. It's on that lane. And even Dentra, we filed a report there, all in the Obom Domiabra constituency. So it tells you that there are issues within this particular area that has to be dealt with. So we've been following up keenly, and we'll be telling you what the authorities would be doing about this. But I'm sort of sympathize with them for 30 good years.
I do actually
over
sympathize
30
with
years.
them. It must be hard.
Yes.
It must be hard. And for 30 years, students have been going through this cycle. And for 30 years, women have been going through this same cycle. It's a lot.
And the situation is it's big. And when you go to places like Ablikuma, they are part of Ablikuma that do not have water. And even where you were previously, yes, it's Legon Hills.
There was water. All of a sudden, it just disappeared.
So that is what the gentleman said, because they had water flowing through their taps once, and
then one time,
that's it. It didn't come again.
So that means if you don't have the money for borehole,
you have to or buy. Myself, right now, I've forgotten about Ghana Water Limited, so I guess buy.
So when I was talking about all these things, you were acting cool. I didn't know you two were buying water. So we're all going through the same thing.
I don't want to talk about it. You talk about it for a very long time, and you're like, they are still doing their old thing. You go to a place like Major, I think so. I don't know whether the situation has been fixed, but I understand we're also buying water. When you get to the Major area, Botiman area, the junction, you see you see the tankers parked there. Ask yourself, where are they taking them the water to? Nanakrom and those areas. I've gone to far. And you belong to Nanakrom. I've filed reports in those areas. Actually followed a tanker through from start point to the end to where they were going to offload or give the water to and all that. So Ghana Water they have a problem. That problem could be distribution problem, because they say the city or the region is becoming bigger. The
population keeps growing.
It keeps growing. People are using water. Yeah. People are using water. So I really don't know, but I just hope and pray that the people within these communities within the Obom Domiabra constituency would try and go a step further, not just talking on the screens, but a step further. And of course, we are here. Yeah, of course, we are here. We'll give you the platform. I really like what the Gbechile people did. I really like they planned.
I mean, they planned it. Obviously, you know, it wouldn't have happened if a life was not lost.
Yeah.
So they just had enough of it when they realized that, okay, this young girl actually lost her life just because she wanted water. Yeah. Access to water, which she should have.
And she fell in it.
And she fell in it.
And she died.
And that's it.
And that actually sparked them, and they had placards, and the MP for the area, Joseph Tete, actually went there. I saw it on his Facebook handle.
We spoke to him.
Yeah, he was like, he went there.
He's part of them.
It was like, Charlie, he's gotten enough of it, and you could tell the frustration he actually went through when he was actually talking about the situation. So.
And you see, my problem with these people, the people of Ghana South that we just reported their issue, I feel like it's not fair that no one is saying anything to them.
Well,
I feel like there should be a bit of communication. Is it that why is the water not reaching to us? Are there blocked pipes? Are there this? Okay, we cannot just give you. Let's just know what's happening. Than being silent. I think at least you owe people that.
That explanation.
At least. I mean, you've collected money in that area before. Don't say you've not.
But is that right now? They are not receiving.
Now you are not receiving. Yeah, but you've collected before. You have your pipes there before. So I
can just imagine an official from Ghana Water Limited coming to give them bill there. Anyway, don't hobble him. Anyway, on that note, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we have an interesting conversation for you on the show. Are you ready to plant a tree? I'm sure you are. For me, I am. I want Ghana to be like Singapore, a country with 6 million population and about 7 million trees. Beautiful.
You are going to find one Ghana to be like Rwanda, where as you're just driving, there are trees everywhere.
And you see, once there are trees, like you have that. The serenity,
it gets cooler. The environment gets cooler. You are able to think.
As you are watching us,
hot like this.
As you are watching us on TV, can't you see the trees behind us? Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful trees. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we have more for you on Breakfast Daily on Channel One TV. Stay with us.
I'm very excited. This is my very, very first award ever.
Thank you so much to the Ghana Movie Awards for this incredible honor. I really appreciate this. Thank you to all my fans and to the entire cast and crew of Red Carpet. I love you all. Mwah.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Ghana. This is really nice. Heavy as usual, like a dumbbell. I'll use it to a good start. God bless you, Ghana. One love. I heard the award was so heavy. It's actually true. This is so heavy.
Ghana Movie Awards, 7th June at Kempinski Hotel. Brought to you by Boss Energies Limited, formerly Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited.
Ghana Movie Awards, come let's celebrate.
Mention 2 proverbs and give me their meaning in English.
Express yourself. Express yourself.
John 3:16.
I was like, how?
I am my father.
Hey.
That's a proverb. No. For trees, the proverb for tree inside. Mention 2 proverbs and give me their meaning in English.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 1. A wicked flew where no one pushes, but the righteous are bold like a lion.
from the prison preacher.
Amen.
It's all. It's all.
Mention 2 proverbs and tell me the meaning in English.
Hey, fine girl, say what born there, say you.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 Channel One community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years, you're among, people who are...
My name is Daisy Mina Entry, 32.
There's someone who is from Western North, Sefi Adofa.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 Channel One community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The Channel One community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on Channel One TV.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here. So now we're going to get into a conversation that concerns each and every one of us because it concerns our environment. So as the world actually grapples with deforestations, land degradations, climate change that we always talk about here, it's actually very important for us to restore our environment to its natural habitat. And that is what the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources are actually planning to do with the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative. And we actually have Pa Kwesi Shandoff, who's the Media Relations Officer at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, to tell us about what they actually have planned for this event. Hello, how are you?
Morning, I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm fine, thank you. So before we get into the conversation, I know this is about tree planting. We've been planting trees every year in this country, and I've talked about it so many. It's like every year we actually have this sort of interview. Right. Where are the old trees that have been planted for all the years that I've been doing this show? I've been doing this show for like 3 years. So where are all the trees that have been planted for 3 years?
Right. It's a valid question. I mean, it's in the spirit of accountability to want to know what taxpayers' monies are used for. But first off, good morning to yourself and to the rest of our listeners who are connected. Every single tree that has been planted under this particular initiative, and indeed those ones that had happened in the past, are actually, as we speak, being actively monitored by the Forestry Commission. And so if anybody desires to know, if I have to put it that way, the whereabouts of the trees, it's just a matter of going to the Forestry Commission for the data, and then you'll be guided as to how to do your own independent evaluation, because it's not just about the numbers, especially because we spend a lot on these trees. And so if you say, for example, you are going to plant 1 million, 2 million, 4 million, whatever it is, money or financial resources are committed for that purpose. After that, it shouldn't just be left unattended to. There should be accountability. And so that forum for accountability is basically the offices of the Forestry Commission, if I have to put it that way. So if anybody desires to know, it's just a matter of walking into any of their district or regional offices, and then you'll be able to validate the trees that have been planted and the progress of their germination. Indeed, last year, for example, in last year's program, government targeted the planting of some 30 million trees, but we actually exceeded the 30 million. We did 31, and all of them are at, I don't know if it's right to say various stages of, not completion, I mean germination, right? All the 31, and I'm sure there are even some videos that I have shared with you that we could, you know, play if it's possible. So all of them are at various stages, and they are all being adequately accounted for.
All right, so now I talked about some of the problems that the world is facing right now: climate change, deforestation, and also land degradation. What is the one we are facing most here in Ghana that is pushing us to say, okay, you know what, we really need to plant trees?
Here in Ghana, in our local jurisdiction, I think the principal headache that is warranting an initiative of this nature is essentially galamsey, the menace of illegal mining. A few months ago, the communication from the ministry was to the effect that we have over 5,500 hectares of land that had been destroyed, decimated due to illegal mining activities. But the recent record actually indicates that that number is even far more than the 5,500. It's actually between 8,900 to 10,000 hectares of land.
So it just keeps increasing.
Forest reserves, absolutely, that have been, actually this data is up to 2024. And so there is a new assessment to see where we are now. Okay, but be that as it may, I mean, if you have about almost 10,000 hectares of land or forest reserves decimated due to illegal mining, then clearly you have to be very committed to restoration. And that is why we are doing this particular initiative. And so for us, the main issue is the galamsey menace, the threat of illegal mining, which government still remains committed to fighting, by the way.
Before we move to the other side of the trees, you made mention of galamsey. Let me ask you about what is the current operations of NIMOS? Where are we getting to with that before I come into the trees?
Well, so as we speak, NIMOS, the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, is still in its full gear. It's still maintaining momentum in its enforcement of the laws where illegal mining is concerned. It's also important, I believe, to put on record that as part of efforts by government to boost their output and to ensure that NIMOS is able to do far more than it has been able to do so far, there's been a systemic leadership overhaul at the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat. And the essence is to, you know, ensure more productivity. And so as we speak, new troops have been brought on board. The leadership has also been modified in a way. And all of that is to ensure that we're able to get more results. And so if there's any update on NIMOS, I think that is just about it.
Well, have you made any arrests so far? How many latest arrests you've made?
Well, so the latest operation, in the last two operations that NIMOS has conducted, we made, a couple of arrests. Basically, they were foreigners. It's the Chinese that we were able to really handle. The thing about the Chinese is that they normally offer the, if you like, the expertise or the resources or the incentive for, you understand, they are actually the brains, the architects. And so once you are able to flush them out of the system, which we are actively doing, you should expect a lot of good results. And they are the ones that we are focusing on. As I speak, on the records of NIMOS, we've arrested well over 100 Chinese who are, associated with illegal mining offenses, and all of them would be dealt with accordingly.
Deported?
No, they are not being deported. I mean,
deportation is easy.
But it is. The point is, if you look at the structure of NIMOS, the immigration service is also part of NIMOS. So when Chinese are arrested, they are handed over to the immigration, and then they are attended to.
Interesting. Now let's come back to the trees. How many trees are you planting this year?
So this year, again, last year, the target was 30 million through the instrumentality of the mechanisms that we devised, and indeed, the leadership of the sector minister, Kofi Boy, we were able to do 31. This year, we are still maintaining the ceiling of 30 million trees. But if you are able to exceed it, to glory to God. But basically, the target for this year is 30 million.
Where do you plant them?
So the planting is in twofold. The first one is the amenity tree planting, and that one is extended to the generality of the Ghanaian populace. Everybody can participate. Myself, you, the technical crew, everybody at all can be part of that one. It's just a matter of going to any available office, regional or district office of the Forestry Commission, and then you make your attendant request. If you want to plant mangoes, oranges, whatever it is, for amenity purposes, the seedlings will be handed over to you, and then you'll be given the guidance accordingly. All right. So any locality across the length and breadth of the country, it could be your house, it could be anywhere. But apart from that, then we have the forest plantations as well. Now, those are the ones that target specifically.
Okay, all of them are important, but
yes, they are more targeted. I mean, because that is towards the goal of reclamation, right? So, or restoration. So for those ones, they are centered at places where we believe there's been sufficient decimation and we have to,
especially
recover.
The Galamsey areas.
Absolutely. So those ones, come after the amenity tree planting. So the amenity starts from this 5th of June. It will extend to the end of June this year, and I want to believe in some parts of July. Then from July to October, we start the targeted ones in those places that have been lost due to illegal mining and other degrading activities.
All right, so with all the degrading activities and with all the trees that we've planted from all these years, you understand, even before I even joined, because I said since I joined we've been having this conversation, you understand? So even before I even joined, I mean, the UN Sustainable Goal actually directs that by 2030 we should at least have achieved some of the goals. And when we look at this issue, I think it should be on the climate change, Goal 13, and also Goal 15, which is life on land, because we're trying to restore the land. Do you think by 2030 we would have even done, say, 70, I don't want to say 90, like 70% of the reclamation of these lands?
By 2030?
Yes.
We're currently in 2026. That means that we have 4 years more.
Yes, do you think so?
You have to do the deduction. So you have to look at, to answer this question, I mean, you just have to look at the disposition or the tenacity of the government of the day when it comes to the handling of the environment, issues like illegal mining and all of that. Let me just, throw this in, for example. Prior to now, we have 288 forest reserves littered across the length and breadth of the country. 44 had been affected by illegal mining, and then 9 over the period had been completely taken over by armed illegal miners. In a matter of, I think, just 5 months since the inception of the new government, all those 9 were actively, retrieved, in addition to other gains that government has been able to chalk in the fight against illegal mining and generally the protection of the environment. So if you look at where the government is going, the commitment and the devotion to the environment, then you can logically say that by 2030, and hopefully the government of the day currently will still be in power. So perhaps we can all join the campaign and say that, look, let's insist that the government of the day by 2020 is still in power. If we are still in power, hopefully for that matter, we'll be able to perhaps meet this target and even surpass it.
How are we monitoring the trees we plant?
Yes, so there is, and it's a very valid question, because concerns have arisen in previous years, how that monies are committed to these, projects.
Those are the videos.
Okay, so those are the videos. I just want to highlight where these ones particularly are. So these ones, for example, they are in Gosu. They are also, some of them are also in the Doma Forest District, as well as the Sunyani Forest District. So you see the new ones. These are the newer ones. Previously, Galamsey used to happen across all of these places. But in the matter of a year, look at the progress that we are making. It may not be so huge, but you see, we are trying to, reclaim through the initiative. And so,
was you planted plantains?
Yes. Anything. I mean, like I said, anything that technically is deemed to have the ability to help in the restoration. I mean, we consider it accordingly. Back to the question,
the monitoring.
The monitoring. So the Forestry Commission has a team. So we do not just plant and then we leave it to chance. There is a team that consistently, I think they do a monthly, I think it's 2 months. Every 2 months they embark on routine checkup and assessment, to evaluate the nature of the growth process of whatever has been planted. They take record, they take inventory, they report if there are any defects that have to be corrected, they attend to them, accordingly. So there is a robust system of monitoring. Otherwise, the what we'll be doing will be much ado about nothing. If you planted them and left them without any kind of monitoring, what results really are you looking for? So there is a system in place for that.
Yeah, and apart from the system in place of monitoring, is there also a system in place to protect them? So the whole degradation does not happen again, and then they'll tell us one day they're gonna say people. We went there to evaluate, and then everything is gone because there are a new set of Galamsey people.
Closely connected to the monitoring is protection. You know, we have forest guards. The Forestry Commission has forest guards. They typically protect the forest reserves, but in collaboration with other officers of the Forestry Commission, I should say, or occasionally they go to some of these areas to, you know, offer some kind of, should I say, security. And again, I'm saying that is why we have these modest results as are on the screens. Yes, so there is a means of offering that kind of protection to the initiative.
What of the medians? I'm concerned about that because I know how that can beautify the various cities, or even when you're driving along
on the road, you know, on the pavement, you know, the trees.
I agree. So at some places, I'm not able to readily recall the specific locations, but at some places we are seeing progress. The thing is that for those, do we call them avenue trees? I've forgotten my side.
Yeah, I think they're avenue trees.
So for those avenue trees, you see, most of the time they do not sprout immediately.
Like the palms,
you know, it takes quite some time. But even where we'll be launching, I mean, we'll start the planting this this Friday on the Adenta stretch. I mean, because we'll be having the event at West African Senior High School. In that enclave alone, I'm sure if you took your cameras, you see we have barricaded some areas where we have done those, you know, plantings around. But except that they've not just, you know, really sprouted. But in the course of time, I'm sure they would, and they'll provide the kind of beautification we are looking for.
Yeah, but okay, can this campaign actually create jobs, you know, and sustainable livelihoods?
Absolutely. Green jobs. Forgive me if the number, if I come back to modify the number I'm about to give you, because I'm not particularly sure. But upon my last check, I think over the period, we've provided well over some 2,000 green jobs as a result of this initiative. Why? Because you are employing people to go and do the planting. When they go and do the planting, occasionally you deploy them to go and do monitoring, evaluation, and then offering some kind of protection. All of those services are not, you know, existentially free. You have to incentivize them. So by way of that, of course, you provide jobs to even those who supply the seedlings, those who offer technical expertise and all of that. So yes, there's adequate, you know, job provision.
So how can ordinary Ghanaians participate in this?
It's just a matter of going to any office of the Forestry Commission, district, regional, or any designated location of the Forestry Commission. Once you walk in, you indicate your details. Of course, as for the want of a better word, ordinary citizens as we are, we can participate in the amenity tree planting. So if it's guava, if it's mango, if it's whatever it is that you want to plant, you make the request, it's given to you, and then you support the program.
Yeah. So
but of course, it will be tracked. It will be tracked and monitored.
Yeah.
Yes.
So would you also say the community, schools, workplaces, and also individuals play a role in this campaign?
Everybody plays a role. Everybody, because the ravages of illegal mining and indeed all forms of environmental degradation doesn't spare anybody. All of us are, you know, included. So for an initiative like this, all of us have to actively get on board.
All right.
Interesting. So this is happening on what? Friday?
Yeah, Friday at 10 a.m. We are starting this is this year's edition of the planting at West African Senior High School. The Sector Minister, Honorable Emmanuel Makofi-Boa, would headline it. He would actually lead the entire process. And it's important to note, it's also the acting environment minister, by the way. And so it's tying all of that into one grand activity.
Wow. So it's at what time?
It's at exactly 10 a.m. Yes.
Okay. So
at this 10 a.m.
So it's once you are done launching it, is the planting of the tree will happen. What of other regions as well?
Right. So once it is done, basically it is the activation. Okay. So the forestry officers will then open their doors to those who want to be part of the amenity planting. Then for the targeted one, I said that one will start from the 1st of July to October. Then the teams will be deployed accordingly for that purpose as well.
Interesting. Yeah. So, like you said, I can go to the forestry.
Anybody can go.
And it's free?
Yes, it's free. Okay. Absolutely. You know, I mean, in time past, there have been reports of how some people, you know, have sought to use it as a means of. Truth of the matter is that nobody is paying for anything. Nobody is paying. All of that has been taken care of. And just still around cost, this year, for example, the commitment of government to the project is to the tune of 20 million Ghana cedis. And we've also had the benevolence and the generosity of a lot of, corporate entities who have come on board, and they've also added to what government has provided. So no citizen is supposed to pay for anything in that particular respect. If anybody attempts to take money from anybody who wants to be part of this exercise, I think the person should be appropriately reported and dealt with.
Interesting. Pakusi, thank you so much for your time. But we are on course for the Galamsey fight.
Absolutely. We are very much on course. Let me still 30 seconds, just because you brought in Galamsey. Yes. I've always had cause to say that the Galamsey fight is not something that instantaneously will be able to see a lot of progress. But we are certainly not where we used to be before, even though we've not gotten to our final destination. But there's political will from the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Sector Minister, Honorable Amakofi Boa, and the Deputy Sector Minister, Honorable Alhaji Yusuf Suleiman. Everybody is in that mood of getting results, and so we'll finally get there. It's just a matter of time.
So we actually have a message for you. It says, this is a very commendable initiative, taking the initiative to fight a glaring issue, and this is by Richard Czar. Okay.
Anyway,
we thank God for that. No, I don't know.
Interesting, Pakusi. Thank you so much for your time. Well, there are more messages coming. Maybe you want to take that one too.
Okay,
are those nice messages?
Well, maybe you read them, you hear.
I don't have it.
You don't have this one. Okay, so this message that is actually coming, I think it has to do. Okay, bro, please repeat what you said about we being affected. Okay, that's fine. So I think this message didn't really come up well, but if we got it, we would have just read it. Pakusi, thank you so much for your time.
Sure. The pleasure is all mine.
Is the Media Relations Officer at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Pakusi Shandov, and he has spoken to us about the tree planting exercise and also the
I
launch
will be coming
that will be
to
happening.
you guys.
You love trees.
Too much.
Most invited.
You love trees.
I love trees.
Visiting other countries, and you'll be seeing how they've been able to nurture, they've planted these trees, and how the country is looking beautiful. One of the places that when I'm driving, I'm happy is Atomic.
Yes. That road.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's sweet.
That's the dream come true. That's what the road should be like.
Yes.
Actually.
And I'm told it was more than this, except for the fact that people were encroaching, people build along the road and all that. But if we have about 70 to 80% of our roads being like that, I'm not even sure people use AC.
Absolutely.
No, people will not use air conditioning because the streets will be very clean and all that, and we'll be driving on clean streets, and you are breathing in fresh air and all that. People will not be running away to Ebri and other villages and all that. But anyway, that's an interesting one. So we'll be supporting the ministry to do that. And also monitor it well. The monitoring is very important.
Yeah.
You really see weeds all over what has been planted in the medians and all that, and it doesn't make the whole thing so beautiful. Anyway. So 5th of June,
this Friday.
And we'll be monitoring that. Pakusi, thank you so much for coming once again. This has been a wrap for today on Breakfast Daily on ChannelOne TV. My name is Philip Nilate.
And my name is Chris Carter. I remember that Nanatu Forbata started the show. Thank you for staying tuned with us, and see you tomorrow for a brand new episode of Breakfast Daily. But keep watching ChannelOne.
Because we have the City Business Festival coming up right after at 11 a.m. Stay with us here on ChannelOne TV.
From Accra to World Cup. But before the first whistle cuts through the noise, there's a deeper rhythm to the game. Every badge carries history. Every player brings a story. Every number means something. Welcome to World Cup Central, only on ChannelOne TV.
Hello and welcome to another episode of World Cup Central right on ChannelOne TV.
Your home of football intelligence with African energy and global perspective. We're taking you beyond the highlights, from powerful eye-opening stats to sharp breakdowns of every qualified nation to insights that change how you see the beautiful game.
Their first appearance was in 1930, and
This is your favorite current affairs show here on ChannelOne Television, on the Point of View We pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of the point of view.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on ChannelOne TV.
I'm very excited. This is my very first award ever.
Thank you so much to the Ghana Movie Awards for this incredible honor. I really appreciate this. Thank you to all my fans and to the entire cast and crew of Red Carpet. I love you all. Mwah.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Ghana. This is really nice. Heavy as usual, like a dumbbell. I'll use it to a good start. God bless you, Ghana. One love.
I heard the award was so heavy. It's actually true. This is so heavy.
Ghana Movie Awards, 7th June at Kempinski Hotel. Brought to you by Bost Energies Limited, formerly Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited.
Ghana Movie Awards, come let's celebrate.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 ChannelOne community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years, you're among, people who are...
My name is Daisy entry 32.
There's someone who is from Western Lot. Sevi Adofwa.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 ChannelOne community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The ChannelOne community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on ChannelOne TV.
Welcome to another edition of the City Business Festival 2026 here on 97.3 CDFM and on ChannelOne Television. This year's edition is brought to you by Absa Bank with support from MTN, Petra Trust and Zondatech. Today we'll be looking at a very important subject, the state of business in Ghana, opportunities and realities in 2026 as part of our focus on week 1, where we're looking at the foundations of business and enterprise. My guest is our good old friend, Michael Koto of Confidant, who will be walking us through what 2026 looks like for businesses. When we come back, Michael joins us with some very interesting thoughts on the subject. Stay with us. Welcome back to the 2026 edition of the City Business Festival, coming to you on 97.3 CFM and on ChannelOne Television. So we're focused on the foundations of business and enterprise in Ghana with a very close look at the state of business in Ghana. Who else do we have but the managing partner of Confidence. Confidence are really into business intelligence, they are into strategy, they understand the 360 of the business and the economy. And Michael has joined us graciously. Michael, thanks for joining us. Welcome to the 2026 edition of the festival.
Thank you, Bernard, and congratulations to you and the team for another edition of the City Business Festival. This is incredible how you've kept this going for how many years now?
This is our 20th year. We've done this for 2 decades, and it's still going
really
strong.
Special edition.
I'm telling you. And we really want.
Thank you.
We really wanted you to.
It's always a pleasure to be a part of this.
Wonderful. Wanted you to lay a foundation for some of the things we'll be discussing in future by telling us what type of year this is, where we've come from, and also what that portends for business in the country. So I'll give you a few minutes to lay out your presentation before I engage with any questions.
Thanks again very much, and it's a pleasure to be on the show for 2026. I think the subject matter before us, the state of business in Ghana, is quite a big topic, and obviously we cannot cover all the issues pertaining to the state of business in Ghana, but I will try and look at some of the broad trends, and then we can dive into some of the unique perspectives that we've put together, including conversations that we've had with businesses and entrepreneurs in different sectors of the economy. We have to start with obviously a good look at where we've come from, because to understand the state of business in Ghana today, we have to compare it with where we've come from. And I think 2022, right up until 2025, 26 is a good timeline to use. As we would all recall, obviously 2022 was the peak of the crisis that, the economy experienced in the last couple of years. Inflation peaked at 54%. City was in free fall. We went through a debt default, and the banking sector was significantly stressed. I think on all fronts, that was a very, very difficult year for the economy and for businesses. In 2023, I think we went through the domestic debt default and went through the IMF, program. 2024, I think there was a restructuring, better restructuring on the Eurobond, and external debts were completed, and we began to see some stability return to the markets. 2025, 2026, I think, has been what most analysts agree on as the turnaround year. So this has been, the broad curve that we've traveled, especially on the macro side. And I cite these because, the state of business, to understand the state of business, you really have to look at the operating environment. And the macro environment is really the fundamental. So this has been the journey. And if you look at the macro headline indicators, as I did mention, from a peak of 54% in 2022, now we are under 5% inflation. So that's quite a remarkable turnaround, and that should mean something for businesses and consumers. For currency, I think the CD has also fairly stabilized. It's bounced around, but I think since 2025 right up until now, we've seen it, between $1 to 10 cities, right? Between $1 to 10 cities and 11 and 12, it keeps bouncing between that range. So at least it's at a level that most businesses consider fairly stable, at least over the past year. Average lending rate has come down significantly. We know the policy rate has, reduced by half. It's not about 14%, keeps trending downwards. And what that means for average lending rate to the market is significant, because in 2024, I think the average lending rate was about 31% for businesses to borrow. It's now about 16% for the most prime borrowers. So that's again also dropped by about half, and there are indications that it might, continue trending downwards. So these are broad macro indicators that have very significant implications for businesses. And I think we've seen the turnaround in that sense. If you look at GDP growth, because that's important, how well the entire economy is growing is important for businesses. That has also significantly increased. GDP growth has, risen from 3%, 3.1% in 2023. We are now at 25. We are now at 6%. This reported GDP growth in 2025. So that again is that's a good story. Exports have boomed overall, 19 billion to 31 billion. Although it's important to emphasize that a lot of that is just gold prices and gold exports. And so that's overall for the macro situation is good, but we need to qualify that export story. Now, other important indicators that businesses care about include utility costs, so energy, water, very, very important, electricity, and fuel. If you look at the data, if you take electricity cost has been rising gradually since about 2024. And if you look at electricity cost for non-residential and industrial users, which is basically businesses, the data shows that it's gone up by an average of about 23% since 2024. So that's rising cost for businesses. If you look at the cost of water, because industrial concerns use a lot of water, that has also gone up by about 19% since 2024. So in terms of utility cost, that's been going up. If you look at the situation with fuel prices, and that's another very, very important one, between petrol and diesel, we've seen it fluctuate. Petrol, I think if you compare from 2024, May 2024 to May 2026, petrol effectively has stayed flat. It reduced, but it started, rising again. So over the period, I think effectively it's the price has been stayed flat, but it has started rising again since last year. So that's a concern for businesses, that the initial gains in petrol prices coming down started going up. And I'll talk a bit about some of the factors driving these increases. And but diesel has gone up by about 14.9%, almost 15% since last year. So utility costs have been rising, fuel costs have been going up, and that's a concern for businesses. The other key indicator is taxes. There's been some encouraging news on taxes for businesses. We know that the VAT revisions have brought down the effective VAT rate to about 20%. It's a marginal reduction, but accounts for something in terms of business cost. COVID-19 levy, abolished, so that again is good for businesses. SME VAT threshold, I think, was increased from 200,000 Ghana cedis to 750,000 Ghana cedis. So there's a lower compliance burden for small shops and micro businesses. So that's also something that smaller businesses are happy about. We know that there's been other reforms around NHI and Get Fund. On another front, we've seen the recent introduction of the aviation tax, the airport development tax, which I think could have implications for the tourism and hospitality sector. So there are concerns that could dampen travel if it increases the cost of travel to Ghana. That could make us less competitive in the area of hospitality and tourism. So that's one area where there are concerns. So overall, in terms of business taxes, these changes and reforms have eased the burden. But what that means then is that the GRA has tightened enforcement, because they need to make up for for what they cannot collect in the tax rate in volumes. So they need to go out and collect more taxes. So things like, the mandatory digital invoicing, that raises a bit of administrative oversight for businesses, which is good for the country because we need to increase our tax to GDP ratio. But for businesses, yes, some of the taxes have come down, but enforcement and compliance have become, tighter. So the overall verdict, if you look at the key operating metrics that we've looked at, energy and utility costs have been rising; they are not falling. So that's an issue. Cost of capital has come down, so that's good. Tax burdens have, reduced. Cost of imports, again, because the CD has stabilized, cost of imports have become relatively cheaper than when the CD was in a free fall. So that's also good because we're heavily imports exposed and import dependent economy. So what happens with the exchange rate is important as a transmission mechanism all the way through, businesses, including manufacturers. So that's a good story, but we know that at the ports, importers are complaining about, new software that has been introduced, public and AI system. Obviously, the objective is to flag undervaluation. So the complaint is that it's leading to overvaluation. The GRA has said that they've been able to collect more taxes. The last figures I saw about $1 billion. So for the GRA, this is working, but businesses are complaining. The midterm concerns for businesses. So number one is the CD beginning to reverse its gains. We've seen that, it's 2025, it was a 40% gain against the dollar. But so far this year, it has lost about 8 to 10%. So there are concerns that the CD might start reversing again. So that's a concern. The Middle East conflict, the Iran-US-Israel war and global oil prices, that's a huge one. I spoke about energy cost. And energy cost, again, have a transmission impact across the entire economy. So in Ghana, we export oil, but we are a net importer of fuel. So that's a big one. One Makola business person we spoke to said, that they have had to reroute their shipping. Things they used to ship from the UAE, they've had to reroute it, and it's beginning to impact cost of business. The gold concentration rate is a big issue because a lot of the stability we have now is gold. So that's also a risk. If something happens to gold prices, we are very vulnerable in terms of the stability that we have now. There are concerns about doomsaw and energy and electricity. And, there's been some intermittent load shedding in the last couple of months. Even though officials cite infrastructure upgrades, businesses remain very wary about the energy outlook. And of course, the IMF transition, now we're transitioning into a voluntary mechanism. The question is whether the government can keep its discipline.
PCI.
So these are clear concerns. Now, in terms of opportunities, where does all these macro trends mean? What doors do they open for businesses? The first one, obviously the cost of capital has reduced, and that's a good story. So for businesses that are looking to, undertake expansion or capex, this might be a good time to consider. If you have good credit and you can take some loans, this is probably a good window. Although, of course, it's expected that these lending rates will keep trending downward. So if you're taking a loan, you might want to consider whether you're taking a fixed or variable, interest loan, because there are implications that you have to look at your sector. For importers, there's a relief because exchange rate has stabilized. And a lot of local producers still depend on a lot of, imported inputs. So the thing with imports is very important, even for local production and exports. And the stability is good there. It's a good opportunity now. If you need to import inputs and raw materials, perhaps this is a good window to do some of that. Agro-processing and manufacturing, the cyclical issues are good, but a lot of the issues there are still very structural. It's still very difficult to get access to long-term, cheap capital. Energy cost is still too high, and we saw they've been rising again, and it's not good if you're doing manufacturing and processing. It's post-harvest losses still a big issue in the agricultural sector. So for agro-processing, that's still a big challenge. Access to adequate and consistent access to raw materials. For agro-processing. So we still have issues in agro-processing and manufacturing, but there are also expectations that as we exit the IMF program, the government is going to loosen up, the monetary tightening that has brought down inflation. So they might start pumping money into the system again. So big projects like the Big Push and some projects in agriculture, contractors on the procurement front, businesses that are, providing services in those value chains might begin to see a lot of cash flowing through the system. And consumer spending, the disinflation all the way down is good for consumer spending. So purchasing power might, begin to revive across retail, health and education. So these are businesses that are in these sectors. It would be good, to look at these are windows of opportunities. We spoke to businesses.
Yeah, Michael, before you get to that, I think you've given us a lot to chew on. So I would pause here, take a short break. When we come back, I'd like to hear what the businesses have been saying to you in their own words. Because you've done the macro, you've given us a history, you've done the analysis, but it's good to hear what the business have said. And then I'll pose a few questions to you as well. So this is our on-air series for the City Business Festival. And today we're looking at the Ghanaian business context for 2026, opportunities and possible risks with Michael Koto of Confidence. Stay with us.
From Accra to Buenos Aires, from Lagos to London, the world is locking in for the greatest football spectacle on earth, the 2026 FIFA World Cup. But before the first whistle cuts through the noise, there's a deeper rhythm to the game. Every badge carries history, every player brings a story, every number means something. Welcome to World Cup Central, only on ChannelOne TV.
Hello and welcome to another episode of World Cup Central right here on ChannelOne TV.
Your home of football intelligence with African energy and global perspective. We're taking you beyond the highlights, from powerful eye-opening stats to sharp breakdowns of every qualified nation to insights that change how you see the beautiful game.
Their first appearance was in 1930, and their best finish at the World Cup was third place in 1930. That was a long time ago.
Welcome back. So today we're looking at the state of business in Ghana, the opportunities and realities for 2026. Michael Koto has taken us through a fantastic presentation. I particularly like the midterm concerns for businesses, whether the CD, for example, is reversing the Middle East conflict and what it portends for global oil prices and to an extent our local prices, and a few other points. Especially taxes have come down, interest rates are coming down, but energy is a concern. So we need to keep an eye on the Middle East. And then the IMF transition and all of that. Obviously, the stronger macroeconomy, as he says, opens the door to cheaper capital to expand, relief for importers, not just for finished products, but because we import a lot of our raw materials. And then this could mean a stronger cash flow. But Michael, I like the fact that you spoke to micro and small business operators. Give me a sense of what they said and whether their views reflect this picture you've painted for us from the macro side.
So, SMEs constitute over 90% of businesses in Ghana, as we all know. And within that 90%, small and micro even more dominant. So one of the things we decided to do this time around was to actually speak to these entrepreneurs and businesses and operators and to just get a sense of what their sentiments are. So what I'm going to show is not a comprehensive survey. It's more of a sentiment a survey that we did. We spoke to businesses in different sectors, and because what the small guy, what a mom and pop shop, what a small processor thinks, and what the outlook is, really is what represents the majority of businesses in the country. So we went to, obviously, spare part dealers are a big part of the business. So we spoke to a couple of spare parts dealers. One, and I have a few quotes on what I'm going to show you are mostly quotes, right? Which kind of like is fairly representative of the broad and many diverse views that we gathered. One spare parts dealer, I wanted to see whether, okay, so the macro figures are showing, cheaper credit, FX and all of that. So one said, now I get a loan at 17 to 18%, compared to 24% 2 years ago. But the documentary requirements for accessing FX have increased. So a lot of importers have to access foreign exchange, dollars, to go and import the things that they import. So this is a typical spare parts dealer that says, yes, I can get loans at a cheaper interest rate now, but in order to get foreign currency to import, the documentary requirements for that in the banking system and in the forex markets have increased. So this is how they process this. So we know that the stability of the cedi is not just the gold. It's also been accompanied by other more stringent interventions to control the circulation of foreign currency in the banking and financial system. So you can see this reflect in terms of the concerns of a typical, spare parts dealer. Building materials, because construction is a big part of our economy. And what happens with building materials and construction materials is important. So we interviewed a lot of businesses in that sector. And this quote here is a very interesting one. It says that prices for most building materials have declined and demand is better now than it was 2 years ago. But the price of iron rods keep appreciating marginally. So the overall story, that the prices of cement and, paint and other building materials have reduced. And so for businesses in that sector, a good number of them said that has reflected in terms of demand, right? So folks are buying more materials. So at least for that sector, that's good. Now, in the catering sector and food and beverages, we spoke to a couple of small operators. One operator said that, I've increased both prices and sales compared to 2 years ago. But I have experienced an increase in demand, and I attribute that to strategies that I put in place to improve service quality and reach wider markets. So over here, we have an entrepreneur that has actually increased prices but hasn't seen demand fall. And so it tells you that no matter what's going on in the business environment, there's a lot that businesses themselves are able to do to stay more competitive. And this is one classic view. Textile and fabric dealer, this is one in Makola, said the cost of import is slightly lower than it was 2 years ago. But on my next consignment, I will raise prices because the Iran war has disrupted the transshipping routes for my goods in the UAE. So I have to reroute through more expensive line. So you can see how, geopolitics is kind of offsetting some of the gains that, would have translated into more competitive pricing and gains for consumers. In terms of auto and Chinese EVs, there is this view that we picked up a lot. There's a car dealer that said 2 years ago prices were higher, yet people were buying more cars. But with improved exchange rates, people now import cars directly. They're not buying from us dealers. So my sales are lower. And cheaper Chinese EVs are flooding the market. So that makes new combustion engine vehicles hard to sell. So we picked up a lot of this Chinese, retail and wholesale issue. Another, business said, although prices are slightly higher than 2 years ago, sales are not as good. So prices are slightly lower than 2 years ago.
But sales are
not as good. My biggest clients complain that there's no money in the system, and Chinese competition is a real threat. They've set up shops nearby with cheaper goods. And then there's another person that complained about, delivery businesses and the carton, because sometimes they say some people order food or they order an item online, and the cost of delivering the item is as high as the cost of the product that they've purchased. And so businesses that are using the online channels are struggling because the cost of delivery is too high. And that's a concern. So there's a lot of business booming online, but this is a concern. So overall, the outlook, as we spoke to businesses, is fairly cautiously optimistic. But if you blend that with the macro trend, I think a lot hangs on the currency stability because it kind of feeds into everything else. So this is just a sample of some of the sentiments from. We spoke to a few manufacturers as well, and for them the issues remain very structural. As I said, agro-processing and manufacturing, the issues are very structural. They appreciate the short-term macro trends, but they are more concerned about the structural issues, the long-term issues. The ability to access long-term cheap capital, because that's what agro-processing and manufacturing requires. Issues of energy, the cost of energy is still a big issue, and they complain about those issues substantially. So this is just a quick view of the sentiments.
This is amazing. Michael, I had many questions for you, but what I will do is leave it here for now. And hopefully, I would create a panel conversation in the course of the month where you would come in to address key questions arising from this. Because I think this is a very good foundation for something we'll be doing. We call it the economic outlook. We've done the version 1 in April, want to do one end of June. So I think this has given us a very good base for a half-year review of the economy. So we'll just leave it here, right? We'll leave it here and say thank you for this very fantastic overview of the state of the Ghanaian business sector, looking at opportunities and realities in 2026. We'll be speaking to Michael Koto on today's edition of the City Business Festival On Air series on 97.3 CDFM, as well as on ChannelOne Television. Brought to you by Absa Bank, MTN, Zonda Tech, and Petra Trust. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
What if I told you that on an ordinary Sunday, the pulse of modern Africa comes alive? From city life, creativity, and future living, all in one place. Music in the air, flavors that hit, and energies that you certainly can't fake. Welcome to Main Street Sundays. This is where the city trades out all the traffic for culture. From streetwear, and also not forgetting that street food that will have you saying just one more bite. This is Johannesburg, certainly in its element. It's bold, it's vibrant, and it's certainly full of soul. But before we explore the streets, let's give you a glimpse as to what you can expect in this episode. Have you ever wondered how the African drum sound is made from scratch? Well, Samson is in Benin to find out. Our Dream Home series brings big views and clean lines in a home on the southern tip of Africa that's serving coastal calm. From all-female crews to matatus that double as rolling masterpieces, we see how Kenya turned graffiti into culture. My name is Itumeleng Khosikhadia Khabanda, and you're watching AfriMax. Now, this is not the Lusaka that you think you know. Kafula Simbala literally dives into 5 levels of pure adventure, pushing limits, chasing thrills, and at some point, literally running for her life. It's bold, it's unexpected, and certainly something that you do not want to miss.
Everyone says Lusaka is for hustle. But I'm here to prove we've got the wild side that will make your heart race faster.
5 levels, 1 mission. I tested Lusaka's wildest experiences.
Level 1, hiking. Whether it's the raggedy trails of the Lusaka National Park or the scenic paths of Tiffany Canyon, hiking is the ultimate flex of health.
It's low stress, but high impact. It builds grit, improves cardiovascular endurance, and connects you to the real Zambia without needing a 4x4.
So this makes your blood run real fast and your heart pump faster.
Hiking is our warm-up, but it gets wild from here. Level 2 raises the adrenaline fast.
If you want to level up, there's something about ziplining at a gazillion miles per hour that hits differently.
Level 2, ziplining. In the new Zambia, we aren't just looking at the ceiling. We're treating it like a suggestion. Gravity? What's that?
You really never get used to ziplining. The adrenaline rush is crazy, but it's exciting. I love it. Okay, heart rate is up, but now we're about to get serious. Tiffany's Canyon is not just about the pretties. Level 3 is about strategic patience. Thank you. Right now, we're putting on the armor of God. Aaron, we need to hide, right?
I did that!
You did this.
Paintball slows the pace down, but slow focus turns into real danger.
Dodging paint is one thing. Thank you. But now, we're moving to the real thing. Welcome. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, now we're moving from plastic pallets to actual predators. We hang on walls here. As you can see, I have changed my outfit, ready. If anything goes wrong, I can run, but I needed to be comfortable. So level 4, Chaminuka. Here, I am ready to meet the fastest land animal on Earth. Let's see how it goes. This is the ultimate Instagrammable thrill. It's a big cut. All done with Chaminuka, on to the next one. But for this particular one, I need to be all covered up, and you will see why.
Level 5, the absolute limit. I'm at Kalimba Farm Reptile Park, winding myself up to carry a python. Yes, you heard that right. Smart girls play hard, right? They say it. It will be fun, they say it. Let's find out.
It's opening its eyes.
Yeah, that's good. So I already make sure it doesn't open. Then you have to smile. Don't take it to your mouth.
Yes, there we go. I have hiked, I have flown, and I have survived the cheetahs. But the snake, that's where I draw the line. My heart is wired. My heart is peak. Catch you on the trail.
Now, there's something really exciting happening in the heart of Joburg. And trust me, it's not what you expect. Joining me right now is Dawn Robertson, who is one of the key forces behind Josie My Josie. This is an initiative and a movement that is getting people to reimagine how we experience the city. Now, Dawn, first of all, let's start with, we are in Joburg CBD. Can you believe it? You talk about Main Street Sundays, right? And you said this is the education hub. So for those who don't know Main Street Sundays, what are they mainly about?
So this is Main Street Sundays, and it's part of what we're calling our Open Street Initiative. So this is really a big experiment, a tactical experiment to prove to the city that we can close off streets to cars and taxis and invite people to come back to the streets. You're too young to remember, but those of us that are older know that we played in the streets. We came home when the street lights came on. Kids today don't get that opportunity. So that's why we wanted to draw as many kids into the city, get them to ride their bikes and skates and to rollerblade in the streets. And really about getting community. I mean, look at this. Where do you find people sitting silently reading in the middle of the city?
Well, thank you so much, Dawn. I look forward to exploring, but I'd like you to show me around.
Let's go.
From hands that carve to beats that travel across the continent, Africa's heartbeat certainly lives within every single drum. Rooted in tradition, but also echoing beyond its origins, this is where sound becomes soul.
Ladies and gentlemen, kick off those high heels because we are about to embrace the African dance. Today, I've got two incredible hustlers. One is a percussionist.
My name is Unga Cecile. I'm a member of Pepitat. I'm a percussionist and dancer.
And the other is a drum maker.
My name is Ahuan Bueke Isaac. I make drums.
This is my hustle.
In Africa, we say you can't dance without a drum. So I access it to take me to a famous drum maker in Benin Republic.
If you want to try this craft, the first tool we use for shaping is this one. We call it Hanvi Achue. The second tool is called Akun. No matter what type of drum you are making, you will need this tool to make holes in the wood. The tool is very important for shaping the drum. We call it Hanvi Nuk Paton.
Guys, it's so unfortunate I cannot try this out. How I wish I can do it, but according to their tradition, a stranger is not allowed to use all these tools.
Sam, this is what we use to scratch the drum's body. We don't use sandpaper. No matter what kind of drum it is, we use this to clean its body.
Wow,
can you see how smooth it is now? After putting on the leather, we place the drum back in the sun. We soak the leather in water to make it soft. Once it's soft, we attach it to the drum and we put it back in the sun to dry.
To make a drum takes a lot of process, from carving the wood to getting the animal leather. And thereafter, they take it to the market and people like Pepit App come to buy the drum. Wow, you've got so many drums here.
Yes.
Now tell me, what name do you call this one?
It is Pavle.
Pavle?
Yes.
And this one?
Pavle.
Pavle?
Same drums is Pavle.
Nice one. And this one?
No, this.
Wow. Now tell me, what does it take to be a percussionist?
All you need is the desire, the enthusiasm, and the passion to become a percussionist. as this is where you learn the skills. There is no requirement to have prior experience. Even if you've never played before, we will guide you in learning how to play.
Guys, it's not easy to be a drummer. This guy is trying. What kind of event do you guys normally attend?
We have performed several shows in France. We went to Dubai for Expo 2020. We went to Germany, specifically to Bayreuth, and we participated in the Mask Festival in Porto Novo and the Vodun Days Festival in Ouidah last January.
Is this your also profitable?
Yes. It's profitable because, first of all, when we are invited for festivals as artists, and in order to avoid any issues, we are given money. And the money is not for our supervisors to take and use. No. Our travel, our tickets, we do not use our own money to pay for this. We use the money for these shows to pay for the visa, plane ticket, suitcases, food, and everything.
I can see that you guys have a lot of young people among your team. And how do you guys balance your education and your profession?
Our schooling is also funded by the Pepitat Center. Each year we receive study aids to help us perform well in school, including supplies and other resources. So they help and support us.
You dance so good. So I'm wondering, how do you manage to twist your body like this?
It's normal because I've been learning to dance and sing for 6 years. I've always learned it here.
Wow. So guys, as the great African proverb says, when the drum beats, the art dances. And when the art dances, the spirit is free.
Roland from Young Urbanists is reimagining the way in which cities are designed. They're advocating for inclusivity, shared streets, and also just the way in which things are actually done within the city. Roland, first of all, it's amazing to be here, to be walking around. How much closer are we to getting to a city that is shared and designed with people in mind?
Long way to go, but we have to start. Yes, there's potholes in our roads, but we have to think beyond potholes. We're rethinking what roads are for to show that how we can make streets like Main Street safer, but of course, how do we make the whole city safer?
Well, Bob, first of all, let's talk about the excitement of the city trading out traffic for culture.
Well, I'm not a big fan of traffic because I'm a cyclist. So the more traffic we can get rid of and open spaces like this for people to come in and have the freedom is fantastic for me.
And finally, the best thing about being here today.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Like, let us have fun and let us meet new people, you know? That is the only thing that I'm here for, by the way. Yeah. Thank you.
Time now for Dream Homes, where my colleague Balisa Dembe steps into a home out in Hermanas. This home has spaces, views, and design that definitely inspires.
Across Africa, incredible homes are raising the bar of modern design. This series gives you a front row seat to unapologetically stylish spaces. The kind you can't help but save, screenshot, and dream about. Who said a holiday home has to play it casual? Swap city life for a coastal escape like this, and suddenly leaving on a Sunday feels optional. Palesa Tembe is in Pringle Bay, exploring a gorgeous seaside retreat designed by Mark Anthony Hewson of Lim. This home proves that holiday living can still deliver full-blown luxury. With its entertainment spaces placed high to soak up the ocean views, this home saves the best for last. And as we head upstairs, the design starts to unfold, one stunning space at a time.
So here we've reached the main living space, which is where all the action happens. It's such a wonderful, homely space.
Mark, thank you so much for inviting me out. Tell me about this project.
So the client brief was to take a very sad, dated house. The structure existed, but it was quite pokey, where there were little low ceilings. There was literally one bathroom for 4 bedrooms, which was ridiculous, and a lot of like unused space in the home. So we took everything, we stripped it right back down.
Tell me about the layout of the home.
On 3 levels, on the Dune Reserve, which overlooks the ocean. But what's lovely is when you come from the street, it's quite imposing, and it sort of seems to sort of project itself out of the dune and out of the fynbos around it. So as you come in, there's a lovely little foyer area, which leads off into a beautiful workspace, which is perfectly kitted out for sort of working from home. As you meander, there's through the central staircase, you get to the 2nd level, which is a lovely haven where you can retreat. The bedrooms are all separated from the rest of the living space. And then you meander up the staircase again to this wonderful, expansive living space where everyone enjoys themselves and has a great time.
This is the home's main hangout. Big, open, but cleverly zoned so everyone can do their own thing. Oversized sofas, serious TV vibes, and just the right amount of winter coziness make it perfect for misty Pringle Bay days and long binge sessions.
Stepping into the kitchen, I'm immediately attracted by that dusty green and the brass details.
Yes, so you'll see that like sort of silvery, sagey green is a common thread that runs throughout the whole home. And we wanted something with this kitchen to be a little bit more on the bold side, which is quite exciting. So lots of natural timbers, and then the brass hardware is just something that'll just patina beautiful over age and adds that sort of metallic element to the space.
The kitchen flows straight out to the bride deck, with stacking windows that slide open, turning cooking into a full-on social event. Easy chats, shared plates, and 0 barriers.
So you see we're now in the dining space, but what we've done is we've tried to sort of bleed the kitchen out so it's not so compartmentalized into the rest of the living space by linking it with a beautiful cabinet there filled with glassware. And you'll see behind us also that green, that lovely green that you love so much, continues into this dining area.
And Mark, leading up the stairs, I caught a glimpse of that gorgeous passageway leading to the bedrooms. It creates a resort, relaxed feel.
We wanted to try and create the bedroom area of home, sort of like a retreat, something that was quite separate from the rest of the living spaces. You know, somewhere where you can go, be quiet, and just reflect on and relax.
The bedrooms peel off the central spine, and with every step, the vibe softens. Muted tones, layered textures, and all the feels comfort gives every room, including the master, that calm, cocooned energy. Smart planning turns one bathroom into a run of en-suites, all linked through some fabulous materials. This home is proof that beach living can be effortless and still surprise you. It's the kind of holiday home where everything just clicks. The layout, the mood, the details. This is design that doesn't need drama to impress. So, weekend getaway or forever home?
Often synonymous with city is graffiti. Colette Prince has handpicked some Kenyan artists who are not just turning streets into galleries, but they're actually making a real difference.
Think graffiti is just paint on walls? Think again. In Kenya, it's loud, bold, and it means something more. Let's check it out. Coming in at number 3, the Graffiti Girls, an all-female crew using street art to speak up, stand out, and own the streets.
For us as Graffiti Girls, painting gives us a voice. And who better to paint issues that affect women than women themselves, than girls themselves?
This isn't just graffiti. It's showing what's really happening in these communities.
Things that we like to address are things like social justice, voicing out issues of, again, gender-based violence, because it still exists. And as women, we go through it a lot. And as women, we love to have the pleasure of painting about it.
But what sparked the graffiti girls?
Why there was a need to form graffiti girls? We were all male writers, graffiti artists. And then there were too many issues socially affecting women in Kenya. Young women artists can come, like a safe space to my classes, and I could teach both graffiti art, how to use spray paint, the medium of spray paint as a tool to paint.
The graffiti girl stories and voices are hitting the streets hard.
The message that we want to put out is empowerment, especially in communities where that doesn't really exist.
From painting the streets to driving the culture, because in Nairobi, even the buses are a canvas. At number 2, it's matatus.
The feeling is so thrilling, as compared to other types of matatus. When you board a matatu which has a lot of graffiti and the crew is fun and the music is loud, and considering I'm a young person, that's what we young people like.
Matatus are easily the coolest ride on the streets. And this is Brian Wanyama, aka Graph. He's putting the spotlight on the world of matatus.
Through showcasing the matatus, I feel like it's a really good way of being an ambassador of Kenya, because first of all, we get to showcase the art, we get to showcase even the lifestyle behind it, and this brings fulfillment.
Graph's also an award-winning creative. He works with teams to turn these rides into rolling artworks.
In terms of collaborations, we usually work with the graffiti artists and also graphic designers in terms of developing concepts within the creative arts industry. Graffiti really plays a big role because it's the first thing you'll get to see when a matatu approaches you, or when you see a video or even a picture of a matatu. The matatu industry solidifies Kenya's identity by the art that we showcase. It's something that is unique, not just in Africa, but throughout the world. And it also provides a very huge market for youth employment.
And at number 1, a name you can't ignore, the godfather of graffiti in Nairobi, Bank Slave.
I use it as a voice. I use it as a tool just to communicate, or just to bring a dialogue to the world or anyone else who wants to view this piece of work and probably get inspiration out of it. So it's important for me because I can inspire people with it.
And he totally slaps, a master of graffiti, but his journey must have started somewhere.
I studied fine art. For my 3 years there, we used to go out and do graffiti gigs, and this was more impactful because it's in the streets and there's more audience than when you have it in a gallery where the audience might be not as much as it is in the streets.
Bank Slave's work isn't just striking, it also carries meaning, from murals of presidents to athletes, and powerful tributes in moments of tragedy, like after the horrific terrorist attack on this mall in Kenya, when he painted a living piece of artwork around a drain pipe.
This is the place that I painted the Westgate piece. It was here on this trench.
The work is gone now. Street art isn't made to last, but that's a part of the story.
For an artist, when you're painting on a wall, you don't have the expectation that this piece will stay a long time, because most of them are not your walls. So we just come onto this wall and just put our magic there.
In Kenya, street art is more than just art. It lives, breathes, and demands attention. That's what we at Afrimax call seriously cool.
So from the flavors to the beats, Main Street Sundays is the perfect reminder that the heartbeat of the city is not in its traffic, but rather within its people. So the next time that the streets open up, make sure that you come through, you feel the vibe, and you're incorporated within the story.
Mention 2 proverbs and give me their meaning in English.
Express yourself. Express yourself.
John 3:16.
I was like, how?
I am a father.
Hey.
That's a proverb. No. For tree, the proverb for tree inside. Mention 2 proverbs and give me their meaning in English.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 1.
Okay.
A wicked flew where no one pushes, but the righteous are bold like a lion.
Ushiamia from the prison preacher.
Amen. It's all. It's all.
Mention 2 proverbs and tell me the meaning in English.
Hey, fine girl, say what born there, say you.
Charlie, the Friday is set.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before. Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports. From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi. We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
Kaleda, you two guys, we love you all, yeah. You guys be hard guys, because see, before we go sign in, we had almost more than 200.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
It's Don't Call Me time.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Newsfeed on ChannelOne Television. This is where we bring you the latest in the world of news. I'm Samuel Akom. Coming up this afternoon, 3 senior high school suppliers to picket at Education Ministry over 50 million Ghana cedis debt. Also coming up, One Ghana movement calls for justice for victims of June 3 disaster, 11 years on. Coming up in business, Bank of Ghana warns against speculations as CD faces renewed pressure. And later in sport, Black Stars head coach Carlos Queiroz targets getting Ghana out of the group stages of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Details of that and several other stories coming your way this afternoon. Thank you for choosing Newsfeed. Let's settle for the details of our stories now. And now let's begin with some labor action because National Association of Institutional Suppliers says it will picket at the Education Ministry on June 11 over unpaid arrears under the free senior high school program. According to the group, government owes suppliers about 50 million cedis for uniforms and school clothes delivered since 2023. It says the delay has caused financial hardship and threatened supplies to schools. We've been joined on Zoom by the president for the National Association of Institutional Suppliers, Emmanuel Aivo, to get more on this development. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Newsfeed.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Right.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. So first of all, how many suppliers are affected by these unpaid arrears, and what has been the impact?
Yes, we are about 200 suppliers across the... Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go on to make your point.
We are about 200 suppliers across the country.
Yes, so my question really is, how has this unpaid arrears affected your operations?
Yes, thank you so much once again. As we speak, you know that most of we are on loan. We take loan to execute this contract. And because of that, we are seriously under pressure. Banks are taking custody of our property. Properties that was even acquired before free exit was introduced. Workers are also leaving us. Our workers are leaving us, creating unemployment. Again, we are unable to even meet our operational costs. We're unable to meet our operational costs. Now, because we are going for materials and for machines to do these works, if we are not being paid, it really affects us. So eventually, businesses are being collapsed. So these are the impacts. It is creating unemployment. We are losing our properties, and ourselves, we are losing our jobs. So these are the challenges we are going through.
So talking about losing your jobs, that is suffice to say that your members are threatening to withdraw from the free senior high school program?
The truth is, most of us, this is a commitment that we've done over years. And it wouldn't be an intention of anyone to withdraw, but the system, the way the system is, it is gradually putting us away, and which is very not the best. Nobody decides to leave work that he has invested over years. But because we are not being paid, that is what the system is making. It looks as if we want to stop. Meanwhile, it is not our intention.
Right. So we know that the Ministry of Education, the sector ministry for this particular development, is in charge of your payment. But have you had any prior engagement with them before the notice of this particular picketing?
Yes, please. We've had a series of engagements with them.
And what has been the feedback?
And the feedback is that they will actually pay us. So always they give us repeated assurances that they will pay us. But unfortunately, the time comes and we are not being paid. As we speak, we are expecting our payment last month, but we were not being paid.
So if government is to settle these arrears or some part of it, are you going to call off your the planned picketing?
Oh, yes, that is our intention. If government settles it, or if government really, yes, the point is that we want it to be settled. So if government settles it, there is no need for us to picket.
Right. Grateful for your time here on Newsfeed this afternoon, sir.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
That was Emmanuel Aivo, the president for the National Association of Institutional Suppliers. We just engaged on their planned picketing at the Education Ministry over some arrears owed them. Away from that to some more stories, convener of the One Ghana movement, Senyor Hosi, has called for justice for victims of the June 3 disaster, saying survivors and affected families have waited 11 years for accountability. Senyor Hosi noted that more than 150 people lost their lives, while over 200 others were injured in a tragedy. He urged government and relevant institutions to ensure justice and compensation for victims and their families. He made a call at a commemoration event marking the 11th anniversary of the June 3 twin disaster in Accra.
Is justice. For 11 years, the victims of this tragedy have carried scars, physical, emotional, and economic scars. Some lost their hearing, some lost their livelihoods, some lost their entire families, and yet the justice they deserve remains painfully out of reach. In 2018, 69 victims took the bold step of seeking justice through the courts. Filing a class action against GOIL, the National Petroleum Authority, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the station manager. They asked for accountability. They asked for compensation. They asked for dignity. Over the years, the truth has become clearer, not dimmer.
Let's now take you to the central region because several communities in Winneba within the Futu municipality have been affected by flooding, leaving hundreds of residents distressed. The flooding, which has occurred for the 5th time in last 5 years, has been attributed to heavy sinking of the estuary of the Muni Lagoon and the sea. Residents say they remain helpless as authorities are yet to embark on any action to remediate the situation.
My stay here, initially the floods weren't coming like that. For the past 5 years, we've been experiencing floods because now they've channeled all the run waters into the lagoon. But then as they are channeling, they forgot they had to also punch the lagoon so that the lagoon will empty into the sea. So now when the lagoon gets full, the overflow now comes into the residential area, and that is how come the places are getting flooded. And this is just one area among the other areas where floods normally disturb us.
Good, yeah, it's good, yeah. We have been suffer for a lot. If not my dad, yeah, this thing cry. Because by this time, you will not be seen here. Because by this time, we have gone far away. Yes.
Okay. So that house behind yours, are people still living in it?
Oh no, please.
Where are they?
They were students, UW students, but because of the lagoon, they've left a long time ago.
Away from the central region to some more stories. For the second consecutive time, inflation has climbed slightly, with May recording a rate of 3.7%. This shows an increase from 3.4% in April 2026, reversing the disinflation trajectory the country enjoyed in the last 15 months. Month-on-month inflation also rose to 1.1% from 1.0% in April, reflecting a mild pickup in price pressures after months of decline. Inflation, however, remains well below the 18.4% recorded in May 2025. Now, food inflation was the main driver of the May outcome, rising to 3.3% and 2.2% in April. Government statistician Dr. Alhassan Idrisu provided highlights of the data at a news conference.
First, the big picture is positive. Inflation at 3.7%, meaning that inflation is a world away from last year's 18.4%, and long downward trend points towards stability. Second, the recent pressure comes mainly from food. Food inflation rose to 3.3%, and food prices climbed 2% in a single month, making it the single largest driver. Third, this is largely a homegrown story. What do I mean by that? Locally produced items account for about 92% of inflation in May, while imported items stayed very subdued. Fourth, services, especially housing, rent, and education, are rising faster than goods. Fifth, the burden is uneven across the country.
Let's now take you live to South Africa because the Ghana High Commission in South Africa has announced that a second batch of Ghanaian nationals will return home on Sunday, June 7, 2026, as part of the ongoing voluntary evacuation program. This development follows a temporary suspension of registration for the exercise, a move the mission said was necessary to allow for the processing and verification of the high volume of applications received. We are joined via Zoom by Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa, Benjamin Okwashi. for more on this development. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Newsfeed.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Right. So first of all, how many Ghanaian nationals are being evacuated in the second batch?
Well, so the second batch has got 2 flights. The first flight will leave South Africa on Saturday at 1:30 in the afternoon South African time. And it will be coming with 342 Ghanaians on that flight. There'll be a second flight that leaves on Sunday, which is the 7th. So the 6th is Saturday, then the 7th, which is Sunday, there'll be another flight that leaves South Africa at 5 a.m. at dawn South African time, also with 342 passengers. So in total, we have 784 in total coming.
Right, so we do know that the registration process was temporarily halted due to the large numbers of nationals who are willing to return home. How have you been managing these numbers?
Well, it had not to do with the numbers. It had to do with synchronizing the processes. Remember that we are not in charge of the screening. The screening is being done by host authorities, authorities that see to the security and welfare of South Africa, working for the government of South Africa. So they had issues of us being able to plan for the 2 flights that are going to leave. Now, they indicated that they needed to do an elaborate work in terms of getting the records right, making sure that we don't face the same challenge. The last time, the first flight that came, we spent close to about 7 hours at the airport just going through the check-in formalities. We're trying to avoid all of this. That is why temporarily we decided that we put the registration on hold. But I can confidently tell you that we've registered virtually almost all Ghanaians who want to go home.
Okay, so before I let you go, what has been the response of the South African government? Because, I mean, beyond this evacuation effort the Ghanaian government is putting in place, some sort of relief is being sought in terms of the happenings in the country.
Well, I think that we continue to engage them diplomatically. I think that the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs keeps on doing what he has to do, ensuring that we are able to take care of the interests of every Ghanaian that has found him or herself in this quagmire that we have now. We expect more from the host authorities. We expect more from the country. We're not seeing that as we speak now, but we push in from all angles, not only Ghana. You might be aware that Malawi has also started voluntary repatriation. Our brothers and sisters from Nigeria have also started voluntary repatriation starting from Thursday. So it is a form of challenge that we believe that the South African government should quickly wake up to and realize that in the Committee of Nations, they are not doing too well because if citizens in your country are not feeling safe, there should be some questions that are being answered by the government of South Africa. We continue to engage them. We continue to ensure that primarily our concern is that the interest of every single Ghanaian in this country is protected. We don't want one of our citizens dead. We don't want one of our citizens maimed. We'll go all out to ensure the safety and well-being of our citizens here in South Africa.
Grateful for your time here on Newsfeed on ChannelOne Television, sir.
Thank you for having me.
That was the High Commissioner to South Africa, Benjamin Koshi, speaking to us about the upcoming second batch of evacuation to be done by the Ghanaian government following xenophobic attacks in South Africa. You're still watching Newsfeed on ChannelOne Television. I am Samuel Akom. Still to come, Trade and Industry Committee of Parliament calls on government to adequately resource Ghana Standards Authority. We'll bring you the details of that and several other stories. Do stay.
With these results, you can do medicine, law, everything.
But uncle, are you sure?
I am the Ministry of Education in this house.
You? Ministry of what education? My daughter, do nursing. It's your best chance with this result.
No, go business. Oh, please, what do you know? Can you even read?
Go become YouTuber like me.
Use Admissions Checker. Admissions Checker? Yes, Admissions Checker. Ghana's first university admissions hub. Just sign up at admissionschecker.com. Enter your WASSCE or NOVDEC results. Choose your dream universities and programs and instantly find out exactly where you have the best chances of admission.
Wow, what if I want scholarship abroad?
Simple. Tap scholarships and find opportunities too.
Can it also find husband abroad?
Admissions Checker. There is a university and a course for everyone.
Welcome back. This is still Newsfeed on Channel One Television. Let's settle for some more stories. And in some more stories, the Trade and Industry Committee of Parliament is calling on government to adequately resource the Ghana Standards Authority. The committee says the authority needs more staff and modern equipment to improve its work. Speaking after a visit to the Ghana Standards Authority, chairman of the committee, Alexander Roosevelt, says stronger support is needed to strengthen the authority's operations.
They are under-resourced. Not only that, they lack staff. They are understaffed. Let me put it, they are understaffed. And they also have obsolete machine. And that is extremely critical to me. What I have seen is that a lot of the activities of the Standard Authority, our lives hinges on them. And if we don't, as a country, take them seriously, we will live one day to regret. They need to resource them. I think they must multiply their staff threefold. They ought to be in every district and carry out their work diligently.
Now, President John Dramani Mahama says the government's flagship Big Push program is opening up investment opportunities across key sectors, including energy, housing, water supply, and logistics. Addressing the 12th Africa Debate in London, President Mahama said development remains central to Ghana's economic transformation strategy, with ongoing efforts focused on roads, ports, logistics, and networks. According to him, his government is making significant investment in transport, energy, and digital infrastructure to create opportunities for investors into the country.
Ghana is ready for strategic partnerships that are anchored in long-term value creation. Our government is undertaking major reforms to improve the ease of doing business. We're strengthening transparency, we're modernizing our infrastructure, and we're creating a more predictable investment environment. We're investing aggressively in our transport infrastructure, roads, railways, and ports, energy reliability, agro-industrial parks, logistical corridors, aviation and air cargo systems, digital infrastructure, skills development, and innovation ecosystems. Our flagship Big Push infrastructure program is creating investment opportunities across road, rail, energy, housing, water systems, and logistic infrastructure. We're also prioritizing local participation in investment partnerships, because sustainable growth must create domestic capacity and shared prosperity.
This is Newsfeed on Channel One Television. Up next is Business with Nete Ajaho. Hello, Natalia. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Trust you good?
I'm good.
Yes, the Bank of Ghana is warning against speculations. What do they basically do?
When we start speculating about the local currency, there's going to be fear and panic, because everyone will be thinking, oh, the city is going up, it's going up. So it's going to cause some fear and panic amongst people who have not even gone to check on the correct rate of the city.
Okay, give us the details of your stories.
Now, the Bank of Ghana has defended the underlying strength of the cedi, urging market participants to refrain from taking speculative positions against the local currency. The caution comes amid renewed demand pressures on the cedi. By the close of last week, the local currency had depreciated by 0.94% week on week against the US dollar, while weakening by 0.7% against the British pound and 1.24% against the euro. Speaking at the Money Summit 2026 in Accra, second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Matilda Asante Esiedu, said recent market developments do not warrant speculative attacks on the currency.
The cedi has stayed largely resilient, even though we've seen some dips. But a stable currency is built on as much behavior as is built on buffers. And at this point, I want to speak directly to the market, the economic actors. We all saw the lessons plainly last year. Those who bet against the cedi and hoarded foreign currency soon found themselves on the wrong side of the trade, unwinding at a loss, as the currency staged one of the world's strongest recoveries through 2025. And the traders amongst us will tell you, there was a time when people who had held now began to dump. Therefore, the fundamentals of this economy do not reward speculation against our currency.
Now, Finance Minister Dr. Kasiala Tuforcing is confident Ghana's inflation will remain below 5% by the end of the year, despite mounting geopolitical tensions and their impact on global commodity markets. The minister's optimism comes as Ghana's disinflation trend showed signs of slowing, with headline inflation rising to 3.7% in May, the first increase after 15 consecutive months of declining price pressures. Speaking in an interview with international news agency Bloomberg, Dr. Forson expressed confidence in the resilience of the Ghanaian economy.
The conflict poses some challenge on availability of petroleum products, conflict on the price of petroleum products, and then impact on the, most importantly, fertilizer and supply chain. But the good news is that we had built some significant reserves. And so the reserves position is the country is able to support the purchases of this product through United States dollars by making the central bank making available United States dollars. And our gold production is also going up. And gold prices is also very high. And so we have seen trade balance inching up to about double digit, 10% plus this year. And so Ghana is in a comfortable position to be able to withstand those shocks. Where I think we may see a bit of pressure will be on the back of inflation.
Is your expectation that it will rise then?
Yes, rising, and we expect that inflation may inch up. Today is about 3.4. I still think we'll be better off, and I don't think the country's inflation will exceed 5% by the end of the year.
And that's all for business. I am Neteli Nete Ajaho.
And up next is sport with Gabi Ofair. Hello, Gabi, good afternoon.
Hi, Samuel, good afternoon.
Yeah, Black Stars. Head coach is saying that his target is that we'll leave the group stages. You know my stance on the Black Stars, very optimistic, but is that feasible?
Yeah, I think it's feasible. Looking at the performance last night against Wales in Cardiff, but there's still more room for improvement. So I'm hoping that they can improve way more before the first game against Panama.
Great. Give us the details of your stories.
All right. Now let's start off from Cardiff. And Black Stars head coach Carlos Queiroz says Ghana remains on course to reach the second round of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, despite what he describes as a difficult build-up to the tournament. Now, Queiroz made the remarks after Ghana's 1-1 draw with Wales in a pre-World Cup friendly at the Cardiff City Stadium last night. Now, the match was Queiroz's first game in charge since replacing Otuado in April, and offered an early glimpse of his plans ahead of the tournament. There is more in this report.
The 1-0 draw against Wales at the Cardiff City Stadium brought an end to a dismal run of 5 consecutive defeats in friendly matches under former Black Stars head coach Otuado. The game also marked the first outing for new head coach Carlos Queiroz as Ghana continued its preparation for the 2026 in North America. While the Black Stars were unable to secure victory, the quality of their second-half performance offered encouraging signs that Queiroz may be able of unlocking the potential of this highly talented squad. Speaking after the draw with Wales, Queiroz expressed confidence in Ghana's chances of progressing beyond the group stage of the World Cup.
The most important thing for us now is to focus in the World Cup, and we have one major goal. We have to play one game with 3 parts of 90 minutes. Every part of the game is 90 minutes.
Another major positive from Ghana's 1-0 draw against Wales was the impressive performance of Caleb Yurinchi, who made a significant impact after being introduced in the second half. His performance did not go unnoticed, with head coach Carlos Queiroz full of praise for the youngster.
I think he's a great player with a great future. He's still young, have a lot of things to learn, because in this level everything is so fast that young players they need to have talent and experience, and I do believe that this young player with more games in the legs, with more experience, can become one of the best players of Ghana national team.
On the subject of team cohesion, concerns have been raised about the limited time Carlos Queiroz has had to work with the squad ahead of the World Cup. However, defender Jerome Opoku, who was one of Ghana's standout performers in the 1-0 draw against Wales, remains optimistic about the team's progress.
Time, as the gaffer said, with the amount of time we've been together, with the new additions coming, and was able to put that performance out there. I think it shows that with more time, we can only get better as a team.
Ghana will leave Cardiff later today to continue preparations for the World Cup, which kicks off in less than 9 days.
Right away from Cardiff, Liverpool is closing in on the appointment of Andoni Iraola as their new head coach after reaching a verbal agreement with the Spaniard. Now, Iraola is expected to bring Pablo De La Torre, Tommy Elphick, Sean Cooper and Tom Webber with him as part of his coaching staff at Anfield. A formal announcement could be made in the coming days, with Sporting Director Richard Hughes leading the process. Now, Iraola is emerged as Liverpool's preferred candidate after the club parted ways with Arne Slot on Saturday. And that's the very latest in the world of sports. I am Gabi Ofe.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel One Television. Stay tuned for the rest of our programming. I'm Samuel Akom. Thank you for watching.
Hello there, welcome to Breakfast Daily on Channel One Television. Now it's time for the news review segment, where we get to have a conversation on like some topical issues, and then our guests join us in studio to make submissions on these matters. We're excited to invite you to join us with your thoughts, your comments and contributions. Comment on the subject matter itself, and you can also comment on the submissions made by our guests in studios. Now you have several options to choose from. Send us a text via WhatsApp to the number on your screens. And alternatively, you can join us on YouTube or on Facebook, where we're streaming live, and let us know what you think, what you make of these subjects that we'll be looking at. All right, I have in studio Michael Kosi Dede. He is an engineer and a regular on the show. Engineer, good morning and good to have you.
Good morning.
Welcome. The Honorable Abdul Fattah Al-Hassan is the Member of Parliament for Yendi. Honorable, good morning.
Nana, good morning to you, good morning to Engineer, and good morning to the good people of Yendi. And thanks for having me.
Yeah, I like the smoke.
Thank you. Now, you didn't want me to comment on your outfit.
So I stopped you. I've stopped you in your tracks.
Yeah. You found a smart way.
I anticipated it, so I stopped you in your tracks. But you know what's happening in the house? What's going on? On Friday,
I thought you said engineer.
No, I'm sorry. Apologies, Honorable. Honorable, what's happening in the house? On Friday, you together with your colleagues passed a bill. And then all the controversies surrounding him, the concerns that have been raised, especially by the minority, accusing the majority side, or if like the NDC, of diluting the bill. Then we had the comment of the president saying that it's far from becoming law. There are procedural and, if you like, legal issues that will have to be addressed. The Speaker, Alban Bagman, says he was surprised that the bill was passed on Friday, suggesting to us that it was rushed. There was a haste to pass the bill. Then yesterday, he took his seats in the House and, if you like, appealed that we go back to reconsider the bill. But per the standing orders of the House, what is expected to happen? The leader, your leader, Mahama Yarga, says what is done, and the Speaker cannot undo the passage of the bill. So what is expected to happen?
Well, thanks so much. I think for the past 3-4 days, it's been our airwaves have been inundated with discussions about this bill and its passage. Well, as to the dilution of the bill, that I beg to differ. I do not agree with those who feel the bill has been diluted. I have looked at the various areas they're talking about. You see, I have always maintained that no two parliaments can be the same.
True.
The 8th Parliament had a different composition from the 9th Parliament as we have it today. And so if you expect that the work that was done by the 8th Parliament should be carried hook, line and sinker by the 9th Parliament to the presidency to sign, you are just telling everybody that the 9th Parliament has no use being there.
So we should just revert to everything the 8th Parliament did.
That is wrong. Because the people who considered the 8th Parliament, the bill in the 8th Parliament, you cannot say that the current composition is the same. No. The composition today is different. We have different new MPs with various perspectives, various professional backgrounds, and their outlook of things will be different. And so when they come to consider some of these things, they will bring all those things to bear. And so it will affect somehow what you have there. And remember, when a document is presented to Parliament, especially, and it's referred to a committee, it becomes the property of Parliament. So it doesn't become the property of NDC, NPP, majority, minority. No. It becomes the property of Parliament. So Parliament has the duty to work on that document.
Yeah, but you debate along those lines anyway.
No, you see, it's not always, you see, especially at committee levels. We don't debate like that at committee levels.
Has the composition of the committee, the membership, substantially or significantly changed?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it has to change. Because if somebody was a member of a committee and the person doesn't return to Parliament as an MP, his position is going to be taken by another person. And remember, in the last Parliament, because of the neck-to-neck nature of the composition, we almost had the same numbers at the committee level. But this time, the gap is huge because of the numbers we have, the changing numbers we have. And so, if you find the 9th Parliament also bringing their perspective to bear on the bill, it just tells you that this is a new composition.
Right.
We understand. And so the bill has to reflect the composition and their views. Now, you see, if I've looked at the bill that was passed by Uganda in 2023, it had similar provision, as especially with regards to medical care.
Okay.
I will use that bit alone. Now, there was a provision on the promotion, like as we have it in our bill. And it kind of criminalized even where a medical doctor provided medical care to an LGBTQ person. That's one. And it even made it mandatory for you to report anybody you found to be LGBT. So even that doctor would have to report the patient who comes to him for medical care. And that would infringe upon the doctor-patient confidentiality issue. In 2024, just a year after the passage of that bill, it was taken to court, to the Supreme Court of Uganda. And the Supreme Court struck down that portion of it and said that no, the Parliament of Uganda cannot make a law to restrict medical care for certain category of people. You can't limit medical care for. So, for instance, the person is an LGBTQ person, but the person has say has HIV. It's not coming for you to treat him on his LGBT issue, but he has HIV, and you have that system that has to take care of HIV patients. Now he comes to you as an HIV patient. Now you identify him in your process that, oh, this person is an LGBTQ person, and now you are saying that you will not take care of him medically simply because he is what? An LGBTQ person. Yeah. The law says no, give him that medical care that he deserves. You can't discriminate him based on the fact that he's an LGBTQ person. Right. And the law even says that that medical doctor is not now, from now going, he's not mandated to report the status of that person to the authorities for him to be picked up. You understand? So from these learners, it should tell you that we don't even need to have those things in our law. We need to make it clear that when, say, a medical doctor is providing medical service to an LGBTQ person, there should be no restriction, and it should not be seen to be promoting it. So that was all the clarity that we're supposed to. And this was some of the things they were calling for in 2024 when they were the sponsors of the bill.
But you wanted it signed in that state.
No, but then I can even say that we didn't even have the benefit of some of these things I'm talking about. You see, and if now today we are coming to even change it to suit your style, how you wanted it, you should even be welcoming it. But that being the case, you are.
But the argument is that on principle, on a matter of principle, what you wanted signed the same thing.
You see, that is where the problem is. Then if I sign the same thing, then don't bring it to 9th Parliament. Then take it from 8th Parliament to the President.
But that bill
because
died with
9th Parliament, the composition of 9th Parliament is different from the composition of the 8th Parliament. We cannot be spoon-fed. As 9th Parliament, we cannot be spoon-fed by the product of
the 8th Parliament.
The 8th Parliament. No, we should have the autonomy to do things on our own. You understand? So that exactly is what I'm asking for. Now, on the issue of the procedure, what happens and those things, trust me, we are all now going to chatter in unknown waters. We don't know, because I listened to the speaker yesterday, and I listened to some of the procedural issues that he was talking about. There are issues that we encounter every day, and there are issues that even our own SANO orders make provision for us to cross them without necessarily, creating any issue. So if you say that there are outstanding orders when a bill is brought and it is at the consideration stage and we are done with the consideration stage, the bill has to be reprinted with all the proposed amendments captured and brought back to Parliament. You understand? At least within like 24 hours. And then the amendments captured, and so the amendment will now be taken by the House and looked at to see whether indeed those amendments reflect the discussions in the House the previous day. You understand? Yes, that is the case. But still, in our rules also provide that you can move a procedural motion to dispense with that requirement.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah. So instead of waiting, that is why sometimes they can bring a bill in today and have it go through all the processes and pass today. Otherwise, we will not be able to do that. If that requirement were to be so stringent, you understand, and be so mandatory. So there are rules that have made these things a bit flexible. I mean, the only challenge I see in all these procedural talks, the only biggest problem I have seen is on the issue of the report from the committee. Because the report conveys a particular message that this was unanimous. This was, how does the report even say about it? It was a consensus.
Consensus.
You understand that the decision, everything was consensus. Now we find members saying that these amendments were not agreed to
at the committee level.
And so the report and the members, some of the members, especially on the other side, are saying that they even never saw the report, and that too happens. I think it's a challenge we have. Sometimes you do things And you don't see even the report of what you have done until you are in the chamber. And sometimes they are even in the chamber, the copies that they come to distribute is just a few. So you are still even struggling to get a copy to see. So these are the challenges I see that if they say the report, you understand, was based on consensus, as the report has it, and members feel that no, the content of it, we never agreed to it, and so it cannot be based on consensus. And we had that. In fact, I remember during the vetting of one of the ministers, there was the report from the vetting committee, the appointments committee came to the floor, and it was captured that the decision was unanimous. I don't remember which minister, which of these ministers was that. Afenyamarkin raised that issue. That no, I am the leader of the minority, especially even on the committee. I don't ever remember when I agree with you on this, that we should approve this person based on a unanimous decision. And so if you are using your numbers to approve him, let the report reflect same. True. But don't carry the message that it was a unanimous decision. We in the minority, we are opposed to this appointment. I think it's just some George's own or Kujetu's own, some one of those. You understand? So we had to stand down that particular aspect of it for it to be corrected, for it to reflect the position of the minority, especially on that committee. Right. So for me, if that is the case, then we must know what exactly the position of the committee was. Was it a majority decision they used in arriving at the conclusions they arrived at, or it was by consensus? That is the challenge that can be done. And if that is the case, then that is it is a report that can be challenged. So we can come, a member can come by motion to challenge that report from the committee, that the report does not reflect the true state of affairs from the discussions at the committee level. And when that is said, but see, remember, for any motion that is moved in the House, the decision is not about the truism of it. It's about voting and the outcome of the vote. You understand? So it may be true that in this was, but once it is now a motion, it has to be voted upon. Assuming you come like that, and then the majority still uses its numbers to vote you out, then we are back to square one again. You understand? Right. So it's quite a dicey issue, and we hope to see how we cross that bridge as the movement.
In fact, it presents a fertile ground for a lot of education, especially on the procedures and the standing orders of the House. Let's say good morning to Alhaji Kamaldeen Abdullahi. He's a Deputy National Communications Director for the New Patriotic Party, NPP. Alhaji, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to see you.
You've been missing in action.
Yeah.
I'm the one missing.
Thank God we are both back. Welcome. All right, let me come to engineer on this anti-gay bill, anti-LGBTQI plus bill, and all that has happened since Friday when the announcement was made that Parliament had passed the bill. Only for Speaker yesterday to, I don't want to say order or direct, but to plead with the House to reconsider. It was an appeal to the House to reconsider the passage or like the bill itself.
Nana, if I would want to seek your permission to just speak a little to the flooding issue, since off air you asked the question. Yes. So the Ghana Institution of Engineering has put out some recommendations for government to consider in terms of how to manage the floods going forward. And I think that it's important that the Minister of Works and Housing looks at it and shares it with Cabinet so that it can be properly considered. One of the key recommendations is that we should stop managing flood only by way of using the existing drainages. We should look at having retentions in new houses that are coming up. So, for instance, estate developers who want to put up estates, it must be mandatory for them to possibly have a retention system within their catchment area, so that when if it rains heavily, they retain that water within that space, and then when it stops raining, you can begin to release it bit by bit. So we also need to go and look at what's happening in Ebri and see how best to regulate it, because the speed at which the water comes down from Ebri down into Accra is so terrible that we need to begin to manage spaces there, because the natural retentions within the Accra especially have almost all been encroached. But we still need to continue with the issue of demolition, Because you see, the problem here is that sometimes we go and demolish, but we don't drain the basin. So, because when people are going to build, they fill the place.
Exactly, and that's the question I've been asking.
You demolish the house, but you don't reclaim the basin itself. So, we need to encourage our municipal assemblies to reclaim the basin itself and make it more difficult for the next person to even attempt. And the district assemblies must watch as people try to reclaim, because there's a lot of construction waste around. So all people go and do is, oh, I want to this land here. So immediately they identify construction. So come and dump it here for me. We need to be alert to those things so that we don't come back with this, because it is clearly unacceptable the way we continue to develop Accra and think that we can solve the flooding problem. And unfortunately, we are exporting the bad behavior in Accra to all other regions.
Exactly.
So you go to all other regions, and especially the regional capital, they're all getting flooded on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Koforidia, Kumasi, Takrade, and Takrade is also terrible.
Yeah.
Even Ho, I mean, all places. So I think that we need to sit up as a country and try and address this issue and look at these recommendations in all sincerity and do it. But I hear some people say, oh, let's build a new capital. But then building a new capital does not resolve the flooding situation in Accra.
Yeah.
And if we continue with the same attitude, building a new capital will not solve the problem.
True.
So we need to dismiss that idea as it stands and make sure that we do the right things. For me, those are the things that we need to focus on.
Right.
On the LGBT issue, I don't have much to say, but I just think that our politicians are not being consistent across board. They are not being consistent. The question is, do we need some moral guidance on this matter as a society? Yes, we do. I can see both parties clearly agreeing that there is some need for moral guidance. But they've played so much politics with it, and everything is about who wins the next election.
True.
Rather than say, oh, what exactly do we need to address? And address it and move on. So I think that I want to plead with our politicians that we need more sincerity on both sides. This game, playing politics as if it's just a game of winner takes all, for me, it's unfair to the society. And I think that we, again, as a society, need to begin to look at ourselves and begin to maybe boycott the politicians. We should stop inviting them for functions, giving them front seats at functions and issues like that. No, because you're not being fair to us. You're not being fair to us, because everything is about themselves and the next election, and nothing about the society. So we as citizens also need to begin to look at it and say, look, we need to begin to boycott the politicians at some point. Maybe even the media houses should say, look, it isn't everything that will give them audience. Because I think they are not being sincere with that. That's all I want to say on this matter.
Very well, very well. Alaj, let me come to you. Are you, and I say you in reference to the minority or the NPP, are you just taking this whole thing as payback time, or you are actually looking at real reforms? Because laws, we know, are supposed to solve a problem in society. I'm asking this because in 2024, you wanted changes to this bill. However, the minority then, NDC, insisted that it be signed in the state and form that it was. Now they have made the changes, and you are saying that they've diluted the thing.
Well, thank you very much. And let me also seize the opportunity to join in what engineer said.
Right. On the flooding issue?
Absolutely. But before that, let me say good morning to our Member of Parliament for Yendi, and also to engineer and to the viewers out there. 3rd June 2015, 11 years on. Okay, what have we done as a country to better our lot in terms of solving flooding situations in our capital city? Interestingly, 3rd June 2015 was also a Wednesday. Yeah. Just like today is Wednesday. Yeah. You know, and it will interest you to also note that most of the disasters that happen in Ghana happens on Wednesdays. Interestingly. May 9th disaster was on Wednesday. 3rd June was on Wednesday. The helicopter crash was on Wednesday. Most of the dark days have been on Wednesdays. It serves as a reminder. Maybe you may add one.
You know, the Yana was killed on Wednesday.
Was also killed on Wednesday. Interesting. Most of the disasters, yes. We the Gombe, he said the Gombe, he understand. We the Gombes have some kind of
we have a fear for that.
Fear for Wednesdays.
We have a phobia.
Yeah, we have a phobia for everything except that we don't even greet funerals on Wednesdays.
Yes, you don't even attend your colleague's funeral, anybody's funeral on Wednesdays.
Their belief is that there could be a repetition of same
bad luck.
You know, so but that is just by the way, that's for the Gombes culture, as it were. Some Muslims also have adopted it, but of course the Sunnis will tell you, no, there's no day like that.
Right.
You know, but that's just by the way. I just asked the question as to what we have done as a people to assure ourselves that indeed such disasters will not visit us again. If the Association of Engineers have actually brought out blueprints, brought out suggestions, what is our urban development authorities doing to adopt and inculcate some of these suggestions into their ways of doing things? I think that we basically have to do a lot. But what we concern much with ourselves is who wins the next election. I'm a politician, it's true. But of course, I'm a citizen of Ghana before being a politician.
True.
That is very important. I can opt not to become a politician today, but I cannot opt not to become a Ghanaian today.
Right.
Unless maybe the extreme happens. I find myself in a different country where I intend to naturalize or something. But that is extreme. You see, I'm trying to remind our authorities. I'm trying to remind people who issue permits. I'm trying to remind people who concern themselves with town and country planning. Look, even that institution called town and country planning, I don't know whether it's functioning. It's a fact.
Decentralized.
It has, even if it's decentralized, is it functioning?
Yeah.
That's the question. You decentralize something and it must function. Places we create hubs, people go there to build houses. Places we earmark for, if you like he rightly said, retention basins. People go there to build houses. So our test for land as a people has thrown our land tenure system somewhere at all. You understand? So I think that we really have to speak up, to stand up as a people and remind ourselves of those disasters and do something to nip those things in the bud. That said, on LGBTQ, your question is whether we want to also pay back. Yesterday, I took to my Facebook wall and I asked myself, why all this politics on this matter? Why? Both MPP and NDC, why all this politics on this matter? What is our national position? The position is that we abhor it. We don't like it. That is the position. I recall the Speaker of Parliament, who was then Speaker of Parliament in the 8th Parliament, asking in the House, who in this House doesn't want this bill to be passed?
True. Yeah.
He asked that question.
The serious strap.
And every single person, every member of Parliament was quiet.
Yeah. Opposite
signifying, yes, we all want it to be passed.
Right.
Every single member of Parliament. Okay? So why this politics? Why? When God wanted to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, did God say that we should look at human face? I'm asking. Did God say that there should be freedom of that person looked at before I destroy Sodom and Gomorrah?
No.
Both in the Quran and in the Bible. So you know better human rights than God. I'm asking our politicians, both MPP and ADC, when that disgusting act was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah, and God sent them warnings, and they refused, and he wanted to destroy the place, what he even told the prophet then was, don't turn back and look at the people to see the disaster I'm going to visit on them. No mercy. Today we are here. This one says human rights. You know human rights than who created you. Senegal have passed this law.
Yeah.
With consequences. With ease. Their law comes with consequences. We cannot do that because we have caps in hand begging. Our president is in the UK and must speak well so that the Western people will hear that he will speak well before he gets money. If not, if he doesn't say there's a long route to go, he won't come home with money. That's the reason why the president could not speak well when he was in the UK.
That he cited procedural challenges.
I am saying those are semantics.
Really?
Oh, my brother. These are people, they just want to find a way of talking and get money. Is that what we are interested in? In a country where we have manganese, we have bauxite, we have gold, we have cocoa, we have timber. Look, we have bitumen, we have everything, we have oil. And that country is having a cup in hand, begging, and a law that is killing you, killing your generation. You can't pass it. It is a shame to Ghanaians. And I'm surprised John Sam George is very quiet these days. A bone is in the mouth, so he can't back. He's enjoying.
Oh, but he was explaining the amendment over the weekend.
How vigorous Sam George appeared. President Mahama will know no peace if he doesn't sign the law. President Mahama says there's a long route to go. Sign it. Go and fight it.
But there's indeed a long route to go.
After passing in Parliament, now they are coming to tell us stories. Look, even making the MPs look bad. They say you don't even know your work. That's what they're saying. The speaker is telling that you people don't even know your job. You didn't even know that you have no quorum. That's a shame on the MPs. They didn't even know that they don't have quorum in Parliament, and you pass that law. That's what the speaker is telling you. Something trite, something common, that I know that if we are 5 people, we can pass a law. If we are 10, and that one, the MPs who sat in there didn't know. The committee level, the discussions that they were at the committee, you are supposed to have both sides of the divide or of the aisle sitting there. Something I didn't even know there was this clause. Who are you playing with? Ghanaians? Are we serious people? And I think that, look, this is a national consensus we should have on this matter. And there is already a national consensus. Christians and Muslims form about 95% of the population of this country. And they all say this is an abhorrence to us. Maybe 5% will ATR. Even the ATR, African, they also say it is an abhorrence to us. So 100% of Ghanaians say we don't like it. Today, young people are kissing each other on the street. Boys. I'm telling you. Recently, the concert they had at Independence Square. After the concert, look at the pictures people were taking at the Independence Square. Gay marriages exposed. Look, and gradually it's eating into us. Today, sometimes we wake up and then we smuggle some sexuality education component into our education. We are killing ourselves. I gave an example to Senegal. Senegal promised when they were campaigning that when you vote for me, I mean Bassirou, even though he has a problem with his prime minister now, Songo. You understand? But they both promised that, look, when we come, we are going to pass this law. That is not our culture. And they have done it. In Qatar, when the FIFA World Cup was ongoing, some people wanted to fly the flags of LGBTQ. Qatar government said, over our dead body, that cannot happen. And FIFA came into their support and supported them because they have cash. They have prepared themselves. But you have all this manganese, bauxite, and whatever. And all you can do is to judge the competence of somebody who can speak good English. That's the country, Ghana. Ghana, if you can speak good English, you are intelligent. In Ghana, anybody who can speak good English and can insult big men, you are the best in politics. Those who can sit and insult people. Okay? People who say, oh, they are those with fear. They are the best. They are doing politics. What kind of country are we building? I am being passionate on this because this is not politics, actually. This is something killing our families. This is something throwing our young ones into, because they know there's poverty. They use poverty to go into the hinterlands, Choco and other areas, and because of poverty, they lure these boys into these things. They give them money. Why? There was a story, I don't know how true it is, that some MPs woke up and then some money went into their accounts some time ago. Not now. Just because of the was not there LGBT, he hasn't in Parliament yet. There was a story like that as to how true it was. But I'm trying to say that people use money to lure people into doing some of these nefarious things. And we are sitting down and we are quiet about it. See somebody dressed so well, Range Rover and whatever, and there's a pad he's working with. This is what is happening. These are realities of life, I'm telling you. We're killing people. Diseases all over now. And we are quiet and want to be serious about it. Some journalists are complicit. Some academia are complicit. People have been giving money to come and do some of these things. And yet we sit down and we are not doing strong advocacy on this. Well, it is not payback as you rightly put it. It is just to remind them of their hypocritical stand. If yesterday you said that the bill, the form and shape in which it has come must be signed by the president, and today you go back and say some portions of it must be taken out, I think you are a hypocrite.
Right.
You are completely a hypocrite. They didn't even believe in the bill in the first place. They wanted to win election like engineer said. All they wanted was to win their election. So they could make all the noise and come back. Today, the reality is faced with you, and you are sitting in the UK and telling us that it has to go to Council of State, and from Council of State to who, and it's a long route. That's the president now. To end, Honorable Mohammed Suparu, my good friend, he sat here
yesterday and
promised.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was a few weeks back. Yeah,
that the day the bill is passed and 3 days or 4 days, the president said he will resign as a member of parliament. In principle, my brother should resign. He should resign. Because what the speaker said yesterday was to appeal to you. He didn't say the passage of the bill was what? Void. All he said was, let's revisit it again, there's a consensus, whatever. Even why would it be fair?
We know we fair to demand that on Suparu because you see
why?
Why?
I'm
not saying you didn't see that. So
that's what I'm telling you. I will see my
so that's what I'm telling you. That will be fair to demand that on it because one, yes, it's been passed, but it doesn't lie on MPs to transmit the bill to the president. It lies on the speaker, the clerk.
The clerk of the house.
And the clerk works with the speaker. No MP can give clerk directions. So no, not even the majority by their numbers can transmit the bill to the presidency. So now the whole thing is within speaker's realm.
So
speaker and clerk.
So until the bill is transmitted to the president, his promise will then now come in, take effect.
Exactly.
Okay, that's okay.
But he made that unconditional.
But I am calling on him. My brother Suparu, we are watching you.
Yeah, yesterday was here.
We are watching you, my brother Mohammed Suparu, MP for Tumu East.
No, Sisala West.
Sisala West, sorry. MP for Sisala West. My good brother, you are a very good brother of mine. But of course, you made a promise, and promise is a promise. You must keep it. We are watching you.
The president hasn't even received it yet, so let's wait and see.
I think that we should be fair to Ghanaians. Many Ghanaians don't like this football we are playing, and I think that we should also be firm as a people. Principle must be principle. The Speaker of Parliament himself, what he said yesterday, in fact, to be honest with you, with a great respect to him, I thought that he had even departed from his own principle. The passion with which he had on this has actually come down.
Really?
Yes.
I think so.
Why he was speaking in opposition. To the extent that he asked a question in Parliament, I refer to that. Today, look at the way he's speaking. It's a matter procedural.
Today he's speaker, and the right thing must be done rightly.
Look, he was doing politics the last time. Forget it.
The right thing must be done rightly.
He party to win power. That was all Speaker of Parliament was doing the last time.
He used to say today, at the time was against his position.
Exactly.
That's his problem. And what he's saying today, you understand, is actually in line. But you see, when somebody is hitting at you, you see the blow to be that hard, that painful.
Anyway,
and they will hit where it hurts most.
We should actually be up and doing. If you want to pass it, let's pass it. If you don't need such a law, let us not have the law. But we cannot be playing political football with Ghanaians. Ghanaians are watching both MPP and NDC. This is a matter we should face head on. And let me address this. There's this matter about minority leader Afenyo Markin, that he has posted something on his...
he's denied that.
It turns out to be fake.
Yeah, he's denied it.
I have done my checks. It turns out to be fake. Let us be fair to him. That he said that how can LGBTQ, passage of LGBTQ protect society? I don't know. That's not true. You see, these days of people sitting down and doing misinformation and disinformation and then using the social media to do things, look, we should also be guided, as it were. I think our politics...
That's why they are arresting them.
Better. Their policy deserve. Well, it's true, but
that's why they are arresting them, and you are not happy. Anyway, let me take a few quick messages. And this one says, "Good morning. I am Eben from Kwabenya. Honorable Majority Leader Yariga has said it right, and I agree with him perfectly that there's nothing to reconsider about the bill. Also, with the kind of minority we have in Parliament, you need to build consensus with them because they are pull me down people." Oh. It's obvious that the majority mishandled the so-called anti-LGBTQ bill law. A law I've always considered one of the most unnecessary ever debated in our dispensation. Ironically, the current party in government weaponized it against the then ruling government, and it actually helped them win power. But what real problem is this particular law meant to solve for us as a nation? That's what I'm coming to. For what I know, new laws are formulated to address specific challenges as a nation faces with the numerous problems we have in Ghana. Which of them is this law supposed to solve? The deceit in politics must stop. This is Aminu from Nsawam sending that in. This one says, good morning. Engineer forgot to mention that the retention sites should be protected 24/7. The 24-hour economy can even start from there. We have so many macho men looking for jobs. These guys can be deployed to protect these sites. This is Evans sending that one in. Yeah. All right. So this matter of the law, we've had a conversation around the politics of it, but we've left out the substance. And for me, my issue is, what problem is this coming to solve? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Constitution provides for unnatural carnal knowledge.
Not the Constitution. We have
the Act.
It is a criminal
offense act. Right. So,
Section 104.
What exactly are we seeking to solve with this anti-LGBTQ plus bill? Is it the promotion, the advocacy, the campaigning, the funding? And if so, these amendments that have been made, especially on academic, because we've seen some of our textbooks already with some suggestive LGBT traits in there. So, Honorable, let me start with you. What exactly are we seeking to solve?
This is more elaborate. For instance, we like Kamal didn't write it, pointed out the section 104 of Act 29, Criminal Offences Act, 1960. It just says unnatural carnal knowledge. You understand? Now, this is what happens when these two people, or if you like 3 people, or these people are in their bedroom doing whatever they are doing. Now they come out, and they are displaying that thing in public. Man and man kissing each other. That is not a natural carnal knowledge. So what criminalizes that? Because that provision does not talk about exhibiting that in public.
Okay.
And you want to control that, because that is where the problem starts from. Now people see that, oh, there's no problem with a man kissing another man in public. There's no problem with a woman. There's no law against it. Yeah. So this law takes it beyond what
is done in the bedroom.
Is already there in our laws, and makes it even more elaborate. You understand? And there's no law today which talks about the promotion. You understand? So I'm not engaged in unnatural carnal knowledge with anybody, but I sit here and talk about the benefits of having same-sex relationship. I extol that relationship. I am promoting it. You understand? You can't take me on because I have not had any unnatural carnal knowledge with anybody. So this law will prevent you and prescribe punishment for you. So what we have in our law is just like 1% of what is there to control it as a society. Because see, society. And even we have had challenges. Who reports the two people? They are in their room doing that. Is it one of them who come and report? Because both will be guilty of that offense. And before that thing is happening, they are so secluded.
Yeah.
They are in such a secret place that it will be difficult for anybody to even catch them doing that thing.
You most likely get a report when it's sodomy.
Exactly.
Yeah. But for 2 adults in their room,
it becomes difficult.
I don't think they'll come and report each other.
So you have to widen the law to be able to look at all the nuances of it and prevent it in whatever shape and form. You understand? So the law is very necessary. So it is to make sure that we don't even create a room to entertain anything around that thing. Anything that seeks to promote it, anything that seeks to eulogize it, to extol it. You understand? And let the people know that this is the punishment that awaits them should they engage in such a thing. You understand? And so these are some of the things that would come in to help in making it even more punitive, in making it even more a crime than it is at the moment. So the law is very necessary.
Right. So then it buttresses the concerns raised by the minority now, especially with the amendments in 9(6), the publication of academic materials. Where do we draw the line? Where are the limitations? When we say it exempts academics, is it scholarly articles? And what would be the parameters for saying?
No, those things would definitely be defined. You know, in every act, we have definition section. You understand? So everything that is there that is not clear on the face of it has to be defined clearly so that you know the boundaries in the definition section. And you see, for academic knowledge, we should make room for such things in our society, because even academic knowledge can help us understand even how more dangerous the thing is. If you allow people to research and publish their findings, they can even let us know beyond what we normally see as the repercussion, like the sicknesses Kamadi spoke about. Those are glaring things. But for all you know, even the genetic makeup, or if you like, the species that these people have, their generation can be impacted beyond them as individuals. So academic study can help us even go beyond what is obvious. And if you want to curtail that, then you may be throwing away the baby with the bathwater. You understand? And so to make room for some of these, and for instance, the journalist reporting on it, we all understand that sometimes bringing these things out in public is the best way to get it, have the necessary attention it deserves. The journalist talks about it, how people are seen with this. And depending on how you look at his reportage, you can say he's promoting it. You understand? So if it is defined, the boundaries are defined, and he knows that he's supposed to report it this way or that way, and he remains within the boundaries, let's not punish him because he's talking about it. Otherwise, if you don't define the boundaries, you are leaving it at large. And it can even be a room for witch hunting, especially in our current political dispensation. Now we are told we are using the laws to witch hunt people on free speech issues. Another person sees what he says to be faultless. Then the other side also sees it to be faulty, depending on where you belong to in the political divide. So you don't leave it to the party in power, because prosecutions are always based on which party is in power and who is saying what. The things we are like, they have always accused us that the things we are hunting their people for today, worst things are being said by our own people, which is true though. No, I'm just taking it. It is like that every time. When we're also in opposition, we're telling them that the things they were telling us, they were arresting people and harassing people and even imprisoning people for. Worst things like that were being said by other people in their own party, but that was not a crime because they had the prosecutorial power. So let's not leave things to who calls the shot to decide what happens. Let's define the boundaries. And so if you're adding clarity to the law, just to in future prevent some of these excesses, to me, I don't see it as a problem.
Right. Engineer, instead of weaponizing this matter and doing that, you have diluted it and you failed to sign it, where should the conversation be tilted towards if we agree that there's a problem that needs to be solved?
Yes, so as a society, like I rightly agree with the MP, we need certain guidance. And every society makes laws based on what is socially acceptable within that society. So if the Ghanaian populace feels that, look, this practice is not socially acceptable, it is in the purview of the lawmakers and the executive and everybody else to make a law to guide people. Because in as much as we are Ghanaians, there are other people who come here and think certain things are acceptable for them and they want to practice it. Even here in Ghana, there are people who are born with such traits. I mean, we've lived with them throughout, but we have not socially accepted it because there are those people who, we've seen them in schools. But the problem that is coming up, which I guess the law wants to address, is this something that should be promoted as an alternative lifestyle? Which is a no-no. And the Ghanaian public says, no, this is not right. It should not be promoted as an alternative lifestyle, because that's clearly what people are seeking. Again, the health implications are known. The health implications are known. So why do we want to promote such a thing when we already have a lot of issues to deal with in terms of our health delivery, and we want to add this as another? So clearly, I think that it is something that is needed, and I think that the focus must be on the benefits to the society in making such a law, rather than seeking to say. So we should look at the law and say, what are the issues that we should discuss that will benefit the society? How do we improve the law to benefit society, rather than playing the politics that we are seeing between the two parties? So what are the health issues? Let's look. These are the negative health issues. And we, as a country, we cannot put that on our national health insurance. We don't think it is right to put such a thing there. So again, we say, look, but when people are unfortunate, we can look at it and say, when the unfortunate ones happen, how do we even manage it? You understand? Because clearly, like I said, we are living with some of these people. That historically, we are living with them. So how do we criminalize them? No, I don't think we should criminalize them. So in other jurisdictions, the promotion receives more severe punishment than the act.
Right.
In other jurisdictions, those who seek to promote it as an alternative lifestyle receive more punishment than those
who are engaged
in the act. Because unfortunately, some of our own may have some natural tendencies that may not be right. But you criminalize that. So that is where we should be looking at the law itself and say, what are we actually criminalizing? Where should the focus for punishment be? You understand? So that we don't dehumanize those who may have, unfortunately, be... Because look, there are people who have conditions that we try to manage. Do you understand? So we shouldn't criminalize the person's condition. But we should be looking at how to manage that person. But anyone who comes out because they have reached their apex in life and want to explore other things and think that it should be promoted as an alternative lifestyle, those are the people we should legislate to ensure that they are not tolerated within the society. But for people who are unfortunate to have such conditions, we should see how we manage them and relate to them rather than criminalize them.
Right. Elijah, I see you nodding a lot, but we both agree that the true measure of any legislation is not whether merely Parliament passes it, but whether it effectively addresses the problem it is designed to solve.
First of all, what is LGBTQ+++++? First of all,
there's some QAP somewhere.
And it's the dangerous part is that there's even a plus and another plus, which you don't know and I don't know. So the scope
it's only the future that knows.
So the scope of the law itself is coming to attack a matter that has not got even a limited scope. It has a wider scope. And you asked whether or not we don't even have laws sitting there in our books already to deal with that matter. And the answer is no, we don't have laws. Why? If you cited Section 104 of the Criminal Offences Act, Act 29, okay, to mean unnatural carnal knowledge. We all know what carnal is. And we all know what unnatural is. And we all know what knowledge is. The elements will be clear. Okay? But like I said, we are having a law to deal with LGBTQ plus. We don't even know the scope. So it is important or imperative for us to also broaden the scope of the law. In this case, the Family Values Bill, which has been passed by Parliament. Because I stand by it has been passed. That's my point.
You still stand by it?
I stand by it. The point only I want is that, yes, concerns have been raised by the minority. Are we trying to limit the scope of the law to deal with something that has no scope? We should look at it properly. The plus could be something. I hear there's some queer. I don't even know what queer is.
That's the Q.
The Q. I don't know what queer is. I hear there's supposed to be gay, which is the G.
The G.
Okay? There's supposed to be lesbian, which is the L. The T, transgender, and then the bisexual, and then there's a plus. They're still thinking of what to
AP. I'm not
so
sure
they're
what
going,
it is.
they're moving, they're spreading like virus. And then you are trying to make a law, and then you say, "Oh, I have a law already, and natural canal knowledge." That ends there. So for me, I side with countries that have come out to say that look, our customs, our values, our cultures do not agree with this. If you agree with it, that's your jurisdiction. Do what you want to do within your jurisdiction. But our laws, don't try to make it international. Okay? We should also have a broader law that would deal with the promotion, like the engineer rightly said, and MP also said it. Okay?
Yeah.
So when they bring in the academia, if you think I am an academia, recently we have academia who are writing all manner of articles trying to support some of these things. And the argument is that, the suspicion is that some people are giving money. It's a strategy to get some academia to say that, oh, you are free, so you can write and promote. And then somebody who reads some of these things is actually motivated.
Yeah.
Then the person now goes into the shoes of where engineer said. Engineer said that, oh, maybe somebody's tendencies has gotten him into it. We don't have to criminalize it. It is as a result of someone instigating him through his writings. When a journalist sits on TV and want to say that, oh, it's not a problem, you can do this and do that and do that, you know how far it travels? Someone is watching. The person is lonely, watching, and want to try. And the journalist says there's no problem, he goes to do it. So who knows that journalist? My point is that, back to my point I made earlier on, nobody on earth knows the value of human rights than the one who created us. And the one who created us said, this is disgusting, this is dirty, this should not be done. I destroyed a whole city because of this and take a cue from it. And we are sitting here, small things like us, saying that, oh, human rights. Why is it human rights? Let me ask you, do you know murder is a crime in our laws?
Yeah.
But do you know the court can order for somebody to be killed? Is that right? So the point I'm trying to make is that there are supposed to be laws which gives the power to the court to say that if somebody does this, the person ought to be punished. On that case, there cannot be human face. You don't go killing and say they shouldn't kill you. They will kill you.
Yeah.
So if you know LGBTQ is going to destroy society, there should be a firm law to let them understand that this is a law. When you do this, this will happen to you. Our people should face this head on. And stop this semantics of human rights, fundamental law. Doctors can now talk of people, treat them away from this nonsense. For me, I am saying that our scope must be broadened, and we must be firm on it, and then move on as a people. Otherwise, we will not achieve this. And I say, just as Son George did it last time, I will continue to do this. And we all have to continue until we attain the proper family values as a society and grow as a people. Right. And let me tell the politicians, including myself, MPP and NDC, we beg you, let us inwardly look at how we can better our lot in terms of our economy. It's about time we did that. You cannot have gold and you want to give it to foreigners to come, and the foreigners will determine to you. You cannot have oil, you give it to foreigners, they come to determine to you. Work out. Make sure you are self-sufficient. Then your laws and your culture, your custom will also be better for you. Otherwise, we'll continue begging in our greed, in our corrupt way of living, and then our society would actually be damaging.
Very well. Kojo from Doma is saying that Kamal is talking as if he's forgotten his president Nanado refused to sign the same bill. He's making noise over. I didn't see Kamal so boisterous when the bill was first passed.
Come and fight this
thing. Master Planner Junior, a policy analyst in Kintampo, says President Nanado has been vindicated on this issue of not signing the old LGBTQ plus bill in 2024. The hypocrisy of the NDC has been exposed. Why are they today removing some clauses in the old bill they wanted President Akufo-Addo to sign? Today you have the majority in parliament and you have changed it to make it easier for President Mahama to sign. It clearly shows that you don't have this country at heart. You always take Ghanaians for granted as if we are not smart. We are watching you closely. Just give time some time. This one says, good morning, Nana, and your panel. Flooding has become sporadic in this country. It can't be completely taken away, but it can be reduced to the barest minimum if institutions work effectively. Keep your messages coming in. We'll do our best to read them on the show. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel One Television. We pause for a quick break. When we come back, we'll move on to other matters. Stay with us.
Every day, we make choices. Some big, some small.
What would you be doing today?
I want this.
Or every day, we make choices, and sometimes choices that shape our hearts.
Hi.
Whether it's a long-term or short-term decision, the Lydia Ranger gives you the power to truly decide. With Lydia, you truly decide.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
This is the old way. Let me show you a new and a better way. EduPack. EduPack? Yes, EduPack. A GS-approved and supported initiative for all first-year students going to SHS by Prospectus Ghana Limited. Now you don't need to go to the market. All your trunks, mattresses, pillows, including plastic chalkboards, are all waiting for your child at the school. Note, all our wooden chalkboards are being changed to plastic ones to avoid bedbugs.
You can also register by dialing *713*821# following the prompts, or you can visit www.edupackgh.com and tap register. You can also register at any ADB branch near you at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by GES.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel One Television. We're having the news review segment. Send us your thoughts, your comments, and contributions. We've just had a conversation on the passage or otherwise of the anti-LGBTQ plus bill. We're moving on to xenophobia and where we are as a people. The president says Ghana-South Africa relations remain intact. We're expecting a second batch of Ghanaian evacuees from South Africa, I think 7th June, this weekend. And we hope that they do arrive safely. But this conversation, I'll start with Engineer. What are we doing to ourselves as a continent, as a people, if we engage in some of these things? Is the history of South Africa lost on them? And especially at a time where we're preaching a borderless Africa, AFCFTA and all that. How do we navigate this rough patch that we found ourselves in?
The African Unity Project is a tough one. And you need leaders across to understand the situation that confronts Africa and to put away their personal rivalries and trying to protect turf and look at the interest of the continent as a whole. Unfortunately, this has been a challenge since Kwame Nkrumah and the others and his team left the scene. Because people have always seen it, we have always seen the issue of independence and gaining independence as a process of simply replacing the colonial authorities, and then we now impose ourselves. Rather than looking at it and say, this is a project where we can now ensure that the wealth of our nations benefits the people. So the politicians we see today all across Africa largely represent themselves and their families.
Right.
They don't represent the people. And that is the business that is being championed. And it is no different in South Africa, especially in recent times with Cyril Ramaphosa. Clearly, he is not representing the people who have come out of apartheid. Look, if you look at what's happened in South Africa since 1994, is it?
94.
Unemployment has increased from 23% to over 34% now. That is where South Africa is today. If you compare that number to Ghana, for instance, Ghana has hovered between 6 and 3% thereabout. But if you look at that in comparison to South Africa, it's a big problem in South Africa. So the people having post-apartheid are now asking themselves, where are the jobs? Where are the jobs that we hoped we would get to improve our lives? They are not getting the jobs. They see people like Cyril Ramaphosa continuing to make money. So South Africa came out with a program of black empowerment.
Yeah.
Who has been empowered? How many blacks in South Africa have been empowered? Only a few elite. So these are the things that are confronting the people. Now the politicians, in an attempt to divert attention from themselves, are sponsoring people to say foreigners are the cause of your problems. Foreigners are the cause of your problems. So even the people in the SADC region who were involved and heavily burdened with the issue of the struggle against apartheid are now seen as the cause of South Africa's problem. Mozambique, Zimbabwe, people who struggle with you, where a lot of South Africans had to run to. The struggle, the people who were involved in it had to go and take residence. Now you see them as your enemies.
ANC fighters.
Exactly. Now you see them as your enemies, which is completely unacceptable. So I think that we need to look at this issue not as the people of South Africa being against their own, but the politics that we practice beginning to consume all of us. The politics that our leaders in Africa continue to practice is beginning to consume the people itself. So the people, look, the kind of demonstration and the resources at the disposal of these people in terms of logistics to move around is being sponsored by somebody. It's clearly being sponsored. Now we have other people within South Africa who are speaking against this. I mean, Thabo Mbeki has spoken clearly against it. Malema has spoken against it. But their own inactions, because somebody say, they should also organize demonstrations. But the situation is so volatile that if you don't take care and you go and confront, it may lead to something worse. So, you see, people should not be sentimental. We should give South Africans a chance to look at themselves, and those speaking against it, let us encourage them. And Ghanaians should not also get emotional. We should be minded, because we also have a history of repatriating people from Ghana. Let us not forget.
True.
We have a history of repatriating people from Ghana. So we need not get too emotional about this issue. We should look at it as an African problem and begin to ask ourselves, how do we help to resolve this matter? So I like the position taken by the president where he says, look, we still have strong diplomatic relations with the people of South Africa and we will maintain it. I think it is an important statement and we must accept it as that. So the recent calls that have gone emotional about let us not renew the license for gold fields and issues, for me, are emotive. Look, if we want to grow Ghanaian mining giants, we have the lithium, which has not yet been. Let people go and invest and see how difficult it is to invest in the mining industry. And let us not go where people have developed the thing for us, because we were running the state gold mines. We were owning it. We were operating it, and then we collapsed it. And then we call for investors. They've come in. Now we want to sound antagonistic towards investors. I don't think that is good spirit. Or typically simply because, this is happening in South Africa, let's not renew the lease. I don't think it's a good statement to be coming from senior officials.
Beyond that.
It goes beyond that. So we need to look at the issue dispassionately and see how do we promote African unity. In that sense as well, Ghana must also be consistent in its approach. We sit here, our brothers in the Sahel have sacked the French. because of the way the French have governed and mismanaged them over the years and siphoned all their resources. And yet, at the time when we are sitting in AU promoting Pan-African and repatriation, we sit here in Ghana and sign deals, security arrangements with France. What is France seeking security arrangements for here in Ghana? They want to be spying on our brothers in Sahel. And we are doing that here. And I think that Ghana needs to be consistent with this approach to the Pan-Africanist agenda. You can't be signing security arrangements with French, the French here, to be spying, to aid them to spy on our brothers in the Sahel.
But is that what the arrangement says?
But that is what the arrangement. Look, what security? They say, it's against what insurgents and all those things. The French were governing our brothers in the Sahel while the insurgents were going on. Were they not there?
Yeah.
Were they able to stop it?
No.
Now they come to Ghana and say, let's sign arrangements, security arrangements to prevent. I mean, let's be mindful. Look at what's happening even in Kenya now, where America wants to go and site an Ebola hospital there and issues. I mean, African leaders need to begin to look at their people.
We are serious.
We need to get serious. You understand? So for me, the unemployment situation in South Africa is what is driving this thing.
Right.
And they are making it look as if it is foreigners who are the cause of it. But clearly, this is not proper. But we need to help manage the situation. And I think that the South African leaders who are coming out, we should help assess them.
Right. I like how engineer put it, or where he's coming from. But we also need to deal. Well, one thing we also need to deal with head on is the fact that people use this as a political tool. If you've studied the trend, it's almost very entrenched during the political season in South Africa when they are going into elections.
That's where I wanted to come to. You see, from '94. We've had these acts of xenophobic, tendencies or events. Now we are getting it again. It's been done severally. But the point is, the politics of South Africa must properly be looked at again. We are told that some ministers, even within this government, that's the government of South Africa, are behind the actions of some of these citizens who claim to be fighting their foreign national or the foreign nationals. Some ministers within the government, we're told, are sponsoring. The last time I had a program on a big issues program here, there was a gentleman who lived in South Africa, narrating to us a story and telling us how it is alleged that even their own ministers were sponsoring some of these young people.
Well, we've seen the videos of the so-called leader, the Zuma lady, addressing the press and has a police commissioner sitting behind
So
him.
the point now we have, absolutely. So the point now is that it is more a domestic political tendency than it appears now to be like fighting foreigners.
True.
They we don't have jobs. The youth are suffering. We don't have this. Okay, if they try to talk about it, we are running a democracy. There's nothing to do about it. I think they want to start, it's a strategy. They want to start with this, create an uprising, then it will then now go into fighting the government of the day. After the foreigners are out, I won't be surprised to hear that there's a revolt by the youth in South Africa against their government for jobs. Watch it. So it is a strategy that some political actors will use you, and when they get to power now struggle, they use the same people and say, okay, the people are out because our government are not providing jobs to us, let's fight our government. And if you are not careful, there will be a big revolution in South Africa. Let's watch it. But see, that said, has the Foreign Affairs Minister of Ghana visited South Africa since this thing happened? I don't know. I want to know. Or merely sitting here and writing to the High Commissioner to write to them.
But he has a commissioner who is representing.
I'm asking, has he visited?
I suspect he has.
You see, under diplomacy.
Yes, I think he has.
Has he visited on this? No, I have not heard it.
No, I think he has. We can
check
it.
Check it before even maybe MP say
we can check it.
But I have not. The foreign minister has not visited. The president of Ghana hasn't visited. The vice president of Ghana hasn't visited. And you know why I am insisting on this visit? Citizens of Ghana, we are told just yesterday that the High Commissioner in South Africa have even tentatively stopped the registration of Ghanaians.
Yeah, we have sent us over 5,000.
So it tells you the number of Ghanaians who are there. That so far they have done over 1,500. And that they say they should stop even the registration. The numbers are overwhelming, we are told. And if you have your citizens close to 2,000, 3,000 in a particular jurisdiction where there's danger looming, death looming, we don't know who will come and save Ghana. At least go under the diplomatic cover and visit their country. Let the South Africans know how serious it is that you have taken this matter. President should call for one-day visit and meet with Ramaphosa. He will have all the protection. And then they will talk about it head-on. I have my citizens here, I hear this, I am ready to evacuate them, and I want to do this. But I don't want your people to attack any Ghanaian. Let us feel that. But when you sit here and merely, I've called South African embassy, I have called the embassy.
I think he's been there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think he's been there.
I will still say, but until you cite a story that tells
I think he's been
visited
there.
on this. No, I have not seen it, but I can tell you it's not done. But you see, don't sit here and say, I know High Commissioner can do it. I have worked in the diplomatic circles before, and I know that sometimes they will tell you go and do X, Y, Z. They'll send you, but you see, you put more weight when the top echelon of politics, the president or the vice president, or the foreign affairs minister visits and insists that this XYZ blueprint is what I'm bringing. And let's see how we can solve it. We cannot say you don't do this, but then we want the safety of our people. Passage, nicely. I want to see this thing happen. Merely talking in the media, and it's xenophobic. They say we shouldn't call it xenophobic. And they tell them, the PR is too much. Our people are dying. When you are evacuating, don't do too much PR. As it stands now, I'm sure it's because of money. That is why High Commission says they've even stopped registering people. It's not easy. I'm telling you. I'm sure it's money because these are things that we've not budgeted for it. There are contingencies. We never knew it would come. So sometimes there's a challenge. But foreign affairs will not come and tell you we have this challenge. They will only give a circular out there that High Commissioner, stop registering. We were budgeting for 900 or 800 people. Now where the numbers are going, if you are not careful, we'll be in trouble. Let's see how we can go. I'm sure that's what happened, but you can't say this out. But let's take it a notch higher. And let South Africans see that we are indeed serious about it. Finally, yes, in as much as it's about their politics and all that, but the African Union has disappointed me. Completely. And has disappointed many in Africa. African Union. The Pan-African Parliament has also disappointed us. Why do we have regional bodies?
Maybe they are in Ghana.
Yes. Pan-African Parliament, they are having
also
a program.
human rights and family values thing.
Oh, this is human rights. What is human rights more than this? So we are here. And the point is a Pan-African Parliament. We are here, AU. I have yet to cite a statement from them. Condemning some of this. Look, this xenophobic, it has not happened just today. It has been happening. So why can't you call for an emergency meeting to address it as Africans? Mozambique, I heard there's a story. I don't know how true it is. Mozambique were stopping trucks from South Africa coming into their country. I saw some pictures of that. Okay? Botswana seemed to have problems. We were not going to supply light to some part of South Africa. This is an African problem. And AU is quiet. We are supposed to live with brothers.
Was in South Africa 22nd May 2026.
Perfect. That's good. Yeah. That's a good one. You see, this is an African problem. And we are not tackling it as an African problem. Namibia is having problems with South Africa because of this. Seemingly. Other countries, even with I'm talking about their neighbors. And they're all members of AU, Ghana, Nigeria, wherever. Look, if we have done it before, like engineer said, those were in the past. We have learned our lessons. So why do you have a regional body sitting quiet and then things are happening like this? So I think that we cannot reduce this fight, or leave this fight for only social media, I don't know how to call them, those social media advocates. Okay? The likes of, here's some Jacinta, some who, and then Kevin Taylor to come and give to who, and then Afua Schwarzenegger will also come and give to who. We've left it for, that is where we have reduced this fight to. A serious fight like that. We have left it for social media advocates or whoever. or influencers, I should call them. Then we've left it for them. I think that this demands a serious problem. Complex problems needs complex solutions.
Very.
So on this xenophobic matter, even though it is internal, they have no jobs, it's reality. But of course, we should also try to say that our approach must be up a bit again. Finally, back to what we did in LGBTQ. Inwardly, back home, what are we doing not to encourage our people to travel out? What are we doing? We come with all lofty ideas, 24-hour economy, and there's going to be one job and 3 shifts. And everybody will talk about it. And today we sit here, even the people who made the advocacy. The same people were double jobs. The people who stood on platforms and said, when you come, 1 job, 3 people, those people even don't have jobs. You understand? And then it means that if the young one has no job, that young man gets some $1,000 somewhere and he's told that in South Africa or in some other jurisdiction, I can go and make $700 a month. You encourage the person to travel with his $1,000. He goes there immediately. So we should create an atmosphere around home that will not actually encourage our people, okay, to even have that appetite to travel. We should have that. I think we have not done this and stopped this, phantom policies that we come to announce and 24-hour economy.
They've passed the bill into law that has established an authority. So we'll begin to see.
Even the young man refused to attend the ceremony in his
he refused.
Because they know how it is.
What are you talking about?
I don't think
the market, 24-hour market. The young man.
We didn't invite him.
You didn't invite him?
We didn't invite him.
A whole lot of overlord did not
even come to witness it. Did we have to invite him?
The flagship policy that is put in place like that.
Let me come to you. We know that South Africa since '94 has been struggling to find its identity and all. But from where I sit, I see this as a gun pointing home.
Okay.
If the last foreign shop is looted, if the last foreigner is sacked out of South Africa, where do they turn the crime towards?
They'll fight their government.
Well, that's their local problem. That's their problem.
So we should be
They have told us all to be concerned about our problems. They have just woken us up.
It reminds me of youth yourself.
Because you see, if you look at the sacrifices that other African countries have made in getting South Africa where they are today. I sat here the last time and I said, many people don't know, but do you know that from 1976 to somewhere around 85, Nigerians were paying what we call Mandela tax. Mandela levy. 2% of their monthly salary
to help them
was being paid to the Southern African Relief Fund to fund ANC.
The SAF.
Nigeria used to give them $5 million every month. You understand? Nigeria used to chair the anti-apartheid committee of the UN. They chaired it for 30 years. And because of apartheid, which has nothing to do with Nigeria, Nigeria boycotted the 1976 Olympic Games and boycotted the 1979 Commonwealth Games, all in solidarity
with South Africa.
Zimbabwe gained independence in 1980 and refused to sack the whites from their farms and lands, because they felt that if they should do that immediately, South Africa would not be given their independence. The white will resist it because they will see that, hey, if we also give them political independence, they'll come after the lands. So Mozambique strategically delayed their taking back of the lands.
Zimbabwe.
Mugabe. And delayed it till 2000. They did that in 2000. After South Africa gained their independence. As for Angola, Botswana, and they experienced economic destabilization because of the military training camps they had for South Africa.
But we're training their fighters here.
Yes, we had the basis for them, and we gave their fighters free visa, free entry,
and passports,
and we provided education, high-level education for their people. And so I don't know whether history is no more taught in South Africa or what. You understand? But you see, as for me, like the earlier speakers already said, this is more political. Because if you look at even where this started, it started from the KZN, KwaZulu-Natal. which is the base of Zuma. And Zuma is a loggerhead with this government. And Zuma controls KwaZulu-Natal. And KwaZulu-Natal is the commercial hub of South Africa, just like Tema. So that is where the harbor is, the main harbor is. So, and elections are coming. The last time we had it was in 2019, which was also closer to the election. So they do it when they are about to do elections.
It's cyclical.
You understand? So you little wonder the government is not doing anything about it. And if you listen to Malema, you can comfortably conclude that the government is complicit. Because you are given the power to bring some of these things under control. If I am lamenting here, if Kamadi is lamenting, if engineer is lamenting here, we are lamenting because we don't have the control, we don't have the power. If Ablakwa is lamenting here, we cannot do much. That's all we can do. You have the powers that be. And if they don't take their time, this thing, especially the June 3rd march that they are planning, they are planning a mega one on June 30th. June 30th. That one, if they don't take their time, some of these things can degenerate into serious things that go beyond their control. And so it's about, they even take, already South Africa has the highest level of gun crime. Robbing on those things are rife in South Africa. In fact, it is estimated that 27 people are killed each day in South Africa.
I think it's risen. I think it's around 75 also.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, it's around 75.
In South Africa, people shoot you and rob you as of right. When they rob, especially when you are a foreigner. But the last time I was there, someone took us to one of the malls. And when we were coming out of the malls, the person came to us and said, wait. And then we paused. He said, please. And you know, Ghana here, we hold our phones like this. South Africa, you dare not be holding your phone and be walking on the street. The person came back and told us, hey, wait, please put your phones in your pocket. Now we are going out of the mall. When you are out there and you try to show off like your phones like this, the funny aspect, somebody would drive the latest Benz.
You are lucky because these expensive phones you are using.
Exactly. So we have to see what come out easy. The funniest aspect is that
so expensive.
The funniest aspect is that someone will drive the latest Benz, come pass you small, park and rob you, and then drive away.
Wow.
The criminals, you see them and you will not believe that these are criminals, and they do it as of right. When you are, then they are even taken to the police station. They ask the police, so you are arresting us because of this person. And they say they want to feel that they have been wrong, cheated. So they have every right to use this criminal means to get back
identity crisis.
What has been taken away from them. But if you have been long cheated, isn't it what we have all fought as blacks? You understand? But you see, Kamal didn't landed on a very bad note. Ablakwa,
I asked a simple
foreign
question:
affairs minister. If you want to give credit where it is due, the way we have handled the situation as Ghana has been incomparable. Has been excellent compared with other African countries.
It's actually shaking them.
Exactly. And you would hear South African leadership even blaming Ghana for trying to paint a picture that South Africa is xenophobic, that we have gone too far in evacuating our people. No African country has done that so far. So I think, you see, if you can't applaud somebody, then don't blame him. Especially when you know the person is doing well. He is the same person who has petitioned to the AU to take this matter. You remember, you see, I don't think
petitioned the AU, right?
Yes, he petitioned the AU. And South Africa is not happy about that petition. So these two acts, evacuation and petitioning AU, South Africa is not taking it easy. And they're not happy with Ghana for that. And if you ask anybody, we are all happy because this is the right way to go. And funny enough, we are all talking about AFTA, Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement. And do you know that South Africa is chairing AFTA? The chair of AFTA, who is supposed to promote free trade, is a South African.
South Africa.
So now what is this? So how do you promote free trade, free movement, and free everything in Africa when you are even sacking your fellow blacks to go away? And you are not even seeing your problem. You see, the problem is that there is a wide gap.
The divide is so
between the whites and the blacks. The whites control the commanding height of the, which is why EFF is there. Mandela's party. They are saying that it is not enough to have political freedom. Give us economic freedom. You understand? So
Malema's party.
That's Malema. I said who?
Mandela.
No, Malema.
Julius Malema.
So not until South Africans begin to realize that
political freedom is not enough. They need economic freedom.
Yeah.
Because if you go to South Africa, and the fun aspect of it is that the blacks don't even like schooling. They don't like education.
They don't like it.
Look, the moment they start, they want to get into these jobs, cleaners. This, if you go, they are the people who do all those foolish jobs that you can think of. Even now, when they are demonstrating, I've seen them go, the leadership going to filling stations to be asking the fuel attendants that which nationality are you? Are you when the person is a South African, then they are happy.
Yeah.
So you are happy that your citizens who are supposed to be who are supposed to be in charge of the commanding heights of the economy are just doing those menial jobs.
Yeah.
And the CEO of that feeling that market oil market company, now I don't consider who he is a foreigner. You understand? So
anyways,
it's a dilemma we find ourselves.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Alaji. Thank you, Engineer. We'll have to leave it here. This has been the news review segment on Breakfast Daily. I am Nanatufu Abuate.
Mention 2 proverbs and give me their meaning in English.
Express yourself. Express yourself.
John 3:16.
I was like, how?
I am my father.
Hey. Edian.
That's a proverb. No. For trees, the proverb for tree inside. Mention 2 proverbs and give me their meaning in English.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 1.
Okay.
A wicked flew where no one pushes, but the righteous are bold like a lion.
Ushamia from the prison preacher.
Amen. It's all. It's all.
Mention 2 proverbs and tell me the meaning in English.
Hey, fine girl, say what born there, say you.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 ChannelOne community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years, you're among, people who are...
My name is Daisy Mina Entry, 32.
Someone is from Western Lot, Sefi Adofwa.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 ChannelOne community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The ChannelOne community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on ChannelOne TV.
I'm sure in the following of political discourse, you've heard about bottom-up and up-bottom approach. There's this idea that for our country to develop, development has to start from the bottom up. Now, that is what we are going to talk about today, to see how come our development is not coming from the bottom up. From my village in the Shai Osudoku district, if I were from Asuchari and I needed some specific services, I would have to come to Accra. But again, that's in Greater Accra region, so it's all right. But imagine if you lived in Tumu or you lived in Chuchilga in the Upper East region, and you need some access where or service where you have to come all the way to Accra. We try to prevent that by decentralizing our country into local assembly areas or local authorities. That notwithstanding, we still have a challenge. So the government apparently set up an interministerial committee that's supposed to ensure that our decentralization agenda works. And I'm surprised to hear that that agenda is more than 15 years old, and yet we still have challenges with a transformer being taken from ECG headquarters in Accra and sent to a very small village somewhere in the Bole district of the Savannah region. So today on Face to Face, we're going to have a conversation with a man whose duty it is to ensure that our decentralization agenda works. I am Umaru Sandamadu, and this is Face to Face. Yeah, welcome back. My guest on Face to Face today is the Executive Secretary of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, a very long title, but it operates under the presidency. The man in charge there is Gameli Hweduofia. Hweduofia.
Yes.
What does it mean?
It takes wealth to be a chief.
Hweduafia.
Hwedua. You know Hochi? If you say Hochito, means a wealthy person.
Yes.
So not just money, but wealth.
So you need money to, or you need wealth to be a chief.
Yes. So to be a chief or a king, I mean, requires a lot.
That's a powerful name.
That's what it means.
And Gameli means time day.
Yes. And Kerubi means small chief.
I also have Kerubi, but Kerubi is a Gonja.
Kerubi is Gonja, yes.
So you are small Gonja, small ever.
Exactly, yes.
Complex human being.
I'm the quintessential Ghanaian.
No, you are full one, Charlie. You are full one, and it's a very powerful name. Gameli, the proper name. My father's master, Olaku Gameli. That's his name.
Time for everything.
Gameli. So if you come to Australia Junction, you look for Gameli Junction.
I see.
They bring you to my father's house.
I will come there and take a picture.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm very well.
Are you grey by age or grey by wisdom? Because you're overly grey.
I know. I'm very young. So
so you are young. So you've always been. Then it means you are grey by wisdom.
I guess.
Not by age.
I guess.
You must be a very wise man. You have to be careful.
We have to see.
I'll test you. I'll test your wisdom today.
Have to test my wisdom today.
How long have you been with IM? So is it IMCC or ICMM? What's the short form?
So it's the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization. It's the only IMCC that's in law. So it's IMCC.
But what, the D at the end, you don't put in the
decentralization.
Yeah,
so in the law, we have said that when we say IMCC, we mean the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization.
So the acronym has been given presence in the law.
It has.
And they removed the D.
Yes.
But that's a problem. That's the beginning of your problem. Where you are working on decentralization, yet decentralization is not in your name.
No, it is. So when you look at the law, the law says that there shall be established an interministerial coordinating committee on decentralization that will be responsible for intersectoral policy coordination, right? And so there is that. So the IMCC, this IMCC is the only mechanism in Ghana for that intersectoral policy formulation on decentralization and for the decentralized local government system. So not only at the top, but also what pertains at the local level.
You are a creation of law.
Yes.
So you have an act establishing you.
The Local Governance Act 936 of 2016, you know, if you look at section 204 onwards, the IMCC finds expression.
Oh, so you're a creation under the Local Government Act. You don't have your own independent act.
No.
And it says what? So what's your mandate in terms of legal mandate?
Our mandate is to do intersectoral policy coordination formulation on decentralization. So what we do, we reform, we coordinate, we advocate, we facilitate, and we monitor implementation.
And you are under the presidency?
Yes.
So are you above the Minister for Local Government, or you are below, or you and NOMI are at the same level?
So because we coordinate, we will not say that we are above, we coordinate. So the IMCC is made up of 10 institutions, including the presidency.
Okay.
So it's chaired by the president or the vice president when the president decides to delegate to the vice president. Then we have the Minister for Finance, Local Government, Agric, Attorney General, Gender, Children and Social Protection, Education and Health. Then we have the head of the Local Government Service, the head of the Civil Service, and then the chairman of the NDPC.
Oh, NDPC also plays a role in
yes,
that.
Yes,
and
yes.
you then become the secretary of a sort?
Yes.
Or you're the coordinator?
So I'm the executive secretary to the IMCC.
Which makes you the coordinator of all the affairs. So
Yes.
you summon the meeting,
yes.
You make sure that everybody attends. If the president say do something, you make sure. So you are the
Exactly.
one who runs it.
Yes.
And how long have you personally been with the IMCC for?
Since 2012. But then along the line, I think in 2023 or so, there was some interesting political gymnastics that got me out of the place.
Oh, they removed you?
Yes.
Did they transfer you to the north, courtesy to my regional minister?
So initially, it was just our friend Miracles.
Dennis Miracles about
yes.
He sacked you?
Yes.
He said what?
He said he didn't have money to pay us, so go home. Right, that's it. There's nothing with 1 month notice, you know. So, but then along the line, we had to take it up legally.
Was it just you or a number of you?
There were about 5 of us.
Senior people, junior
yes,
people.
Senior people. There were 3 very senior people. So we had to take it up legally, and you know, because of it, we were then transferred to the civil service. So I ended up at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, you know. So from the IMCC, so I was home for quite a bit, almost a year, you know.
Was it leave without pay or dismissal, or what kind of thing? What did he say in the letter that communicated your
the letter was seeking to dismiss. I mean, it was more like
redundancy.
Yes, but without the redundancy.
You didn't use the redundancy?
No, because obviously if you say to me, oh, we don't have money to pay you, we are looking to downside, then it means it should be redundancy.
Yes.
You should use that aspect of, but he didn't. He didn't do that. He just...
And there was no exit package for you?
No, as in, you know, in lieu of notice.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
There was one for in lieu of notice, but
yes.
There wasn't one to say compensation for redundancy.
No.
No redundancy package?
At all.
Could it be that you were doing NDC things there? You were overly doing NDC things?
No, anyone who knows me, I mean, unless I say it, you know, you wouldn't know that I'm a pragmatic social democrat. I mean, that's how I like to call myself.
Pragmatic social democrat.
Yes.
Which is like advanced version of CPP.
Yes.
So Kwesi Pratkra is your junior.
Yes, because I believe that, you see, there's a place for the market, you know, and then there's a place for the social, the egalitarian, right? So a combination of that.
Are you sure though? Has the market not defeated the egalitarian socialist behavior?
Not necessarily. If you take Blairism from the UK, it's almost like that. So there's the core egalitarian stuff, but then there's also the role for the market.
So you're a Tony Blair lover?
Kind of.
Let me not digress. I still want to understand a few things. So the executive secretary called 5 of you and said, I'm sending you home, or gave you letters and said, I'm sending you home.
Yeah,
no ground has been stated?
No. I mean, that's the ground. I didn't have money to pay us.
But what's the staff strength of the IMCC? Because you have a whole secretariat,
yes,
right?
At the time, when I was leaving, we were about 30.
Oh,
at the time we were leaving.
Okay.
You know.
And he knocked off some of you?
Yes.
Now, you went to court? Or you went to Shraj?
We started the processes to go to court, and then, you know, the legal back and forth. And then they took the decision that, okay, it's actually important to transfer us to the civil service.
All of you?
So they give us the option. Do you want to go to civil service? If you say yes, then they give you the opportunity. Some of my colleagues declined. but 2 of us took up the...
So you went civil service?
I went to civil service.
So you stayed there to election?
Yes.
Then when Abai Papa came, how did you become IMCN secretary?
His Excellency decided that, Gamali, look, I think you've been there from day one, because I was there from day one when the IMCC was launched, the secretariat. Because the IMCC concept came about in 2010, and then in 2012, with the support of the European Union, we established the secretariat to go with it, because as you can tell, there's a decision-making body, which is the high-level political decision-making body, that's the IMCC. Then there's the technical committee, which is made up of the chief directors of the institutions I mentioned.
Okay.
And then we also have 3 independent experts. So Professor Kwame Ahoy is the chairman of the technical committee. He has always run like that. At some point, PV of being was, may he so rest in peace, was the chairman of the technical committee. And then we have the chief directors. We also have Ofosu Ampofo, Dr. Ofosu Ampofo, in the office of the vice president, is also a member of the technical committee. Then Dr. Esther Ofeabuaji, one woman standing. She's also a member of the technical committee of the IMCC, and she led the formulation of the new policy and under the oversight guidance of Professor Kwame Ahoy. Then we have subcommittees that the law makes room for. So we have one we call the Legislative Review Committee of the IMCC. Now, all of that then work to the secretariat. So there's a secretariat of policy experts, or experts of various, category in public policy, public administration, local governance, decentralization, stuff like that. So we do the technical backstopping, take the issues and the position papers to the technical committee, and then we do the judging, and then from there we elevate it to the IMCC itself for approval. So the IMCC is almost like a mini cabinet, Then from the IMCC, when it comes to issues of huge policy that are transformational for the nation, then we need to take them to cabinet itself for the subcommittee to discuss and then make recommendations to cabinet for consideration and approval. Yes.
Explain to me why we have a ministry for local government, and it used to be rural development, and then there's also decentralization, and yet we need an IMCC.
So what I would say is that the IMCC plays an intersectoral role. Now, when we did the root and branch review of our local governance architecture somewhere 2009, 2010, it was determined that we were not moving. We had been implementing decentralization reforms since 1988, under Rawlings, which that's with PNDC Law 207. Then we came to the Act 462, the old local governance law. Now, by 2009, 2010, we had been implementing decentralization for about 20 years. And when seeing the dividends, the aspirations of the Blue Book, the issue of power to the people, that the people take ownership of development in the spaces where they live, when seeing that. So when we did the review, it was determined that power struggles, turf wars, contributed. And then also the co-equal nature of the minister who was driving decentralization efforts also created a situation. So Professor Ahoy, for instance, he's the longest serving minister for local governance in Ghana. Right? He was there for 12 years, but the aspirations were not achieved as the Constitution envisages. So because when you look at Articles 35(6)(d), that's under the directive principles. This is huge, that under the directive principles, we place decentralization there. It says that we would decentralize the administrative and financial mechanism of government to the districts and the regions, right? Now, and create every opportunity for each Ghanaian to be able to contribute to the decision-making processes at all levels of government. So it's quite huge. And then we have an entire chapter in the Constitution, Chapter 20, on decentralization and local governance. So you can tell that this is quite critical in the minds of the fathers, yes, or the framers of the Constitution. They determined that this was the approach to go if we wanted sustainable, holistic development that is people-centered, right? Unfortunately, as of the time that we did the review, it was determined that we weren't because of some of the challenges that I highlighted. And so the decision then was taken to scope around for any best practices on improving, how we coordinate decentralization. And we found this example where we then came up with the idea of the IMCC, an intersectoral, a supra body seated above the ministers, right, with the president himself in charge. That then, almost like if you are not playing ball, the president can strip you in line to say, and the president was doing that. President Mama under Professor Mills was given the mandate to lead or to chair the IMCC by Professor Mills. And he loved the concept so much that when he became president, he thought that, look, we needed the elevation, so he would chair it himself. And when we elevated the issues, or we escalated the issues to the IMCC and he chairs, you ask the minister, I mean, you've heard the report. Why is this? Then he gives them 2 weeks. I'm giving you 2 weeks. I'm giving you by the next meeting of the IMCC, we should have a report of good progress. So we actually made significant progress in Mahama 1. In fact, from Professor Mills to Mahama 1, we made significant progress. If I tell you, in the area of fiscal decentralization, we have something we call composite budgeting. It had been on the drawing board for 20 years, that people plan, and then there's no budget. The principle of fiscal decentralization is that funds must follow functions. But because we didn't have this composite budget process that would take planning, translate it into a budget, and then the Minister for Finance can then release the finances, there was that backlog of,
So I'll let you explain financial decentralization more, but I want to still understand the decentralization itself. So when we say decentralization, what do we mean? Are we saying that everything in Accra should be replicated everywhere else?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
What we're saying is that in the law, in the local governance law, for instance, we have identified decentralized sectors. So when we say that if you have a decentralized mandate or decentralized responsibilities, that it means that what you do at the center finds expression at the local level. There are a lot of things that impact on us as the people in the spaces where we live. Health, education, water, electricity. Those things are localized. They affect us where we live. Issues of gender, social protection, they affect us where we live. So those are the type roads, right? So those sectors we have in the law, decentralized services. And so those, if you are a ministry that has decentralized functions, then it's important that there's expression
so we
of
want
your mandate.
We want the districts themselves to develop their areas, and that development should not come. If that's the case, then why do we need a director of urban roads or a director of highways?
Okay.
Why do we need a director of education? We should have just district director of education. All these people should be running the education thing for us. Why do we need?
Fantastic. So take it this way. If we take the whole shebang of governance, that I live in Bunkrugu, right? Our roads are bad. Our water is guinea worm infested and what have you. It's a lived experience for me where I live in Bunkrugu. Whereas if you sit at the ministry in Accra, you would see data. When you receive the monitoring reports, you're looking at data.
You see figures, you don't see humans.
You don't see humans. So how you react to the data is very different from how the person who is there reacts to, because he sees both data and the people and the situation in fact, right? So he has more like a 360 view of the issues. Whereas when it comes to you, you lack. So it's called, the technical term is information asymmetry.
Okay.
Right? So that you are not seized with the totality of the information. And so you are not able to take the type of decisions that would change that situation. Now, there's another principle in decentralization called the principle of subsidiarity, that where decisions affect people the most, that is where those decisions should be taken.
So at the local level?
So at the local level. So if you take the center, yes, the president is in charge, right? But the Constitution or the framework of the Constitution says that it's important that the president gets help in doing that in a way that is citizens-focused, in a way that is citizens-led, right? And so let's have a cohort of our administrative architecture that is called the local government. So they were carved out of the civil service in terms of the people who work within the local government. These used to be the civil service, and then they were taken out of the civil service. So they are akin. So in fact, the head of the local government service is meant to be given the same type of everything that the head of the civil service enjoys is the same that person should also enjoy.
Let me borrow your Bunkpurugu example or scenario and say that, so why don't you go and bring that guy in Bunkpurugu who knows the situation and make him minister for local government? Would he not be able to deal with the issue because he lived the experience, he knows what the people of Bunkpurugu need, and so he understands better the issues? How about that?
The point is that he understands the Bunkpurugu situation. He does not understand the Anglo situation.
Okay.
He does not understand the Tefle or South Tongue situation, right? Or someone in Jasikan, right? Or someone in Bole, right? So because of it, you still need that architecture that is focused on helping the people. Now, if you look at how our structure, our local governance structure is, it's almost akin to what pertains at the center. So we have the president and his team, so his ministers and other supra bodies. So that's the executive. Then we have parliament, and then we have the judiciary, right? At the local level, the assembly, the one we call the district assembly, has legislative functions. So they make laws, right? Almost like parliament. And they are led by a presiding member. That presiding member is like the
chief director.
No, it's like the speaker of parliament,
okay.
Right?
Okay.
And then the district chief executive is like the president of the area. And then of course we have the courts that operate within that locality. You understand? So that when there's an issue,
we have a mini Ghana there.
We have a mini Ghana happening there.
But if that's what we wanted, we should have gone for federalism. We refused. We said we wanted a unitary state. That would, the district chief executive would be governors, the assembly members would be senators, and then or congressmen, and then we would proceed. Why did
so we determined for ourselves as a people of Ghana that we wanted to be a unitary state under one constitution. And so when it comes to running decentralization under a unitary state, there are nuances to it.
Okay.
Right?
I'll come back so you explain that to me. This is face-to-face on Channel One Television. The idea is that let's send development to the local level. But how are we sending finances to the local level? Where do they get the money from? The national minister gets a national budget. Now you say you want development to happen at the local level with a DCE in charge, and yet no Kofio, no day there. They don't have resources in the district and all of that. So I'll ask him how we are decentralizing the financial aspect as well. This is Face to Face on Channel One TV.
Your story is our purpose. Your voice is our focus. From the streets to the corridors of power, we tell Ghana's story with honesty and courage. Channel One TV, telling your story, empowering change.
You're welcome back. This Face to Face on Channel One Television. My guest is the Executive Secretary of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, and we are talking decentralization today. So before we took a break, I said I wanted to hear from you how we are decentralizing the finances, because we have only one finance minister. Ato is forcing in Accra. It's not in your village. So how do we get the finances to go down? That's one.
Yes.
But before then, you said you were going to explain how decentralization works in the unitary concept.
Yes.
I see decentralization more under the federal system. So you go to the United States, the president is in Washington, D.C., but there's a governor who is in charge of Texas who he has his own parliament and they do their things.
Yes.
You go to Nigeria, the president is in Abuja, the federal capital. However, if you go to Sokoto State, there's a governor there who is running things. So how do we do it here now that we are pretending we are one, but we are trying to divide it? I don't get it.
So we're not trying to divide it.
Okay.
We're a single nation under one constitution. Now, in our unitary setup, we say that decentralization in Ghana, we have tried to explain what we mean within a unitary state in terms of 3 distinct ways. So we say that decentralization at the national level in a unitary state, we mean ministerial realignment and restructuring, where the ministries, departments, and agencies at the center are focusing on policy formulation, monitoring, and evaluation, right, under a supra-president, so that we don't have a governorship or provincial governors who have to, but we have ministers of state or cabinet ministers who are responsible for policy formulation, monitoring, and evaluation. So in fact, when you see ministers doing implementation at the local level, the media, you should take them on because actually they're breaking the law.
Okay.
Right? Then we come to the regional level and we say that decentralization at the regional level, we mean deconcentration, where they don't have the power to make decisions. They don't also have political making, decision making. So if you look at how our framers coined the directive principle in 36(5)(d), they say that we shall decentralize what the administrative and financial machinery. They didn't add political.
Okay.
Because the political sits at the top, right? To the districts and the regions. You understand? So it was very deliberate. And you remember at the media engagement, the eminent professor tried to explain the dangers, or the red flags that can come with decentralization, for which reason you factor them into how you conceptualize your own decentralization arrangement under a unitary state. So at that level, at the regional level, called deconcentration. So the services or the people that you find, agencies that you find at the center, they have given some of their powers to the people at the region to do on their behalf. But they don't have autonomy to be able to take decisions on their own. So they always have to revert to Accra.
Okay.
Whereas decentralization at the district level, we mean devolution, where there's autonomy, you can raise your own finances, you can levy, you can raise rates, and what have you.
But
you can also make...
But you still need national support.
Yes, that's why we have a policy. And we have ministers that have to set the agenda, right? And then what you do is that you take the priorities of the people and you weave it into it. So you plan from the local level, you budget, then you send it to a finance minister who then, releases the funds to follow the functions. And then we have the NDPC that coordinates development planning and so issues instructions on how we should do development planning.
Can you explain to me how the District Assembly's Common Fund concept works? Is that the financial wing of the local or decentralization agenda, or that just takes care of one minute issue?
No. So as I referred to the directive principles in 36, when you now go to the chapter 20, I think it's 245 or something.
I can fetch it for you.
Yes. It's there. It says Parliament shall make, the arrangements for. And so we have a situation where a fund is then established with a constitutional minimum of 5% of all revenues, right? That goes into that fund for the local governments. So ideally, 100% of that money is meant to go to the districts. But because we have an administrator and a bureaucracy that supports him, they need to take some of that money. They're like fund managers. So they play around with the money a bit and then they send it. But they have to take a formula to Parliament. And so it is to follow the funds must follow functions mantra, which is also in the Constitution, really. It's expressed inherently in the spirit of the Constitution. right? And so when you say the financial machinery to the districts and the regions, it means that the funds must follow the functions that you are giving to the local governments. Because remember, if the state was doing it, it's spending a certain amount of money to do it. Now, if you give that responsibility to the assembly, then you need to give them the money to be able to do it.
The work.
Previously, we've had a situation where the funds were not following the functions. So even the DACF, you remember at some point it was 7.5%. President Kufuor increased it to 7.5%. That's 2.5 more than the constitutional minimum of 5%. Now, we had a situation where it was brought back down to 5% under the previous government, and even that one was capped, right? And so the funds really were not following the functions. Yes, the people are planning, right? The assembly, the bureaucracy, they go to the people, they take their priorities, but then the money doesn't come how it should. Now, under this policy, and since President Mahama has been back in office, the DACF last year, 2025, the direct transfers hit 83%.
Okay.
So
it's not in arrears necessarily?
No. So in terms of money, how much actually went down, almost 7 billion Ghana cedis was shared among the 261 MMDAs for development.
Is it an even distribution? Because if you're saying decentralization, it should be even, but I see that it's not even. So
no.
How do they work?
So there's a formula that is taken to Parliament,
okay,
and the formula details, it has needs factor, it has population factor, population pressure, service pressure,
okay,
all of it goes into, each of it is given some weights, and then there's also a responsiveness factor.
How do we do monitoring and evaluation of these funds that the assemblies spend?
So the way it works is that if you look at our architecture of local governance, so when they do the planning and the budgeting, and then it goes to the top, a certain amount of money is meant to come through the intergovernmental transfer system for the departments to operate. That is separate. So their goods and services, that money is meant to come. Then there's the DACF that goes to an administrator, and then he divvies it up according to the formula that has been passed by Parliament. So that also goes. And then the Minister for Finance and Local Government, the two ministers, come together to issue guidelines on how they should utilize the resources. So that's why you would hear they say, okay, they should use the money, every district should do 3 chips compound or several boreholes, they should do that. All
so
those
there are
things.
Specific tasks assigned to them.
Yes, for them to deliver. And so you just follow the money and you follow the guidelines that have been issued. So the DACF itself at the center, they undertake monitoring of the monies that they give. And then through the NDPC arrangement, we also do another layer of monitoring. The RCCs, remember I said that they are there on behalf of the center. And so their responsibility is technical backstopping and monitoring. So they undertake a lot of monitoring. So they go to the districts to find out, okay, your medium-term development plan, is it how the NDPC wants it? Your annual action plan, are you following it? The money that you have received, are you spending it how you should? Now, decentralization really is a two-way affair. There's the supply side and there's the demand side. So all these things that I am describing are all part of the supply side.
Okay.
That's from the state.
Okay.
There's the bit that is the demand side. That's the people, you and I, where we live. We need to be we need to be interested. How much came to our district? What did they use the money to do? In the first instance, the assembly member, right, and his unit committee people, anytime an assembly is meant to have meetings, the assembly member is meant to meet with the unit committee and the people, right, to tell them, oh, this is the agenda. These are the issues we're going to go discuss. What are your views? So takes those views, goes to make a statement, almost like how the MPs make statement in Parliament. So yes, no, in Parliament,
and
on
so
behalf
they
of
take from their constituents.
Exactly. So they are supposed to do that. And then when you go back, they're meant to go and give a report to the people that, okay, when we went, this is the jaw-jawing that took place. they're also supposed to be able to report that, okay, when it comes to IGF, this is how much has been raised. When it comes to the DACF, this is how much has come into our district. When it comes to the DPAT, that is the DACF RFG program, that's another funding source. This is what it is.
And this is what we have done.
This is what we've been doing, right? And so...
but that rarely happens.
So it's meant to be happening. And that's why this policy places the emphasis on also accountability as well as the demand side.
You keep saying this policy. It means there's a policy that you're rolling out.
Yes. The National Decentralization Policy and Strategic Framework for 2026 to 2030. Remember, in the introduction, I highlighted the fact that we are responsible for intersectoral policy formulation and coordination on decentralization and the decentralized local government.
But why do you need one for 4 years when that is actually your mandate? So why codify your mandate, which is already there in the Act?
No, the policy is to give meaning to the aspirations of the people.
Okay.
And so to be able to come together, to bring that together, we have had to do consultations. First, we reviewed the old policy. There was one from 2020 to 2024.
Okay.
Now, in 2025, the decision was taken that new government, you know, new ideas, and so we need to marry all of it.
Okay.
But we needed to go out to the regions and the districts to speak to the people.
So tell me what your new policy says, for instance, about the election of MMDCE. Because that appears to be one of the controversial issues.
So
independence and autonomy comes with me electing my governor and my DCE.
So the policy, I'll tell you the theme for the policy. The theme is resetting democratic decentralization for accountable public service delivery and accelerated local development. What do we mean by democratic decentralization? Democratic decentralization, as we were talking about from 240 onwards, that's chapter 20 of the Constitution. In 2431, it is the president who appoints the DCE at the moment. But you remember last year at the MMDCE's conference at the ILGS, President Mama told them that there will be the last cohort of MMDCs to be appointed by him, and that the ones that will come after would be elected, right? So the idea is that if we have to give power to the people, if we have to give meaning, then we want to take away that appointing authority from the president and give it to the people. That is democratic, right? We're giving it to the people. That's why it's very important that the demand side, the people themselves, you and I, that we take a very keen interest. First of all, putting ourselves up. So you can go to South Tongu or Central Tongu and go and put yourself up to be elected as your district chief executive. You will no longer be appointed by the president, but by the people. Remember that once they say that he who pays the piper calls the tune. And so if the people are appointing you or electing you to become DCE, then it means that you are more inclined, you know, to be very much aligned with them and their aspirations. And if you don't do that, in 4 or 5 years' time, you are giving, you know, the boot out of office. And then another person whom they determine would be able to express their vision, their aspirations as a people in that locality.
But what it also means is that that guy, if he's a stubborn academy member, he will not work with the president and the government. And if the government and the president decide to ostracize that district because of the DCE, they become a very poor locality. How do you do that?
So in law, that is not possible.
Yeah, but in practice it is possible.
So in practice, we have rogue human beings. But if all of us, we have an interest in ensuring that this constitution of ours and the localities in which people live is transformed. Remember that even the president has to go to that district at some point, or his party has to go down there to go and campaign. So if you ostracize and you decide that funds will not follow functions, that you will not give the needed resources.
I think it happened before in one of the districts in the Volta region.
If you will not do
said something. Was it Volta region? One of the, you remember that thing? It was a constituency. I think
was he a chief?
No, it wasn't a chief. He said something about a district or a constituency not voting for, so that's why they didn't get
in Ekumfi.
Ekumfi, okay, good.
It's in Ekumfi, yes. That he said that it is, but really that is wrong. any president, the president...
Yeah, but he voiced it at least. What if he decided to play them wicked and keep quiet? He would say it.
But
we know that
he did. But he did play them wicked. But then came at the end to come and say it,
yes,
right, when he was campaigning. But the point still remains that if you are president of this nation, the spirit, remember the Constitution says that sovereignty lies in the bosom of the people. So when you are president on behalf of the people. You are not president for yourself. So really, the aspirations of the people should be your preoccupation. The development of the nation should be your preoccupation. And so, because you're going to come, and as you mentioned, the Ekumfi situation. Remember what happened there? There was a flip, right?
Yep.
Because they lost, right? And so they should. So that should remind any politician that says that, look, we are going to circumvent the processes. The people themselves would use their term to show you where power lies.
So why? So currently the Constitution bars us from voting for DCEs, right? It's going to be a tall order for us to get that happening. In 2018, there was an attempt to come to the people with a referendum when we were going to create new regions. It failed. Last minute, it was withdrawn. I'm sure even ballot papers and everything were prepared, and then it failed. What is the new policy saying or doing to ensure there's an inter-party support for this particular proposal that you're talking about?
Now, it's important to highlight that at the time, there was ample opportunity because the conversation and all the Afrobarometer and all other surveys pointed to the fact that the people said they didn't want the acrimony that takes place at the center happening at the local level. And so they preferred a non-partisan local government system. So that as they were already electing 70% of their assembly members, they wanted the same arrangement. They see that that is non-partisan, is non-confrontational, right, and is not toxic, right? So they preferred that arrangement. So the president then could have just said, okay, if the overwhelming view is that so the formulation of the question for the referendum then would be, should we do it on partisan or non-partisan basis? Then the people can say, oh, we want non-partisan. Then it is clear, it is the spirit of the people and the Constitution.
But the question
But he didn't do it.
So what was the question? The question was that we should...
On partisan.
So the people said no. So or at least there was disagreement.
They suspected that from everything that was happening, the mood in the country, and all that the people were saying, they suspected that, look, it was going to be a no. And so they decided to pull it. But that's why I'm saying that today, the conditions are different. Yes, the CRC report has been given to government, and government is working on a white paper, in response to the CRC for implementation. Now,
so the people spoke about that issue when the Constitution Review Commission went to see
yes.
And they said they want to vote for their local government.
They want to. And then remember I told you that in the formulation process of this national decentralization policy, we have been everywhere. We have spoken to various facets of Ghanaian society, both at the national level, regional level, district level, right? Faith-based organizations, civil society organizations, youth groups, the whole shebang, right? It's been very comprehensive type of consultations that we did.
And they all want to vote for their DCs.
And that's their express from the reports. They say that we want to be able to, and so you can take that forward, but we want it on non-partisan basis.
Okay.
So the policy and the political...
I'll come back, so tell me how it can work without non-partisan, whether or not we are playing the ostrich. This is face-to-face on ChannelOne TV. My guest is the person who is supposed to make sure that our institutions that are supposed to decentralize really work, and if they are not, he should go and report them to the president. I'll ask him how we are going to see our DCEs elected. How soon before you elect your DCE, your MMDCE? That's the question we'll be asking. And why are we pretending that it is not political? Please stay.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 ChannelOne community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years. You are among, people who are...
My name is Daisy Mina Entry. I'm 32.
Is someone who is from Western North. Sevi, I do for.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 Channel One community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The Channel One community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on Channel One TV.
Yeah, welcome back. This is Face to Face on Channel One Television. I am Umaru Sandamado. My guest is the Executive Secretary of the IMCC, and we are talking decentralization. So there's a plan that we should vote for MMDCs. How soon? Under this government?
Under this government, yes. The policy makes room from 2026 to 2029.
Okay.
That's the window, because there's a lot that needs to happen before we actually are able to go to the ballot to go and vote for the MMDC. So there are various things that we have to take forward, including the amendments to the Constitution and what have you. So we start the processes, as well as even sensitization of the people.
So Parliament has to do some amendment of the non-entrenched clauses?
Yes. And then,
but the one we are dealing with, are we dealing with an entrenched clause now or not entrenched?
It's entrenched.
Okay.
So
we have to go for a referendum?
Yes, we would have to. We would have to. The 55 is entrenched. The 243 is not entrenched.
Okay.
It's the 55 that's entrenched. So, but we are not doing 55, so it's non-entrenched. So Parliament can deal with it.
So Parliament, because it has two-thirds majority now,
yes.
They can choose to go through with that.
Yes, but you know what it is that it's, if you take the CRC report, there's a whole shebang of reforms that are supposed to come. Some of them are expressed here, as far as the local governance architecture is concerned. So those are taken forward here, but then there are others. And so all of them would find expression in that process.
So you're currently doing public education and sensitization.
Yes.
Then Parliament
and then
will do an amendment.
Yes. And then Cabinet has a big role to play, because the various ministers who have responsibilities, including the Attorney General, the Minister for Local Government, they have to take detailed plans, you know, to Cabinet for approval for that to happen before it goes to Parliament. And so because of it, that's why we have given a time frame of 2026 all the way to 2029.
Which means we don't have a clear date yet
in terms of, so that would, in terms of the nitty-gritties of, on so and so date, no, we don't have that.
Or then we have a window we are working with.
We have a window that we are working with.
Okay, yes. So we have a 3-year period.
Yes.
That we are hoping we can do this.
Yes, yes.
And the purpose is that people get to elect their MMDCs.
Yes.
But they will not do that on partisan lines.
No.
Why?
Non-partisan.
So assembly members will still be elected.
Yes, and then the DC will be elected.
Then, so the assembly members will now not go to assembly and elect their DC. They'll confirm their DC appointed by the president.
The people directly.
So the president will not appoint DCs again.
No. And he was very clear when he said it last year.
Okay, he is the current president. So yes. I mean, in the future, if there's a new president, will that president
cannot
do that?
He's talking about the president,
not him.
Now, him.
So the process of election would be done by the people, including the assembly members.
Yes.
That's what you are thinking about.
Yes.
And that they will not do it on partisan lines. Why? Because you said that they say they don't want the acrimony. But the acrimony is happening anyway. The moment you say that we are going to elect a DCE, currently the assembly members, they use blue and green to show whether they are NDC or MPP.
And then how about the ones that do not have any
They use broom.
They use broom.
Those ones. So now if a DCE comes and he is using blue, his party people will go around and tell people that vote for the guy, because that's our elephant party.
I see. So this is the thing. We have to be honest. Every single one of us, you know, including people who say they are neutrals, at any particular time, we make a choice. We have a preference, right, in terms of, and the Constitution guarantees and allows people to associate with whatever political beliefs that, or political tradition that they want to be associated with. That is not what we are talking about here. We're saying that there should not be a situation where the political parties would mount platforms, would sponsor candidates, take the candidates through vetting and all the whole shebang that they do for the parliamentarians.
You shouldn't do it.
None of that would happen. They will not also come with their mobilization and what have you, enter the community and say that, we are coming to come and canvass votes for, all of that still remains illegal per the Constitution. But what we are saying is that every single one of us, we have political leanings. And so, but that leaning should not affect how the assembly operates its business day to day. That really is the difference.
So we would allow the election to happen. You can run okay, there's a time when under Akufo-Addo, I think as president, there was this idea of coming up with 5 people, shortlist to 3, and then 2 will be elected or something like that.
It was actually the first CRC report under President Mills.
Okay, so that was a proposal.
Yes, that from the white paper that will do a shortlisting of the people.
And that has been shot
down. But then
the
opposition at that time, didn't like it. And then they came to government and said that, we'll do partisan. And as we already discussed, that
so the position now is whether it should be partisan or not. The opposition currently thought that it should be partisan.
Yes.
The government in power now thinks no.
No, non-partisan.
So we'll be at a crossroad again, and the referendum would risk being pulled out, or this will not need.
It wouldn't. So this is the thing, because that particular one, the 55 is entrenched. And so to make that process non-political, we needed to, you remember, if you come to 243, it's non-entrenched. This one is entrenched. So if you want to change that whole architecture, then you need a referendum of the people.
Okay.
Now, yes, there might still be some referendum to deal with other matters because of the constitutional review process. They've got quite a lot of reforms that they have suggested. So we'll still have to have a referendum anyway. But in this particular case, it's not the case, right? And so it's more like expressing the aspirations and the will of the people. Remember that there's the need for alignment. This time around, there's alignment. Alignment, the government and the party in power say non-partisan. The people are saying that non-partisan. So there's alignment. So even if you put a certain question.
But what if the opposition goes to campaign against?
It's up to them. I mean, like I already explained, it's non-entrenched, right? And so we don't need.
You leave it to the people.
Yes, we leave it to the people to determine.
What about the practical challenges that would arise, like I mentioned earlier? So Ashanti region, most likely you would have a lot of DCEs who are seen to be blue. Volta region, you most likely see a lot of DCEs who are seen to be green.
Not necessarily.
Where the party in power is not the same as the DCE. You're saying that they are not going to be punished.
No.
The district will not suffer.
No.
Because we hear MPs say that, I'm an orphan, I'm in opposition, so I'm not lobbying the minister, he's not bringing me electricity, but there's anything happening with the DCs.
It's politics, it's a way for them to, persuade the people that, look, it's because my government is not in power, so give me another opportunity. But in this case, no, right? The point is that you cannot, it's non-partisan. So there's no government, the government is for all of us. You understand?
Yeah, but at the local level, you see, there's de facto, then there's de jure.
Yes.
What if de facto that's what's happening?
So let me tell you, the political landscape of this nation is changing, right? Now, the people of Ghana are very discerning. What do they want? They want development. They want transformation. They want that where you and I will live in our little corner, we want our roads done, right? Drainage taken care of, so that when there are rains, the rains don't sweep.
Collected.
Exactly, our rubbish is collected. Those are the things that impact on us. That our people, our kids are able to go to schools that would improve their aspirations or will help them achieve their aspirations. When it comes to health, that our well-being and health is well taken care of.
So
that we have
partisan.
access
They want the basic things done.
Yes. So once you're able to deliver those, I don't think that they will bother themselves too much about whether it is partisan or non-partisan.
We wish you all the best, and we look forward to you implementing these things.
Thank
you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
If there's anything else you want to say, you can say.
Yes. So our policy really has 6 thematic areas. We have talked about some of them. It has political decentralization, fiscal decentralization, and local finance, administrative decentralization. We have what we call local economic development, and we have decentralized planning. And then we have the last one to be popular participation. That is you and I. And we are saying that we want the media, we want the people of Ghana. Because remember, accountability is rendered across 3 layers. We have what we call horizontal accountability. That's state to state. What the Auditor General does, and then the PAC, all of that process is horizontal, right? Then we have vertical accountability. Vertical accountability happens in 2 ways. One of it from the national level institutions to the local governments, and then also from the people as principals to the local governments that work just at their level. Now, then we have diagonal accountability.
So the media is in the middle?
No, they are in what we call diagonal accountability.
But that's everywhere?
Yes, they're everywhere. So diagonal accountability, we have civil society organizations, we have the media. Now, you have a big role to help us, the IMCC and the government, to be able to mobilize the people, mobilize a coalition of minds, right, of civil society, of the media. We want you to be able to put the people at the local level on their toes. Also the people at the center. That if you say that you are sending money down to the local governments, when the issues happen, let's go there and put them, put a microscope on
We'll
them.
give you the platform, and we'll give all the assemblies a platform.
Thank
you so much for joining us.
Gameli.
Yes. Thank you very much. Gameli Hua. No, Hue Duafia.
Gameli Keurubi.
Gameli Keurubi Hue Duafia. Executive Secretary of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization.
Yes.
He was my guest on Face to Face. I am Umaru Sanda Hamadu, the cowboy journalist. I'll be back with Face to Face next week.
From Accra to Buenos Aires carries history. Every player brings a story. Every number means something. Welcome to World Cup Central, only on ChannelOne TV.
Hello and welcome to another episode of World Cup Central right here on ChannelOne TV.
Your home of football intelligence with African energy and global perspective. We're taking you beyond the highlights, from powerful eye-opening stats to sharp breakdowns of every qualified nation to insights that change how you see the beautiful game.
Their first appearance was in 1930 and their best finish at the World Cup was 3rd place in 1930. That was a long time ago.
Every Friday at 3 p.m. we serve it fast, bold, and electric.
I'm high and I'm getting. Mention 2 proverbs and give me their meaning in English.
Express yourself. Express yourself.
John 3:16.
I was like, how?
I am my father.
Hey. Edieng.
That's a proverb.
No. For tree, the proverb for tree inside.
Mention 2 proverbs and give me their meaning in English.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 1.
Okay.
A wicked fruit where no one pushes, but the righteous are bold like a lion.
Ushamia, from the prison preacher.
Amen.
It's all. It's all.
Mention 2 proverbs and tell me the meaning in English.
Hey, fine girl, say what born there, say you.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 ChannelOne community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years, you're among, people who are...
My name is Daisy Mina Entry, 32.
Is someone who is from Western Lot. Sevi, I do for.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 Channel One community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The Channel One community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on Channel One TV.
Charlie, the Friday is set.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before. Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports. From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi. We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
Kaleda, you two guys, we love you all, yeah. You guys be hard guys, because see, before we go sign in, we had almost more than 200.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
It's Don't Call Me time.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
The celebration there. They get into a fast for another goal. Out.
Hello and welcome. This is Big Football Made in Ghana for Channel One TV Top. It be the only PG way they have the exclusive. It be the only show where they have the exclusive rights. Mo could express one body in PG. Plus, it be the only PG show where go give you an opportunity, make you say things about your Black Stars. If you say go see the West more. Because yesterday they say one guy they mess the whole thing up. Hey. In some way, but you know, being that's why my guys they will break them down, make we all bab and understand them. We go look at the Black Stars extensively on the show. Football Made in Ghana for Channel One TV Top. My name is Bernard Abe, coach. We are 10, my body small. I come back in studio, it be more passing, but I don't go past the line top because Baba Rahman did it. We can right now.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 Channel One community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years. You're among, people who are.
My name is Daisy Mina Entry. 32.
Is someone who is from Western Lot. Sevi, I do for.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 Channel One community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The Channel One community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on Channel One TV.
Welcome back. This be Football Made in Ghana for Channel One TV Top. My name is Bernard Abe Coach. As I come there, my guys for come then do some small display. But before my guys will come, me to have issue I for explain. Me to have issue. It no be anything. Be about the yesterday game now we all watch. The Black Stars versus Wales. It be on the last game where we play for the international friendly. Wait, no be anything. No. Like we play about 5 games before the Wales game. All L. The one way they use red do no. Red L. We lose everything. The coach make we lose that thing. No. His name be Otoado. Otto, wherever you dey, hi. Because yesterday we draw. So yesterday, make I introduce my guys. And then that since I go talk, everybody go think say yeah. But this be one of the show where be the FA in favorites too. So I would say hello and an amazing day to the Ghana Football Association, where them then they help with whatever they do for when I ball inside for Ghana. Yao Jamie, my colleague for the Channel One Sports Desktop. Today, load him body. And they come with the type things. Hey, and they fear for Kalescurus.
Everything we know.
Everything we know. We're normal to for BR inside. BR.
What will be BR?
Abarama.
Everything we know.
Okay. Be email you go spot there. But before I will introduce you to, the next guest for the show top, Moku talk say we don't watch the game. Or we just watch some small highlights. Watch out.
It's a short one. It's up the feet of Josh Sheehan. Urged to shoot. Brooks may well do that. Is it 1-0? Oh, great save! What a save from Dan James's header. And that is Iggy showing the acrobatics and saving his team.
Oh, it's not.
There's the option of Thomas. Oh, that's good work from Nico Williams. Brooks. Moore. James has another chance and it all hits the bar. Darlow could be in here. Oh, good save from Darlow. Oh, and it's hit the post and turned in. Plays it to Williams. Broadhead. Williams did well. Great cross, and that's the equaliser. Lewis Kumas.
So you watch them, that be, and you won't see the people that might go again. You won't see again. Okay, they say they won't see the people that might go again. Make we watch the people that might go. What happened before they score?
Feet of Josh Sheehan, urged to shoot. Brooks may well do that. Is it 1-0? Oh, great save! What a save from Dan James's header. And that is Iggy showing the acrobatics and saving his team.
Oh, it's not.
There's the option of Thomas. Oh, that's good work from Nico Williams. Brooks. Moore. James James has another chance and it all hits the bar. Darlow could be in here. Oh, good save from Darlow. Oh, and it's hit the post and turned in. Plays it to Williams. Broadhead. Williams did well. Great cross, and that's the equaliser. Lewis Kumas.
Hey, Capito, pa, what you do there somewhere? Oh, hey, Capito. You see Capito for the line top. Capito, you be okay. That be Ghana against Wales. We play 1-1. The Wales tear last minute through Capito inside. We then cross the ball. We the team come the box inside. We the guy connect them smoothly. We everything. So that be the Ghana game, but it brings some feel, you know. I like the competition for the team inside because Lawrence Atizigi really shows he didn't need competition. We get the kind of competition he need. He won't really yesterday from what we see. He won't really be the #1 goalkeeper for the national team. Out there, so I don't go top plenty. I won't have in first or initial thoughts for what he see yesterday. Yeah, everything they nice. Again.
Oh, everything be cool.
Fantastic, Charlie. This be good exercise, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, very good exercise. Very good exercise because if you watch, we no get this level of competition where all of the players then go the World Cup day. The games we play before, no.
Yeah.
Some of the players day, some of the players no day.
Okay.
Some of them that time we don't know, say them go call them to, make them come join the squad, make we go the World Cup. So then everything be wish-washy, mismatch, be some way be. But now we get everybody together, no. When we play against competitive side, it help. Even this one self, if you listen Carlos Queiroz in presser, it talks say it be just one full day pet we then get.
Oh, okay.
Plus the full complement of the team.
Okay.
Because as the season finish, some of the players then give them some 2 days, 3 days off where some to not them a season no end. So if you check out Kojo Pon Prepraso, he play for OGC Nice. Then play playoffs. Plus Saint Etienne. Made them determine the team where go stay League A inside, with the team where it go League 2. So it be this Saturday we then play that game. It be Saturday with them, Friday we then play that game. So as them play finish, immediately it all come. If forgive them some 2 days, 3 days, make it rest before he go join the camp. So then things make the preparation very smooth. So it be if you watch it just be 1 day pet where then get the full complement of the team. Where then take go play this friendly game against a competitive team. No be team where be Zuku. It be competitive
Zuku,
team.
Yeah, you say you won't mention Mexico with the
no.
Because Mexico they start with M, the Zuku they start with Z, but no be anything.
Oh no be say sick of then they no be good side. But that time then wanna complement the full complementary of players no D.
Okay. So you try to say if you be the past like if be local Blast Stars versus local Mexico Stars, something like that.
Oh no be say at the talk. At the talk say wanna players this exercise you good give them because of the way now everything be chaotic. We finally they fit get
you won't move forward, you don't go back.
Then fit get the full complement of the team where then play against a competitive team. So this one will be very good exercise and I sure say then go get another friendly game before we go the World Cup because like I talk the players then come small. We be last minute where we get them all for one piece inside where we take go play the World game. So as we play this one, where we see signs, some positive signs be there. If we figure another one, make Carlos Queiroz work on the boys more before we go the World Cup, it go help. But this one they be good test.
Maybe possibly the reggae boys, but now behind closed doors. But that's on hold. More could break the game down a little. More could break them down into departments. I feel say if you look at the goalkeeping department, for me, I see a bit of competition come there inside because of what I see for the game. What be your assessment of the goalkeeping department? First half for Ati and then second half for Ben.
Oh, first half.
If you want to rate them to,
it'll be very good.
Fine, yeah.
And make people reconsider them stance on Atizigi than Benjamin Asare.
Okay.
Because if you watch that, the second half, Wolves no should that create plenty chances.
Yeah.
If the first half we then create more chances.
True.
We as they create more chances, no, Atizigi deal plus the chances, fine. So he scored high marks for there.
Okay.
We unfortunately for Asare, no, the one clear chance, major chance we will get, no, unfortunately, we then take score. So it be very difficult to say you could grade them, say, oh, he be very poor, then so and so. But again, in issues where me are discussing plenty, it come up against. It come up again. As it come the second half, no. If they're swinging crosses, if it is a mid-G3 small, where in positioning be a bit suspect, a bit questionable. So they no play the Wolves team. They no create plenty chances. The few opportunities, then opportunity be different. The few opportunities then create to where they're swinging crosses. Then you make G3 small. So it no give me the level of confidence. Say I will rate Asare performance over Atizigi.
Wow.
So me, when I talk this thing from day one, say. Asare there, he be good say he's good enough, say he go do the team inside. But say he go start give way for the World Cup, me I'm not sure say it be the best choice and it could be problematic.
It be big deal say Ghanaians go start the thing say Lawrence Tizigi be the #1 goalkeeper for the first game against Panama. Hey, I never asked you a question make you pause like that before.
Atizigi, I think say Atizigi for team.
Atizigi,
because this no be your regular backline.
Okay.
This no be your regular backline.
If you say he command the backline better.
This no be your regular backline.
Okay.
When a regular backline, like Jiku go dey inside, Salisu go dey inside, Kojo Upon Pepra go dey inside. But this one, Jerome Opoku come inside.
Okay.
And me, I should say by the time we go the World Cup, Kojo Upon Pepra will come inside.
Okay.
And it go be new squad all throughout. And if you know that if you communicate better plus your team, your teammates,
line,
it go be problematic small. What's a help Asare for the qualifiers and the games we play after the qualifiers be say
the defense is stable.
The defense be stable small. So the qualifiers, he come in, he just can't slot in the role or in the spot. So it no shadow make problematic. But in this game, so Jerome Opoku be London boy. It be different. It be different breed.
Be like
it about.
Yeah, you want to talk say pam that way, but no be anything.
No, it be different. It be different squad where they put them together. If you watch right full back, it no be Alidu Seidu or Tariq Lamptey.
Okay.
It be or Caleb Juwenchi. Asna Otuadu they do no. They play on for right full back no. It be Marvin Senaya. It be French boy where.
So if Asare talk say Munjina here, the boys know the year.
It could be problematic small. I know say football get in your own language. But if you watch the first half, now Ghana they under pressure.
True.
Where like we will be all over the place defensively. And some pits now it will be all over the place defensively. But if you pop that one way, you pop the second half, when the pressure plenty no day inside. The few instances then will be too jittery. Especially the goalkeeper. But if I watch Atizigi, in performance now it be solid. Where overall in body language, then they show say like it be too jittery for or it be jittery for then situations inside.
Okay.
So me mom there. If I for pick, Atizigi for start. But I go need another friendly. I go need another friendly. Right now they be neck and neck.
Yeah.
Right now they be neck and neck. So I go need another friendly. Before I go first take my neck, I'll say make this person start or make this person no start. Me there, my ideal choice, they don't even call him. He no even switch. So we no go fit discuss him. So it be these two. And right now, me I see say after yesterday performance, they be neck and neck. So we didn't need another friendly game. Make we see one person for one half, another person for another half.
I won't move on, but I could stay there for a minute.
Who go start?
The initial squad list be 28 where the coach call. He called 5 goalkeepers. Where he drop 2.
From what you see, it be justified, say the coach call 5 initially as initial 28, make it reduce them catch 26 because of this competition way they talk about.
Oh, me I see I'm say already now we know already. Reverson, me I see I'm say we now know the need say
okay.
Yeah, we don't need say we go call them. So the 5 no me nothing say be a bit too much. Maybe 4. Okay. Fine. But 5 we waste resources. Say I be you go fly and come maintenance. We waste resources.
That money FIFA money.
Preparation? No, we don't start the FIFA preparation yet too. Because at that time maybe before June 1.
Okay.
So it don't be FIFA money. It is bad. So we waste resources. Okay. So in that sense, me and the CNC reversing like we know for column. Okay. If it be 4, it be fine. And guess what? The trade and select go the World Cup no. The 4th one no. It's still the part of the team because it be part of the FIFA regulations say you for bring 4th goalkeeper along. So here the talk say like if it be 4, no it will be 5 because already we know the 3 goalkeepers way likely like them go. So Agbasi way come in, no, there will be more of a wild card just in case maybe some injury be pie.
Okay.
So as injury no pie for camp, no, then you know if you select them ahead of the entry.
Good.
So if we make them the 4th goalkeeper, especially when the guy say we go play against Mexico safe, then Asari get some injury issues, some groin injury issues than things. So that's why they post them videos where he work out for beach, he work out for pool inside and things. So that be in all day inside where Agbasi enter the picture.
Okay. Like I won't make with the goalkeeper departments, but I watch the time. As I say, we spend a lot of time for that side. So Moku make progression in front of the goalkeeper, like you touch on briefly. Be the defense line. Then we all they worry about because Alexander Jiku hit at the wrong time. Where then we they consider who will do the 4 and 5 for one medal there. At least we know say Gideon Mensah there. It shows say half Gideon Mensah be okay because if you run. For God, Dan James really the worry for the downside, but he really feel much small. Way for the other side, Marvin Sanaya to know really fair bad. You the few say if you check one at defense for the first half, what could do halves like they talk. For the first half, the defense prove everybody wait and give an opportunity. It proved why if I did the 26-man squad inside.
Oh yeah, Ajete, Jerome Opoku, Marvin Sanaya they improve. Gideon Mensah, prove anything. At this point, for Nkara inside, for prove anything because what he go fi give you, he give you already.
Okay.
Prove you anything. What it do be say me, I make more confident. Say I tell people say, Abi, you see what I tell you.
Oh, you not talk anything. You do. Proverb 10. Oh, that chimbe hu asem no kane no asisi no de kasa bebu. If I talk that thing raw
no, in there. Like for this workout like for select time like for
today they like you are being they be careful be like
like no that thing be say
you know want talk something they talk something.
No, I dey talk because these things I talk before. So no be now they come act like I see something different.
But you say
I talk say Gideon Mensah they not for select and go the World Cup because for this past season in performance no better pass the other fullback options that we get. That be Baba Rahman and Atakon. And on top of that the past like 3-4 years, Gideon Mensah no play any better ball give way for Black Stars inside.
So Gideon Mensah in performance yesterday for first half, then Baba in performance at the latter part of the second half. If you rate him out of 10, what be the mark you go give Gideon Mensah?
Gideon Mensah, 5/10.
Hey, and then Baba who am you? Baba what you go give him?
It be very difficult to say go rate Baba because he play 6 minutes. He play like 6 minutes. No, wait. He played 6 minutes. Where he commit one major mistake. So, he no get enough sample size where he go fit take grade down better. Where he go fit talk say, sake of that mistake, you go withdraw some points from the points he accumulate for the 5 minutes inside or 6 minutes inside. So it be very difficult to say go grade down. But just be say that mistake where you do no, in way it cost we. So I don't know if you grade down. Me too, I don't go
Gideon hold that na 1-0. Baba come
Yeah.
You know. Wait, 1-1. But you still know if you grade them.
I don't know if you praise them. I don't know if you praise them.
You see say the word and Kasa we have two.
Yeah.
Otuado, it be good or it be bad.
For what inside?
Coaching inside.
For coaching inside, you know good.
So be bad.
Yeah.
Baba yesterday in performance, it be good or be bad. Guys,
yeah, Baba Rahman in performance.
Today I don't know understand about myself.
Wait, if it good or it be bad?
Yeah, Jolly.
I don't know because at the end of the day, he don't play more minutes where I go feel grade himself. Wait, come no, he can't make mistake. So the mistake no. So the mistake no. Yeah. Again, like I talk no. It not be anything surprising give me because what Nico Williams do, he don't do anything special. He don't do step overs. He don't drop shoulder or anything no.
That one will be dangerous no. They don't drop shoulder. They don't do step over. But you did not. Then place the ball in space. Then walk past you.
Because when I left for backs no, I talk say then they lack athleticism. So they don't even recover. What he do? See, if you want to beat Baba Rahman, it be simple. All of one left full backs. What Nico Williams do? He just shift the ball. He shift the ball. He just shift the ball.
Where this move be elementary?
It be elementary because Baba Rahman, at the defend Nico Williams, he moved the ball this way. He quickly shift the ball, come this way. You know that Baba Rahman he lock.
Yeah. But the lock you say you know go fit
the same thing. If you do the same thing, Gideon Mason go lock.
You go there the defense like me. They no. So if you be Baba Rahman way, you can't move the ball go where you lock for there. You know go feel rate that movement.
Because that one I don't feel rate that movement because at the end of the day, every player they get beat.
Okay.
Every player they get beat.
Your last point they make.
Every player they get beat.
Okay.
So like maybe and it happen once. Like maybe if it happen like 3 times, that one I would talk say you be 3/10 or 2/10 because it happened 3 times where one self you know if you recover make defensive play.
But the player where you say no if you rate him. Yesterday after I do that, the ball no day in area, nothing happened. No, he raised his hand in the form of apologizing. What was an apology because the ball no day in zone. So I don't know if he talk they call for ball. But all of a sudden he just raised his hand. I feel say that is to communicate say it being fault he admits. So
everybody knows it being fault. Like he for do better because the way the guy just brush past him, no. Me not think say at least body him or try him something. But he just make it go past him. When me I see him say like it be too easy. It be too easy. Like if you fit do better, it about. But the thing to be say the rating no. If they rate somebody it don't be once. How go we rate you when you can't do something once, then you get them wrong, or you don't get them the full score. Then I'll tell you say, oh, you are useless. I don't know if we talk because it just be one.
I don't want you say it go hard too much. So I want you.
You see, because it be one pair.
You be good.
It be one chance.
Okay.
So
1/10.
So I don't know if we talk say it be 1/10 because you don't get 10 chances.
Okay.
Jonathan, Jonas Ajete, so me always not people they criticize them for in performance against Austria and Germany.
Yeah.
Me so not be hesitant because no say if you don't think some it if it happen, like you go get bad day at the office, it if it happen. So make we no focus on that one alone. Make we look at his body of work, then take judgment.
Okay.
The games he play for Ghana no. Before that Austria-Germany game, he know the force. He the force. He don't be the best. But at the end of the day, he be then 7/10 can't play some. He don't be 8/10, 9/10 player some. So he be solid. But those 2 games, you know see top. Okay, make us see how you go recover. And yes, he recover fine. So me, Baba Rahman, so if we get the next friendly game, me Agueta, he make he start that game. Then I go rate him.
Okay.
But this one there, I don't go rate him. All I go fit talk be say he no force for that situation inside where it lead to the goal we concede. That one there, it be undeniable. But I say rate him. I don't go rate him because the sample size is small.
Okay. Today what you do for introduce Gabi. You say they talk to us on I do call Gabi for camp because I know I come. We could go for break. We come. I go introduce Gabi. Make I know say if Gabi and you sit down. Do this analysis together, or Gabi today I come on set the whole pen and paper, write plenty things. If you tell me what you did at paper top. This before we made in Ghana for ChannelOne TV top with the 10 cam right now.
to the game. Every badge carries history. Every player brings a story. Every number means something. Welcome to World Cup Central, only on ChannelOne TV.
Hello and welcome to another episode of World Cup Central right here on ChannelOne TV.
Your home of football intelligence with African energy and global perspective. We're taking you beyond the highlights, from powerful eye-opening stats to sharp breakdowns of every qualified nation to insights that change how you see the beautiful game.
Their first appearance was in 1930 and their best finish at the World Cup was third place in 1930. That was a long time ago.
Every Friday at 3 p.m. we serve it fast, bold.
Welcome back. This be Football Made in Ghana for ChannelOne TV Top. Gabi de, I beg you, make the camera capture.
I come. I represent live.
That'll be hard.
And Kale.
I start with from goalkeeping departments and defensive line.
Yeah.
I almost could move from the defensive line into the offensive. The defensive, I'll just oppose the first half performance to the second half performance. Then you rate how the people equalize them a goal.
Okay.
Where you there, it be the same line way then give the ball to Baba.
Nico Williams. Yeah, no, use them.
See, you from back, Baba from back. Already there's somebody there where they try tackle the first initial play, then they hold the ball. Wait, something. You watch the ball. Me then you do commentary yesterday for radio, of course, together we are. What be your assessment of on a defensive line?
Yeah, for work better on them.
Yeah, I like the people you bring, guys. The people you bring, I tell you. The people I bring. We could start from point one.
Everything there, yeah, pink sheets. Let me say they can't forget
anything. No, I know. Today
statistics, I do research.
Today if you forget, you go pain me.
Everything there, yeah. Everything there. If I forget,
no, make no can make
no everything there. Today, they can't review all the truth.
Today, like we don't for do the show, I don't understand.
Any Barbara man slander for here.
I agree.
Let's go.
Today, so the defensive line. Y'all say. He like the permutation of
Jonas
then Jerome.
That'd
Fantastic. It'd be fantastic.
It'd be hard combo.
Then Marvin too solid. You know, really do bad.
Hardest combo.
But Gideon, you say Gideon, if you go feel rate Gideon, if you put Gideon for like 5 over 10. Okay. Because then Dan James, they do the back and forth with them for the corner. Now, because he rates Gideon, the Baba experiments there or there. The people that might equalizer. In your candid opinion, first off, what did they think say then Baba for do? Where like Ghana go if we watch community games, what players they do with supporters they clap for them? Well, first off.
It then they coot.
Yeah,
then they go talk something. I know if you talk
for you.
For guy inside. It be hard. It go coot you.
Yeah.
You know, Charlie, you see, if we see ourselves, you know, go bank. On a lighter note, some Wakaso video be come, then they train. Some Nanya player be, the Nanya player coot down. Wakaso to not be there, they go be the guy. That be hard like if I do Nico Williams.
That be hard for do Nico Williams.
That be, but by the Charlie wants to see, but my guy.
Okay.
But it be two things. You see the momentum of the game, as Coach Carlos Quiroz, the young Gideon Mensah, we bring Baba now. Baba, he don't understand the assignment too. He don't understand. He don't fit into the momentum. Yeah, where he know. I know.
You say Baba no understand.
No. Because that time, see, David, you the commentary position. Then be incessant attack from the Wolves team. Then he said that they attack you. Where people they forget. Before Baba go come inside, then Wolves. The defensive units, you know where we side now that they use power. Now that they use the left side. This I tell you, you say Gideon inside. Because Daniel James
come now and switch go
he be fast. For we see him in days for United and things. It a breeze past right backs then things. But then people they question end product. In the if you allow him, he go dribble and go. It be that final touch for the boxing. So like Baba for it not be Daniel James will dribble pass.
I see duels.
Even Nico Williams.
I see duels for years 0%.
Who be that?
Baba
for the game.
Yeah.
And
but
the thing is
if you do what they talk the community way like you go get hundreds.
And the thing to be say, look, As he say after the game, then people pick and picture this basically for rating performance.
If you say we know for rate him.
No, the thing we say, why is he the target? Because no, listen, it be inside where the people equalize. That one everybody see. But you say you want rating performance. You the rating performance because Nico Williams bypass him, or if you say he come in, then apart from that, you know, playing it.
I like the way they put them. These things they do. They make my questions. They come.
Yeah, that's the thing I want to understand.
What be the basic? We don't understand.
Of a defender.
Yeah.
If a defender, then could them like deep into the sensation.
Yeah. That's why we rate interceptions and then
that talk say. If Baba like he start the game, because then Gideon he warm his body up into the game. How many minutes Gideon play? He play like almost 85 minutes. Baba, how many minutes he come? He can't do what? 5 to 10 minutes or so.
Okay, so we
don't rate him.
You know, rate him.
If we play like 86, so 85 minutes,
so
we
say
86. So
the first job,
play
as
like
they throw him onto the pitch, then you for do, or the first duel then you for deal with.
85 minutes.
85 minutes. 85 minutes. Where we do 90, where they add 5 minutes. So 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah. So then the first job he for do, we say he for stop Nico Williams. But then he sleep on the work.
Yes, he sleep.
Yeah, he sleep on because he don't understand the occasion, the momentum. But if you say then because of that, then you won't rate him say be press poor. They're like, no, that one they did disagree.
But if you shut that way, you put nice tie on like the way you put your nice tie, when you come ChannelOne, when you come where you sleeper, what did they do? What that one? If we for rate you that day.
No, you see, before I come in, I hear something you're talking. He say body of work.
Okay.
That minute alone.
10 minutes no go.
That minute alone can't speak about in body of work he do on the pitch.
Okay. Move forward.
If like he started the entire game, where then they bypass some left, right, center, then we go rate the full performance. If we get that second game against Jamaica or whoever we play, the way he do the Atizigi Benjamin Asari thing, make you do the same thing with Babad and Gideon Mensah.
What point again you your paper top? Make I give you question for top.
The point where they
today be impulse.
See,
you see
this
your
guy,
point that goes.
the guy there your back. He go start the game against Panama on June 17.
It be the same thing you talk.
Hey, this guy say make we get another game. Then we watch them a performance. Once we finish, we watch them a performance. Then we go determine. Because right now, me and the CM say them be neck and neck.
If we not get 50, that friendly, we not get that friendly. This guy go start.
Yes, because he played for World Cup before.
Yeah. This guy go start the game.
So we forget another friendly.
My checks to be saying.
And I could go listen to the coach. What did they talk?
No. The thing we say, Kiros, he not be too impressed with Benjamin Asari and reflexes.
Oh wow.
Yeah. We know the talk say sound. People for listening more before they will go misquote me for something. Why they laugh?
I know.
He not be impressed with Benjamin Asari. Why you bring somebody why he say make Solomon be the 27th player of the, or you bring somebody why he call 5 goalkeepers. Because per the report where they give him before he can't take the team. Then we get 76 days to the start of the tournament.
So if you say
the report they give him, then he said he won't see the goalkeepers.
So do you think they can't talk English? Forgive me. You think he learned a lot about in goalkeepers?
So he's seen a lot. What be the goalkeeper's coach name?
Gaspar. But Lion Day. Why
no? No. See, Lion Day he went. Lion Day. We don't talk say Lion Day.
Yeah, so we are going to say Lion Day.
No, the videos where the FA they post or how many times you see Lion for his?
Producer, roll the training.
No, but
today my producer they feel like they get details. Roll up.
But first off,
this be up. You go come right now. We could go the corner inside small. Yeah, man. No go there.
You once in the way to make a talk this from
fantastic.
What I want to talk be say. Yeah. Kiros they rely on his first lieutenant, which be
Lion. Tell her roll that thing for a setup.
I'm not talking say they inside.
Lion in the whole body.
No, I say I'm not talking say they inside.
Lion.
Bro, you know they listen. See,
okay.
I say
today. Okay.
I mean, sir.
I
don't talk say the video is. I talk say Kiros he they rely on his first lieutenant. Who be that?
I don't know who.
Maybe the time he did the way, it not be Gaspar.
That. Gaspar.
That.
So Lion they learn.
Yeah.
This is a Lion to the whole.
Oh no, that one I be the no go fit talk say make no bank the team. You for there.
Okay.
But the talk say after that game,
Charlie.
bro, after that game,
Lion to the kick the ball for someone making the catch. My boy say he be Lion no day. Okay, no be.
See after that game, Lawrence Atizigi make you no shock say he go start that game against Panama on June 17th.
Lawrence Atizigi. We talk about time for one other games, sir.
Forget
where we lose, sir, come catch you.
Forget that game. It be clean slate for all of these boys.
Huh?
It be clean slate for all of these boys.
Oh, okay.
Under Carlos Queiroz. That games they talk. Then you Twado, he dey Hamburg. He dey sleep. They watch the games. So I want to say right now it be clean slate. My next point. Be say I know say time now.
Check your paper top. Check your paper top.
The Caleb Yorinchi right back experimenting they do no.
I be coach say be over.
Hey, Queiroz end them. They are excited.
Moku go listen to Hold on. Moku go listen to Queiroz. Hold on.
Oh, Charlie.
Today I say every shit you go pull. My producer give me bank account. Charlie Moku roll am. Queiroz. Make Queiroz talk something, Keke. Bring Queiroz or make it talk something.
It's the name of the game, my friend. I saw many great teams from not only national teams, from Bayern to yesterday. We saw the Champions League final. One team with 80%, 70% of ball possession. But the game is not about ball possession. The game is about you have the skills to put the ball in the net, defend your goal, and win the game. Some guys, they like to enjoy to have ball possession. The others, they make a straightforward, direct style of play and create good combinations, opportunity to score, win the game. This is the winning business. The winning business. That's it. They call it football, but at the end of the day, it's a winning business. The way we win, I don't care. I just want to win. If you have to attack, but you lose, attack 80%, you lose. I don't like. I go mad if I attack 80% and I lose. But if I defend 80%, quality defending, with the eyes in the goal, they're always trying to score, and we win. I'm happy. Because when I'm happy, because we win, it's because the fans are happy, the people are happy, the country is happy, and we play to make them happy. If you don't win, they're not happy. So we cannot be happy, no matter if you play more attack or more. Nobody cares about that. I never saw books praising the history of teams that they play fantastic football if they don't really get the results.
I can also ask, Thomas Partey was booed in some sections of the first half.
Finally, we get coach way. If we talk, nobody go feel no in tactics if we go game inside. Because you no go talk say they use spoon, drink soup, they carry fork, eat rice, and then use the hand eat fufu. You no go talk that thing. You go talk, but you no go hear. So if you be opposition team, you go suffer. Hey, champion Carlos Queiroz. That what I tell police say, make you just play anything. You hear something, we no go play am again. You don't know when I tactics with they calm. What point today your paper topic? Make I raise a question.
Then talk about the Caleb Yorinchi.
Caleb Yorinchi, fantastic.
Yeah, see.
Midfield, fantastic.
Queiroz, he be experienced manager.
Okay.
Otto had 2 good chances at press conferences. He used Caleb Yorinchi as right back. He finished, he can't set the press conference where he explain why he for use Caleb for there. Where you know what it vexed me? Then Marvin Sanaya did the scored inside. Those 2 games, you not be say I dey lie or me I dey.
No, he did. If he dey lie,
Caleb Yorinchi.
If he dey lie, myself,
Caleb Yorinchi against Japan, 90 minutes, right back.
This guy
against South Korea, 90 minutes, central midfielder. Ando Tuadu against Austria, 90 minutes, right back. Against Germany, not in squad. Against Wolves, central midfielder, Carlos Queiroz. Where these 2 games, no, this Austria and then Japan. Otuado can't sit press conference. Where he tell me say, this guy, he they offer him something special for that right back there. That's something special.
Which guy puts name to him?
Caleb Yorinchi. He they offer where something special. Where you know what affects me? In some game, be the Unity Cup against Trinidad and Tobago or Nigeria. He start Caleb for right back, then Caleb the Shie, where he changed Caleb for a right back. No, he do some substitution where he push Caleb go midfield, where he bring right back. His performance in that game was like day and night.
For the midfield.
For that one game. But coach, where you do those 2 changes, where you see what Caleb give you for right back, you can't see what he give you for central midfielder. Then with the go play Japan and Austria, you can't go plan for right back.
It be the right way they take the.
But these games too, then we get Marvin Sanaya.
Where they use
Sanaya did there.
This one be spoon and fork.
You see,
practice.
see. I go check from July 2025.
Yeah.
I also the camera put for top.
You know, go fake capture.
Juventus played a large chunk of the games as central midfielder.
Zoom in for you.
80%. You don't listen, Bernard. 80% too. Central midfielder.
Yeah.
Defensive midfield. He do.
But you know people you don't see.
Right hand small, so he do 15%.
That's my guy.
He do 15%. When centre back, he do 5%.
You do what? 15%.
Yeah, for defensive midfielder.
Yeah.
Defensive midfield.
Yeah.
This be North Jylland though.
Okay.
Where centre back, you do 5%. If you be coach, if you be coach, based on this stats I give you, where you go play?
Certainly, I don't go the 5% side.
Charlie, I'm not mentioning right back self for here. Right back self, he go be 0.5%. But Chairman Otuado playing for there.
But Otto,
where you see
yesterday when they do their commentary, you say make I no go back to Otuado.
No. But if they do start, you go compare the current and the past.
Hey, yesterday.
Yeah, they talk something.
Yeah.
You see, Party. Yeah. He be metronome. You know who metronome?
No, who be metronome?
Bessie, he pass the ball.
Okay.
You know the pass take. Yeah. He did clean like normal.
Yeah.
You see, then he pass the ball.
Yeah.
So
what you go do? Plenty movement.
So what you go do? If you play somebody will be hard worker for around now, 100%. Who be the hard worker for the team inside? Zirenchi. Box to box, proper. Hey. See the goal we score. See where we start from. Yeah. Somebody could somebody. Where Zirenchi take the ball, can't give Nyama 1-2. Yeah. Where we go score. As we get the ball, no. He not stop. The ball hit the post. It's still there here. Wait, tap inside. Go. When we score. Energy.
If I could have.
Charlie, all this. I don't know. See.
Break
see, tactical colors curious. Bro.
Yeah, man.
My guy. He forced.
You flip your paper.
The thing is plenty. I just quickly want to run them through. Because I know say time no day.
Yeah. Oh no, time days. So like
every time then the three of you we talk about no structure, no identity.
Yeah. We have structure now.
For Otuado.
We have structure now.
Oh, guy. Without the ball, you know they see the team in shape.
Oh,
you did and see Elisha also give long pass. Hey, yeah. Then I shocked because Elisha didn't give long pass. Yeah. He did give casual passes. Yeah. Like misro passes. Misro. Yeah. Or the more another man now like nah. Yeah. But he gives some long pass to Elisha. I said that's serenity.
Charlie. So you say the FA do well say
the team is saying, why they bring FA inside? You know, be part of Malice. No, but I don't want to talk. I they talk footballing.
You know one talk.
I know. I they talk say if one go everything. You know who play the show. My reasons be football, pure football.
Okay.
One thing I like about your game is Kiros, you know, left the boys make them do whatever they do on the pitch.
Okay.
Minutes 1 to 90, coaching. There are levels to this thing. We call coaching. It be simple because if we left the boys, then go play what they want to do on the pitch. See Isaku, see what they do. Come on, time. We bring Nyama. Somebody will criticize say get 32 minutes, then pass season.
But yesterday play well.
Nyama in performance, they look like he get ACL for you.
No. He really
see
well.
the ball he play.
He really play
My
well.
last point. If we want to do anything significant for the World Cup, make it forget say we dey use Jordan Ayew as one and number 9.
He dey you, but like I don't want to talk about that.
Oh, you know before talk. As I do my research, why you no go make it?
Okay, Ayew, I beg you. To make up just pick the line.
Jordan Ayew.
Hey, World Cup is Jordan.
Yeah, this
is Jordan prime for number 9 role.
Yeah, this we no play Semenyo.
Yeah.
Then either wear hoodie then kept where they watch the game. We no play Semenyo. The front three be simple. Semenyo, Brandon. Yeah, I'll make you put who for right. Nyama. It's
Prince
young man, I forget I'm saying. He finished. Because those two people were then there around Brandon.
You say
then be hard workers.
You say Moku start Capito from bench.
Oh, Capito like maybe we blaze Panama train, no? That be if you go feel blaze man. Then we go bring Capito. Then you can't slow the game. Now if you give one pass forward, then you go bring her back. You want the point at the way. Okay. But say you dey go play Panama way, you dey search goal. Then you dey play Jordan. Semenyo say go vex. Because Semenyo will give one pass. Give him no, then now he dey 10, then we know they don't say he be bad.
Today, me and these people all come up from the office come there, but I don't know where they're pass. I don't get my eyes show anywhere.
Why they do my last day they laugh?
No, I know they laugh. I enjoy it.
It be research proven analysis.
Today I say it right. I say hey.
Because I do the commentary, I did watch. Yeah. And I explain give one a couple for the radio top, DJ Mingo.
Yeah.
This point, so I carry go there before I can hear.
Hey.
So I spread for the world.
Pink sheet.
It did everywhere. And it go into the
TV or on radio.
Because Charlie, before after the game, you walk your stock. He say he be adamant said, they use what he read because he be the best writer for the world.
100%.
Black Stars head coach, Carlos Queiroz, is adamant. Or not be so that the team will reach the second round of the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Yeah. Yeah, if you write headline, people pay attention.
Wait, that be what you are read for Newsfeed.
Hold on, make I tell the people. This guy there. If you write article, hold on. This guy there. No, we don't hold the time. We will not time. If this guy there write article, you for take your time and read. First off, if you understand the headline before you come read the story. Okay, that be how I did.
So
the headline say be what again?
He said he's adamant.
Okay. Today
say the team go raid the sec. You can't so be adamant. Just say you know.
Say they shake it.
Yeah. That video.
No. The spirit come.
Baba no force.
No.
That goal. No, see that goal alone. We know we didn't run the sequence.
For 22 minutes. I probably you are say
no. See, see. It be no. Watch. See, you see. See,
you know be that one.
No. See, the guy make the run. You give us space, wait 10.
When Nico to be fast.
You say no force.
Nico to be fast.
That one there, Baba Rama no force. No force.
But why you delay?
You could have done way better. Like you could do way better.
You give me an answer 50 in 53
minutes.
No, but you know that.
Where I say I don't know if we rate them based on just one.
By this side, no force.
By this side, no force. Because aside,
no. See the way he tackled the guy.
Elementary. Elementary.
Abeku, because aside this instance, how many involvements they involve Baba Rahman for the game inside?
Yeah, that be the truth.
That's why I talk say.
Why this game is for club? Watch out. Close this guy.
If you close down, for you to speak, close down quick.
Close down. Then some foul. Then the people go regroup.
And even if it beats you safer, tell your body then cut down. Because at the end of the day, you be new player, then introduce you to the game.
See, if
you don't get yellow card.
If you watch Antoine, the way he position body, he go fit cut the guy.
Simple.
Plus the ball.
Easy. Watch him. Easy. See where he come from. You read the guy in movement, where he go close to the guy.
Cut out for here.
I say, he won't hack the guy like we do stay for me. So like, he won't touch him. Charlie, what will they do?
I will make her finish my last point.
Okay, yeah.
Then maybe we'll go back to you. One of the few negatives I see at the end.
Yeah. That be where I won't find out from.
Why we start party?
Oh, but you know fair bad.
You know fair bad, but we expose them small. You say he put in.
The people boo
he put in 2 tackles. Yellow.
Bookable,
If like it be competitive game.
Like the record.
Charlie, we go end the game with 10 men.
Yeah, that be true.
But the referee watch him. That referee too. You now you check the stats.
Yeah, Oscar Johnson.
He showed 217 yellow cards in 19.
No. 600 and something yellow cards for 170 games.
So if like that Oscar Johnson chairman, he did the Panama game. Pate, he go. You see, Pate continue the game because it should clearly say, Charlie, chairman no be match fit. Limited game time. I go check his numbers for Villarreal. The entire season, he do 20 plus
the people
appearances.
For this,
on top, Marcelino Garcia, right? The coach for Villarreal, can't talk say, let's go. That guy have some research about him. If I talk people, they say they hate the guy. That was like if you go start him,
Confucianist.
See,
time that coach.
Like we go start him, like if we play the guy is called this guy.
Yeah,
like for play him around Pate, because he likes Owusu to be small, metronome small. He too like you see, but we play him then Elisha. Where we expose the guy.
Okay.
Charlie, apart from that, I feel say we no miss Otoado. If I call him and sack him again, I finish.
Charlie.
Why you part of the point?
That he hits me too much.
Is it negatives? Oh, me, my negatives say number one. Negatives. Like Gabby told me, like I don't go start Thomas Partey.
Okay.
Because it get in and your own injury issues.
Okay.
We get one of our own injury issues.
How?
More of the players no come. Even some of the players then they come safe. Then get injury issues where they them a body.
He exposed Jikuno.
Yeah. So me I get Partey. Yes, it be in limited minutes for Villarreal. No, it will affect them, but if we protect them because his presence alone on the pitch, it will help.
Okay.
And you will be say like Gabby talk again. We talk for radio.
Yeah.
Just make sure say you get somebody where you go compensate for in lack of mobility. Okay. And that be Caleb Urenchi.
So it means we still go for start time. I forget what I'm holding for him.
Start time before start time at all costs. Because you don't get any pace controller or game controller for your team inside. Okay. You don't get anybody where you get passing range like Pate. Yeah. So if you start time, but make sure say if you get somebody where be mobile where it go make up for a lack of speed or mobility. And that will be like Showusu because like Showusu now because I know get speed already. So if we use Caleb Urenchi for that side. Another negative we say the Leicester City boys. Me I talk say Ishaku if he no listen to instructions where he go play as a proper winger, but he won't do it. But this say he won't be like number 10 secondary striker. Then for bench him, and he be me say he do the same thing. And the coach bench him for the second half. So what they mean be say going forward, no. Yes, in the Jordan Ayew therefore start from bench because Ishaku and they see him say it come across like somebody will be too complacent, it be too it see what they say he arrived. They see what they say he arrived. If we put a stop to that, make him clear, give him say he no rich, make him relax. So if he no go change the attitude, then go start from bench. So in the Jordan Ayew therefore start from bench.
Who will they talk to the Mamate?
Jordan Ayew then Ishaku. So the Leicester City boys know.
I want everybody say are the coordinators. They ask me questions.
Jordan Ayew, I see some clips be of the ball retention moves he do that thing. It be good, but there's a place and time for everything. Okay. That the time he they do all these things, no. Then be first half, second half. That no be the time for do those things. Okay. If we do one like Gabby talk, no. When we get lead 10 minutes before the end of the game, then you go bring and come. The NSN chance. If you be Jordan, like we never go.
You're not going to
get goal from that opportunity.
You try talk say the Jordan chance. If you be anybody like you go score.
No, I don't talk the Jordan chance.
But there was a Jordan chance.
Yes, that one day.
The one he's slow with the keeper catch.
Yeah, that one 2 days.
See that one they speak about what you already talk. He's slow.
That one 2 days. But me, make we put that one aside. Okay. The NSN chance he creates. If you be Jordan, like we know get that chance cry because see. Brandon Thomas Asante win the ball.
Straightforward. Yeah, then Brandon
Straightforward. We dey go.
He say be quick. He be quick.
We dey go. If you be Jordan now, even if Jordan get 10 years ahead of the player, because of his lack of speed, then go catch up. And on top of that, he now go take the ball, go back.
That be all.
And that for me be big negative.
Fantastic.
So yeah, that be how me at this year. And on top of that, see when a back line, therefore work on the offside. See, therefore work on the offside. If you watch the back line, forget where the ball deal.
We go have the Jamaica game. We have the Jamaica game.
Watch the back line.
We'll come back to that.
Offside go catch you.
Today they no go make an end the show. So as they talk, they make an end them. Then you know understand. That be the show today. This is the Football Made in Ghana for ChannelOne TV Top. Fantastic guys. Gabi Ofe, Yao Jamie. My name is Bernard Abe Coachre. I put them there behind the set. They make the show fantastic as well. And then you do the watch with it. Thank you. This be ChannelOne TV. The name of the show be Football Made in Ghana.
The celebration there. They get into the box for another goal. Out.
After months of grey skies here in Berlin, it is finally spring, as you can see all around me. The weather is hot and just the right amount of temperature for us to be outside and at a festival. there is everything for everyone. There is music, there is dancing, and there is delicious food all around. Welcome to the Carnival of Cultures. And as the name suggests, there are so many cultures from all around the world, including the African continent.
I'm from Malawi.
And I'm from Ghana.
I'm from Zimbabwe.
From London, South Africa.
I'm representing Nigeria.
Gambia, Senegal.
My heritage is from Mozambique.
This is the 77%, and I am your host, Okeringu Shinado. Coming up on today's show, two worlds collide with a carnival in the streets of Berlin and Cape Town. Who does it better? We step into Isaac Chere's dance classes where movement meets fitness. And lastly, prep your vocals as we learn what it takes to be an Afrobeats artist with Angelica Bell. Oh, I see they also have henna tattoos. I'm definitely going to get one. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the Carnival of Cultures. It was started in 1996 in Berlin as a way to fight back against racist attacks that were happening at the time in the city. Now, it started with over 2,000 participants, but now it has grown to 1 million people attending this big festival. And I mean, Berlin is the perfect place to celebrate diversity, creativity, and just so many people that we're seeing right here. One of the most anticipated events at the Carnival of Cultures is the street parade. I mean, you have over 5,000 cultures representing in different groups as well, like one of them behind me, which is the Nigerian movement. Now, we followed them earlier to see how they prepared for the street parade. Have a look.
African vibes right in the heart of a Berlin garden colony. Sound system, DJs, MCs for their fundraising party for the Carnival of Cultures. The group Nigerian movement is already pulling out all the stops. DJ Tommy T has been a fixture of the Berlin music scene for 7 years and has unpicked the DJs for the parade.
I love playing music. I love bringing people on the dance floor, giving them good vibes, good energy, making them have fun. This is orgasmic to me.
Approximately 3,000 Nigerians live in Berlin. Many are already second-generation residents, and every year, hundreds of young people also come to the city to study. It was therefore high time to finally be represented as a distinct group at Berlin's largest street festival. Corey Miller Braid founded the Nigerian movement just last year.
The Carnival of Cultures needs a Nigerian truck, a Nigerian sound system, because Nigeria is the biggest, the most populous black nation worldwide, and at the moment we've got a Nigerian wave going around the whole world. Nigeria this, Nigeria that, with sports, entertainment.
The association offers football training, DJing workshops for young people, and much more related to Nigerian culture in the diaspora.
It's a one-time event that we get to express ourselves. So if you come, you learn a lot from it. So if you have the chance, guys, take it.
What does Carnival mean to you guys, or how do you guys love to celebrate your culture?
We have different clothes from different regions. So it depends. We do dances from different regions. We love our origins, our roots, especially because we are abroad of our country. So that reminds me where we come from, and especially with the young generations, that is really good to keep that in us, like the culture in us.
As you can see, festivals like this are all about celebrating diversity and different cultures. Now we're here in Berlin, but there is a separate festival happening in Cape Town, and my colleague Nonto Koza will show us around. Check it out.
Absolutely fantastic.
It's awesome, amazing. It's something so mesmerizing.
I think best carnival in the world.
It's been absolutely incredible. It's amazing.
Color, rhythm, dance, song, dazzling lights. The streets of Cape Town came alive, transformed into a living stage of culture, diversity, and pure joy.
My favorite thing about the carnivals is the makeup, the dancing, the meeting the people, the leads, all of the makeup, the zazz, everything is just like phenomenal. It's out of this world.
The Cape Town Carnival burst onto the scene in 2010, born in the electric atmosphere of the FIFA World Cup. Today, it's a bold celebration of creativity and cultural connection. Months of rehearsals bring communities and dancers together to make it all look effortless. One of them is Colleen Slatus, a professional dancer who uses dance to bring young people together and help them showcase their talent.
It started as a street dance crew, literally in the streets, and then later we got to use the community center, and then over a few years we actually changed it into free dance classes for the community and adult classes for surrounding areas. So we did a few competitions over the years, but we mainly focus on the free dance classes for the youth and training for our dance teachers and aspiring dancers and our adults.
In an under-resourced community facing crime and school dropouts, Colleen offers something simple but powerful, a place to belong.
With crime and gangsterism and all of those things, I do live in an underprivileged community, and people are dropping out of school left, right and center. It went from high school dropouts to primary school dropouts. So if I can find a space for them to influence them to do something, just keep yourself busy. Even if you're not that into dancing, just come for vibes. I always say, just come for the vibes. We have something to eat, we have something to drink, and it's good vibe just to get them off the streets and get them away from those bad habits.
For Colleen, participating in the Cape Town Carnival means more than just dancing. It's also about bringing like-minded people together who might not otherwise connect. The carnival draws people from across the globe, each bringing their vibrant traditions to share in a dazzling celebration.
We are based in America, but Caribbean flavor. I love Carnival. Carnival is a part of the Caribbean culture. So when I found out that Africa actually has carnivals, I said I have to be a part of the carnivals in Africa. They're different from our Caribbean carnivals, but it's all one love. That's why.
16 years on, the Cape Town Carnival still fuels local creativity, which in turn grows skills, creates jobs, boosts tourism, and gives diverse communities a powerful platform. For Colleen, as a professional dancer, the hardest thing is finding a rhythm in her daily life.
The greatest challenge is to remain consistent. You never know when the next job is coming, you never know what is happening. As a freelancer especially, you're not going to a 9-to-5 job. So the greatest challenge is just to stay consistent and to have that tenacity. Hence that's why we are called Tenacity Movement, so that we are reminded to not give up. There's a dream, go for that dream at all times.
We are one big family. We always come together, support each other, for more visibility, more love, and everybody is welcome. We are one huge family. Even if you are not a Ghanaian, you are always welcome.
Ghana to the world.
Ghana piano, kakalika to the whole we are saying.
Yes.
We're here with the one and only Isaac Chere, the founder of Afroletics and also just a great and amazing choreographer in general. So how has your day been like? Have you been enjoying the festival?
Totally. I was just in Mauer Park. We did an Afroletics session right there, 1 year anniversary. And then I came straight to the carnival to meet my guys and obviously to support Ghana. For me, it's very nostalgic to hear all the old school Ghanaian songs. This is just giving me such an amazing feeling, and it's been great.
And also on social media, you have a big presence on your TikTok, on your Instagram. You have collaborated with so many people, also teaching people your dance moves. Who has been your best collaborator? Someone that you've had on your page that you've just been, this was the perfect person?
Woo! This is actually a very big question. I appreciate all the moments, if it's Neymar, the footballer, doing one of my dances, if it's Naomi Campbell inviting us to her birthday because she loves our video so much, if it's Channing Tatum doing a little chwala bump.
I saw that video.
Yeah,
I love that video.
The little dance with us, Social media is very powerful, It's very powerful, but you also have to make sure you use it like intentionally, you know, otherwise it can also break you. But for us, it really worked out well because the people love our energy.
I mean, you have taught all these people some dance moves, but is there something that you can kind of like quickly just show me right now? Something simple, something quick.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay, let's
do this, come on.
Call it the Chwalabam. Let's start with the Chwalabam.
Okay, cool. I'm going to attempt to do this, okay? Yeah.
So you go like, first you have like your upper body a little bit stiff, and then you wiggle to the side.
Yeah.
Hey, you jiggle, all right?
Yeah.
And now we go down, now we go up.
Hey.
We go down, we go up.
Thank you so much, guys. Now that I will try to practice this a bit more, let's find out more about Afrolytics with Isaac Chere. Check it out.
When Isaac Chere, a Berlin-based dancer, choreographer and fitness coach, invites people to work out in the park, there is an energetic African vibe in the air. This is no surprise, as the fitness program he developed, called Afrolytics, combines dance moves with African beats.
Afrolytics is a fitness concept that I developed. It's a combination of dance, interval and cardio training based on African rhythms. It's really about getting people to dance and sweat.
Segments of the workout derive from various African dance styles such as Ndombolo, Amapiano and Afro House.
The first dance style, Ndombolo, is from the Congo. The defining characteristic of Ndombolo is the hip movement. You have to always keep a light stance at this squatting position. The next dance style is Amapiano, originating from South Africa. My brother Dennis will demonstrate it. Notice the lightness. It's really groovy. We also say the aim is not to sweat.
Okay. Man sagt da auch, the aim is not to sweat.
And finally, Afro House originates from Angola and is based on very quick footwork patterns. First, we have Abria, okay, and then you can do it. And that's
crazy, yeah?
Isaac is very busy. In 2020, he published his African Dance Dictionary, an online dictionary for African dance styles. The steps and their historical origins are explained in videos along with practicing instructions.
When you Google the history of Ndombolo or Afro House, for instance, you find very little information. And I wanted to be the one to change that because I'm from Africa. I want to help people appreciate our culture and help those who want to learn more about it.
Isaac was born in Ghana in 1991. When he was 4, he and his family moved to Germany, starting in the city of Duisburg. After the sudden death of his mother, his father relocated him and his 2 brothers to Berlin-Neukölln, a neighborhood known for its social challenges.
Even though we never had much money, we still did well because we had each other. It was like, okay, mom's not here anymore, but dad is here. And we felt he'll look after us somehow. We just need to make sure we don't mess it up and keep moving forward.
Isaac started dancing at this youth center. As a teenager, he spent several hours a day here with his brothers and friends. They danced hip-hop and crumping, an expensive African-American dance style that originated in the United States in the early 2000s.
I could never have imagined that I would one day reach this point, having started from such a difficult situation and now standing alongside such international names on the world's stages.
Isaac has registered the name of his workout, Afrolytics, as a trademark, and his dream is
that Afrolytics becomes a global movement and that it is danced all over the world, and that the same energy like here at the Moa Park will spread worldwide.
African rhythms are in Isaac's blood. His workout is not just about fitness, but also about enjoying life.
you as a DJ, what do you even prefer playing? Or like, is when you hear the crowd, what are they leaning more towards listening to? Or doesn't it matter?
Can't play Amapiano 1 hour. It becomes boring to a lot of people and they start leaving the venue. They have a reason to leave the venue. So we have to find a way to balance maybe 20 minutes Amapiano, 20 minutes Afrobeat, or you miss one-on-one.
Well, you heard it here first. It doesn't matter. It's all about enjoying music and dancing. Well, this is also a question that my colleague Michael Oti also answers on whether Amapiano or Afrobeats matters or whether it's just the music. Take a look.
I love music and I love to dance. I won't pretend I am great at it, but once the rhythm hits, it doesn't matter. Recently, I stumbled into an online debate.
Amapiano or Afrobeat?
Who owns Afrobeats, Ghana or Nigeria? And another one. Is Afrobeats bigger than Amapiano?
Have you ever wondered how African music crossed over into wider pop culture?
On the surface, these debates seem harmless, but look closer. And it begins to feel like identity is being reduced to competition. Afrobeats and Amapiano didn't appear out of nowhere. They are part of a much longer story. You can hear echoes of high life in Afrobeats melodies. And you can trace rhythmic patterns to palm wine music. In Southern Africa, the DNA of Marabi and Kwaito flow directly into Amapiano. Across Central Africa, Sukus and Makossa have contributed their bit. These genres borrowed, blended, and built on each other because that's how music works. Amapiano isn't an isolated phenomenon. Afrobeats isn't either. They are both continuations of something much older. They are part of a much longer story. So when artists like Sarkodie, Master KG, or Wizkid break through globally, it is not proof that one genre is greater than the other. It's a reminder of how far the sound has traveled and how many hands have shaped it along the way. So the dance styles might differ. The language might change, the tempo, the accents, the style. They may all be different, but the instinct stays the same. We move because something in the music recognizes us. So the question isn't who owns Afrobeats or whether Amapiano is better than Afrobeats. The question is what or who does it connect us to? Because if you listen closely, it's telling us we are all branches of the same tree.
Okay, you guys, it's heating up in here, and we have so far spoken to so many people that are telling us how great and beautiful this event is, and we're also seeing so much dancing. But you know, I have one question for you. Do you know what it takes to be an Afrobeats artist? Well, for me, I have no idea. I just know it's beautiful vocals and also great songwriting skills. But my colleague Samson interviews Angelica Bell, who tells us exactly what it takes to be an Afrobeats artist.
If not be you, me no want no other.
If not be you, me no want no other. Jesus.
Yeah. In Lagos, where music is everywhere, from the street to the global stage, African sound is taking over. But what does it really take to become a Nigerian music superstar? Luck, talent, or something deeper? Today, in this episode of My Hustle, we will find out.
My name is Angelica Eyine, popularly known as Angelica Bell. I'm an artist, I'm a performer, I'm a songwriter from Lagos, Nigeria, and this is my hustle, Boomba. So let me take you through the journey of like my creative process and everything.
Such a nice setup here.
Thank you. So this is also what it takes to be a superstar. You have to wake up and look straight to your studio every morning. Let's say I just wake up and then I want to go into recording. I can have like little vocal warm-ups I do. So you can do like mama, 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 mama.
Mama, mama, mama.
Ah, you're guessing? Yeah.
How do you make your music?
I listen to the sound over and over again. Like, I kid you not, since I got this beat this morning, I've been playing it.
Wow.
I just play around the house, and then as soon as I pick up a random melody that stays, I just come and then put it down here. So this is what the beat sounds like. It's my type of... So it starts like a hum. You can get like a hum. Hey, you hear the melody.
Oh my God.
So what can I? If no be you, me no want no other. Me cross the seas and the 7 borders. Let's rehearse it together so we can. Cause it's not just me that will do the work. If no be you, me no want no other. Me cross the seas and the 7 borders. You can put your head for me little shoulders. If no be you, me no want no other.
If no be you, me no want no other.
Me cross the seas and the 7 borders.
Me cross the seas and the 7 borders.
Okay, let's go from the beginning. If no be you, me no want no other. Me cross the seas and the 7 borders. You can put your head on me little shoulders. Baby, don't you cry. Let's hear.
Yeah. Wait, you just recorded this one now?
Yeah, no.
Like now?
Baby, don't you cry.
Are you an African artist or Nigerian artist or a global artist?
An African global artist. So that's why I posted, because it's very important to talk about. So it's a reggae beat, but you hear me say you don't need another pidgin. So I try as much as possible to infuse
African
style into my music.
So basically you mean adding the beats, adding the African language is what makes Afrobeat the Afrobeat.
Yes, exactly.
And how challenging is it for you as a female artist?
Has been a lot. Generally, being a female, you know how it is in every field, especially as an African woman. It's not easy because they always feel like women are places in the house or business.
And after you make your music, like you said, you guys always go for different shows, right?
Yeah.
Is there any show that you guys are having that is coming on
soon? Yeah, we're supposed to have on Sunday.
Is it something that I can follow you to the event?
Oh yeah, sure, you can.
Wow, you're looking gorgeous, like
thank you.
Fabulous.
Thank you. Yeah.
And the Loud Urban Choir, what are you guys made of?
We are like friends that came together to build something. We're an Afrobeat choir. There's no Afrobeat choir. We're the first Afrobeat choir. I could say that boldly. And yeah, so we plan to take it across. We plan to spread that, because normally when people come, they're like, oh, choir people are always, confined to the church and everything. But then, now we are an Afrobeat choir and we're moving like Afrobeat artists.
Beyond everything, I think African culture isn't just one thing. Maybe it's diversity in unity.
Rhythm, yeah. This is a hot girl anthem. For the hot girl anthem. This is a hot girl anthem.
Can you show us what are you wearing exactly?
I'm wearing from my designer, Mami Kadi. So this is a new dress. So yeah, I love it. It's nice, but it's hot, but it's nice.
No, but you're still looking very, very beautiful. What was the idea behind starting Click de la Fête?
There was a lack of African music and culture here in Berlin. Everything was really focused on American culture and was like, hey, we need to represent our own cultures, and that's where we started the movement.
Why bring your team and bring your truck here to Carnival of Cultures?
Sometimes the people almost think like it's only Nigeria or Ghana, but we represent we try to represent the whole African countries.
When you guys hear from people who kind of also like take part and also dance with you guys, what are some of the words that people say to you guys?
Like Click de la Fête is really known to do like a journey through the African music. So we might start in Angola, then we go to Congo, then Nigeria, South Africa, the diaspora in France, England. So it's like everything mixed together. And also that's what represents us. We come from all different African cultures.
Okay, after all that dancing and singing, I am ready for some food and also something to drink. What do I have here? What is this that I'm drinking?
You are drinking bisap. We call it bisap in West Africa. It's a hibiscus drink with pineapple and ginger as well.
I think this is perfect for this weather. Thank you so much. What do you have here exactly at the store?
I cook African, so West African food. Plantains, beans, jollof rice, groundnut soup. I have with meat or without meat. I have chicken stew, spinach on yam, different kinds of beans. Chicken.
Tell me more about the people that you're cooking with as well.
They are all my children. I'm working with my children.
Yeah, so it's a family business all the way.
It's a family business. Very, very delicious.
So we're also here at an Ethiopian stand to also try some of their food, and I'm here with
Endale Makuria.
And he is also the chef, and also, did you make this food, right?
I cook by myself, yeah.
This has been the Carnival of Cultures, and I can safely say that it has not disappointed. I have had a great time, and being here my first time, I can say that I can truly feel the love, the acceptance, and it has been beautiful seeing all the different cultures here. Thank you for joining me. This has been the 77%, and now I'm going to enjoy the rest of the festival with my lovely colleagues, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
From Accra to Buenos Aires, from Lagos to London, the world is locking in for the greatest football spectacle on earth, the 2026 FIFA World Cup. But before the first whistle cuts through the noise, there's a deeper rhythm to the game. Every badge carries history, every player brings a story, every number means something. Welcome to World Cup Central, only on ChannelOne TV.
Hello and welcome to another episode of World Cup Central right on ChannelOne TV.
Your home of football intelligence with African energy and global perspective. We're taking you beyond the highlights, from powerful eye-opening stats to sharp breakdowns of every qualified nation to insights that change how you see the beautiful game.
Your first appearance,
my very first award ever.
Thank you so much to the Ghana Movie Awards for this incredible honor. I really appreciate this. Thank you to all my fans and to the entire cast and crew of Red Carpet. I love you all. Mwah.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Ghana. This is really nice. Heavy as usual, like a dumbbell. I'll use it to a good start. God bless you, Ghana. One love. I heard the award was so heavy. It's actually true. It's so heavy.
Ghana Movie Awards, 7th June at Kempinski Hotel. Brought to you by Bost Energies Limited, formerly Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited.
Ghana Movie Awards, come let's celebrate.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on ChannelOne TV. I'm Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Coming up, judgment for NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Nchibuisiako's case over his alleged involvement in illegal mining activities set for July 3. Also coming up, inflation rises for second consecutive month to 3.7%. Coming up in business, Chamber of Mines welcomes government assurances on mine nationalization. And later in sports, Kobe Mainoo describes competing in World Cup as a special feeling. Details of our stories now. Now, Deputy Attorney General Justice Shrimsai has announced that the illegal mining trial involving Ashanti Regional Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Bernard Nchibuisiako, popularly known as Chairman Wontumi, and two others, has come to an end. In a post on social media on Wednesday, June 3, the Deputy Attorney General stated that the accused persons in the case, the Republic versus Bernard Nchubuisiako and two others, called their fifth and final witness, who was subsequently discharged from the witness box. According to him, that development marked the conclusion of the entire trial, with the court now set to deliver judgment on July 3, 2026. Still at the court, the Supreme Court has dismissed a suit filed by Imani Africa challenging the president's constitutional authority to appoint and remove the heads of the country's security agencies. Delivering the judgment, the chairman of the panel, Justice Gabriel Scott Bowman, stated that the court found no merit in the plaintiff's claims and consequently dismissed all reliefs sought. In its ruling, the court distinguished the offices of the Inspector General of Police and the Director General of Prisons, holding that these positions do not fall within the ambit of Article 191 of the Constitution, which provides protection for certain public office holders. Here is lawyer for the plaintiffs, Kofi Bentol, in a media interview shortly after court proceedings.
IGP and prisons, they've separated them from immigration and fire and others. We don't see that separation in the Constitution or in any law. But the Supreme Court has decided that they have to be separated. And they've said that the IG and the prisons are special cases. And therefore, they've given different rulings concerning those. That was my understanding from what they said. And then the others, like immigration, fire service, and code, they've also given a different set of rulings. So, in a sense, what we asked for, they haven't given us. But they've decided what to give us, and they've given that to us. And that's what they explained, that in their mind, the offices are not the same. In our law, as it is written, there's no distinction per se.
For the second consecutive time, inflation has climbed slightly, with May recording a rate of 3.7%. This shows an increase from 3.4% in April 2026, reversing the disinflation trajectory the country enjoyed in the last 15 months. Month-on-month inflation also rose to 1.1% from 1% in April, reflecting a mild pickup in price pressures after months of decline. Government statistician Dr. Alhassan Idrisu provided highlight of the data at a news conference.
The big picture is positive. Inflation at 3.7%, meaning that inflation is a world away from last year's 18.4%, and long downward trend points towards stability. Second, the recent pressure comes mainly from food. Food inflation rose to 3.3%, and food prices climbed 2% in a single month, making it the single largest driver. Third, this is largely a homegrown story. What do I mean by that? Locally produced items account for about 92% of inflation in May, while imported items stayed very subdued. Fourth, services, especially housing, rent, and education, are rising faster than goods. Fifth, the burden is uneven across the country.
The Komfanoche Teaching Hospital has resumed emergency admissions after temporarily halting them due to congestion at its accident and emergency center yesterday. Acting Medical Director Dr. Yao Labi says bed availability has improved slightly following discussions with the Ghana Health Service and some private hospitals to help manage emergency cases before referral to Komfanoche when necessary.
Done is that we are now accepting patients because we are gradually working on the patients, the almost 40 patients backlog that we had. And I have been through the ward, some of the wards this morning. The bed stage has only improved slightly. I must tell you that the entire D block, when I did my rounds this morning, had only 5 beds available. However, there are other wards that I haven't been to. Yeah, so it tells you that we still have a challenge with beds, but because we know the critical role that we play in the country, looking at the number of facilities who refer cases to us from 12 of the regions of this country, we are now receiving referrals. Though it looks a bit quiet down there, but I believe when you pass down there, you must have seen patients who are still, some on beds, some on stretchers on the floor. So it tells you that we are still managing it, still trying to admit patients. Any patient who arrives will be attended to.
Dr. Labid added that facilities with the necessary equipment but without specialist personnel will also collaborate with Komfanochi Teaching Hospital specialists to provide emergency care. He also called for the operationalization of the Afari and Siwa hospitals to support Komfanochi Teaching Hospital's role as the region's only tertiary healthcare facility.
Heard about projects like Afari, Sewa, some of the Agenda 111s, all these facilities plus the existing facilities have to be strategically looked at. And I know they are on the radar of the government. They should be strategically looked at and resourced. Human resource with the right skill mix or right skill sets, and then the right infrastructure and equipment, so that they can also function more efficiently and be able to deliver more than they are doing. And that will solve the problem.
The convener of the One Ghana movement, Senior Hosi, has called for justice for victims of the June 3 disaster, saying survivors and affected families have waited 11 years for accountability. He made the call at a commemoration event marking the 11th anniversary of the June 3 flood and fire disaster in Accra. Senior Hosi recounted that more than 150 people lost their lives while over 200 others were injured in the tragedy. He urged government and relevant institutions to ensure justice and compensation for victims and their families.
June 3, where is justice? For 11 years, the victims of this tragedy have carried scars, physical, emotional, and economic scars. Some lost their hearing, some lost their livelihoods, some lost their entire families, and yet the justice they deserve remains painfully out of reach. In 2018, 69 victims took the bold step of seeking justice through the courts, filing a class action against GOIL, the National Petroleum Authority, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the station manager. They asked for accountability. They asked for compensation. They asked for dignity. Over the years, the truth has become clearer, not dimmer.
The ranking member on Parliament's Economy and Development Committee, Kojo Nkrumah, has expressed concern over what he describes as a rise in youth unemployment. He states that available data indicates that the national youth unemployment rate increased from 32% to 32.5% in 2025. The Ofuasi Aribi MP made the remarks while reacting to a statement delivered on the floor of Parliament by the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kasia Latofosin, on the state of the economy.
In December 2024, the unemployment rate for young Ghanaians aged 15 to 24 stood at 32%. By the third quarter of 2025, that figure has risen to 32.5%, Mr. Speaker. In the Greater Accra region alone, youth unemployment as at Q3 2025 is now at 49.3%. What it means is that on the average, 1 out of every 2 young people that you meet on the streets of the Greater Accra region is unemployed. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Statistical Service is saying that 7 out of every 10 unemployed Ghanaians are under the age of 35. 7 out of every 10. And so for many people out there, the question they're asking is, so the stability that has been achieved as a result of this IMF ECF signed in 2023, how is it bearing fruit in their life? And the data is that despite all the programs that the government on its own rolled out, the situation is getting worse.
You are still watching Newsfeed on ChannelOne TV. I'm Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Still to come, residents of Jakobu in the Amansi Central Districts of the Ashanti region oppose relocation of proposed 24-hour market project. We have details of that, plus business and sports coming up shortly. Please stay with us.
June is for business here at City FM and ChannelOne TV. This June, the ideas get bolder and the future of Ghanaian business takes center stage. Welcome to the City Business Festival 2026. For the entire month of June, 97.3 City FM and ChannelOne TV bring together the thinkers, builders, innovators, and dreamers shaping the future of enterprise in Ghana. From powerful business fora that spark meaningful conversations to insightful on-air discussions with industry leaders and change makers, to stories of resilience, innovation, and ambition from Ghanaian entrepreneurs. This is more than a festival. It is a movement of ideas, strategy, and impact. Whether you're starting small, scaling big, or simply dreaming of your next breakthrough, the City Business Festival is your platform to learn, connect, and grow. Join the on-air series every weekday at 9 a.m. on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and at 11 a.m. with a repeat at 6 p.m. on ChannelOne TV. This June, let's challenge businesses. Let's refine ideas. Let's create impact. Call 0205-973-973 for further details. City Business Festival 2026, driving ideas into impact. The City Business Festival 2026 is powered by 97.3 City FM and ChannelOne TV in partnership with Absa Bank, and it's proudly sponsored by Absa Bank, MTN, Zondatech Ghana Limited, and Petra Trust.
You're welcome back to Newsfeed on ChannelOne TV. Let's bring you some more stories. Traditional leaders and residents of Jakobu in the Amansi Central District of the Ashanti region are opposing the relocation of the proposed 24-hour market project from the town to 9 Mile. The residents protested yesterday ahead of the sword-cutting ceremony for the project, which is scheduled for today. Speaking during the demonstration, the Jasehene of Jakobu, Nana Enim Koko II, called on the government to provide clarity on the decision and engage stakeholders on the matter.
January 6, 2026, Enna, Regional Minister, Dr. Amwako Ehine, one central government, local government, Yeura, Honorable Ibrahim. Moye sanji say ede buy say district bia no e na mo de sa market no eko a ya Amansi Central Jakobu e na mo take care no e ye pepe akutami mo ankasa mo yinkine wa no na afa e ye dan a mo tumi asesa no within 1 week say mo de ko na months mo mra me kire yase yenti ase ade 20 a mo ahihye say eye ewiati nyina nhwe bi krata no eni the whole Ghana will be this would be a market ne ko ho no obi a o sa pepe ekutami bi Amansi Central de no market ho no den na sampanifu e na ekine ya matumi asesa no a mo se mo de ko na months mo mra me kire yase se munim ho bi na ne kire ya mama ye hu se so munim ho bi di a na se ewura DC nko na aye san hye no a eno so mo ma ye hu market a ye didwa ama anajo enyina ya didwa sa 24 economy enyina aba no Yes, Stramwada. Samotomo de Conamans, I hold you to I shake Jacobuasi. Nema Amansia Centra Hadia, Yanomonyadrin. Yanomonyadrin, and Nomonyadrin.
The Ga East Municipal Assembly has demolished unauthorized structures at Hacho and its environs as part of effort to prevent flooding in the municipality. Municipal Head of Works, Engineer Justine Glover, told ChannelOne News the exercise directed by the Special Planning Committee targets illegal development, obstructing drainage channels and waterways. Justine Glover warned developers occupying waterways to voluntarily remove their structures or face demolition, noting that the Assembly is determined to prevent a recurrence of flooding in the community.
It's the Ga East Municipal Assembly with the instructions of the Special Planning Committee embarking on an exercise to remove all unauthorized structures on waterways and on public rights of way. And so what is happening for the past 3 hours, we tried to remove a structure that just started. This is not a structure we sat down for it to be constructed. This is about the 4th time the Assembly is here. And what we are trying to do is to prevent the structure from coming out so that the question will come, where were we? And so we are here the 4th time to make sure that the structure doesn't come up because it is blocking the access, one of the tributaries that feed into Odo River. And that will not continue. So
the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat says its recent leadership change is aimed at strengthening the fight against illegal mining. This follows report leadership changes, including replacement of Colonel Dominic Bois as Director of Operations for NIMOS. Speaking on ChannelOne TV's Breakfast Daily Show, spokesperson for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, Pakwesi Shandov, explained that the change was not made with any ill intent, but forms part of a strategy to improve productivity.
As we speak, NIMOS, the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, is still in its full gear. It's still maintaining momentum in its enforcement of the laws where illegal mining is concerned. It's also important, I believe, to put on record that as part of efforts by government to boost their output and to ensure that NIMOS is able to do far more than it has been able to do so far, there's been a systemic leadership overhaul at the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat. And the essence is to, ensure more productivity. And so as we speak, new troops have been brought on board. The leadership has also been modified in a way. And all of that is to ensure that we're able to get more results. And so if there's any update on NIMOS, I think that is just about it.
Speaking about NIMOS's latest operations, Pakwesi Shandov stated that more than 100 Chinese illegal miners have been arrested in recent times and are being dealt with in accordance with the law.
We made, yes, a couple of arrests. Basically, they were foreigners. It's the Chinese that we were able to really handle. The thing about the Chinese is that they normally offer the, if you like, the expertise or the resources or the incentive for, you understand, they are actually the brains, the architects. And so once you are able to flush them out of the system, which we are actively doing, you should expect a lot of good results. And they are the ones that we are focusing on. As I speak, on the records of NIMOS, we've arrested well over 100 Chinese who are, associated with illegal mining offenses, and all of them would be dealt with accordingly.
This is still Newsfeed on ChannelOne TV. Next, we have business with Shika Caesar. Hi, Nashika.
Hi, Hawa.
What's in business?
Coming up in business, the Ghana Chamber of Mines has described assurances by the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources that government has no policy direction towards nationalization of mines as a reaffirmation of Ghana's commitment to maintaining an investment-friendly environment in the mining sector. The Chamber says the remarks help to reinforce investor confidence at a time of heightened public discussion over mining lease renewals. Speaking at the 19th edition of the West African Mining and Power Expo, the Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber, Engineer Kenneth Ashigbe, also used the platform to condemn xenophobic attacks in South Africa.
Well, what the minister said was that there was no policy of nationalization of mining assets in Ghana. Of course, we welcome that because, as you would most likely know, this has implications for investors, both Ghanaian and foreign investors, because we've been there before as a country, and we saw the consequences that flowed from the previous nationalization attempt. So we're glad that the minister has assured the industry that there's no government policy of nationalization of mines.
Now, business intelligence and strategy firm Confidence has warned that rising utility costs, geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, and renewed pressure on the cedi could undermine Ghana's ongoing economic recovery and create fresh challenges for businesses. According to the managing partner of Confidence, Michael Koto, although Ghana's macroeconomic indicators have improved significantly since the economic crisis of 2022, businesses remain exposed to both domestic and external risk. He was speaking on the honor series of the 2026 City Business Festival with Bernard Avle.
The midterm concerns for businesses. So number one is the cedi beginning to reverse its gains. We've seen that, you know, it's 2025, it was a 40% gain against the dollar, but so far this year, it has lost about 8 to 10%. So there are concerns that the cedi might start reversing again. So that's a concern. The Middle East conflict, the Iran-US-Israel war and global oil prices, that's a huge one. I spoke about energy cost. And energy cost, again, have a transmission impact across the entire economy. So in Ghana, we export oil, but we are a net importer of, you know, of fuel. So that's a big one. One Makola business person we spoke to said, you know, that they have had to reroute, you know, their shipping. Things they used to ship from the UAE, they've had to reroute it, and it's, you know, beginning to impact cost of business.
Now, President John Dramani Mahama says the global financial system requires urgent restructuring, citing persistent inequalities in borrowing costs, trade structures, and access to technology that continue to weigh on African economies. Speaking at the 12th Africa Debates on Wednesday, he said Ghana and West African sub-region are pursuing reforms anchored on private sector growth and a clearer development vision.
The current international financial architecture remains unequal and outdated. African countries continue to face disproportionately high borrowing costs despite carrying some of the world's greatest growth potential. Climate financing commitments made to developing nations have remained largely unmet. Technology and innovative ecosystems remain heavily concentrated in the advanced economies. Trade barriers still disadvantage African producers seeking access to global markets. This must change. True partnership requires trade that rewards value addition. Africa must no longer be seen as an exporter of raw materials only to import finished products at significantly higher cost. Debt reform that supports development is needed. Debt restructuring mechanisms must become faster, fairer, and more inclusive. Climate finance must be delivered. Africa contributes the least to global emissions and yet bears a disproportionate burden of the effects of climate change.
And that's it for business. I am Nashika Caesar.
Next, we have sports with Yao Eje Minta. Hello, Yao.
Hi there, Hawa.
What in sports?
Matters on the FIFA World Cup.
Please go ahead.
Well, I'll begin with boxing, and the Ghana Boxing Authority elections have been postponed as vetting exercises and administrative preparations continue ahead of the authority's elective extraordinary congress. The elections were originally slated to take place on June 4. The decision was announced by the Ghana Boxing Interim Management Committee after the second phase of candidate vetting was conducted at the Accra Sports Stadium. According to the committee, aspirants contesting for executive board member positions underwent vetting, while candidates from the first batch who had previously been asked to provide additional information were also given the opportunity to respond to outstanding queries. Now, chairman of the vetting committee, Samir Kaptan, assured stakeholders that the electoral process would continue to be conducted in a transparent and fair manner. To football, and England midfielder Kobe Mainoo says it is a special feeling to get the chance to compete at the FIFA World Cup for the first time. The Man United player made it to England's squad that will compete against Ghana, Panama, and Croatia in this month's World Cup. Now, Mainoo also added that he was confident about England's chances of winning the World Cup.
Yeah, very special. You know, it's something I've dreamed of, and I'm sure all the players have dreamed of since we was really young. So to be here and say that I'm playing in the World Cup, it's an unbelievable feeling. Definitely, always wanted to play in a World Cup for all my life. It's the biggest tournament in the world, so it's definitely different from the Euros, but try and approach it in the same with the goal that we want to win. And the whole team's working hard, and it's coming together really nicely. It's different, but you know, they've set up this great facility for us, and all the staff and everyone's working really hard to get us climatised as quick as we can. So hopefully by the first game we'll be ready and feel at home.
Can England win this? Do you believe they will?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, I feel like everyone in the squad, the staff, everyone believes we can win it, but that doesn't come easy, and it's going to come first game, second game. We have to build and build and build, and I think that's what we have to focus on.
We stay with England, and Brentford midfielder Jordan Henderson has stated that the team is working to achieve its dream of winning the World Cup. England haven't won the World Cup since 1966, but have featured in a handful of semi-final matchups since, including the 2018 FIFA World Cup, where Thomas Tuchel's team finished fourth. Here is Jordan Henderson.
Individually and collectively, working every day to achieve our dreams, really. And to do that, we'll have to be on it every day. We'll have to be ready to sacrifice for each other. We'll have to be ready to do all the invisible work, as the gaffer says, and just be there to support us. Just try to focus on the here and now and the near distant future, and not look too far. And yeah, of course, the last few years has been a bit of a roller coaster, to say the least. Yeah, but I've worked very hard for the last few years to be in this position, and made a lot of sacrifice, and I'm just very grateful and honoured to be here and be a part of it. So I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, again for me, no bigger tournament than the World Cup, so it's about arriving and just giving absolutely everything to make the nation back home very proud of us, and to do that we need to just be ourselves.
And that's all for sports. I am Yao Eje Minta.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I'm Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Do have a good evening.
It's a beautiful brand new day and your boy Tajuddin, I'm right here on your screens to serve you Vox Pop Central, right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, ChannelOne TV. I'm right here at Domi Market to interact with the people and also to serve you something exciting. But I can tell you all the time, when you see me on the streets, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll be right back after this break.
These days, when I sleep, I dream of frogs jumping all over me.
Hey, I knew it. I knew something was off because the way you've been snoring hee-haw, like a generator out of tune. Eh? You see, this is how the devil uses you to draw dwarfs.
You know, in order for something to become something, you need that something for that thing to happen.
Prophet Bakum, it's fun. I don't understand these, spiritual jargons. Please
yes, we need to plant a seed for that seed to become the point of contact. Yes.
A seed. Okay, Prophet, how much?
Oh. Please. Anything from your sweetheart, Biggie, Bigo.
The Blanksons airs every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. and is sponsored by Out Insecticide, Nasco Electronics, Lizzie Shito, Everpack, and Lily Rice on ChannelOne TV.
The vibe is too much.
Abdul, if someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
The person will be called Egyptian.
What?
Egyptian.
I was like, how?
Say this 5 times faster for me, okay?
Okay.
Do due diligence.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Really?
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Yes. Do due diligence. 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 Do due diligence.
Climate club.
Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club.
What are the habitats of the following? Ants. Where do they live?
Oh, they live on land.
Bees.
Bees. They live on trees.
Oh, really?
Let's pronounce these words, okay? All right, let's go. First one.
Drought.
Pardon?
Drought.
Yeah.
Drought.
I was confused. I was so depressed.
Second one.
Wood.
What?
Bucket.
Spell this.
B-U-Q-U-E-T.
No, check it well.
It's okay. B-O.
Yeah.
B-O-U-Q-E-T.
And what do you say is pronounced?
Bucket.
Jesus, Jesus.
And then the first one.
Brought.
I cannot believe my eyes.
Spell it.
B-R-O-U-G-H-T.
You say?
B-R-O-U-G-H-T. Brought.
Hey, Chama, it's for Abdul. What's your name?
I'm producer Steven.
Steven, if someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
Switzerland.
What?
Switzerland.
Say this 5 times faster for me, okay? Do due diligence. Let's go.
Do due diligence.
Let's go. Faster.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Climate Club, 5 times faster, let's go.
This is
Climate Club.
Climate Club.
Faster, let's go.
Climate Club. Climate Club.
Can't you see? Can't you see? Can't you see?
What are the habitats of the following? Bees. Where do they live? Bees. Ants.
There's some form here. I'm from here.
Original what says it? But I am more west way, mommy. First word near there.
First,
Spell it, mommy.
D-R-A-U-G-H-T.
Yeah, then what can I say?
Doubt.
The second one,
Boutique.
Spell it, mommy.
B-O-U-Q-U-E-T.
Charlie, what's it? Oh, hard. Steven. If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
Switzerland. Yeah. It's a Swiss.
Mention this 5 times faster for me. Do due diligence. Let's go.
Do due diligence.
Faster.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
It's too slow.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Climate Club.
Climate Club. Climate Club. Climate Club. Climate Club. Climate Club.
Accepted. What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Ants. Is it ants hill?
Bees.
Bees is the, I don't know, but I think it's something. I don't know.
No problem. Pronounce these words. First one.
Drought. And then banquet.
Yeah.
Is it?
Okay, bouquet.
You don't chop today.
Spell it.
B-O-U-K-O-U-E-T.
It's for the Biggie. Biggie. What's your name?
Jacob.
Jacob. Son of Jacob.
Meaning what?
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
Suzali.
Hey,
Okay, that'd be hard. Charlie, this guy be hard guy. Say this 5 times faster for me, okay? Do due diligence.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Alpha.
Climate Club.
Climate Club.
Let's go. Faster.
Climate Club. Climate Club. Climate Club. Climate Club. Climate Club. Climate Club. Climate Club.
What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Oh, this one there, I don't know.
You sure about that?
Where do they live?
Down here.
It be like I know here you were.
No, ants, where do they live?
And hole, sometimes hole.
Okay.
They dig hole and they live inside.
Bees.
They are flying about. Bees. They are normally at the tree.
Oh, really?
Pronounce these words for me. First one.
Is it drowned or drowned?
No matter what I do, they will still abuse me.
The second one. No. You are getting there. No, you are getting there.
We win.
Spell it.
This one is B-O-U-Q-U-E-T. Q-U-E-T.
How do you pronounce it?
I don't know.
Okay.
This one I go bomb.
Is it?
I go bomb.
But one finish already. Just add that one, then it will be final bomb. Choco, if someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Swiss.
Okay. Say this 5 times faster for me. Hold on, relax, be coming down. Oh my God. No, I don't even tell you the things if you start to tell me say you go back. Do due diligence.
Due diligence.
Do due diligence.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Wait. What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
The habitat of ants.
Oh, good.
Yeah, my family size is serious. Ants.
Where them they live?
Ants. What's I know the carry?
Bees.
Bees be then get be tree top or something. Yeah, tree.
Okay. Pronounce these words for me. The first one.
Drought.
Yes, that's correct.
Bouquet.
Accepted. Charlie, guy, sharp guy. Look.
I do this thing. I do 1 year diploma course. So just I no continue yet.
Oh, really? What's up?
Hello.
What's your name?
Joe.
Joe. If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
From Switzerland.
Say this 5 times faster for me, okay? Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Do due diligence.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
Switzerlandian.
Pardon?
Switzerlandian.
Say this 5 times faster for me. Do due diligence.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due
Climate clap 5 times faster. Let's go.
Climate stop, 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 climate stop.
Just look.
What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Habitat.
Hey, are you seriously?
Where do they live? Ants.
Ants. In the ground.
This girl got nerves. She got nerves.
Bees.
In the forest.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Let's pronounce these words, okay? First one, hard. Charlie is for the you top gun, eh?
He's lying. He was lying.
First one, let's go.
Rahadid.
You say?
Rahadid. B-O-U-Q-U-E-T.
Pronounce it.
Atita. Broken out. Broken out.
We are that we are.
Okay, shout outs to Ghana, all fans. Shout out to Pragia peoples. And shout out to the whole nation.
I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my
June is for business here at City FM and ChannelOne TV. This June, the ideas get bolder and the future of Ghanaian business takes center stage. Welcome to the City Business Festival 2026. For the entire month of June, 97.3 City FM and ChannelOne TV bring together the thinkers, builders, innovators, and dreamers shaping the future of enterprise in Ghana. From powerful business fora that spark meaningful conversations to insightful on-air discussions with industry leaders and change makers, to stories of resilience, innovation, and ambition from Ghanaian entrepreneurs. This is more than a festival. It is a movement of ideas, strategy, and impact. Whether you're starting small, scaling big, or simply dreaming of your next breakthrough, the City Business Festival is your platform to learn, connect, and grow. Join the on-air series every weekday at 9 a.m. on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and at 11 a.m. with a repeat at 6 p.m. on ChannelOne TV. This June, let's challenge businesses. Let's refine ideas. Let's create impact. Call 0205-973-973 for further details. City Business Festival 2026, driving ideas into impact. The City Business Festival 2026 is powered by 97.3 City FM and ChannelOne TV in partnership with Absa Bank, and it's proudly sponsored by Absa Bank, MTN, Zondatech Ghana Limited, and Petra Trust.
Yeah, welcome back from that break. This is still Vox Pop Central with yours truly Tajuddin right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, ChannelOne TV. What's your name?
Solomon.
Solo, King Solo?
Yeah, King Solomon.
Too much wisdom, you know.
I swear. This one is straight from the Bible.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Caesarlinia.
Hey.
Say this 5 times faster.
Okay.
Do due diligence.
Do due diligence.
Let's go.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Look at this man.
Do due diligence. Yeah, do due diligence.
No matter what I do, they will still abuse me.
Climate club.
Climate club.
Yeah.
Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Clapping club. Hey, Charlie.
Pronounce these words. The first one.
Drought.
Come on again.
Drought.
Wait. And the second one.
Hey, Charlie.
The second one.
Yo, ghost.
You don't call ghost. Ghost make it there. Ghost make it there.
BOUQUET.
Spell it.
Boutique.
Hey, what a surprise.
Equiarita, that's a beautiful name. Yes. Equiarita. If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Hey, please, I don't know.
Say this 5 times faster for me. Do due diligence.
Do this diligence. Hey! Do this diligence. Do this diligence.
Climate club.
Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club.
Where do ants live? Ants. Where do they live?
Hey, F-form.
Okay, bees.
Bees. Bees. Do you want to
Express yourself. Express yourself.
You are a disappointment.
What be your name?
Really?
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
I don't know. Oh, la problem.
Say this 5 times faster for me. Do due diligence.
Do due diligence.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Do due diligence.
Two ginginesses.
I was like, how?
Two ginginesses.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
Switzerland, Swiss.
Clap for her.
Pronounce these words. First one.
Drought.
Is it?
Drought.
Accepted.
Second.
No, I don't know.
Spell it.
Bouquet.
How would you pronounce it?
Bout.
Be careful, huh?
What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Ants. The earth.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
Okay. Bees.
Bees. They have their, they create their own, the habitats on the, at times on the tree and things.
Okay.
Entati I know what.
Entati.
Ah! Me pesa kasa sa we ade we mami. O kind of 5 times faster mami. Climate club. Climate club.
Climate crab. Climate crab.
And 5 times faster mami.
Hey, master. Climate crab. Ah, don't make them.
Don't do it. Hey, so we get it. No, come back. Do due diligence.
Do due diligence. I can't answer.
So be free Egypt, your friend Egyptian. Or be a free Switzerland, your friend is saying.
Suzanne.
Pardon?
Suzanne.
Ma we answer yakwate. Me wafa.
Hey, Kenny. Dragon. Vogon. Bouget.
One guy. Chale. For one guy. Baby man. My God. Let's say.
Now we are doing that, sir.
Hey, we are vibes too much, crap. We a guy. What's it? Now, me say, we be free Egypt. Your friend Egyptian. You be free Switzerland. Your friend is saying.
Switzerlandia.
I was like, how?
Switzerlandia.
And that's here. Eh, no mote.
And that's as I say.
Busy.
Busy to do also.
Okay.
Okay, me person boss how they way mami 5 times faster. Climate club, can I encore?
Climate clam.
Okay. Now do due diligence. Farmer. Wait no, if I know. Do due diligence. Encore.
Do due diligence.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
If someone is from where?
Egypt is Egyptian. What would you call a person from Switzerland?
Why would I call it for Switzerland? But it's for Egyptian.
Hey! Don't angry me.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
The person is from Switzerland, so it's also if he's Egyptian. So okay, as for Switzerland, we say Ghanaian Switzerland.
Ayo hu bibini bronin enyim de aw adwen eso.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Hey, I don't know.
Pronounce these words for me. First one.
Bouquet. I don't know.
Okay. What are the habitats of the following? Ants. Where do they live?
Ants. Where do they live? They fly in the sky. I don't know where they live. They fly in the sky. I don't know where they live.
Thunder, where you there?
Nekia, someone from Egypt is Egyptian.
Yeah.
What would you call a person from Switzerland?
It's Swiss.
Clap for her.
What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Ants. If they say ants, the habitats or what?
Habitat.
In the local language or what do?
Hey! Where do they live?
They live in the underground of the sun.
Is it?
Underground of the sun. Yeah.
Underground of the sun. Say this 5 times faster for me, okay? Climate Club. Let's go.
I don't. Me tip that one now.
Hey, I'm not drinking.
And kind of 5 times, mommy, faster. 5 times. Climate Club.
Climate Club.
No.
Do due diligence, mommy.
Do diligence.
Do due diligence.
Do diligence. Do diligence. Do diligence. Do diligence.
First one here then.
Daughter.
Second one then.
Bongret.
Pardon?
Bongret. Bongret.
Wow. Spell mommy, let me hear it.
BOUQUT.
First one.
DRAUGAT.
And I'll say it then.
Daughter.
Talo. Sorry.
Second one.
Bongret.
I say ho. Hey, lady, no, I say ho.
Shout out to all my fans. We are in the Domi Market live in Sido. Which channel? ChannelOne TV. Obi anhwe ho che.
Yeah man.
Nice.
Yeah man.
Pacho DJ no presenter no minim ni din, but he's a nice good presenter. And I come on so yeah. Oh a guy papa.
What's
We
that? Alright folks, I have to go, but trust me, I had a swell time interacting with the people of Domi Market, and I'm sure you did have a good time too. Like I tell you all the time, when they see me in the streets, Murife, don't run. See you same time next week. It's a wrap.
And me being me, I would question it. My turning point was how he would treat his fans, the bad headlines. Then I got disappointed when he went into like sexual assault, which we don't know is true or not.
I'm popularly known as Ben7G on Twitter, and so I just document Burna Boy and talk about music online.
Give me an instance of an obsessed fan that you've encountered. Just something crazy, you know?
If I came up on stage at the Lagos concert, Burna Boy is hugely misunderstood. He's a very, very playful person and he jokes a lot in real life.
When celebrities act in ways that contradict their public image,
fans sometimes feel torn between their admiration and their own personal values.
I tapped out of being so obsessed with him. I can actually separate the artist, but I will also still tap in if I want to feel nostalgic. I have turned my obsession into a passion. I'm a publicist and I'm such a big believer of extremely talented people. I want to meet Burna Boy when he knows who I am, not as a fan, but like a, oh, I know you, I've seen your work, well done. I will not freak out.
You chopped down my money, wanna take all my money, chopped down my money and go. After all that you taken from me, after all that I wasted on you, baby.
You're literally in the zone, like all your essence is put into the game. It's very addictive. I used to play for like 12 to 14 hours a day. Couldn't stop gaming. Because if it wasn't for gaming, I wouldn't be here. Gaming basically saved my life.
Video game addiction describes the compulsive use of video games. It is officially recognized as a behavioral addiction.
Oh my God, I'm saying. My name is Adam. I'm 26 years old. I'm a professional gamer. Gaming provided that escape for me since I was a kid. I struggled with mental health at a young age because I remember just waking up and always having that dark cloud, like a very heavy feeling on your chest. I didn't like school. What the teachers care about is only if you're book smart. And it also added to my sad feelings and depression. So gaming actually gave me the leeway to at least put my mind somewhere else. It's one of the best feelings. Whatever happens around you doesn't really matter.
Video games can improve mental health by breaking negative thought cycles and shifting your focus from worries to engaging challenges. But turning to gaming as an escape can be risky, increasing the chance of it turning into an addiction.
Usually after school, I will run straight to the gaming cafes and spend all my time there. Since I used to come home very late at night, I was also starting to fail in school. My mom worried about me.
Behavioral addictions can be linked to low feelings of self-esteem. In online games, success often feels more achievable.
I will make sure my mom is asleep, and then I will sneak out again and go to the sitting room and play on mute so that she can't hear me. And I'll play the whole night.
Immersive storytelling, skill and character progression, rewards, and leaderboards are all designed to get you hooked. Multiplayer games are especially addictive. Typically, gamers are considered addicted when they play at least 8 to 10 hours a day.
This one time, it was in the morning. I just saw like a figure beside me while playing the game, and I looked up and I saw, oh, it's my mom. I was busted, and she decided to take me to boarding school almost immediately after. It was a very tough time for me because literally my only escape was the console, and now it's taken away from me. Being in a depressive state, for me, you literally have no motivation to even get out of bed, just cry. And so uni was also adding more to my depression as well. All I used to do in uni was just go to the student center, play games.
Gaming triggers dopamine production in the brain. That's a neurotransmitter that boosts pleasure. But over time, overstimulation can actually lower natural dopamine levels, contributing to anxiety or depression.
One time after I was done gaming and taking a break, all these sad feelings came back. I was actually coming to find a way and, try to end my life. I was thinking maybe if I cut maybe an artery, maybe if I hanged myself. Those were the things that were playing on my mind. My PC was still on, so I was like, you know what, let me just play for a bit. I played until around midnight, and it just dawned on me. Gaming basically saved my life. And I think that also justified my time put into gaming. I didn't even see it as an addiction. I became good, I became better than most people. Everything changed when I met the Beast. I think that was now the beginning of the turning point when I'd start to limit my gaming hours and start to also work on myself as well as a person.
Every time I would call him, he was always in a game and he was missing out on a lot of things in life.
I found my new passion in teaching.
I am happy to see the steps that Adam has made in life. I mean, he's one of the most unbeatable fighting game players, not just in the country, but in the region. And that is because he took an initiative to consume gaming in a more productive and safe way.
There was a skill gap between our local community and the players I play with online, and I tried to bridge that gap. It's also about creating that unity, creating communities, be there for you when you need us, and to lend you that ear.
Burna Boy was my best friend. Burna Boy was my brother. Burna Boy was everything to me. He's very devoted to what he's doing. And to be honest, I see myself the same. Burna, we wanna party! Come on! I will meet him. I've planned it in my head. I got jealous when he went international. You know when something is precious to you, you want to keep it hidden.
Celebrity worship syndrome describes when admiration of a celebrity shifts into an obsessive fascination and preoccupation.
My name is Stephanie. I'm 25 years old, and I was a huge Burna Boy fan, possibly obsessed.
Celebrities can serve as role models and inspiration, influencing your identity, beliefs, or even lifestyle choices. And keeping up with them can offer a welcome break from reality.
My first ever concert was a Burna Boy concert. He has such a beautiful music voice. I feel like Burna Boy was my teacher. The African Giant album literally told us about Africa. I sort of related to him in a nerdy way. Like, okay, I hear what he's trying to say. I feel like he is the most talented person in the world.
But feeling close to someone you don't actually know can lead to what's called a parasocial relationship. Their public persona creates a sense of connection, but the relationship is one-sided.
I call him Damini Ebun Oluwa Ogulu. That's his actual government name. I don't really call him Burna Boy because I feel like we're spiritually related. He named us The Outsiders after the Outside album. I felt like I was part of a community.
Studies indicate that fandom can help boost your self-confidence because your self-esteem is partially derived from the groups you belong to.
I had a group of friends who would always speak on good music. I would check his socials. He likes to defend people, so I also like to defend him. So that's how obsessed I was, just trying to shove Burna Boy down everybody's throat. And I think it worked. He went viral. I got jealous because it's like, why am I sharing him? And all of a sudden, everybody wants to farm Burna Boy.
For some, parasocial relationships can evolve into romantic attachments, blurring the boundaries between admiration and obsession. Even without romantic feelings, one-sided connections become problematic when they begin to dominate your everyday thoughts or start to replace authentic real-life connections.
Small, no cry. I've had the opportunity to meet Burna Boy. I used to be friends with a girl who was dating somebody in Burna Boy's team. So she promised me, oh, don't worry, after the concert, we'll meet up with him. So I was gonna say a line from an old song that he probably doesn't remember. Then he'll be like, who is this girl? Come, we are different. But that didn't work. Till now, I haven't met him. I will meet him. But that was so devastating.
Celebrity worship syndrome can differ widely in terms of severity, ranging from mild to pathological. Factors in the disorder can include mental fixation, a desire for connection, and emotional distress over the celebrity's actions.
I'm so upset! I'm so upset! He is an arrogant person. He is extremely stubborn. If you've tapped into Burna Boy for a while, he does a lot of questionable things. I'm in the music industry now, and me being me, I would question it. My turning point was how he would treat his fans, the bad headlines. Then I got disappointed when he went into like sexual assault, which we don't know is true or not.
I'm popularly known as Ben7G on Twitter, and so I just document Burna Boy and talk about music online.
Give me an instance of an obsessed fan that you've encountered. Just something crazy, you know?
A fan came up on stage at the Lagos concert. Burna Boy is hugely misunderstood. He's a very playful person and he jokes a lot in real life.
When celebrities act in ways that contradict their public image, fans sometimes feel torn between their admiration and their own personal values.
I tapped out of being so obsessed with him. I can actually separate the artist, but I will also still tap in if I want to feel nostalgic. I have turned my obsession into a passion. I'm a publicist and I'm such a big believer of extremely talented people. I want to meet Burna Boy when he knows who I am, not as a fan, but like a, oh, I know you, I've seen your work, well done. I will not freak out.
You chop down my money, wanna take all my money, chop down my money and go. After all that you taken from me, after all that I wasted on you, baby.
You're literally in the zone, like all your essence is put into the game. It's very addictive. I used to play for like 12 to 14 hours a day. Couldn't stop gaming. Because if it wasn't for gaming, I wouldn't be here. Gaming basically saved my life.
Video game addiction describes the compulsive use of video games. It is officially recognized as a behavioral addiction.
Oh my God, I'm saying.
My name is Adam. I'm 26 years old. I'm a professional gamer. Gaming provided that escape for me since I was a kid. I struggled with mental health at a young age because I remember just waking up and always having that dark cloud, like a very heavy feeling on your chest. I didn't like school. What the teachers care about is only if you're book smart, and it also added to my sad feelings and depression. So gaming actually gave me the leeway to at least put my mind somewhere else. It's one of the best feelings. Whatever happens around you doesn't really matter.
Video games can improve mental health by breaking negative thought cycles and shifting your focus from worries to engaging challenges. But turning to gaming as an escape can be risky, increasing the chance of it turning into an addiction.
Usually after school, I will run straight to the gaming cafes and spend all my time there. Since I used to come home very late at night, I was also starting to fail in school. My mom worried about me.
Behavioral addictions can be linked to low feelings of self-esteem. In online games, success often feels more achievable.
I will make sure my mom is asleep, and then I will sneak out again and go to the sitting room and play on mute so that she can't hear me. And I'll play the whole night.
Immersive storytelling, skill and character progression, rewards, and leaderboards are all designed to get you hooked. Multiplayer games are especially addictive. Typically, gamers are considered addicted when they play at least 8 to 10 hours a day.
This one time, it was in the morning. I just saw like a figure beside me while playing the game, and I looked up and I saw, oh, it's my mom. I was busted, and she decided to take me to boarding school almost immediately after. It was a very tough time for me because literally my only escape was the console, and now it's taken away from me. Being in a depressive state, for me, you literally have no motivation to even get out of bed, just cry and sob. Uni was also adding more to my depression as well. All I used to do in uni was just go to the student center, play games.
Gaming triggers dopamine production in the brain. That's a neurotransmitter that boosts pleasure. But over time, overstimulation can actually lower natural dopamine levels, contributing to anxiety or depression.
One time after I was done gaming and taking a break, all these sad feelings came back. I was actually coming to find a way and, try to end my life. I was thinking maybe if I cut maybe an artery, maybe if I hanged myself. Those were the things that were playing on my mind. My PC was still on, so I was like, you know what, let me just play for a bit. I played until around midnight, and it just dawned on me. Gaming basically saved my life. And I think that also justified my time put into gaming. I didn't even see it as an addiction. I became good, I became better than most people. Everything changed when I met the beast. I think that was now the beginning of the turning point when I'd start to limit my gaming hours and start to also work on myself as well as a person.
Every time I would call him, he was always in a game, and he was missing out on a lot of things in life.
I found my new passion in teaching.
I am happy to see the steps that Adam has made in life. I mean, he's one of the most unbeatable fighting game players, not just in the country, but in the region. And that is because he took an initiative to consume gaming in a more productive and safe way.
There was a skill gap between our local community and the players I play with online, and I tried to bridge that gap. It's also about creating that unity, creating communities, be there for you when you need us, and to lend you that ear.
Burna Boy was my best friend. Burna Boy was my brother. Burna Boy was everything to me. He's very devoted to what he's doing. And to be honest, I see myself the same. Burna, we wanna party! Come on! I'll meet him. I've planned it in my head. I got jealous when he went international. You know when something is precious to you, you want to keep it hidden.
Celebrity worship syndrome describes when admiration of a celebrity shifts into an obsessive fascination and preoccupation.
My name is Stephanie. I'm 25 years old, and I was a huge Burna Boy fan, possibly obsessed.
Celebrities can serve as role models and inspiration, influencing your identity, beliefs, or even lifestyle choices. And keeping up with them can offer a welcome break from reality.
My first ever concert was a Burna Boy concert. He has such a beautiful music voice. I feel like Burna Boy was my teacher. The African Giant album literally told us about Africa. I sort of related to him in a nerdy way. Like, okay, I hear what he's trying to say. I feel like he is the most talented person in the world.
But feeling close to someone you don't actually know can lead to what's called a parasocial relationship. Their public persona creates a sense of connection, but the relationship is one-sided.
I call him Damini Ebun Oluwa Ogulu. That's his actual government name. I don't really call him Burna Boy because I feel like we're spiritually related. He named us The Outsiders after the Outside album. I felt like I was part of a community.
Studies indicate that fandom can help boost your self-confidence because your self-esteem is partially derived from the groups you belong to.
I had a group of friends who would always speak on good music. I would check his socials. He likes to defend people, so I also like to defend him. So that's how obsessed I was, just trying to shove Burna Boy down everybody's throat. And I think it worked. He went viral. I got jealous because it's like, why am I sharing him? And all of a sudden, everybody wants to farm Burna Boy.
For some, parasocial relationships can evolve into romantic attachments, blurring the boundaries between admiration and obsession. Even without romantic feelings, one-sided connections become problematic when they begin to dominate your everyday thoughts or start to replace authentic real-life connections.
Small, no cry. I've had the opportunity to meet Burna Boy. I used to be friends with a girl who was dating somebody in Burna Boy's team. So she promised me, oh, don't worry, after the concert, we'll meet up with him. So I was gonna say a line from an old song that he probably doesn't remember. Then he'll be like, who is this girl? Come, we are different. But that didn't work. Till now, I haven't met him. I will meet him. But that was so devastating.
Celebrity worship syndrome can differ widely in terms of severity, ranging from mild to pathological. Factors in the disorder can include mental fixation, a desire for connection, and emotional distress over the celebrity's actions.
I'm so upset! I'm so upset! He is an arrogant person. He is extremely stubborn. If you've tapped into Burna Boy for a while, he does a lot of questionable things. I'm in the music industry now, and me being me, I would question it. My turning point was how he would treat his fans, the bad headlines. Then I got disappointed when he went into like sexual assault, which we don't know is true or not.
I'm popularly known as Ben7G on Twitter, and so I just document Burna Boy and talk about music online.
Give me an instance of an obsessed fan that you've encountered. Just something crazy, you know?
If one came up on stage at the Lagos concert, Burna Boy is hugely misunderstood. He's a very playful person and he jokes a lot in real life.
When celebrities act in ways that contradict their public image, fans sometimes feel torn between their admiration and their own personal values.
I tapped out of being so obsessed with him. I can actually separate the artist, but I will also still tap in if I want to feel nostalgic. I have turned my obsession into a passion. I'm a publicist and I'm such a big believer of extremely talented people. I want to meet Burna Boy when he knows who I am, not as a fan, but like a, oh, I know you, I've seen your work, well done. I will not freak out.
You chop down my money, wanna take all my money, chop down my money and go. After all that you taken from me, after all that I wasted on you, baby.
You're literally in the zone, like all your essence is put into the game. It's very addictive. I used to play for like 12 to 14 hours a day. Couldn't stop gaming. Because if it wasn't for gaming, I wouldn't be here. Gaming basically saved my life.
Video game addiction describes the compulsive use of video games. It is officially recognized as a behavioral addiction.
Oh my God, I'm saying.
My name is Adam. I'm 26 years old. I'm a professional gamer. Gaming provided that escape for me since I was a kid. I struggled with mental health at a young age because I remember just working.
97.3 City FM and ChannelOne TV bring together the thinkers, builders, innovators, and dreamers shaping the future of enterprise in Ghana. From powerful business fora that spark meaningful conversations to insightful on-air discussions with industry leaders and change makers, to stories of resilience, innovation, and ambition from Ghanaian entrepreneurs. This is more than a festival. It is a movement of ideas, strategy, and impact. Whether you're starting small, scaling big, or simply dreaming of your next breakthrough, the City Business Festival is your platform to learn, connect, and grow. Join the on-air series every weekday at 9 a.m. on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and at 11 a.m. with a repeat at 6 p.m. on ChannelOne TV. This June, let's challenge businesses. Let's refine ideas. Let's create impact. Call 0205-973-973 for further details. City Business Festival 2026, driving ideas into impact. The City Business Festival 2026 is powered by 97.3 City FM and ChannelOne TV in partnership with Absa Bank, and it's proudly sponsored by Absa Bank, MTN, Zondatech Ghana Limited, and Petra Trust.
These days, when I sleep, I dream of frogs jumping all over me.
Hey, I knew it. I knew something was off because the way you've been snoring hee-haw, like a generator out of tune. Eh? You see, this is how the devil uses you to draw doves.
You know, in order for something to become something, you need that something for that thing to happen.
Prophet Bakum, it's fun. I don't understand these, spiritual jargons. Please
yes, we need to plant a seed for that seed to become the point of contact. Yes.
A seed. Okay, Prophet, how much?
Oh, anything from your sweetheart. Biggie, Bigo.
The Blank Sense airs every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. and is sponsored by Out Insecticide, Nasco Electronics, Lizzie Shito, Everpack, and Lily Rice on ChannelOne TV.
The vibe is too much.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 Channel One community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years, you're among, people who are...
my name is Daisy Mina Entry, 32.
Is someone who is from Western North, Sefi Adofwa.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 Channel One community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The Channel One community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on Channel One TV.
Welcome to another edition of the City Business Festival 2026 here on 97.3 City FM and on Channel One Television. This year's edition is brought to you by Absa Bank with support from MTN, Petra Trust and Zondatech. Today we'll be looking at a very important subject, the state of business in Ghana, opportunities and realities in 2026 as part of our focus on week 1, where we're looking at the foundations of business and enterprise. My guest is our good old friend, Michael Koto of Confidant, who will be walking us through what 2026 looks like for businesses. When we come back, Michael joins us with some very interesting thoughts on the subject. Stay with us.
This is more than news. This is your story. ChannelOne TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Welcome back to the 2026 edition of the City Business Festival, coming to you on 97.3 CDFM and on ChannelOne Television. So we're focused on the foundations of business and enterprise in Ghana with a very close look at the state of business in Ghana. Who else do we have but the managing partner of Confidence? Confidence are really into business intelligence, they are into strategy, they understand the 360 of the business and the economy. And Michael has joined us graciously. Michael, thanks for joining us. Welcome to the 2026 edition of the festival.
Thank you, Bernard, and congratulations to you and the team for another edition of the City Business Festival. This is incredible how you've kept this going for how many years now?
This is our 20th year. We've done this for 2 decades, and it's still going
really
strong.
Special edition.
I'm telling you. And we really wanted you to
It's always a pleasure to be a part of this.
Wonderful. Wanted you to lay a foundation for some of the things we'll be discussing in future by telling us what type of year this is, where we've come from, and also what that portends for business in the country. So I'll give you a few minutes to lay out your presentation before I engage with any questions.
Thanks again very much, and it's a pleasure to be on the show for 2026. I think the subject matter before us, the state of business in Ghana, is quite a big topic. And obviously, we cannot cover all the issues pertaining to the state of business in Ghana, but I will try and look at some of the broad trends, and then we can dive into some of the unique perspectives that we've put together, including conversations that we've had with businesses and entrepreneurs in different sectors of the economy. We have to start with, obviously, a good look at where we've come from, because to understand the state of business in Ghana today, we have to compare it with where we've come from. And I think 2022, right up until 2025, 26 is a good timeline to use. As we would all recall, obviously, 2022 was the peak of the crisis that, the economy experienced in the last couple of years. Inflation peaked at 54%. City was in free fall. We went through a debt default, and the banking sector was significantly stressed. I think on all fronts, that was a very, very difficult year for the economy and for businesses. In 2023, I think we went through the domestic debt default and went through the IMF, program. 2024, there was a restructuring, better restructuring on the Eurobond, and external debts were completed, and we began to see some stability return to the markets. 2025, 2026, I think, has been what most analysts agree on as the turnaround year. So this has been, the broad curve that we've traveled, especially on the macro side. And I cite these because, the state of business, to understand the state of business, you really have to look at the operating environment. And the macro environment is really the fundamental. So this has been the journey. And if you look at the macro headline indicators, as I did mention, from a peak of 54% in 2022, now we are under 5% inflation. So that's quite a remarkable turnaround, and that should mean something for businesses and consumers. For the currency, I think the CD has also fairly stabilized. It's bounced around, but I think since 2025 right up until now, we've seen it, between $1 to 10 cedis, right? Between $1 to 10 cedis and 11 and 12, it keeps bouncing between that range. So at least it's at a level that most businesses consider fairly stable, at least over the past year. Average lending rate has come down significantly. We know the policy rate has, reduced by half. It's not about 14%, keeps trending downwards. And what that means for average lending rate to the market is significant, because in 2024, I think the average lending rates was about 31% for businesses to borrow. It's now about 16%, for the most prime borrowers. So that again also dropped by about half, and there are indications that it might, continue trending downwards. So these are broad macro indicators that have very significant implications for businesses, and I think we've seen the turnaround in that sense. If you look at GDP growth, because that's important, how well the entire economy is growing is important for businesses. That has also significantly increased. GDP growth has risen from 3%, 3.1% in 2023. We are now at 25. We are now at 6%. That's reported GDP growth in 2025. So that again is that's a good story. Exports have boomed overall, 19 billion to 31 billion. Although it's important to emphasize that a lot of that is just gold prices and gold exports, and so that's overall for the macro situation is good, but we need to qualify that export story. Now, other important indicators that businesses care about include utility costs, so energy, water, very, very important, electricity, and fuel. If you look at the data, if you take electricity cost has been rising gradually since about 2024. And if you look at electricity cost for non-residential and industrial users, which is basically businesses, the data shows that it's gone up by an average of about 23% since 2024. So that's rising cost for businesses. If you look at the cost of water, because industrial concerns use a lot of water, that has also gone up by about 19% since 2024. So in terms of utility cost, that's been going up. If you look at the situation with fuel prices, and that's another very, very important one, between petrol and diesel, we've seen it fluctuate. Petrol, I think if you compare from 2024, May 2024 to May 2026, petrol effectively has stayed flat. It reduced, but it started, rising again. So over the period, I think effectively, it's the price has been stayed flat, but it has started rising again since last year. So that's a concern for businesses, that the initial gains in petrol prices coming down started going up. And I'll talk a bit about some of the factors driving these increases. And but diesel has gone up by about 14.9%, almost 15% since last year. So utility costs have been rising, fuel costs have been going up, and that's a concern for businesses. The other key indicator is taxes. There's been some encouraging news on taxes for businesses. We know that the VAT revisions have brought down the effective VAT rate to about 20%. It's a marginal reduction, but that counts for something in terms of business cost. COVID-19 levy, abolished, so that again is good for businesses. SME VAT threshold, I think, was increased from 200,000 Ghana cedis to 750,000 Ghana cedis. So there's a lower compliance burden for small shops and micro businesses. So that's also something that smaller businesses are happy about. We know that there's been other reforms around NHI and Get Fund. On another front, we've seen the recent introduction of the aviation tax, the airport development tax, which I think could have implications for the tourism and hospitality sector. So there are concerns that could dampen travel if it increases the cost of travel to Ghana. That could make us less competitive in the area of hospitality and tourism. So that's one area where there are concerns. So overall, in terms of business taxes, these changes and reforms have eased the burden. But what that means then is that the GRA has tightened enforcement because they need to make up for what they cannot collect in the tax rate in volumes. So they need to go out and collect more taxes. So things like, the mandatory digital invoicing, that raises a bit of administrative oversight for businesses, which is good for the country because we need to increase our tax to GDP ratio. But for businesses, yes, some of the taxes have come down, but enforcement and compliance have become, tighter. So the overall verdict, if you look at the key operating metrics that we've looked at, energy and utility costs have been rising; they are not falling. So that's an issue. Cost of capital has come down, so that's good. Tax burdens have, reduced. Cost of imports, again, because the CD has stabilized, cost of imports have become relatively cheaper than when the CD was in a free fall. So that's also good because we're heavily imports exposed and import dependent economy. So what happens with the exchange rate is important as a transmission mechanism all the way through, businesses, including manufacturers. So that's a good story, but we know that at the ports, importers are complaining about, new software that has been introduced, public and AI system. Obviously, the objective is to flag undervaluation. So the complaint is that it's leading to overvaluation. The GRA has said that they've been able to collect more taxes. The last figures I saw about $1 billion. So for the GRA, this is working, but businesses are complaining. The midterm concerns for businesses. So number one is the CD beginning to reverse its gains. We've seen that, it's 2025, it was a 40% gain against the dollar. But so far this year, it has lost about 8 to 10%. So there are concerns that the CD might start reversing again. So that's a concern. The Middle East conflict, the Iran-US-Israel war and global oil prices, that's a huge one. I spoke about energy cost. And energy cost, again, have a transmission impact across the entire economy. So in Ghana, we export oil, but we are a net importer of fuel. So that's a big one. One Makola business person we spoke to said, that they have had to reroute their shipping. Things they used to ship from the UAE, they've had to reroute it, and it's beginning to impact cost of business. The gold concentration rate is a big issue because a lot of the stability we have now is gold. So that's also a risk. If something happens to gold prices, we are very vulnerable in terms of the stability that we have now. There are concerns about doomsaw and energy and electricity. And, there's been some intermittent load shedding in the last couple of months. Even though officials cite infrastructure upgrades, businesses remain very wary about the energy outlook. And of course, the IMF transition, now we're transitioning into a voluntary mechanism. The question is whether the government can keep its discipline.
PCI.
So these are clear concerns. Now, in terms of opportunities, where does all these macro trends mean? What doors do they open for businesses? The first one, obviously the cost of capital has reduced, and that's a good story. So for businesses that are looking to, undertake expansion or capex, this might be a good time to consider, if you have good credit and you can take some loans, this is probably a good window. Although, of course, it's expected that these lending rates will keep trending downward. So if you're taking a loan, you might want to consider whether you're taking a fixed or variable, interest loan, because there are implications that you have to look at your sector. For importers, there's a relief because exchange rate has stabilized. And a lot of local producers still depend on a lot of, imported inputs. So the thing with imports is very important, even for local production and exports. And the stability is good there. It's a good opportunity now. If you need to import inputs and raw materials, perhaps this is a good window to do some of that. Agro-processing and manufacturing, the cyclical issues are good, but a lot of the issues there are still very structural. It's still very difficult to get access to long-term, cheap capital. Energy cost is still too high, and we saw they've been rising again, and it's not good if you're doing manufacturing and processing. It's post-harvest losses still a big issue in the agricultural sector. So for agro-processing, that's still a big challenge. Access to adequate and consistent access to raw materials, for agro-processing. So we still have issues in agro-processing and manufacturing, but there are also expectations that as we exit the IMF program, the government is going to loosen up, the monetary tightening that has brought down inflation. So they might start pumping money into the system again. So big projects like the Big Push and some projects in agriculture, contractors on the procurement front, businesses that are, providing services in those value chains might begin to see a lot of cash flowing through the system. And consumer spending, the disinflation all the way down is good for consumer spending. So purchasing power might, begin to revive across retail, health and education. So these are businesses that are in these sectors. It will be good, to look at these are windows of opportunities. We spoke to businesses.
Yeah, Michael, before you get to that, I think you've given us a lot to chew on. So I would pause here, take a short break. When we come back, I'd like to hear what the businesses have been saying to you in their own words. Because you've done the macro, you've given us a history, you've done the analysis, but it's good to hear what the business have said. And then I'll pose a few questions to you as well. So this is our on-air series for the City Business Festival. And today we're looking at the Ghanaian business context for 2026, opportunities and possible risks with Michael Koto of Confidence. Stay with us.
World Cup. But before the first whistle cuts through the noise, there's a deeper rhythm to the game. Every badge carries history. Every player brings a story. Every number means something. Welcome to World Cup Central, only on ChannelOne TV.
Hello and welcome to another episode of World Cup Central right on ChannelOne TV.
Your home of football intelligence with African energy and global perspective. We're taking you beyond the highlights, from powerful eye-opening stats to sharp breakdowns of every qualified nation to insights that change how you see the beautiful game.
Their first appearance was in 1930 and their best finish at the World Cup was third place in 1930. That was a long time ago.
Welcome back. So today we're looking at the state of business in Ghana, the opportunities and realities for 2026. Michael Koto has taken us through a fantastic presentation. I particularly like the midterm concerns for businesses, whether the CD, for example, is reversing, the Middle East conflict and what it portends for global oil prices and to an extent our local prices, and a few other points. Especially taxes have come down, interest rates are coming down, but energy is a concern. So we need to keep an eye on the Middle East. And then the IMF transition and all of that. Obviously, the stronger macroeconomy, as he says, opens the door to cheaper capital to expand, relief for importers, not just for finished products, but because we import a lot of our raw materials. And then this could mean a stronger cash flow. But Michael, I like the fact that you spoke to micro and small business operators. Give me a sense of what they said and whether their views reflect this picture you've painted for us from the macro side.
So, SMEs constitute over 90% of businesses in Ghana, as we all know. And within that 90%, small and micro are even more dominant. So one of the things we decided to do this time around was to actually speak to these entrepreneurs and businesses and operators, and to just get a sense of what their sentiments are. So what I'm going to show is not a comprehensive survey. It's more of a sentiment a survey that we did. We spoke to businesses in different sectors, and because what the small guy, what a mom and pop shop, what a small processor thinks, and what their outlook is, really is what represents the majority of businesses in the country. So we went to, obviously, spare part dealers are a big part of the business. So we spoke to a couple of spare parts dealers. One, and I have a few quotes on what I'm going to show you are mostly quotes, right? Which kind of is fairly representative of the broad and many diverse views that we gathered. One spare parts dealer, I wanted to see whether, okay, so the macro figures are showing, cheaper credit, FX and all of that. So one said, now I get a loan at 17 to 18%, compared to 24% 2 years ago. But the documentary requirements for accessing FX have increased. So a lot of importers have to access foreign exchange, dollars, to go and import the things that they import. So this is a typical spare parts dealer that says, yes, I can get loans at a cheaper interest rate now, but in order to get foreign currency to import, the documentary requirements for that in the banking system and in the forex markets have increased. So this is how they process this. So we know that the stability of the cedi is not just the gold. It's also been accompanied by other more stringent interventions to control the circulation of foreign currency in the banking and financial system. So you can see this reflect in terms of the concerns of a typical, spare parts dealer. Building materials, because construction is a big part of our economy. And what happens with building materials and construction materials is important. So we interviewed a lot of businesses in that sector. And this quote here is a very interesting one. It says that prices for most building materials have declined and demand is better now than it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
But the price of iron rods keep appreciating marginally. So the overall story, that the prices of cement and, paint and other building materials have reduced. And so for businesses in that sector, a good number of them said that has reflected in terms of demand, right? So folks are buying more materials. So at least for that sector, that's good. Now, in the catering sector and food and beverages, we spoke to a couple of small operators. One operator said that, I've increased both prices and sales compared to 2 years ago. But I have experienced an increase in demand, and I attribute that to strategies that I put in place to improve service quality and reach wider markets. So over here, we have an entrepreneur that has actually increased prices but hasn't seen demand fall. And so it tells you that no matter what's going on in the business environment, there's a lot that businesses themselves are able to do to stay more competitive. And this is one classic view. Textile and fabric dealer, this is one in Makola, said the cost of import is slightly lower than it was 2 years ago. But on my next consignment, I will raise prices because the Iran war has disrupted the transshipping routes for my goods in the UAE. So I have to reroute through more expensive line. So you can see how, geopolitics is kind of offsetting some of the gains that, would have translated into more competitive pricing and gains for consumers. In terms of auto and Chinese EVs, there is this view that we picked up a lot. There's a car dealer that said 2 years ago prices were higher, yet people were buying more cars. But with improved exchange rates, people now import cars directly They're not buying from us dealers. So my sales are lower. And cheaper Chinese EVs are flooding the market. So that makes new combustion engine vehicles hard to sell. So we picked up a lot of this Chinese, retail and wholesale issue. Another, business said, although prices are slightly higher than 2 years ago, sales are not as good. So prices are slightly lower than 2 years ago.
But sales are
not as good. My biggest clients complain that there's no money in the system, and Chinese competition is a real threat. They've set up shops nearby with cheaper goods. And then there's another person that complained about delivery businesses and the carton, because sometimes they say some people order food or they order an item online, and the cost of delivering the item is as high as the cost of the product that they've purchased. And so businesses that are using the online channels are struggling because the cost of delivery is too high. And that's a concern. So there's a lot of business booming online, but this is a concern. So overall, the outlook, as we spoke to businesses, is fairly cautiously optimistic. But if you blend that with the macro trend, I think a lot hangs on the currency stability, because it kind of feeds into everything else. So this is just a sample of some of the sentiments from. We spoke to a few manufacturers as well, and for them the issues remain very structural. As I said, agro-processing and manufacturing, the issues are very structural. They appreciate the short-term macro trends, but they are more concerned about the structural issues, the long-term issues, the ability to access long-term cheap capital, because that's what agro-processing and manufacturing requires. Issues of energy, the cost of energy is still a big issue, and they complain about those issues substantially. So this is just a quick view of the sentiments.
This is amazing. Michael, I had many questions for you, but what I will do is leave it here for now, and hopefully I will create a panel conversation in the course of the month where you will come in to address key questions arising from this, because I think this is a very good foundation for something we'll be doing. We call it the economic outlook. We've done the version 1 in April, want to do one end of June. So I think this has given us a very good base for a half-year review of the economy. So we'll just leave it here, right? We'll leave it here and say thank you for this very fantastic overview of the state of the Ghanaian business sector, looking at opportunities and realities in 2026. We'll be speaking to Michael Koto on today's edition of the City Business Festival On Air series on 97.3 CDFM, as well as on ChannelOne Television. Brought to you by Absa Bank, MTN, Zonda Tech, and Petra Trust. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to EdTech Monday. This is your platform where minds meet to discuss the use of technology in education. It's brought to you by the MasterCard Foundation in part with the Meltwater Entrepreneurial School of Technology. And it's on ChannelOne Television and 97.3 CTFM. My name is Bernard Avle. Thank you so much for joining us. The government is thinking of an EdTech strategy. It's really a policy that we want to put in place with various building blocks. I have a panel today to help us assess it in terms of how far it's come, and also find out from parents whether it's compliant to your own reality. We have a very exciting panel. When we come back, we'll tell you who they are. Stay with us. Welcome back. So today on EdTech Monday, we're delving into Ghana's draft EdTech strategy. So How far has the journey been in putting this together? What are the various building blocks? And what will this strategy do to help our young ones become globally competitive? I have a very exciting panel. I have Larry Agbado. He is the Deputy Executive Director of Sendlos. Larry, good to have you again.
Good to have you, Bernard, also.
Amazing stuff. Professor Kofi Sapong Edumenu is an Associate Professor of Computer Science, University of Ghana. Prof, great to have you.
Great to have you too.
Amazing. And we are happy to also be joined by the COO of Chalkboard Education, Genevieve Simiyu. Hello, Genevieve.
Hello, Bernard. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here.
Great to have you. So I always want people to know who you guys are before they have to hear what you want to say. So Larry, in a minute or two, what is Sendlos and what do you do there?
All right, so Bernard, thanks very much. So Sendlos basically stands for Center for National Distance Learning and Open Schooling, an agency under the Ministry of Education responsible for seeing to the integration of ICT into our education system. We also handle issues around distance learning and then open schooling. So basically that is about Sendlos.
One of the main arrowheads in government's EdTech implementation.
We are actually the main body responsible.
So you will use the strategy?
The strategy actually falls under our office.
Well, it has to be well drafted so that you can be useful to you. So
Very
we'll
true.
ask him whether he's done it well. Prof, tell me who you are and what you do.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Kofi Sapong Edumenu with the University of Ghana, Computer Science Department.
Nice.
So I teach mainly artificial intelligence and also data structures and how computer systems must work. I also consult for the World Bank. So it was through the bank's intervention that this EdTech strategy was put in place with other agencies that supported.
And how long have you been working on this strategy?
For the past 2 years.
Whoa.
Yeah,
All right.
for the past 2
Interesting.
years.
I learned somewhere that these days knowledge changes every 2.5 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So, you know, the
Hopefully
way...
we don't have just a half of a year of the strategies.
We just have a half year.
We'll see. Genevieve, who is Chalkboard Education and what does Genevieve do there?
So Chalkboard Education is an EdTech platform that allows you to learn anything, anywhere, regardless of your internet connection. We're a company started here in Ghana, but we've spread across to 13 countries across Africa, including a few countries in South America. And we've been working primarily with teachers to improve their understanding of technology and make sure they're able to support learners in the classroom.
Wonderful. We want to urge parents to pay attention to this edition because we're trying to test the strategy in terms of how workable it is. And I'm on this show as a parent, not a journalist. So I'll be asking a lot of very basic questions. But we want to ask Prof to sort of walk us through the key highlights of the strategy. And for that, I think you should go to the screen and just let's walk me through. So what are the key issues on the in terms of this strategy? What are you trying to do with the strategy?
Right. So let me give a background before we go into the issue. So, you know, many years back, government has decided to deploy a lot of technology in our classrooms.
Yes.
But most of these technologies are like, they are built in silos. So they don't talk to each other. They do things differently. But the goal is one. We want to make sure our young people can be driven by tech and they can use it because in the modern parlance, that is where we are. And we need to make sure they are compliant. Hence, we need to understand whether Ghana indeed is ready with all these technology stuff. So the World Bank did a study on what we call the EdTech Readiness Index to see whether ETRI, whether Ghana is really ready to even begin with this EdTech and other things. So within the EdTree, we were to look at a comprehensive global tool which will evaluate all the countries which Ghana was part.
Good.
And we're measuring different enabling factors. So what really are the factors that makes EdTech? So technical infrastructure, the human part, and also capacity. Wanted to make sure whether Ghana is ready in all these things. And then how we can monitor at the country level Ghana's progress to see where we are. And of course, we use this to inform policy. So let's see interesting things that came out of this.
Wonderful.
So we focus on 5 or 6 major areas: school management, teachers, students, devices, connectivity, and digital resources. You know, when you want to bring EdTech and school management is not in favor, forget about it. They will keep these devices in their offices locked up and then nothing happens. So teachers, school management play key role when it comes to whatever we do with technology. students, yes, are very important because they are the user side. They use all these things. So we want to see whether they have support at school, at home, other places, because EdTech is a continuous process. We do not just go into it and then you do at school and then you come home, there are no devices to deal with it. Devices very important, but EdTech without devices,
it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
And then there's connectivity.
Connectivity, because Ghana's internet penetration rate itself is low, around 60-70%. We are heading towards 80, but we are still not getting what we are looking for. So connectivity was crucial for us to understand where we are, for students to assess it, the quality of service we want, and also the resources. All these can be in place. If we do not have the required resources, then we do not have EdTech. So
Wow.
these were the things that we have to look at within the framework, to look at policies, look at practices.
So the resources will be the content.
The content. So how we're able to get the right access to content, the right content for the delivery of all these things we are looking at. So
Makes sense so
that's
far.
what we have put together. Then let's move on. So to be able to see Ghana's readiness, these were the indicators.
Wonderful.
So after all the evaluation, if Ghana falls within 4 to 5 in any of the components, then
We are good.
We are good.
3 to 4.
We have to know we are under caution.
1.
When we go to 1 to 3, then we need improvement.
We are in serious trouble.
Look at what happened in the Ghana situation.
Okay.
Let's see. We are almost red everywhere.
We are red everywhere.
Yes. Let's see. Go down. Go
Wow.
go up.
This is serious.
Yeah.
All right. So let's move to the next one.
So you
School
see,
management.
we are
Red. No, we are yellow.
Yellow, caution. It means that they are interested, but because of some indicators of how the bosses above them, treat. So we have one student, one laptop.
Sorry, go back. I want to just understand the 3 areas again. So
the 3
red
areas,
means you need improvement.
We need improvement.
3 means yellow means you are
caution. So we are there, but
green is good.
Good.
Okay, so
that's what we are.
So there's no green.
No, there's no green.
So we are not good
Ghana's
anywhere.
situation, no, we are not good anywhere.
And we are red plenty.
Red plenty because we attempt to do devices, but the devices get to the schools and they are not utilized.
So device need improvement. Connectivity needs improvement.
Serious improvement, red.
Resources need improvement.
Yes, students, we are both caution and red because we have a lot of disparity.
Correct.
We only consider on some few schools. Teachers also, we have that kind of disparity. School management, they've done well there because we carry them along all the time.
Good.
And that is where we are. So
it seems to me as if this will be a very important driver of the improvement.
All of them.
Here. So at least we are heartened that this is yellow.
This is yellow,
it's not red.
at least. And we are moving somewhere.
Very
Teachers,
good.
red, yellow, because, some teachers still fail to hold mouse today.
Yes.
They are still afraid.
They still draw it on the screen.
That's the whole thing.
Let's keep moving.
And then we move. So let's see. So because of this, look at where we are. So while we are red on practices, 2.7 availability, student that says 1.49. So most of the students do not have devices. One policy eating us up is the secondary school level policy where you can't send devices to school. So surely it will be red. And then quality, we are still red because most of the principals are saying that bandwidth is not sufficient.
Not enough data.
Yeah, we don't have enough of these. Under policies, you can see we are scoring 2.5 for planning. Like I said, we do silos. So we are not really integrating things. And the monitoring, we have 2.5. We can send the EdTech in there, but we don't even monitor. So in no time, devices are worn out, things are not helping.
Something here I wanted you to comment on.
Yeah.
In terms of policies, no clear strategies, monitoring mechanisms or support systems exist. It's a big issue, right?
Exactly, and that is why we are going with we initiated the EdTech strategy.
Thank you.
So we didn't have any out of the readiness. We saw that we're out. So then there was a need to put together a strategy document to guide the way Ghana will move within the EdTech space.
Wonderful.
Yep.
So let's move on.
So then we want to also bring to your attention that Ghana has an ICT in education policy.
So there's a policy there.
There's a policy.
Beautiful.
So that the latest version is 2015. Attempt has been made to review it in 2024. I'm saying attempt because it's still in limbo. So now we only make reference to the 2015 document because that one is there. It has been approved and it's working.
So usually when you talk about policy, it's like what sits at the top.
At the top.
This is the government's vision.
The government vision.
Strategy
Then
is how you want to get there.
How you want to get there.
Thank
That
you.
is what happens.
So there's a policy framework.
A policy framework.
Out of which you are now deriving a strategy.
The strategy and where we want to go.
And there were 8 policy areas.
Pillars. 8 pillars. So
management and administration of education.
And that is why we are doing well there. We are yellow because government was mindful to ensure that management and administration of the education system itself is catered for.
Then infrastructure, maintenance
connectivity, e-readiness, and equitable access. It's something that we are looking for to ensure we bridge. Then curriculum design, instructional delivery and assessment, inclusive ICTs for learners and educators with special educational needs,
Correct.
capacity building and professional development, emerging tech and adaptability, industrial collaboration, partnership and financing, and then cyber security and digital safety.
So these are the 8 policy areas.
8 policy areas. So out of this, then we derived the strategy.
For each of the 8?
For each of the 8.
Amazing.
Hence, we even went beyond, because some of them were big. We have to split them so we can have specific activities.
But
to
at least
do
this gives
there.
us a sense of how to think about it.
Exactly.
All right, let's move to the next one.
So that brought us to think of what we want to put into the EdTech strategy.
So you call it a digitally inclusive and resilient educational system in Ghana that enhances learning, teaching and management through accessible, relevant and sustainable EdTech. This is quite neat.
Exactly.
I like
and then that led us to have a mission where we want to guide the integration of digital technology into Ghana's educational system by strengthening foundational systems, which is very important, because you saw teachers half red, half yellow. Two students half red, half yellow. So we need to strengthen foundational systems, expand equitable access, empower educators and learners, and then promote innovation within our sector. So we need a strategy that can help us to achieve this mission.
I'm with you so far. I think the vision is clear. The mission is also, it makes sense. So
Great.
let's go on.
Good. So what are the strategic objectives? We want to establish clear roles and policies and structures to lead the implementation, expand ICT infrastructure, support creation of localized content. So government has in mind we have to have curriculum design, but we need to make sure it's localized, train teachers, administrators, learners to have improved digital literacy, use data systems to track EdTech, protect the learner. Very important. Once you put them online, you will expose them to tech, then you have to think of
particularly
protection.
because they are young. So I would circle this as a key point for me as a parent.
Yep.
Protecting learners and school data is very critical for me as a parent. Yes.
So you can promote also responsible digital citizenship, because now we are moving into a digital paradigm.
Yes.
We expect us to live in a certain code when we are also online.
Yes.
We cannot be seen as going beyond what is expected. Then we ensure all learners are part. So we are not taking anybody else with disability, those in remote areas. Everybody can have access.
So these are your strategic objectives. They are 8.
Yes.
Because of course your policy objectives were 8.
Yeah.
Let's move to the next one.
Good. So now, out of that, then we give it to the 13 thematic pillars of the strategy.
You are behaving like a computer scientist, right? So you are sort of deriving,
of course,
and your root issues.
Yeah,
very interesting. So governance, management and admin, infrastructure and connectivity, localized content creation, capacity building. Are these in order of importance, or is just 13?
Well, it's just 13.
It's just 13. Okay,
so we didn't order them in. But of course, if you look at it, it forms that intent, because governance is crucial.
Yeah.
And
everything starts with that.
Everything starts from there.
And the management sort of takes over.
It takes over. Infrastructure comes in. Block. So local content. So inherently,
it's like the base.
It's the base.
Then you build on that curriculum, ICT, inclusivity and accessibility, AI and emerging tech,
cyber security, data safety. You look at data management, how we protect, how we monitor, and then how we do the experiential learning.
This makes a lot of sense. So it's like you start from here and end here.
There.
Because at the end of the day, you want learning and innovation to thrive.
Yeah.
But it starts from the infrastructure, the governance.
Then we are leading down. So this is where we are with the strategy.
So parents, we have 13 thematic areas for the strategy. And I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense, at least for me.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Larry and Genevieve what they think. Is this your last?
Yeah, no, I think that's it.
Beautiful.
Sure,
Thank
you.
Now.
Sure.
So I think, look, you've given us enough for us to think about. EdTech Monday took us back to the classroom.
Yeah.
And Prof. Edumenu, thank you so much. I'll just take first-time thoughts from Larry and Genevieve on what we've seen before I even get into the details. Larry, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Oh, this is actually a very great one. It covers almost every aspect of our education system. If you look at the 13 pillars, from governance to management and administration, to even AI and emerging technology, which is now the norm of the day. So it's actually covering every aspect of our education system.
Genevieve, I don't know if you remember the 13. We'll put it on the screen. What did you make of what Prof said? And are you excited or worried with what you've heard so far?
I'll start with, I'm very excited. I really like what I've seen on the screen so far. I think it's a very well thought out policy as well, just because of the 13 pillars and the research that has gone into coming up with this policy. I know it was not any light work for anyone, so I think it's a very good document, and I'm really happy that it's coming to the public so that we can all see and collaborate and work together to make sure it becomes something we can use to regulate our work in EdTech.
Wonderful. I think from what I saw, governance was at the base, school management, infrastructure. Those seem to be the big ticket items. Can you explain why those are important? And I'll ask Larry to comment on whether you agree as well that those seem to be where everything starts from, right?
Everything starts from governance and the management administration, because government has made effort to send devices to some selected schools, and also has sent some kind of programs to some schools to implement. But Ben, I really believe that you go to some of these schools and these devices are locked up in offices where they're saying that, oh, well, we have not been permitted to use these devices. But remember, devices have timelines. They can become obsolete. So then, before we see, government has, the program is just gone, devices unused, and then we need to go and reinvest. So if the top is not well motivated to implement whatever government seeks to put across, then we'll be out. Aside this problem, another important problem that we have identified why we think governance is very important is when the schools are given these resources, they still wait on government to maintain the resources. So then there is no plan. Okay, there's no sustainability plan, let me put it that way, to make sure that the devices that has been brought or the resource that has been brought are maintained for future generations. And it's like, oh, well, government bodies is not sufficient, so we are still waiting for it, or we don't have money to maintain it, so iBoxes will be damaged and then they can't maintain it. Laptops will be damaged and they can't maintain it, waiting for government to come back again to maintain this. So governance issues and management are very critical if we want EdTech to really succeed.
Larry, what are your thoughts around the arrangement of the 13 priorities, and which of the priorities speak to you the most?
For me, sitting at where I am currently, I think governance is the top priority for me, because everything trickles down from there. As you said earlier on, that's the base. And if you even look at the strategy, it makes room for some level of leadership where we are going to have a national steering committee, a technical working group. So imagine if this strategy had been implemented earlier. The challenges we are currently having with the one student, one tablet. Recently, I'm sure you heard the minister complain that the students are using the tablets
to do other things.
Very good. So when this strategy is actually implemented faithfully and then inclusively, I think it will go a long way to address some of these challenges.
Jennifer, I don't know if you're able to take a screen grab of the 13. I don't remember all, or if they can put it up again, because I wanted you to tell me which one or two of them speaks to you the most, because of course you are an EdTech entrepreneur. You have a solution that you bring to support learning. So I don't know which of the 13 you remember and which of them you think are quite important.
I actually have three. So the school management. I think it's very important to work with the schools to ensure that we're working together so they do not feel like we are coming into their space and overlooking their policies and their practices as an institution. Another pillar that I really appreciate is the data and the data governance, mostly because as EdTech, we also are collecting data. So we need to know how the learners are learning, what they're learning, how long it takes for them to learn, so their time on task and all that information. And that needs to be regulated. It needs to be something that we can easily access, but also not at the detriment of the learner. So of course, looking at the anonymized data, making sure that's made available to entrepreneurs so we can build something that is relevant for the learners instead of building something that the learners will struggle with. And lastly, I really appreciate the cybersecurity aspect of things, mostly because we are now bringing these devices to our learners and we know all the dangers that exist on the internet. So having that in place would make sure that our learners are protected and might not fall prey to any of the challenges that exist online.
Thank you, Genevieve. This is EdTech Monday, and it's coming to you on 97.3 City FM and also on ChannelOne Television. And the question is simple: will your child be left behind as Ghana drafts its EdTech strategy? My guest, Professor Kofi Sapong Edumenu, who's a lead consultant working with the Department of Computer Science to develop this strategy. Larry Agbado is the Deputy Executive Director of the SendLoss. They are the main arrowhead for government when it comes to delivering EdTech. And of course, Genevieve Simuyu, the COO of Chalkboard Education, They are solution providers within the EdTech space. When we come back, we have a big question. Strategy doesn't implement itself. So how do we move from great strategy to great implementation? And how do we involve parents, teachers, and other stakeholders to own the strategy and make sure it works? Stay with us. This is still EdTech Monday, coming to you on Channel One Television and on 97.3 City FM. It's brought to you by MasterCard Foundation with support from the Meltwater Entrepreneurial School of Technology, and it's on 97.3 City FM and of course Channel One. My name is Bernard Avile. My guests tonight are Professor Kofi Sapong Edu Menu. Tonight, if you're watching us on television, today if you are listening to us on radio, Larry Agbado is the Deputy ED of the CENDLOS, which is the Center for National Distance Learning and Open Schooling. And Genevieve Simiyu is the COO of Chalkboard Education. Guests, thank you so much for staying with us. We've learned a lot of things. I just want to go through the 13, you call them thematic pillars: governance, management and admin, infrastructure and connectivity, localized content creation, capacity building, curriculum and ICT integration, inclusivity and accessibility, AI and emerging trends, cybersecurity and digital safety, data management and reporting, and the last three, data protection, M&E, and of course, experiential learning and innovation. Prof, is this strategy done as we speak?
Yes, as we speak, the strategy is done. We held the very last stakeholder engagement latter part of last year. So it's now ready for the minister to review and then assent to it. And then it becomes a working document. So
for every strategy, there's an owner.
There's an owner.
Who drives it? Who's the owner of the strategy?
So the one who, at World Bank and then MasterCard Foundation with EdTech Hub. Of course, CENDLOS is the key ministry. I mean, the agency lead
to
of
implement.
It. They are there. So the bank, MasterCard, and then EdTech Hub. They are the key.
I thought you said the Ministry of Education.
Oh,
no, what do you think?
So the Ministry of Education.
When I say
are the
owner,
owners.
I'm not saying who paid for it.
Okay. So
what
the
I'm
owners,
saying is, who has the agency to run with it?
Ministry of Education.
Correct.
Yeah, that's why we need the minister to assent to it. Then CENDLOS begins to work with it.
Is that the same understanding you have?
Yeah, so basically the same. World Bank, MasterCard Foundation, and other key partners, including West Africa, have been very instrumental in supporting us in developing this strategy. And we appreciate them so much. But at the end of it all, the strategy is going to lie right in front of us as CENDLOS to now take to work with. We've also been involved in the process of developing it together with the consultant here, Prof. Menu. As he said, very soon it will get to the desk of the minister where he will have a final review of it before he assents his signature to it. And once that is done, then the next phase we are going to look at, which is the most critical phase, has to do with the implementation. Once we get it wrong from that stage, then it means the whole essence of developing the strategy was not worth it. But I think with the efforts that we are putting in, together with the support of our key partners, the World Bank, MasterCard Foundation, and West Africa and others, I think we are very particular about the implementation also. Within this period, we've been having the Africa EdTech Policy Academy, and the implementation has been one of the key focus that we have been looking at. Other African countries have gone ahead of us. Some African countries already having the strategy. They are currently on implementation. If you listen to the success stories of some of these countries, you realize that it's actually helping the education system. And the best we can also do is to learn from some of these success stories and see how...
Let me understand you. The strategy is there.
Yep.
You are the main implementer.
Yes.
Do you have an implementation plan?
So, until the strategy is finally approved, the next phase is the implementation plan. We've not gotten there yet, but we are working ahead to get a plan ready before even the strategy is approved.
Genevieve, do you see a role for your institution and similar ones in all of this? If you do, can you explain what role you will be playing in this?
Yes, I do. So once this policy is approved, of course, there would need to be implementation partners. And that is where the likes of myself and my colleagues in different organizations would come in, would be able to work with the ministry to make sure that we are implementing the use of EdTech or education technology in different classrooms, or even at the ministry themselves when they use the technology according to the policy. So I believe that there's a lot of opportunities that this would open for myself and other practitioners.
I do not see a direct role for parents, but I'm sure it's hidden there somewhere. So you probably need to explain it to me. As a parent, I've seen big numbers, governance, this, that. I didn't see parental responsibility or anything. So is it that I'm misinterpreting this, or what's going on there?
Well, so they are inherent. For example, when it comes to the safety and then the security bit, we need parental guidance and parental control, as well as teachers as well. So when they are in school, management and teachers take care of them. When they are home, parental guidance are in there. You know, earlier I said that it's a pipeline. We cannot think about EdTech only in schools. We will fail. So we need to think about it as a holistic approach. So from home to school, back to home, so that parents are a big leap into this. So when we'll fashion out that one clearly in the implementation plan, because that is where we'll see the role of parents when the various actions and strategies, actions and objectives needs to be crafted. Then we can see who is doing what at what point in time. So at this phase, it is at the, let me say, a bit high level. So parents are in there, but until you go into it, you may not see their role, but they have a very crucial role in all these things.
I'm pushing this angle because this week we are discussing in the UK, some people suing a social media company for what they consider to be like addiction based on the way the social media system is built. And this person is a 20-year-old. So I feel like there's a lot of concern around responsible use of digital tools. And also, children spend a lot of time in school, but they are supposed to be nurtured at home. So I would love to see an explicit role. And I'm a parent. Okay. I haven't read the whole strategy, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I'm not sure what punishment there is if I don't do it. And you know what I'm saying? So it's very, I'm a responsible parent. I don't want my kids to go
at a strategy level,
you need to tell me something
you will
more
not
serious.
see all these things, but at the implementation level, you will see them. Because what do I need to do? If I don't do it, what is there for me? That is the implementation.
But I need to know what the strategy says about responsible use of tools.
Okay.
So that I'll have a certain rubric for implementing it. Okay. I think that must be part of my strategy.
The responsible use of the tools are enshrined at the digital safety part, where we want to see what we need to do. So one, we are saying that the agencies who are going to deploy these tools to the schools, for example, when you look at the genocide send laws, an agency like the National Teaching Council, an agency like
Education Service.
GS. NACA, they send these things directly to the schools. So then we put the burden of proof on them. So when they are sending these tools there, they have to be responsible for the safety of these devices. But when it has gotten in there, now implementation comes in. That's where the governance and every other person comes in there. Parents, teachers, and then PTA will come in, and then the management will also come in to ensure that when this device is handed to the child, for example, the parental controls must be set. You know, the issue we are having with the one laptop is because these tools, when was sent there, what it was supposed to do was that teachers set all the parental controls, all the controls on the device before the student use it. It's even being monitored from a station in Accra here. So even if you go to places which are not supposed to go, we're able to see it to block you. But these things were not finalized, and then the devices got into the hands of the students. Hence, you can imagine what can happen. They can go to any other site and do whatever they have to do. So all these roles have been defined at a very high level.
Is there a plan for training teachers in being digitally literate? Because it seems to me as though the teachers or educators will be very central in this type of strategy. Is there a clear plan? Let me take other views on this. Is there a clear, I'll start with, is there a clear plan for this?
There is a clear plan. So capacity building in itself comes with a very basic level. So we took it for granted that everybody who is holding a digital device has knowledge of its usage. But that is not true. You know, people hold devices in their hands, but their comfort is only the part that they are interested in. Outside that, nothing else is of use to them. So then we need to train individuals, teachers, on how to really set these securities on devices, because they don't know how to do it.
Larry and then Genevieve, do we know or have we done an assessment of our teachers to know the skills gaps? If you took 100 teachers in Ghana, is there a ranking of their ICT readiness or something? Is there a way of knowing what the gap is? Because you can't train somebody for something you don't know that they don't have.
Yeah. So there's actually a huge gap in that area. In the past few years, the National Teaching Council, together with SENDLOS, with the support of Mastercard Foundation, have trained quite a number of teachers in digital literacy. We have over 400 teachers even under the government payroll, but with that we're able to train about just 70,000 or so. So there's still a huge gap to fill when it comes to the training. Aside that also, in one of our recent stakeholder engagements on the strategy, we also identified some other gaps with the pre-service teachers, that is those who are even in school, in the colleges of education, in the universities. That why do we also wait for them to come out before we now find ways of training them in these areas? Why don't we start the training right from their training institutions? Then they have the knowledge on handling these devices, on how to take learners through them before they even come out of their various training institutions. Right. So it's actually something we are trying to find solutions to, not just for the in-service, but even those who are currently under training. There's a huge gap there as well, that if we don't fill now, in some years to come, they're the same people who will come out. But I think also, just as you mentioned earlier, with regards to the parents, just as Prof mentioned, when we go into the implementation plan, under that we also have some communication strategies that we are developing, which is going to help us work closely with parents and even communities. Because when we talk about the implementation, it also has to do with infrastructure. Now this infrastructure has to do with devices, has to do with even power. One key element of this strategy is equity. That every learner, irrespective of their geographical area, should be catered for. You go to a school probably in Bongo, and that school has no source of power. So all those things also have to be catered for. Devices, power, connectivity, internet. And all this will involve working closely with stakeholders. If you're going to put up an ICT lab in a community that will serve learners or kids there, you have to work with parents, you have to work with the community leaders to make sure that even that ICT lab that is going to be put up there will serve its purpose and will not be used for something else.
Genevieve, you can tell I'm very worried about safety for kids and also skills gaps for teachers. Can you provide me any comfort with what you know?
Yes, I can. So I'd like to just add on what the gentlemen have said, that the NTC has done a lot of work to include ICT into their curriculum, even for the pre-service teaching. One of the bottlenecks that we're now seeing is that because, as Bernard mentioned, technology is evolving so quickly. So within the space of 3 months, 6 months, up to a year, things will have changed. So even with us as EdTech practitioners, whenever we're bringing in our applications to the classrooms, the teachers have not interacted with this particular application before. So they're familiar with a few of the apps they've been exposed to, but not really the ones that we're bringing into the classroom right now. So what we need to focus on there is, I know MEST is working very hard on this at the Ministry of Education as well, in making sure that the EdTech practitioners are aligning themselves to what their ministry needs, working within the education strategic plan to make sure that they're covering all their bases. So for the teachers, for the learners, making sure the curriculum is something that we're also working on as EdTech practitioners. When it comes to the safety and the devices, that has always been a very big question that parents are asking. And one of the assumptions, as Prof mentioned, was that most people know how to use these devices, but some people don't know how to, switch it to children's mode or child mode. And leaving it to one teacher who's handling maybe 40 devices would be quite unfair. So one of the ways to make sure that this policy is successful is to engage the parents and bring it to their level and make sure that they were sensitizing them as much as possible in as much as we're working with the teachers. So for instance, we can get access to the teachers through our application and our training programs, but we would not be able to access the parents, and they would probably be accessed at community sports. So for instance, either the church or the mosques, an NGO somewhere will be able to do an outreach training for them so that they're able to know how to use these devices with their children. The children are also very, very using the devices. The way the devices are made are very intuitive. And as someone mentioned, the social media suit that's going on, it's done in a way that just encourages you to keep using the device or keep using the application. So children are able to quickly, navigate the applications without much training. You don't need to tell a 1-year-old where to click. The buttons will speak to them on their own. So you need to be able to tell parents that this is what is going on the device and make sure that they're able to understand how to limit the access to certain platforms for their children.
Thank you, Genevieve. Prof, some teachers will worry that technology might increase their workload. How can EdTech actually make teaching easier?
All right, so technology comes rather make our work more easier. It releases most of the stress that we have on ourselves, especially if we know how to use it. Remember, one of the things that people don't want is change. So in itself, they know they don't want to switch to these platforms because they feel they are born before computers or they are born before AI. So then they don't want to go into this new terrain. But when you have this digital knowledge, lesson plans becomes very easy to craft. For example, if you have to write all your lesson plans, it will take you hours to do. Today, you can use technology to create them. So then you have time enough to, care for the young person who has been brought to you. Many things do happen in our classroom because teachers do not have much time. So when we bring in this technology, it integrates with them to do the learning. What we are doing now is integrating technology even in our discussion here. So we can integrate it. There are some lessons that we can easily engage the learners to discuss it while the teachers supervises all these things because they have the tools, they have the resources in the classroom to be engaging with it. So teachers must not be afraid. The challenge is because they have not been trained adequately. But when you have been prepared very well, and then you know how to use the tool along your classroom work, then it helps you.
Right.
But the change management process is one of the big deals we'll be tackling in the implementation plan. But that is where the whole thing starts from. People don't want to change from their usual ways of doing work to this one, and hence they feel that when you bring the technology, it takes their work from there, and then what will they be doing? But the technology cannot do anything itself unless you, the human agency, drives it.
Wonderful.
On whatever you want to do. So it's going to rather make our work more softer and easier.
Larry, how do you suppose this roadmap will change the way children learn at home?
Okay, I think this is actually going to change the face of not just learning but teaching also. And with learners learning at home, then it also comes back to the parents. And that is why I said in the implementation plan, we have a very special space on how we are going to have further stakeholder engagement, particularly with parents, how we can reach out to parents. Because once they leave the walls of the school and they get home, whatever the learners, whatever devices they are playing with or using to learn, they are now in the hands of the parents. Parents are supposed to monitor what these learners are using the devices to learn or watch, be it on a tablet or phone or laptop. So it's actually going to change the whole EdTech strategy. It's actually going to change the face of learning and teaching as a whole. And I feel that the key area there is also reaching learners in deprived areas. How we can reach them. And the strategy talks about even going far of developing content that can be kept on offline platforms. So if you go to a place like Chinderi, where probably there's a challenge with network, these offline platforms can help learners they also get access to the same quality materials that someone probably in Kumasi or Accra has access to.
Genevieve, let's talk finally about partnerships. I know you've built partnerships with governments and global organizations, right? What kind of partnerships would make a national EdTech strategy sustainable?
Right. So the partnerships would need to be very strategic. We need to move away from the project-based approach, which normally, once a project is complete and there's no sustainability plan, then the project would come to an end and everything we've done has gone away. So what I'd recommend and what we've done in practice is that a lot of research goes into the work that we do. So whatever we're working on, it's research-based, and then we focus on the evidence that comes out of that research, and we're able to share that with different partners so that they can come in and work together long-term. So we're able to see, for instance, areas that have low connectivity, areas that have no electricity, areas that don't have, or regions that have device shortages, so that not everybody's using the same device. We need to be able to work around those. So once our partners are able to have these, this evidence and this data made available to them, then they're able to make the right decisions to work long-term on these projects with us. When we focus on the project base, which is going to be something for 6 months or 1 month, or 1 year, then you realize that you're only working to, within a log frame. You're like, okay, this are the goals I set, and this is what I want to achieve, and then I'm done. And that's not going to be sustainable for EdTech, because we need to that we need to make sure that, for some of us, these are businesses, so we need to make sure the business is running for the next century to come, something you can hand over to your children in the future. Another thing that we realized really helps with the partnerships is the community. So working with the teachers, working with the communities that we're working in. We've been fortunate to work in rural areas as well, and we realized that one of the major challenges, and not just rural areas, but is connectivity. So when we realize that the connectivity is an issue, we need to leverage the community centers, because it's usually stronger. They normally put maybe a mast around a church or a mosque, so the network would be stronger there. So having that relationship allows the community to allow your learners to come into the space when they need it, to use the devices as they should. You can also use NGO spaces, which also have a bit of access. So we need to focus on also the design of the technology that we're using. If we design our technology in a way that isn't inclusive, so it leaves people out. So if, for instance, if you're designing only internet-only devices, then we'd have a challenge there, because we'd leave a lot of the population behind. So we need to focus on making sure our designs and our devices are something that can be used by everybody.
Thank you. Let's wrap up with a final question. We are in an era of inclusivity and equity. How can this strategy ensure that people living with disability, people in low-income communities, rural, are not left behind in this digital learning?
Right. So one of the key things is the strategy makes way for things like bringing in accessibility features in most of the platforms that we'll be putting out within this EdTech strategy when we begin the implementation. So those who, we have sign language taking place now. It tells you that when we are also creating the localized contents, one of the key features that we have to always have in mind is those who are within the areas of signing, those who cannot see, we put in accessibility features so that they can navigate the platform without any difficulty. They don't need anybody's support. They should be as free as any other person navigating around the platform. So when we enable all these accessibility features, then it gives them that strength to be bold enough to use the platforms. Offline devices, very crucial. We need to design the solutions along as we move into the online devices. We don't just do online, then offline becomes an afterthought. It should be right from the beginning. When we want to go into the implementation, we are going with both online and offline solutions. Then also within the context of spreading the devices in closer reach areas. So there are some schools that are very far. We need to build some hubs where they can, get together, take the knowledge, go back to their schools, and then, they come. So we need to intentionally build these community hubs around to make sure that people can access some of these solutions wherever they are. We do not have to limit our reach, whether in the rural areas, urban, peri-urban, wherever we are. We need to make sure that every solution reaches the very last individual within the country.
Thank you very much, Professor Kofi Sapong Edumenu, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science, University of Ghana, Larry Agbado, who is the Deputy ED for Senlos, and Genevieve Simiyu, who is the COO of Chalkboard Education. We've been broaching the subject of an EdTech strategy. It's in the draft state, hoping that you parents and teachers and all stakeholders listening have learned a thing or two. Feel free to send us a WhatsApp message on what you think of the policy and what can be done to improve it. If you're listening on radio, send it to our WhatsApp number 053-998-6996. If you're watching on television as well, the number is on the screen. We really want to hear from you so we can feedback some of your views to Kofi and his team so that before the minister signs off, if there are any T's to be dotted, cross the I's to be dotted, those will be brought in. Guests, thank you very much for being on the show. A big thank you to the MasterCard Foundation for keeping faith with EdTech and to our friends MEST for all the facilitation. We'll see you next time with another edition of EdTech Monday. Have a good day.
Couldn't breathe. My fingers and my lips started turning blue and I collapsed. And I felt like, what have I done?
Vaping is the process of inhaling vapor through an electronic cigarette, also known as vape.
My name is Dimpo and I'm currently 20 years old and I started vaping when I was 17 years old.
One out of 8 teens in South Africa are unable to go through a day without vaping.
I don't want to say it's peer pressure because I'm the one that took myself to the vape shop. But it all started when I saw my peers in high school smoking weed, smoking cigarettes. So what did you get up to yesterday? So I decided I want to vape because everybody looked so cool.
Vaping is marketed as a safer alternative to smoking since it does not use tobacco. But most vapes contain nicotine, which is highly addictive. Its ability to cause addiction is often even compared to that of heroin and cocaine.
When I initially started vaping, I was vaping for like maybe 2 days and then I'd leave it alone. So I was smoking mint, blueberry and strawberry. And it smelled really great. It was like I'm eating sweets continuously.
47% of teens in South Africa who vape reach for a puff within an hour of waking up. The nicotine reaches our brain in seconds, up to 35 times faster than alcohol. It causes the release of chemicals that make you feel great, more alert, more focused, less stressed.
I felt like it relieves me. Maybe if I have like a certain situation and I just pull 2 puffs, 3 puffs, I'd be okay.
But the nicotine effect fades quickly and tolerance builds fast. Soon, the body depends on it to feel good again, increasing stress and anxiety.
As soon as I started getting addicted, that's when like I'd smoke it every day. I noticed that the disposable vapes are no longer working for me. I bought the rechargeable vape. You can increase the percentage of the nicotine. I kept increasing it.
Nicotine can cause lasting changes to developing brains. There are nicotine-free vapes, but they still carry risks. Most vapes contain at least some toxic chemicals, and these chemicals can cause cancer, infertility, heart and lung damage.
My family members didn't know that I am vaping until I landed up in hospital. One particular day, I felt like I cannot breathe. But I used my pumps because I'm asthmatic. I was in denial, telling myself maybe it's an asthma attack. And I quickly went on Google to find out why am I suddenly blue. And Google explained that no, when you blue, it means you're out of oxygen. But then I collapsed. I don't know how I woke up in hospital, but I was in ICU. My doctor did tell me that it's because of vaping. But I told my doctor not to inform my mom because...
Me and Dimpo, we are so close. We talk each and everything because I'm a single parent. She didn't tell me at first. Sometimes I will think it's a pen. I never thought it's a vape. My mom was very disappointed. She felt like if I was addicted to something, I could have just told her. Our life between me and Dimpo has changed because it cost me. Every time when she goes to hospital, it costs me financially, physically, emotionally. I'm always drained. And I'm so happy that she decided to stop.
I recently got diagnosed with pulmonary embolism, which is when you have blood clots on your lungs. So I often run out of breath. I'm always wheezing. Now I'm always in hospital because of me wanting to look cool in high school. In 10 years, I'll be a better version of myself.
I was obsessed with getting bigger and getting ripped. When I first tried it, I was scared, and that's when everything started to spiral.
Exercise addiction is a compulsive need to exercise excessively, despite harmful effects on health and daily life.
My name is Leroy, and I've been doing bodybuilding for the past 9 years, and I'm an ex-sport addict. I've always been a very, very small guy, very skinny guy, and they always call me names like, skeleton, skinny bones. As you journey through high school and you start seeing people who are exercising, getting all the girls, that's when I started noticing that, okay, I need to change my body.
Exercise can have many health benefits: improved focus, memory, sleep, and body weight.
My mom was like, no, listen, dude, I can see you have a passion for personal training, and would you like to do that? That's literally how I started with the personal training, when I started to fall in love with bodybuilding.
When you exercise, your brain releases chemicals that reduce pain, improve mood, and regulate stress. This can create a kind of high that can be quite addictive.
That's beautiful. That is definitely beautiful.
Because this one is more, okay.
To witness my friend chasing that look that looks so Marvel or DC-like, that superhero look, it really had a toll on him because people don't understand bodybuilding it's a lifestyle.
I'll start eating clean. I eat a lot of protein. Because not eating for flavor, basically eating pretty much just to build in, getting the nutrients. I had to go in the gym early in the morning, like your 5 a.m.s. I felt that, being ripped is not enough. I just needed to be bigger.
There are many signs of exercise addiction. Prioritizing workouts over everything else, overtraining, ignoring injuries, and growing anxious when unable to train all indicate you might have a problem. This can come with wide-ranging health risks, from fatigue to hormonal or body image issues.
What inspired me to start competing was because I saw the changes in my body. Because there were so many people that I was competing with that are already in the field, they pretty much dusted me. They had more definition.
Muscle dysmorphia is a body image disorder that mostly affects men. It causes them to feel like they're not muscular enough, even when they're already very fit. This can lead to an obsession with working out and achieving the perfect body.
That's when everything started changing.
He told me he's using testosterone. It's not a secret in the bodybuilding industry. It's something that's known.
I was not even concerned about the impact or the side effects of it. All I wanted to know was, is it gonna work? Is it gonna give me bigger muscles? Is it gonna give me the shape that I want for bodybuilding? And it worked well. I was getting more buffer. I was training non-stop and it felt good. It felt great. The changes in my body was incredible. And on my 5th show, that's when I actually won my first show for the first time. And I was like, okay, I guess this is what it takes to be #1.
Anabolic steroids are synthetic versions of the hormone testosterone. They can help muscles grow, but come with significant risks. These include hair loss, erectile dysfunction, mental disorders, cancer, and early heart attacks.
I was using something that was extremely harsh for the first time. They call it the king of steroids. And that's when I experienced major side effects. I lashed out towards my friends. Eventually, I broke up with my ex because of how I was starting to change. Fear of, losing my position or my job as a personal trainer at the gym. That's when I started seeing that, okay, this is gonna be a real problem. I do not compete currently. Is it worth doing what you love doing at the cost of your health, the cost of losing your family, your friends, just for, a medal? I love fitness in general, and I look at other people that are getting results without the use of steroids, and I realize that, yeah, you know what, I'd rather be that person than using steroids to look good for just glory.
These days, when I sleep, I dream of frogs jumping all over me.
Hey, I knew it. I knew something was off because the way you've been snoring hee-haw, like a generator out of tune. Eh? You see, this is how the devil uses you to draw dwarfs.
In order for something to become something, you need that something for that thing to happen.
Prophet back home. It's fun. I don't understand these, spiritual jargons. Please
Yes, we need to plant a seed for that seed to become the point of contact. Yes.
A seed. Okay, Prophet, how much?
Oh, anything from your sweetheart. Biggie, Bigo.
The Blankson airs every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. and is sponsored by Out Insecticide, Nasco Electronics, Lizzie Shito, Everpack, and Lily Rice on ChannelOne TV.
The vibe is too much.
ladies and gentlemen, it's Doctor in the House right here on Channel One TV, and my name is Chris Carter. As you already know, this is the show I like to call the consultation before the main consultation. That is you going to the hospital. And also, I feel like this show is like a mini medical school where you get to learn everything about your health. You get to learn about different conditions. You even know how to manage some of the symptoms you're feeling. And also, most importantly, you know when it's time for you to go to the hospital. All right, not just watching, but you're also taking notes, and you just tell yourself, you know what, I think the doctor is saying, time for me to see a doctor, time for me to get into the hospital. Talking about doctors, so our doctor in the house today is Dr. Ebo Daniels, who is the medical director at Solace Hospital. And Solace Hospital is actually located at Trade Fair La here in Accra. And he is a leading voice in preventive healthcare in Ghana, focused on shifting the mindset from treating illnesses to preventing it. And he also champions the Switch Health movement, switching from healthcare to preventive health, and also driving a national shift toward early detection and long-term wellness. And we've been having a series with him. So it's been him for about 3 weeks right now. Oh yeah, 3 weeks. And this is our 4th week. And we're still talking about, you know, preventive healthcare. And today we are going to be looking at a topic that affects every one of us. This is not just about the women, it's not about the men, it's not about children only, but this affects every one of us once in a lifetime, or even more than once in a lifetime, depending on how you are managing yourself and taking care of yourself. Remember, it's all about preventive health care. And now we are going to be looking at stress. Stress. How modern day stress is actually destroying human health. So definitely, you know, this actually concerns you, because I'm sure you have an idea of what we are going to be talking about. Although you have an idea, we're going to be delving deep into it for us to know more and know how to manage some of these things, or even check out some symptoms that are already happening to us that are indicating time for you to go to the hospital. Now, if you have any questions, do not forget to send them via the WhatsApp number. We will get to ask the doctor. Hi, Doc. How are you?
I'm doing great.
It's great to see you again.
Always great to see you too.
All right, so Doc, we always talk about stress. We've heard the word stress so many times. It's actually overused in English. It's actually overused even in other languages. So now, what does it really mean to be stressed? What is stress?
So thank you very much, Chris, and thank you for having me today. Yeah. Stress is something that is more of a natural mechanism for the body to survive. Mm-hmm. That was in the past. So in the past, let's say you are in the forest, and then let's say an animal pounces at you. Stress is supposed to make you survive.
Yeah. It's like, is it like a survival instinct?
Thank you. So it's a survival mechanism. Mm-hmm. So what happens is immediately you see something that threatens you. Okay. The immediate body's reaction is to produce a cascade of hormones that will make you move
yeah,
to be able to, So assuming a lion comes here right now, nobody will tell you to start running. But where do you get the energy?
I'll freeze though.
You freeze.
Hey, I'll freeze.
You freeze.
I said, lion, please don't come close.
Don't come close, yeah.
Oh, say good boy.
So that is it. So that was what stress was meant to do, to help us survive. So whenever we have stress, there are a cascade of hormones that take place. And our favorite hormone, cortisol, is one of them. What do you call it? Adrenaline is one of them. And when these hormones are secreted, it's supposed to, 1, increase your pulse rate, increase your blood pressure, make you more alert, make the muscles more stronger for whatever.
So does cortisol do that? Because I thought it was only adrenaline that does that.
They are both stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline, they work together.
Okay.
Yeah, because cortisol allows glucose to shift into the blood.
So it's not that bad after all.
If it's short term.
Okay.
So short term stress is something that helps you. Even if you are going to have a program like this, a lot of people, when they are going for public speaking and all that, they are tense.
That's a bit of stress.
That's stress, but you don't do public speaking. Thank God this program is once a week. So you get it. So that's what it's supposed to mean. But if you want to define stress in very simple language, anytime you want to do something and then the input is less than the output, maybe your finances, you take 1,000 cedis and then your expenditure 1,005. input, 1,000 cedi. So you're going to be financially stressed.
Right,
So stress can be anything. Or you want to do a program, and then the time you have will not allow you to be able to. So anytime something you are supposed to do, that's the input, is less than the output or your expectations, stress is going to happen. Or when you're having conflicting ideas, you want to be a generous person, but you're also greedy. You're going to be stressed. You want to pass exam, but you're not willing to learn.
You'll be stressed on that.
So whenever you have conflicting ideas, so stress can come in several forms. And like you rightly said, we normalize it.
Yes, we do.
And
it's stress.
Yeah, it's stress. We don't have to
like how we normalize headache.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a headache.
But the headache could be from stress. And the headache could be a signal that the blood pressure is high and you are not aware. And then,
Okay, that's another one. I'm going to put that in the books. I hope you're taking notes, students. All right, so now let's talk about our modern life, right? As we evolve, as the years pass by and generations pass by, things have become different. You understand? It used to be a slow-paced life before, but now I feel like everything is just fast. It's just, let's move, let's make money, let's attain this, let's do that. So, you know, with all that, how stressful can it be for one, especially comparing where we are right now and the days of old?
So, like you rightly said, things now are fast-paced. We want everything yesterday, not even today. So because of that, people are stressed in the sense that expectations are far higher than what we can do to achieve them. So people want to, people finish school, they don't even have jobs. They want to go and do masters. And after the masters, they want to go and do PhDs. This is all stress. People want to marry. People want to be financially successful. People want to own their own houses.
People want to be CEOs.
CEOs, they want to buy cars. But in the past, life was not like that.
It was very simple.
Very, very simple. We're using our Lexus.
Yes, or Legady's Benz.
Very good. But now everybody wants to drive. And when you put all these expectations on yourself and you're not able to achieve them, stress becomes something that is permanent and not acute. And when the body is in a continual state of stress, that is where the ramifications are not very good. That is where the hormonal changes affect your health. So even though stress may be mental, what actually registers is the hormonal changes that end up with a host of medical conditions.
So what are those hosts of medical conditions that stress or constant stress can actually cause?
Okay, so let's start from the brain. Most people think stress is just the brain, but stress is not just the brain. Anytime you are stressed, the part of the brain that helps you to regulate your actions, regulate your decisions, is the prefrontal cortex, like we mentioned last week. But anytime you are stressed,
it seems like the prefrontal cortex is actually a very important part of the brain.
Very good. Your reasoning, your judgment,
focus, all here.
It's all there. So anything that has to do with decisions, prefrontal cortex. But whenever you are stressed, you shut down the prefrontal cortex. So you realize that when people are stressed, they can even go blank when they're on stage because they can't remember anything. So that's the prefrontal cortex. So decision making becomes very poor. Errors become more. That's prefrontal. Then there's something we call the amygdala. Amygdala is at the base of the brain. And that regulates emotions.
Oh, so the amygdala handles emotions. Prefrontal handles reasoning and thinking.
And all that. And when you're stressed, you throw the amygdala overboard. So you start making emotional choices that are not right.
So you become emotionally stressed.
Stressed and unintelligent. We are supposed to be emotionally intelligent. Stress takes the emotional intelligence from you.
Okay, so the first one is psychological. And the other one is the emotional.
Right. And then there's another part of the brain called the hippocampus. The hippocampus helps you with memory. That is why when people freeze, they can't really remember anything.
So all that is happening in the brain?
In the brain. So that's just the brain. So all these things.
So it doesn't just affect one side?
No.
It affects the three most important parts of the brain.
And that is where the hormones start flowing. The adrenaline and then the cortisol from the pituitary and then the adrenal glands. Very good. Now when we move to the cardiovascular system, anytime you are stressed, your pulse rate goes up. And the pulse has a direct correlationship with your blood pressure. So it means that when the pulse goes up, the blood pressure
spikes.
So people are having high blood pressure now just because they are stressed, not because the genetics inherited from someone. So if we say genetics is loading the gun and lifestyle is pressing the or pulling the trigger.
Yeah, the trigger.
The stress is the trigger for most people for their high blood pressure. And some people don't even have genetic predispositions. But just because they are stressed, the pulse is up because of adrenaline, the blood pressure goes up. So that's the cardiovascular system. And when cortisol comes in, then we now move to the blood. Then the blood now produces excess sugar.
Oh,
like we mentioned.
Then we can now push to diabetes.
Diabetes.
Ooh.
So
we've just connected, apart from the head, we've connected high blood pressure to diabetes.
Yeah, so people are having diabetes now just because they are stressed. And when diabetes goes up, the next thing is what? Cholesterol.
The cholesterol.
So people become overweight.
Yeah.
So belly fat is actually stress fat.
Yeah.
So people who are overly stressed end up gaining fat in places they shouldn't be gaining.
So would you say that also contributes, so all that stress actually contributes to binge eating?
Oh yeah. When people are stressed, they are...
they binge eat. Because I've seen people that binge eat. Like, oh, if you ask them, why are you eating like this? I'm stressed.
Good. So that's it. So nutrition becomes a problem. And because you can't make good
You can't make
choices,
correct nutrition, you're just eating.
That's it. So we've talked about hypertension, we've talked about what? Diabetes.
We've
Then
talked about
next
cholesterol.
thing, the cholesterol. So you see how the cascade is. The next thing is your immunity.
Yeah, so your immunity drops, that means you can get
It's compromised.
anything, yeah.
So a lot of people are coming down with cancers now because of immunity. Young people, 27 years breast cancer, 25 years breast cancer, because the immunity is not doing its work. The body is overly stressed. It's in a constant state of what? Stress. Then we come to inflammation.
Yeah, the body inflamed.
So when the body is also subjected to constant stress, inflammation also takes
place.
So people are coming with systemic lupus,
all
kinds of inflammatory, SLE, all kinds of inflammatory conditions because the body is overly stressed. And when you are stressed too, it impacts the blood vessels. So the cholesterol that normally blocks vessels, if it's in the brain, stress makes it worse.
Yeah, so it blocks faster.
Inflammatory cytokines are pushed into the blood.
You're opening our eyes to so many things.
So stress is not something we should normalize. So once the inflammation comes in, then what happens is that plaques that are supposed to be lying quietly start misbehaving. Then they accumulate faster. Brain, stroke, heart attack. I just had a conversation with a friend from Tamale. 2 people died unceremoniously. One was in traffic. Cars were moving, ping. He was still there.
He's gone.
He was gone. Another person went to prepare for Salah and then went to buy the cow. He was driving and said, I'm not feeling well. His friend took over the steering. Then the friend realized that no, he wasn't moving. He was just motionless. Rushing to the hospital, he was gone.
So with the scenarios that you've given right now, it's just like they were doing nothing and they just died. They were just probably, one was driving and he just died. One went to buy something and he just died.
Yeah.
Do people know when they're stressed?
You should know because of all this cascade of things I told you. One, the brain fog was one of the things you mentioned, which you should know. When you're having brain fog, decisions become very
Well, Doc,
poor.
I didn't know when I had a brain fog. Honestly, I had a brain fog.
Okay.
I've said it on TV before that. I was actually going for a meeting. In the middle of the road, I was blank. I had to ask myself, where am I going to? Luckily, I was not driving. That would have been worse. So I was not driving. I was actually using a ride-hailing app. So I had to open the app and see the location. And and that reminded me, okay. Wow. And if you talk to me right now, before I turn or before I blink, I've forgotten what you said.
Wow.
Yeah. So I didn't know. So that's what I'm asking. Do people actually know? Can they put a name to it, or they have to go to the hospital first for the hospital to diagnose them like how I was?
Very good. So that's why know your numbers is very important. And when it comes to the brain can only focus on one task at a time. Multiple, at least 3 or 4. But
so is multitasking a good thing?
It's the worst thing you can do.
Uh-oh.
It's the worst thing you can do. People
and
always
people flex with it.
I'm a multitaxer.
And they write it in the
on their CV.
I'm a multitaxer.
If I'm interviewing you and you tell me you are a multitaxer, the
Problem
interview is gone.
Oh, wow.
we are done with the interview. You can't multitask.
Right.
If you want to know the damage of multitasking actually makes you counterproductive. Because when you shift focus from one
just go
thing
round and round
to another one, that breach interval is 1, loss of time, and then 2, you need a lot of time to refocus. Assuming you're doing task A, you left it, went to task B, you didn't finish. Then you go back to task B, then you come back to tax A. You have to ask yourself, where did
I stop?
Thank you. So multitasking is not something.
So you have to finish one thing and then move to the other.
Because the brain I can only look at you and the camera. I can't moving. So to know whether you are stressed or not, because stress has biochemical, neurological, and endocrine changes, like we mentioned, you need to check. I have a friend who was admitted yesterday at the hospital. So stressed, he never knew. He was having headache, and then the pocket doctors told him it was malaria for 2 weeks. Then 2 days ago, he called me. I said, come to the hospital. He came to the hospital, BP 201/110. He's currently admitted as we speak. Stress. So if you don't know your numbers, the numbers reveal the ramifications of all these things on your body. So your blood pressure can be checked, your pulse can be checked, your cholesterol can be checked, your sugar can be checked. That's one way of knowing the impact of stress on your body. And of course, if you are making poor choices, poor decisions, you are emotionally dysregulated or deregulated, then it's possible stress is also...
Right. So does it also affect your reproductive system?
Definitely. Stress actually makes the menstrual pattern disrupted. So people who have, stress may not even have menses at all. So you realize that people who are very athletic in sports, they don't menstruate because they subject their body to so much physical stress.
Yeah, that happened to me when I was lifting a lot and then going to the gym.
I should have seen you back then.
It actually stopped.
It will stop.
It stopped. I was like, what?
Good. Because you are becoming more
Am
manly.
I becoming Mary? Has the Holy Spirit come in me? What's happening?
You are becoming more manly. You know. So stress actually disrupts your menses. It can actually stop it. So why are people having a lot of infertility now? And in the males, it's a stress. And then it also decreases libido. So you don't even have the edge. And in males, stress decreases your testosterone. So when the testosterone goes down, your libido goes down. And because of that, you don't even have the edge for sex. And stress, because it causes inflammation. And then causes mitochondrial dysfunction. The sperms that are supposed to wiggle their way, no energy for them. They need a lot of energy to do that work. No energy, so they don't get anywhere. So infertility.
But now, how are young people? Let's talk about young people. You've spoken about you know, people our age and all that coming to the hospital and people just collapsing and all that. Now, I see a lot of young people also collapsing just like that. Would you say it's also linked to stress?
Yes. And it's all because of the cascade I mentioned. If young people are hyper-driven to be successful, young people, because of comparative analysis on social media, social media pressure. You see somebody posting a car, then you say you don't have one, you have to get one. That's pressure, unnecessary pressure. You get it? Somebody does his master's, you have not done yours. We are not on the same road or whatever. All these things pose a lot of challenges for young people. Your colleague is married, you are not married because of that. You are stressed. No. Comparative. So because of that, young people are subjected to a lot of stress.
What about the younger ones than the young ones we're talking about? I'm sure we're talking university level. Let's bring it down to the kids. It's an era of use of digital devices. You understand? And a lot of parents think that giving them the digital devices is a way of keeping them busy and out of trouble. Does that also affect them, the use of it?
Very much. It hyper-stimulates the brain. Hyper-stimulation can cause the brain not to relax. So most of those young people, because we don't take the phones from them before they sleep, they go to sleep and then they cannot really sleep properly because, and they like watching funny things. Very funny cartoons, horror stuff. So they sleep and then
stays in their
it stays in their head. Even adults, when you watch a horror movie, you go to sleep and you are still replaying. How much more a child's brain?
So does it replay in their sleep?
Yes, it does. So they don't sleep well. They are not well rested. So they wake up the next. So some of them don't wake up very early because of that. So they don't get good sleep. And when you don't sleep well, sleep actually leads to stress. And then the stress hormones. And then stress leads to poor sleep. And poor sleep leads to stress. So we are getting a vicious cycle.
So now the stress links to the other things that we just mentioned.
So why are the children becoming obese? Because the cortisol is up, cholesterol is up. That's it. So children are overly, stressed. And we talked about the school system. The 8 hours, they are sitting, so they are not even physically active. They come home, they are given homework.
Because even with our, smart watches, it tells you to stand up. It tells you to stand up every hour.
Yeah.
It tells you to walk around, take a walk.
But we don't.
Oh.
So because of that, people are getting overly...
Now, let's talk about the warning signs. I'm sure people are listening like, hey, this is serious. But now, what are some of the warning signs that people should look out for when it comes to stress and knowing that, hey, you know what, this is actually a lot now. It's time for me to see a doctor.
Good. So if we start from the brain where the whole cascade starts, you start having poor decisions, poor choices. You get irritable. Things that should
make you... Doc, irritable!
Things that should make you laugh. Maybe a friend cracks a joke, you are supposed to laugh, then nah.
Then you're angry. Yeah, you take it personal.
Your heart comes to your throat. You blurt out easily, you know, you are stressed.
Doc is relatable. I'm always on the edge.
So stress is knocking. Yeah.
Would you think that's what happens to African mothers? Is that why they always shout?
Of course, they're stressed now. When the man is not giving the chop money and all that.
And the children are stressing
them. Shut up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's the brain level. Then when we come to the cardiovascular system, you start having palpitations because the heart rate, adrenaline, heart rate, palpitations are the next things that you start having. Then of course your blood pressure also starts going up.
Increasing.
So that's why knowing on your numbers is very important. You have to check. Then of course the sugar.
Yes.
So you have to be checking your sugar. The sugar goes up. Those are things you can check. And then also your cholesterol also. And when you start gaining unnecessary weight, even though you are not probably eating so much, then stress could be another factor.
So is that what we will say that the body is inflamed?
Inflammation will lead to that. And when inflammation is deregulated, immune system is not functioning properly, you start having things like common colds, sore throat.
And that's very dangerous because you can get any virus that comes
in. Viruses are supposed to be self-limiting. Our body is supposed to be able to defend ourself from viruses. But when you're stressed, they take a field day.
All right, so now let me take it a top notch a bit. Yeah, I know it's not something that we're discussing, but let me take it a top notch a bit. So now for people who say are HIV patients, now if the stress comes in, what does that do to them?
The immune compromisation becomes compounded. Compounded in the sense that, excuse me, HIV in itself is an immunocompromised state. And if you add stress to that, it means that you're adding another layer of what? Compromise to your body. So they become more compromised. So what happens then is that there are things we call opportunistic infections.
Oh, so they start getting different
tuberculosis,
stuff.
cancers, all kinds of blood decrease,
So can it also happen to say probably a diabetic?
Of course.
So that means basically everybody's not supposed to be stressed.
Stress is not something we should entertain. But the modern world, just like modern life, modern food, modern disease, modern life now, modern stress, then we're having. So we're not supposed to be stressed because it's supposed to be something that's short-term for survival. But if it becomes something that is an undercurrent in our life, always there, like a baseline kind of, that's where all these things.
Right. So, Doc, what advice would you give us? Not me per se, but people who have very demanding jobs, people who their jobs take so much from them. What advice would you give in how to manage your life so you wouldn't get to the stage where you would find yourself crashing down, collapsing, you know, going crazy from stress?
I think when it comes to productivity, there are a lot of principles we should apply. One thing I believe in is delegation. So if you are a top tier person, you should delegate. Delegation is very key. But we live in a country where people pride themselves in companies and say, oh, if Chris is not there, nothing happens. That's the most dangerous thing any employer should say about an employee. We should be able to delegate tasks to people so that we only focus on what is very necessary
important
for us. There are also principles like the Pareto principle, where when you come to work, you should look at the 20% of things that will give you 80% of your results. Focus on that.
So everyone should have like a priority list. So you focus on the first one, then you come down
to the rest. You can, you know, and then multitasking, like we said, it only makes you very busy, but not productive. Those are things we should look at, and then we should also make time to rest. It's all because the stress is so constant and we are not resting, the body is not able to restore itself.
True.
When we rest, it helps us to be able to restore our biochemistry, our physiology, and everything. Then we come back.
Doc, I had to learn the hard way. I learned the hard way. The period was not coming. I was not thinking. I was having panic attacks. I was having anxiety. I was having everything at the same time.
Yeah.
I almost thought like, okay, hey, someone is doing me in the village. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, but it was not village people. Not everything we were village people. It was not village people this time. Yeah. But it was just extreme stress. That was how the doctors actually explained it. Like, it's extreme stress.
That's true.
That I needed to take it easy.
Very true. And we shouldn't be...
What about, if you're going through stress, can we still exercise?
Exercise is actually something that helps you to, how will I call it, dilute stress.
Okay.
Exercise helps you to...
calm down.
Bring the stress down. And then exercise also helps all these cascades that we make. Exercise bring the stress hormones down. And then exercise even helps to improve your sleep.
Yeah,
because when you exercise, sleep is very...
All right, Doc, so what's the tip of the day? So let's check out our tip of the day. Our tip of the day is...
Let's see. Yeah. So chronic stress, I always say you have a better voice. So
All right, chronic stress does not only affect the mind, it silently raises blood pressure, weakens immunity, disturbs sleep, damages the heart, and slowly breaks down the body.
Yeah. So these are all the effects. Yeah.
Wow, Doc. Anyway, how can people reach out to you?
So Solace Hospital is at Trade Fair. On your way from the Trade Fair towards La Palme, on your right, just 100 meters, we are there. Very magnificent building.
Yeah.
Anything that concerns preventive health in this country, go nowhere.
Come to us.
Solace Hospital.
All right. Any number to call?
0531032106. That's our number. You call us.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, the doctor in the house was Ebo Daniels, Dr. Ebo Daniels, who's the director of Solace Hospital at the Trade Fair, around the Trade Fair in Accra. And it's been a very, very important conversation that we had, because at the end of the day, stress has been normalized. And, you know, everybody goes through it. But at the end of the day, we need to also realize that it has dangers to it if it's not managed properly. My name is Chris Carter, and this has been Doctor in the House. See you next week.
The death is announced of Madame Pauline Anne Dovi Degbo, laying in state and filing past, Saturday, 6th June 2026 at Holy Family Catholic Church, Mataiko, Accra. Time is 7 a.m. Burial service and final funeral rites follows after Mass at the church field. Time is 9 a.m. Interment, private burial, Thanksgiving service and family gathering. Sunday, 7th June 2026 at Holy Family Catholic Church, Mataiko, Accra. Time is 9 a.m. Dress code, Saturday, black, Sunday, black and white. End of announcement.
Hello and welcome to the Channel One Newsroom from our studios at number 5 Owula Hansen Lane at Tesano. I'm Frema Edunyame. Coming up. Ministry of Health summoned CEO of Konfanochi Teaching Hospital over temporary suspension of admission at Accident and Emergency Center.
In this meeting, we made them aware of the situation here. So they were prepared to hold patients who were in their facilities waiting to be referred, to keep them for a while and manage them together with us, because we can do manage.
Life returns to normalcy after Wager Dam spillage rendered many homeless in Titigu and its environs.
Everything is normal now. Business is ongoing. Movement is also ongoing. We are okay here. Nobody is experiencing those things anymore.
Structures sited on waterways pulled down by Ga East Municipal Assembly following recent incidents of flooding in the area. So coming up, High Court to give judgment on Wontumi case on July 3 after last defense witness was called. In Channel One Business. Increase in food prices pushes inflation for the month of May to 3.7%. And in Channel One Sports, former Black Star striker Samoa Gyan hails Caleb Yunchi after impressive display against Wales. Many thanks for choosing us. Now in our first story, the Ministry of Health has summoned the Chief Executive Officer of the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, Dr. Parkwesi Bedu, to explain reports that the hospital temporarily stopped admitting new patients at its Accident and Emergency Center. In a letter dated June 3, 2026, and signed by the Chief Director of the Ministry of Health, Desmond Boateng, the ministry said it had taken note of a statement circulating on social media and also referenced comments reportedly made by the hospital's head of public affairs on Channel One TV, confirming management's position regarding the center's inability to accept additional patients. According to the ministry, the decision contravenes a directive issued by President John Mahama instructing hospitals not to turn away emergency cases. The letter directed the CATH CEO to appear before the Minister of Health by noon on Thursday, June 4, 2026, to explain why disciplinary action should not be taken against him for allegedly contradicting the President's directive. Meanwhile, emergency admissions have resumed at the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital 24 hours after management announced a temporary halt of new admissions at its Accident and Emergency Center. Channel One News' Ashanti Regional Correspondent Doris Lonta has more.
The acting medical director of the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, Dr. Yao Oparilabi, speaking to the media, indicated that bed availability at the facility has improved slightly. He explained that discussions have been held with medical superintendents of facilities under the Ghana Health Service and other private hospitals to temporarily manage emergency cases before referring them to CAT when necessary. According to Dr. Labi, some health facilities that possess the required equipment and infrastructure but lack specialist personnel will collaborate closely with specialists at CATH to ensure patients receive the emergency care they need.
We had a Zoom meeting with the Regional Director of Health Services, his Deputy Director of Clinical Care, and medical superintendents of a number of the facilities who refer cases to us. I'll say Ghana Health Service facilities and a couple of private facilities. In this meeting, we made them aware of the situation here. So they were prepared to hold patients who were in their facilities waiting to be referred, to keep them for a while and manage them together with us, because we can do management on the phones with them. When they describe and send us some parameters, we can intervene. Others too were also prepared to receive referrals from other facilities.
Dr. Labi also appealed for the strategic upgrading of existing health facilities in the region and the operationalization of hospitals at Afari, Sewa, and other facilities with the capacity to complement CARD services as the region's only tertiary healthcare institution.
So we've heard about projects like Afari, Sewa, some of the Agenda 111s. All these facilities plus the existing facilities have to be strategically looked at. And I know they are on the radar of the government. They should be strategically looked at and resourced.
Hospital management is calling for the strategic upgrading of existing health facilities in the region, as well as the operationalization of the Sewa and Afari hospitals to ease the pressure on CARD and improve healthcare delivery. Reporting for ChannelOne News, I'm Doris Lonta, Ashanti region.
Still on health, the 500-bed Afari military hospital, which has missed several completion deadlines, have been taken over by weeds with installed medical equipment gathering dust. The operationalization of the hospital will greatly ease the congestion at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital, but it has been left abandoned. Channel One News' bureau chief for the Middle Belt, Hafiz Tijani, visited the facility and reports.
500 beds, 0 patients. This is the Afari Military Hospital, one of the projects that was in to solve some of Ghana's health problems, but it has been neglected and abandoned. The facility has been taken over by weeds, with installed equipment at the walls also gathering dust. There's pressure on the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital, the only referral facility in the Ashanti region, but this place is idling. In September 2025, when the news team visited this facility, the situation was bad. But coming back today, situation is worse because of the happenings or the development here at the facility. More patients are scrambling for space at the accident and emergency unit of the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital. But it is not the case here at the Afari Military Hospital because there's enough space here, but there's no patient here. This is the accident and emergency unit or department of the Afari Military Hospital. And this is spacious. We have the down floor and the top floor all occupied. The beds have been set up. The facility is ready for use, but it's not operational. I'm just taking you through one of the walls here at the emergency unit here of the Afari Military Hospital. And what I was saying, the beds here have been set up. Also here, gathering dust. This, so I can count about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 beds here. So this, of course, would have reduced the numbers at the Komfanochi who will be going to the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital and even ease the pressure at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital. But these beds are idling, gathering dust, no patients, and this is the Afari Military Hospital. Now, stable and constant water supply is essential for the running of every health facility, and this plan was included in the construction of this 500-bed military hospital. Behind me is this system that is supposed to supply water to every part of this hospital if it is operational. The last time I was here, I could find my way close to the system, but it's not the same in my current visit because the place has been taken over by weeds. This tells you how worse the condition the facility is getting. So at major parts of the facility, I'm talking about the Aferi Military Hospital, you realize there's deterioration. Parts of the building or the walls have begun deteriorating because it's not in use. So you see the paint here peeling off and the kind of water, stagnated water, can't tell where it's coming from. That's happening here. And you see at the ceiling here, the kind of rusty nature and also the deterioration the facility is encountering because the facility or the hospital is not operational. Hafiz Tijani, Channel One News, Aferi, Ashanti region.
Now, after days of disruption and displacement, life is gradually returning to normal in Tetegu, a community affected by the recent spillage of the Weija Dam. Receding floodwaters has allowed residents to clean up homes, reopen businesses and resume daily activities. Our Central Regional Correspondent Akwesiado has more in the following reports.
The once submerged community now appears dry, with residents slowly picking up the pieces and returning to their daily routines. Apart from the loss of some personal belongings, the community is back to life.
Everything is normal now. Business is ongoing. Movement is also ongoing. We are okay here. Nobody is experiencing those things anymore.
At 6 a.m. on Wednesday, the Weija Dam level remained at 45.5 feet. Spill gate levels were maintained as follows. Gate 1, 0 feet. Gate 2, 6 feet. And Gate 3, 6. The levels for Gates 5 and 6 remained at 6 feet. Perennial flooding occasioned by the spillage of the Weija Dam significantly affects Tetegu, Riabuman, Chokome, Lower Weija, Oblogo, and some other communities along the Denso River. Authorities maintain that Tetegu in particular is sitting in a wetland, but residents have discounted this notion, insisting the area is legally settled, since several owners have building permits.
It can rain for 6 days continuously. There will not be any flooding in the area. But then the only problem we have is whenever they open the dam without informing the community and making sure that the estuary is open, that is the problem we do have. For 13 years that I've been here, it is only 2 occasions that we have this major problem.
Most people in the community have permits. We have layouts and everything. If we do not have, how were they able to give permit to those who had it? This place existed about over 200 years before the dam was built.
From a bird's eye view, the estuary of the Denso River is silted. Residents have attributed the flooding to a lack of adherence to flood prevention protocols, including dredging the Denso estuary at both Fana and Chokome.
Better management of the estuary. Secondly, before you spill the dam, management have to inform the people around. They should dredge the drain. It's sealed. When I came here, it was very deep. We never experienced this thing before. Like
a gutter is there and you don't distill it inside, the debris will be too much. You see, so anytime you pour water inside the gutter, it overflows. They should come and dredge it for us.
Residents have been funding embankment projects along the Denso River, but believe interventions, including regular dredging of both the river and its estuaries, will be more effective.
I tell you for a fact, if they are to close the dam today, you can walk through this place at a knee level.
And if you check right from the dam down to the estuary here, it's completely silted. I'm sure if you should measure to the depth of what the river is supposed to be, we are doing so many meters down. Okay, so it means that the whole river is silted.
The Tetegu Development Committee, apart from appealing for a proper drainage system, wants a permanent storm drain constructed at the estuary as a permanent solution.
They should come and do a permanent opening of the estuary so that if the water comes, the water will go itself. Either a concrete one, like how they have done it at Alajo and Kolegono, so that there won't be a need of every day coming to open the estuary whenever they split the water.
This spot here in Chokome serves as the estuary for the Densu River, but it is heavily silted with sand sediments. Residents of Tetegu and other communities believe when the Densu Basin is properly dredged, they wouldn't be witnessing this perennial flooding situation, and that they want authorities to take urgent action on this. For the ChannelOne Newsroom, I am Akwesi Ado, Tetegu.
Meanwhile, the Ga East Municipal Assembly has stepped up efforts to reduce the risk of flooding by demolishing structures illegally built on waterways and drainage channels in Hacho and nearby communities. Rachel Engman reports.
The operation carried out on Wednesday under the direction of the Assembly's Spatial Planning Committee focused on structures authorities say were obstructing natural water courses and drainage systems. Municipal Head of Works Engineer Justin Glover said officials had returned to one particular site which was blocking access to a tributary of the Odor River for the fourth time to halt the construction works.
This is not a structure we sat down for it to be constructed. This is about the fourth time the Assembly is here. And what we are trying to do is to prevent the structure from coming up so that the question will come, where were we? And so we are here the fourth time to make sure that the structure doesn't come up because it is blocking the access, one of the tributaries that feed into Odor River. And that will not countenance. So that is the first one. From here, we are supposed to move to Hacho and Agogba. And then what we are advising is that anybody who builds on waterway should either remove it himself or this time around we are coming at them to make sure that we don't experience flooding within the municipality.
For some residents, however, the exercise has come at a heavy cost. One affected resident, while acknowledging the need to keep waterways clear, said the demolition would leave him without a place to live. A visibly frustrated resident who maintains the family possesses a valid building permit threatened action over the destruction of the property.
But we just hear, today night I hear that they have been doing the demolition exercise. And we don't even know the reason why, but and we don't know how they were doing. But as they have come here, we don't have any this thing to say that about it.
You are no quality. You are no quality. In case come my to see at any. The money high wale. Money can only send to Shanka Kumolan can come by Hale. Can't see a war. It can't asano. There can't be a say. No war. But money on way back. Money on way a bed, a clerk of Fueco. Many no see as on one, sim winning. A sign of a down my fee. My dear, when you look about me, about passing an end. Think about one in a yellow.
Municipal Director of the National Disaster Management Organization, Edem Agbenyefia, said the exercise forms part of a broader strategy to minimize flood risks across the municipality.
This woman built this on the road, yeah. You can see, even when you build, look at the distance between the wall, the fence wall over there, meaning that they've even built on the fence wall. No district or no engineer will give them permit to build like this. So, in fact, we have to be doing the good thing, the right thing at this moment. Yeah.
From the Ga East Municipal Assembly, where authorities have demolished unauthorized structures on waterways in a renewed effort to prevent flooding, I am Rachel Engman reporting for ChannelOne News.
11 years after the June 3 disaster, survivors are renewing calls for stronger flood prevention measures and support for victims. The tragedy, triggered by severe flooding and a fuel station explosion near the Kwame Nkrumah interchange, claimed more than 150 lives and left many others injured. ChannelOne News' Isaac Ofe filed this report and read by Melody Fafa Potofe.
The flooding in Accra is not an engineering problem. It is just a problem of indiscipline. It's not an engineering problem, it's a problem of indiscipline.
June 3, 2015 remains one of the darkest days in Ghana's recent history. Heavy rains overwhelmed drainage systems in Accra, flooding streets and forcing many people to seek shelter at the Goyle filling station near the Kwame Nkrumah interchange. But what was meant to be a place of safety became the scene of tragedy. Leaked fuel carried by floodwaters ignited and triggered a massive explosion. Flames swept through the station, killing more than 150 people and leaving over 100 others with life-changing injuries.
Sitting now is careless of the gun oil because we be they close the tank very well. The fuel and the oil and gas shouldn't come outside. So no matter what water, the way it's flow, with the way it grows. You should ask yourself, how can fuel come out from the sea? Because the tank didn't close well.
11 years on, survivors say the risk of another disaster remains, especially as flooding continues to threaten lives and property across the country.
Nsuo to ohwe gota ohwe bola e de gugotem e ho no enyo ohwe ba wabusuani ana obudofo na obibi ba kotwoku abi na akofa problem e de abro bi.
Victims say they are grateful to individuals and organizations that have supported them over the years, including the managing director of ChannelOne TV, Samuel Atamensa.
Samuel Atamensa wayeme mwa bebre kire se up to now me ba peni no osi obehwe me ba peni ama me say to university se se nyankopo admo pass oyi 7 ewo ordinary course school.
But they are appealing for further support from government and the public to help them rebuild their lives.
Sa akonshande nanu edimpa because it is time no ebe do se me da susa no yare na me shada enni akomodi papa bia betima de ayejuma ahwe me ho.
It's up to now. You who she and free about. They be about free. I promise you. They be more promise you. Somewhere who she until the best about and say why.
Meanwhile, NADMO's Director of Inspectorate, Richard Amuyati, says government must invest more in drainage infrastructure to reduce flooding.
It's about developing drainage infrastructure, a lot more drainage infrastructure, because what we have currently is considered inadequate. Looking at the amount of water that flows through, it's inadequate. We need to improve our drainage infrastructure, whereas the citizens also have to live responsibly by obeying existing regulations, which are all geared towards disaster risk reduction.
He is also urging residents in flood-prone areas to stay in contact with nearby NADMO offices for safety information and evacuation guidance during emergencies.
Wherever you are, especially if you know you are in a flood-prone community, try and get in touch with the nearest NADMO office for you to be briefed on where the safe havens are, so that when you are in the unlikely event that you find yourself caught up in floodwaters, you know where to go. You should also know the hotlines to call. That's the National Emergency Hotline 112. So that whenever you are trapped or you are distressed in any situation, you call and then help will come to you.
Now, away from that, the High Court has fixed July 3, 2026 to deliver judgment in the case involving Bernard Ntwi-Buesiako, popularly known as Chairman Wontumi, over alleged illegal mining at his Samreboy concession. In October 2025, the Attorney General filed 6 criminal charges against the NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman, his company Akunta Mining, and another individual, Kwame Ntwi, a director of the company. ChannelOne News' Jude Duncan was in court and filed this report.
The High Court has scheduled July 3, 2026 to deliver judgment in the criminal case involving the Republic versus Bernard Ntwi-Buesiako, popularly known as Chairman Wontumi. Earlier in court, the accused persons called their 5th and final witness, who was subsequently discharged after completing their testimony. Chairman Wontumi and his company are standing trial over allegations that mining activities were undertaken within their Samreboy concession and without the requisite authorization. The prosecution alleges that these activities occurred within a forest reserve and constituted unlawful mining operations. The Supreme Court has also dismissed a suit filed by Imani Africa and security analyst Professor Kwesi Inin challenging the president's authority to appoint and remove heads of security agencies. Delivering the judgment, Justice Gabriel Puaman, who chaired the panel, said the court found no merit in the plaintiff's claims and accordingly dismissed all the relief sought. The court also ruled that the offices of the Inspector General of Police and the Director General of the Prison Service do not fall within the protective scope of Article 191 of the Constitution. It further held that the appointments of the Chief Fire Officer and the Comptroller General of the Ghana Immigration Service are governed by statutes and remain within the President's discretion as part of his constitutional responsibility for the nation's security.
In a sense, what we asked for, they haven't given us. But they've decided what to give us, and they've given that to us. And that's what they explain, that in their mind, the offices are not the same. In our law, as it is written, there's no distinction per se. All right, they all come under 191. They are public servants. They are protected, and all those things that we wrote. But the IG, the Supreme Court is saying that 2 of them should be specially treated, and then the others should also be separately treated. And they gave reasons like the security of the state and the president is the head of the security and a couple of things, which it's not clear to us. We went to court on the basis of the law as it is. And the basis of the law as it is that all these offices are public offices. They are protected under Article 191. You can't just get up and sack a person because you assume office. Assuming office as a president or anything is not cause for sacking others. And there are many cases like that. So we will wait and read the full ruling of the Supreme Court.
This is the Channel One Newsroom, still to come. Increase in food prices pushes inflation for the month of May to 3.7%. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
This is the old way. Let me show you a new and a better way. EduPack.
EduPack?
Yes, EduPack. A GS-approved and supported initiative for all first-year students going to SHS by Prospectus Ghana Limited. Now you don't need to go to the market. All your trunks, mattresses, pillows, including plastic chalkboards, are all waiting for your child at the school. Note, all our wooden chalkboards are being changed to plastic ones to avoid bedbugs.
You can also register by dialing *713*821# following the prompt. Or you can visit www.edupackgh.com and tap register. You can also register at any ADB branch near you at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by GES.
The best part of going home is family.
Sit up! Hey, mommy, my wife is cooking something delicious.
Lizzie Shito, hot pepper sauce, spicy. Bona yete, Lizzie, oh Lizzie. Lizzie Shito,
Lizzie Shito, the Shito is Shito. Lizzie Shito, overfill.
Lizzie Shito. Please, can I take some to school tomorrow?
Yes, my son, you can. Lizzie Shito dear. Ebesu obiasu.
Lizzie Shito hot pepper sauce. Yes, spicy and kasa.
Lizzie Shito hot pepper sauce. Yes, spicy.
For bulk purchase, kindly contact 050-168-3344 or 050-155-0998. This advert is FDA approved.
Imagine a life where every moment flows effortlessly, where every choice brings you closer to the life you've always wanted. Give yourself more ways to receive joy. have more time to party. With G-Money, every moment flows seamlessly. Just pay and keep the good vibes going. Instantly top up airtime or data so you never miss life's special moments, because your memories together should matter more. Give yourself more freedom to celebrate. Pay bills quickly and seamlessly so nothing disrupts your moments. Have more financial control. With G-Money, you can effortlessly manage bulk payments and keep your business running smoothly. Dial *488# or download the app and explore the new G-Money today. G-Money. Give yourself more.
Thanks for staying. Up next is Channel One Business with Nashika Caesar.
CNR Business is brought to you by EcoBank.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, wabadim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Miss Caesar, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Miss Idunyam.
What's happening in business?
I'm going to tell you about inflation. Unfortunately, the prices, inflation surged a bit.
Please give us the details.
Thank you. Now, for the second consecutive month, inflation has climbed slightly, with May recording a rate of 3.7%. This shows an increase from 3.4% in April 2026, but overall price pressures remain significantly lower than a year ago, and we have more in the following report.
According to the latest data, this uptick is largely driven by food inflation, which accelerated to 3.3% year-on-year, a jump from 2.2% in April. Food prices surged by 2% in a month. Meanwhile, non-food inflation dropped to 4.1% from 4.2% the month prior. Other drivers like housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuels contributed to the overall headline rate. Government statistician Dr. Alhassan Idrisi provided highlights of the data.
First, the big picture is positive. Inflation at 3.7%, meaning that inflation is a world away from last year's 18.4%, and long downward trend points towards stability. Second, the recent pressure comes mainly from food. Food inflation rose to 3.3%, and food prices climbed 2% in a single month, making it the single largest driver. Third, this is largely a homegrown story. What do I mean by that? Locally produced items account for about 92% of inflation in May, while imported items stayed very subdued. Fourth, services, especially housing, rent, and education, are rising faster than goods. Fifth, the burden is uneven across the country.
Now, the government says a mutually beneficial partnership in which investors earn competitive returns while contributing to local empowerment, value addition and skills transfer should not be misconstrued as the nationalization of mines. The assurance comes amid heightened industry discussions over mining lease renewals and the role of Ghanaian participation in the country's extractive sector. Daniel Sakiti has more in this report.
Lands and Natural Resources Minister Emmanuel Amakofibua reaffirmed government's commitment to maintaining a stable, predictable and investor-friendly environment for mining investment. Speaking at the 19th edition of the West African Mining and Power Expo, the minister said Ghana remains open to mining investment but expects stronger partnerships that drive local value addition.
To our partners and our investors, I wish to reaffirm that Ghana remains committed to providing a stable, predictable, physical and legal certainty and transparent environment for investment. So forget about all the noise you're hearing. You are hearing it from me. That is government policy. That is what we are focused on. A win-win partnership where investors get a good return on their investment. And in return, leave a lasting legacy of empowerment, value addition, and expertise. Cannot be nationalism of mines. It cannot. To our investment, we say, partner with us in building value-added industries.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Chamber of Mines, Engineer Kenneth Tashibe, on his part, welcomed the minister's assurances, describing them as a positive signal for investors.
Regarding recent discussions on mining leases, the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources has assured stakeholders that mining lease matters will be addressed on a case-by-case basis in accordance with the laws of Ghana. He has also clarified that nationalization of mines is not government policy. These assurances reinforces Ghana's commitment to maintaining a stable, predictable, and investment-friendly environment.
Meanwhile, the chamber remains confident that government will renew the mining lease held by Goldfields for the Takwa mine when it expires in 2027.
One of the things we believe sincerely is that we've put together a compelling case for an extension of the Goldfields Takwa lease. And one of the things we've been pointing out as a chamber is how security of tenure is absolutely critical. Think about it this way. If you were the one investing in the project and you knew that your tenure would not be secured, will you commit to do big capital projects like the one that Goldfields in establishing a dedicated power plant?
The opening of WAMPEX brought together mining companies, policymakers, investors and service providers to discuss emerging trends, investment opportunities and operational challenges across the mining and power sectors in West Africa. This year's conference runs from 3rd June to 5th June.
Let's now bring you an update on crude oil prices and how the local currency is performing on the interbank market. And that's it for Channel One Business. I am Nashika Caesar. Frima, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Caesar. Down to some other stories. Residents of Pantan village in the Ga East municipality have threatened to stage a massive demonstration and boycott the next general elections over the deplorable state of roads in the area. According to them, the roads have become unmotorable, posing a serious danger to motorists, particularly during the rainy season. They attribute the worsening condition to the encroachment of the River by private developers. ChannelOne News' Fauzu Masawudu assessed the situation in this report.
For motorists in Pantan village, the daily commute is an ordeal. Deep potholes and badly eroded stretches leave vehicles swaying and jolting from side to side, turning every journey into a test of patience and endurance. Residents and commuters have endured the discomfort and danger associated with using the road for years.
Some few minutes sina anu yenu anshokura na ko we e pa mo ye pa mo acho mba ye kwan nu no mo ye bridge nu mai me dey adwin ba say omo man ye demonstration. The
situation has become even more alarming during the rainy season. The encroachment of the Dakobe River by private developers has altered the river's natural course, weakening sections of the road and accelerating erosion along the corridor.
The Dakobe River, which is expected to be a shield for flood-prone areas in the Ga East municipality, has ironically become a battle zone between man and nature, with residents suffering the most brunt. First, the repercussions of poor road networks, and second, the nightmarish experiences from the excesses of flooding.
Frustrated residents and road users say they have had enough. They are warning of a massive demonstration and a boycott of the next general election if authorities fail to address the problem promptly.
Road there wow. Ke any wabake ba wa few pe di kule. Ko fan keje we are fanu ba. Filling station, share filling station. Keje jeme na kan hilltop jeme. Me kume connect amegata mi amejunu. Keni bi fe ke womini at cover gata no e wonu enye ya. 4 years it's just around the corner. Money le ake she. Ni tafrate
Issues of poor road network is not unique to just residents and road users in Pantan village. Here at the 10-man stretch which connects to Oyarifa, Blekusu, Abokobi and other parts of Accra, commercial transport operators say they have been compelled to park their vehicles because it's taking an unbearable toll on their businesses.
Gaping potholes, deep gullies and severely eroded portions of the road paint a grim picture of the stretch.
If you rain for years, from the mountain, Imensa, that road from the Imensa too. See, all the flood from that side here now, the bollard and the road here make no busy. Because of the road.
The poor road network is also affecting economic activities in the community.
I've been here for like 4 years now, and due to the bad nature of the road, I've closed down my shop because now there's so much flood. When it rains, you and your clients have to look for somewhere to hide. I think they started it 2024, and then within some 3 days they are done. And this place, because of the gutter, they have to stop and go. They said they are going to vote and come. It's no longer potholes, but manholes, big manholes.
The Ga East Municipal Assembly says it plans to extend road construction projects to affected areas, noting that less than 15% of roads within the municipality are currently in good condition.
Pantan village, we can do it only in the dry season. Last year, when we started the dredging, we tried it, but two of the excavators or the contractors nearly got stuck. We did it from the, let me say, Oakvilla end to the other side. But unfortunately, where they got to, two of the excavators nearly got stuck. So we had to ask them to move to the other side. So we are praying during the dry season, once the ground is hard enough to receive those excavators, they can go to the site.
Having motorable roads and a flood-free area has remained a dream, yet far-fetched for residents here at Pantan village. Even more troubling, they say, is the blame game being played between two assemblies, the Lamkwantana Municipal Assembly and the Ga East Municipal Assembly. While at it, don't these residents also deserve better? Reporting for ChannelOne News, Fauzu Masaudu, Accra.
The Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, has stated that the linking of foreign aid to the amendments of domestic laws in recipient countries violates the United Nations Charter. Addressing the 4th Interparliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values, Alban Bagbin urged Africans to guard against the loss of cultural identity under the guise of modernization. There is more in the following report.
Parliament on Wednesday hosted the 4th Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values with about 30 countries and 300 delegates in attendance. Speaking at the event, the Speaker, Alban Bagman, indicated that the linking of foreign aid to the amendment of domestic laws of recipient countries constitutes a breach of the United Nations Charter.
People trying to make so many things contingent upon the adoption of legal and cultural paradigms alien to our social cultural fabric. I want to emphasize that conditioning aid on the alteration of domestic laws to the disadvantage of beneficial countries violates the principle of sovereign equality enshrined in the United Nations Charter. We in Africa do not seek to dictate the internal legal frameworks of other continents, and we expect in turn the same respect for our sovereignty.
In an address on behalf of President John Dramani Mahama, the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, noted that a sovereign country must achieve economic sovereignty to guard against foreign influence of its culture.
The ultimate expression of sovereignty is the capacity of a nation to solve the problems of its people. That is why discussions about cultural sovereignty must be accompanied by discussions about economic sovereignty. We must build economies capable of supporting the social systems we seek to protect.
Speaking at the conference, the General Overseer of the Action Chapel International Ministry, Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, says he is hopeful that Africa will develop to the extent that its youth will desist from traveling abroad to seek greener pastures.
I have a dream that in my lifetime, Africa will be so developed that no son and no daughter of the continent of Africa will queue for visas to go to any other nations for greener pastures. But our sons and our daughters will work and labor in our own land and our countries and achieve their dreams and goals, fulfill their desires and destiny, succeed and prosper within their own countries and their own borders.
Reporting for Channel One News from Parliament, I am Ni Ayikweyi Okine.
You're still watching the Channel One Newsroom, still to come. Former Black Star striker Samoa Gyan hails Caleb Irinchi after impressive display against Wales. We'll be right back. Do stay.
Radisro, a teye simanisui. Doctor Samen Koyo operation. Cataract surgery. Misro.
Minia. Ustro sesen. Sisia Dr. Agawa ama operation ya ye simple ukrum ha won't say. Sisia there no ABS.
ABS. And also ne
ABS na chese. No anesthesia. No bleeding. No suture. Won't na hospital hokra anche. Obeji di senra. Mekoye surgery.
Sa.
Ani ene se medi ye medwuma na you. Hwese meni da hokle.
Wow. Na simple sa. O se hospital ba no.
Dr. Agawa's Eye Hospital. E Bentesano Police Station. Wow. For when it was 0501-534-498 and 0553-019-311.
Dr. Agawa's Eye Hospital for eyes like new.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Freddy Kalika, just call me cockroach.
Now, Mr. Freddy once now.
Hey, that's you. Improve car. Yeah. Captain Mosquito, double the action. Me didn't sasso spray. Mr. Freddy sasso quell. Yeah, go to my sasso.
tom preko.
You're welcome back. Up next is Channel One Sports with Bernard Abekotre. You're welcome, Abeku.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Awesome.
You're looking great.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome.
24 hours after drawing with Wales.
Yeah.
What has happened?
Well, we saw great performances, like I indicated yesterday, from some individuals in the team. And one of them is Caleb Renchi. He's a midfielder. He plays in midfield. Otoado, I know you don't love talking about Otoado, but he played him in defense, and that's not the guy's attribute. He doesn't like that position. Now he's flourishing in the midfield. This is just his first game under this manager.
Oh, so it looks like Karras knows his game, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got a huge...
You have so much confidence in this man.
Yeah, because of his experience.
Abeku, our World Cup is in your hands, so please go on.
Let's get into it, shall we now? Former Black Stars captain Asamoah Gyan has praised Caleb Renchi after his impressive display in Ghana's 1-1 draw with Wales in an international friendly at the Cardiff City Stadium on June 2. Renchi scored Ghana's only goal and produced a composed performance at both ends of the pitch, earning praise from fans and analysts. Speaking to Channel One Sports, the Baby Jet Asamoah Gyan described the youngster as a natural talent and highlighted his rapid rise.
I think Renchi is a natural talent. You know, the way he's rising up is very, very incredible. And yesterday, everybody saw what he did. You know, not only the goal, you know, his positioning, his passing, you know, the way he follows attack and everything. I think he's an all-round player. And of course, wearing the number 3 shirt, I'm so proud. Somebody wearing the number 3 shirt and then scoring a goal. You know, this is not the first time. I think Jonathan Mensah also, our own Jonathan Mensah, the first time he bought the number 3 shirt, I wasn't playing. He scored, you know, so it looks like the goals are in the number 3, you know. So yeah, but honestly, I'm very, very happy for Renchi.
Well, that's it. Interestingly, he wore a number 3 jersey as well, his favorite. Meanwhile, the Black Stars of Ghana have departed Cardiff for the United States as preparations intensify ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The national team has spent the last 2 weeks in camp in the United Kingdom will now continue preparation at their new training base in Providence, Rhode Island. Let's talk about another important event which will be happening. Now with Ghana's countdown to the 2026 Commonwealth Games gathering pace, officials remain confident the country can deliver a strong medal haul in Glasgow as preparations intensify across multiple sporting disciplines ahead of the competition. I attended the latest presser and filed this report.
At a media briefing held in Accra on Tuesday, officials of the Ghana Olympic Committee and Ministry of Sports and Recreation outlined Ghana's roadmap towards the Games, which will run from July 23 to August 2 in Scotland. Ahead of the event, Azuma Nelson, who won the Commonwealth featherweight titles between 1980 and 1982, advised athletes to take good care of themselves and have self-belief.
It's not about juju, it's not about anything, it's about hard training. It's about hard training and good food. In our time was the late President Jerry John Rawlings. He's our manager. And he took good care of us. Food, training, and everything we need, we get it. And when we went, we didn't disgrace him.
Ethics Commission member of the Commonwealth Games Federation, Chris Asilfi, says Team Ghana's preparations for the 2026 Commonwealth Games have been fairly adequate so far.
In terms of what I see and the preparation, I think it's decently adequate.
We all wish that we could do far more than this. And like you said, especially when it comes to acclimatization, if we're able to move all the athletes to the UK, where the weather is completely different from ours, it would have been more useful. But of course, if we can't have all, the little we have, we may do with it. But so far, the fact that we're able to put them in camp and the fact that they are together and they are still training, and hopefully we get them out there, even if it's brief, before the games, I think it's good.
Meanwhile, chef de mission for Team Ghana, Ernest Danson, says the long-term vision is to transform Ghana from continental contenders into global champions, with the immediate focus on securing more gold medals at the 2026 Commonwealth Games.
So what we want to move away from the bronze and silver and actually do more goals as well, because we shouldn't be like local champions doing Africa alone. We should be able to compete at the world stage. It's tough. We have the Bahamas, we have the Trinidad and Tobago for athletics and that. But I think if we start doing well on that stage, then eventually Olympics is the biggest target as well. We'll get the people, and it's doable.
That's the very latest from the world of sport. And I am Bernard Abekotre. That's your sports.
Thank you, sir. And that's how we wrap up. This has been the Channel One Newsroom. But before we take leave of you, here is a look again at our top stories. Ministry of Health summons CEO of Konfanochi Teaching Hospital over temporary suspension of admission at Accident and Emergency Center. Life returns to normal after Wager Dam spillage rendered many homeless in Titigu and its environs. Structures sighted on waterways pulled down by Ga East Municipal Assembly following recent incidents of flooding in the area. High Court to give judgment on Wuntumi case on July 3 after last defense witness was called. You can also visit our website, channelonenewsonline.com, for more information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel One TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel One TV. Download the Channel One Newsroom app on Google Play Store. I'm Frema Eduname. Thanks for watching.
These days, when I sleep, I dream of frogs jumping all over me.
Hey! I knew it. I knew something was off. Because the way you've been snoring hee-haw, like a generator out of tune. Eh? You see, this is how the devil uses you to draw dwarfs.
You know, in order for something to become something, you need that something for that thing to happen.
Prophet Baku, it's fun. I don't understand these, spiritual jargons. Please
yes, we need to plant a seed for that seed to become the point of contact. Yes.
A seed. Okay, Prophet, how much?
Oh. Anything from your sweetheart, Biggie, Bigo.
The Blankzins airs every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. and is sponsored by Out Insecticide, Nasco Electronics, Lizzie Shito, Everpack, and Lily Rice on Channel One TV.
The vibe is too much.
So it's 8 days to the FIFA World Cup 2026, and the point of view is going all football. Tonight, I have 3 of the best minds in sports journalism to help me preview the World Cup, assess the chances of the Ghana Black Stars, and also look at what would happen as we prepare for the biggest ever sports football mondial. Stay tuned.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to Amame Manfo, Kale Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is several buying, a man is swing, Nesasu Mama Hoto so a will beg you.
Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kale Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kale, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. So tonight, it's all about the Ghana Black Stars as we prepare for the FIFA World Cup in the US, North America, of course, Canada and Mexico being part of this. I have 3 friends of mine. Jerome Ochre is the former editor-in-chief of the Kotoko Express. These days, he speaks for the Presbyterian Church. Jerome, great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. We also have my very good friend, Sami Bartels, who I wanted to call him a veteran journalist. He says he's not a veteran. He's a telecom executive, but a wonderful sports analyst and a writer. Sami, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me, Bernard.
Wonderful. I also have my very good friend, my former colleague here as well, Rahman Osman. He works with the Sun newspaper, and Rahman has been writing about our players for a long time. Rahman, thanks for joining us. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Bernard. It's always a pleasure to be on the same platform with you.
Yeah. So I don't know what to say. It feels to me as though the anticipation for this World Cup in Ghana is a bit low. I've seen 2006, our first one, 2010, 2014. It appears the excitement is lower. So let me start with Jerome, since you're sitting here with me. Am I right in saying that the vim not there yet?
Yes, I mean, and it's not difficult to understand why. I think we are not feeling the fever, except that maybe because we are journalists or we are in the media.
Yeah.
By the nature of our work, we are compelled to talk about it. Some few days ago, I was reading World Soccer Magazine, and I did so because I am a football person. I think it's primarily down to the non-performance of the Black Stars. So for example, the AFCON was played this year.
Yeah.
We didn't qualify for the AFCON. Ghanaians didn't have the chance of seeing a Black Stars that will be present at the World Cup. So they have no real imagination of how the team even looks like. We have played a number of friendly matches. Some of us have had the opportunity, or some Ghanaians have had the chance of watching those matches. And in those matches, if you are to put it down to just win and go, we didn't win. And for the ordinary fan, once you don't win, it creates the impression that you are not good.
Yeah.
And all these, I believe, have come together to create the feeling that the team is not good. And for that reason, there isn't any to it.
The fever is low.
Yes.
Let me ask Sami Bartels what he thinks. Sami, you are also here in Ghana. Am I right in saying the World Cup fever is low compared to previous World Cups?
You cannot be faulted for saying that for a number of reasons. There's a lot of wait and see. And as Jerome mentioned, without the build-up from the AFCON, there hasn't been anything to sizzle or get people salivating at the prospect of playing in the World Cup. That said, the European season just ended. And for many people, the excitement was more about whether Arsenal will win the league and what will happen in the Champions League. So people are now beginning to switch perhaps to the World Cup. But there's also one distinct factor. In 2006, it was the first time. Everybody was very excited. 2010 was South Africa. A lot of people were going to go. We had a team that struck fear in the hearts of many, and we had just finished runner-up in the AFCON, so people were extremely optimistic. In 2014, again, we had a very formidable team. A local coach was taking Ghana to the World Cup for the very first time at the home of football.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of excitement. And then we had a break in between. 2022 was a bit like this one. You know, people weren't too sure. And perhaps later on, I explained the attrition rate issue with the team to you. And then you have this, where you sacked your coach, you appointed a new coach. There are no recognizable stars in the team.
Yeah.
And you know, so there's all of that coming together. It's been wait and see. So perhaps now that they have kicked off this preparation and there's something to clutch onto, perhaps, just perhaps, the groundswell of support will then begin to pick up as we build.
Let me find out from Rahman, not about Ghana. Rahman, is the UK how is the World Cup fever in the UK? I'm sure because that's where you're based, right? How is the World Cup fever in the UK?
I mean, it's quite similar to Ghana, I should say, and it's quite difficult to pinpoint why is that so, because the UK is more controlled by club footballs. There's more allegiances to the Liverpools, to Chelsea, and stuff like that. But once the tournament kicks in and England are doing very well, you catch the fever. So at the moment, the feeling is beginning to build. England got to America yesterday, or the day before yesterday. They trained for the first time yesterday.
Yeah.
And if you look at the tabloids and Sky and all those newspapers, now it's just England's training. The biggest story we've had today is funny. It's a technology called Whoop. And it helps players recover. One thing England are trying to do is to find a way to cope with the temperatures in America, because it's going to be very hot. It's a World Cup.